And to those who bleed orange and black,
It is out of here!
good morning. This is Murph and Marcus. Brian Murphy and Marcus the Waterboy Boucher. Streaming live at twitch.tv/The Sports Leader. Sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Well, they're saying there was an earthquake in the middle of the night, and Marcus and I are saying, that was no earthquake. That was just Macklin Celebrini shaking the planets with his Superman heroics down in San Jose. So he registered 4.6 on the Richter scale last night. And it was, they determined, the U.S. Geological Service determined the center of the earthquake was the SAP Center in San Jose, California. That was the epicenter of the earthquake last night. But no, I guess there really was an earthquake. Sorry, I missed it. We can tell our earthquake stories. I guess young Tony and John Joe were rattled both physically and mentally. They're still walking around scared at Mother Nature's power. Marcus and I said, we didn't sleep. We didn't feel less.
Dude.
We slept right through it because
Straight up slept through it.
we were sleeping with a smile on our face after Macklin Celebrini did his thing last night. So.
I mean...
And good morning, Marcus.
Good morning, Murph. Good morning, young Tony and John Joe Curley. And yeah, when I walked into the building today, they're like, did you feel it? There was 4 points last night. I was like, yeah, Macklin Celebrini, 4 points, 2 assists, 2 goals. Literally, I live in San Francisco. I slept straight through the earthquake last night.
San Francisco was Sharks territory last night. My living room in Mill Valley was Sharks territory last night, and SAP Center was Sharks territory last night, where no San Jose Shark said to another San Jose Shark, catch the effing puck.
No.
Nobody said that down there. No.
Catch the back of the net.
No, it was awesome. If you missed it, and maybe some people did, you were watching Wemby. It's a once in a lifetime. I'd say once in a lifetime, but it's not. He's going to be around for the next 20 years.
Yeah,
so.
he was just here a couple weeks ago, too.
Right. He'll get him a couple times a year, but it certainly is one of those shows where you got to take the kids to go see Wemby do his thing now. Again, cresting 40 points and 15 boards, and Spurs blew out the Warriors, who played nobody last night. But anyway, the point is that if you missed it, San Jose was on national TV last night. The Sharks were on TNT. My buddy Dave Gibson produces those, by the way. We should get Dave on.
Nice.
A longtime college pal. He, for years and years and years, did the NFL and NBC. He's the reason why we always got Tony Dungy on and all that. But then he moved over to NHL, and he knows about as much as I do about hockey, which is kind of funny because he grew up in Davis, California. But he's enjoying it, and last night they had the Sharks and the Ducks, and it was an important game because the Sharks are not in the playoffs as of now. If you're just going to bandwagon like a lot of us, and try to figure out where you are for the final stretch. The Sharks are not in the playoffs right now, but they are right freaking there. They are right there, 1 point out of the playoffs right now. And so last night was a very big game against the Anaheim Ducks, who are good. And, of course, you get to the third period, and the Ducks are up 3-2, and, the Sharks are a little bit in desperation mode, and kaboom. The incredible drama begins when your boy, number 71, the 19-year-old from Vancouver, Canada, son of Rick, absolutely rips a goal from pretty far out, and to tie the game at a minute and a half, sending the Tank into a frenzy. So you're thinking, okay, OT, cool. Well, no, my friends, because the Sharks weren't done pushing, and there he is again, 71 behind the net, ripping a perfect pass to Alex Wenberg, who just one-times it right through a phalanx of Ducks jerseys, too, by the way, into the net with 30 seconds to go, and the Sharks win 4-3. Bedlam at the Tank, and Bedlam on the NHL on TNT set, where a bunch of established hockey veterans were just gushing about and telling the nation, and I say nations, plural, Marcus, because Canada's watching, too, telling the nations that this kid just might be the MVP. Yeah. The Hart Trophy winner of the NHL. That's what they were saying after the game.
Yeah, I mean, I've been checking this out and hawking this for a couple weeks now. Hell, really throughout the season, because Macklin Celebrini, it feels like every time we even mention his name, we're talking about some type of record that he's breaking, or him being in the conversation with guys like Gretzky or Sid the Kid for what he's doing as a teenager. And I've been hawking these MVP odds all season long. By most books, he's got the third best odds to be the MVP this year as a 19-year-old. And I feel like there's a real case for him to be the MVP. Obviously, what he's doing this year, having over 100 points, the second highest scoring season in San Jose Sharks history. but he's doing it with our guy, Will Smith, who also is a stud. Will Smith has like half the amount of points that Macklin Celebrini has. Macklin has over 100. Will Smith is in the 50s. He's that far ahead of his own teammates. He's literally putting the team on his back every single night. He's involved in damn near every goal scored. This kid is utterly unbelievable, and he does it night in and night out.
And there was a thought, I think, the last couple of days or last couple of weeks, because they had a tough road trip, and I think they lost 5 in a row.
6 in a row, yeah.
And there was a narrative.
Bad.
You know us and our narratives in the sports media. We got our narratives. Tony V can't handle the big leagues. Narrative. Macklin Celebrini is tired from the Olympics. That was the narrative.
Like Logan Webb in the WBC.
Logan Webb can't pitch anymore because of the WBC. We get our narratives. And the narrative is that he was tired because they were fading. It was like, okay, well, it was a great run, and it was a lot to ask of these kids. No, my friends. Second wind, because now, did I read that they just won 3 straight games with the game-winning goal coming in the final minute or two, and that's some sort of NHL record, or it hasn't happened.
First team in NHL history to win 3 consecutive games on game-winning goals in the last 90 seconds of the third period.
There you go. They're the first team ever.
First team ever.
It's not since according like 2005 or something.
According to Sport Radar, the San Jose Sharks are the first team in NHL history with 3 consecutive games on game-winning goals within the last 90 seconds of regulation.
And you know me, I ride with Sports Radar till I die, buddy.
That's word from word.
I got a Sports Radar.
Stole that stat.
I got a Sports Radar tattoo.
Yeah, you got radar for sports.
Well, let's call it the freak in, all right? Like Matt Chapman said to Casey Schmidt, catch the effing ball. Let's call in the freaking score.
Catch this win.
Because it was fun as heck. And oh, by the way, if you need more puck tonight, they are down at the tank. I believe young Tony's going to go because he's got his original 6 quest, which was tough that he missed the Ducks because they too are an original 6 team. Inside joke if you were listening yesterday. And I know you were because everybody listens all the time. They wake up, they listen for 4 hours. That's what you guys do. So Sharks tonight taking on Toronto, that is an original 6 team. And then they'll play again on Saturday against Nashville, which is a big one because that's one of the teams they're jousting with. So a couple of huge home games coming up in the next couple days. But in the meantime, goaltending coach Tommy Spear calls our buddy NHL commish Gary Bettman. And Gary Bettman said, wait, I thought the kid was tired from the Olympics. He said, don't worry about it. You want to be labor lawyer? Put this one in the books. San Jose Sharks 4, Anaheim Ducks 3.
Beautiful power play. Beautiful power play.
What's the name of your team?
San Jose Sharks.
You gotta be kidding. Perfect specimens.
I'd give up one of my children's for a win. Can't teach that.
This one? This one. That's awesome. What's yours? This one? This one. What's yours? This one.
It's like watching a god on ice.
Go Sharks.
Hey, with a new ad.
Yeah.
Because I'm going to be candid, and I think people who listen to this show know, I may not be the biggest puckhead in the history of the world. I know.
No.
We make big admissions on the air.
Not the man that was hanging out with Owen Nolan.
That is true.
Yeah.
I should bring that Owen Nolan picture around.
Yeah, you should.
I should dust it. I actually, when they cut to the crowd, which was going maniacal after the Sharks won the game, I saw a guy in an Owen Nolan jersey.
Dude.
And I was like, that's my guy.
Yeah.
And I actually said to Candace, I'm like, we got to get the picture out. And I said, hey, I might need it for our playoff run.
I was going to say, dude, if the Sharkies make it into the playoffs,
Yeah,
can I get it as your avatar?
Yes, 100%.
I need to see those 2 faces on your
100%.
Twitter profile.
Lifelong friends, me and Owen Nolan.
Oh, dude, yes.
But I don't watch a lot of NHL on TNT post-game, okay? But I did last night because I was as enthralled as all y'all. And sure enough, there he was, babyface Macklin, who's just clear. I mean, truly, I don't think he can grow a beard.
No.
If they did make the playoffs, he ain't growing a playoff beard, buddy.
No. Remember when we had him on the show when we were in Hawaii? I was like, yeah, you're living with Jumbo Joe. Has he given you any advice of how to grow that beard yet? And he's like, no, I really can't grow a beard.
He's such a sweet,
he's such a pup.
babyface kid. You could hear him reading to the elementary school kids there in that package. So anyway, he was doing the thing, and Paul Bissonnette, what do you guys like to call him on
Biz
Spit? Biz.
Nasty.
You guys call him Biz.
Biz Nasty.
And he's a character and a half. He does his podcast, Spittin' Chicklets, right? So he was there with his shirt open, and his broken nose and his Canadian style, and he was being all freaking fun with Macklin and gushing. And then former Sharks goalie, Brian, wait for it, Boucher.
My uncle.
And I mean, spelled the same, pronounced the same.
Oh, dude, I've told you guys the stories. As a kid growing up in San Jose down in Sharks territory, I used to lie my ass off. I told everybody that he was my uncle. I'm Brian Boucher's nephew. I'm next up in the league.
Do you have a Boucher Sharks jersey?
No, I wish I did. If anybody's got like a link, send it over. I would buy one immediately. And I know I don't want to customize my own, but yeah, shout out to the Unc, Brian Boucher.
And he was sitting there on the panel, and he was saying, I'm sorry, guys. I'm going to, at this point, I would fill out my ballot, Hart Trophy, MVP, that kid, Macklin Celebrini. And Bissonnette was like, he's got a strong, they were all on the panel talking themselves into, this is the first time the Sharks have been on NHL on TNT all year, I believe, right?
Yeah, it was their TNT debut last night.
So this is their first chance to kind of christen, because they're not, while we're fascinated with them, the whole country isn't super fascinated with the Sharks. So they get their chance last night, and man, I mean, could they have done anything better for the brand, for the label, for the logo, than to have a game like that, and then to have it like on a night when there wasn't a whole lot of other stuff going on. I mean, Wemby was doing his thing, obviously, right up the street here, and there was nothing really major happening, nothing in the NFL, so it kind of became one of the bigger stories of the night. So it was a good time for Macklin to do all that. Those guys were gushing, dude, gushing. I mean, it was incredible. Like, they were in love with Macklin last night.
As they should be. I mean, again, I mentioned it earlier. It seems like every single night we're talking about a different stat of him joining Gretzky or Sid the Kid Murph. He now has 17 different games this year where he scored at least 3 or more points. The only other guy who's done that as a teenager is Wayne Blanken Gretzky.
Wow.
Like he's that type. Like, again, I've already given this take out that he's the Warriors version of Steph Curry and Buster Posey and those type of guys. Obviously, those guys had a lot of success and won some hardware. Macklin Celebrini is a whiles away from that, getting into that category, but he's that type of player. He's literally changing the franchise right beneath our eyes.
It's not too late to get on board. I mean, I know most of the Bay Area is down, but there's still room for more, I'm sure. And they had that whole argument a couple months ago, should Sharks fans allow bandwagoners? And Brody Brazil, the ambassador, the UN ambassador, Brody Brazil, who's been riding with the Sharks probably harder than anybody in the Bay Area media for the last 20 years. He officially opened the bandwagon and said, all are welcome.
Come on down.
Are welcome.
Come on down to the tank.
Brody says it's okay, we're okay. But anyway, my point of that story of watching the postgame was that Macklin was doing a long interview with those guys, and he was, he was being his sweet self, giving fairly standard Canadian answers, And then they were cutting him going about Jumbo and Bissonnette's like, he better make you a big omelet tomorrow morning, man, and all that. And at the end of the interview, a gentleman walks by and shoulder checks Macklin. Boom, knocks him out of the way. And the hockey crew starts going, is that Revo? Is that Revo? And they start shouting. And then an impromptu moment happens where Bissonnette and those guys are like, get Revo on. And we're talking about Ryan Reeves, for us bandwagon Sharks fan, 39-year-old vet.
The OG in the locker room.
We should remind everybody, Macklin Celebrini's 19. Shout out Murph and Marcus.
We made that riff with Macklin when he came on our show. I said, Macklin, don't worry about being like an awkward age gap. You've got 20 years between you and Revo. There's about 20 plus years between Murph and I.
I mean, honestly,
yeah.
I'm Revo.
Yeah,
I'm the enforcer.
You're the OG.
I'm out here skating to protect. If anybody touches Marcus, I get after him.
That's it. Murph's my guy.
So anyway, in a very organic moment, Bissonnette and them were like, hey, get him on. And then Macklin's like turning. This is all live on TV, and Macklin's turning, and Reeves is down the hallway now. He's like, yo, they want you. And you can't even see Reeves. And Macklin's like, I'm being serious. You can't even see. And then they finally move the camera, and Reeves is down the hallway, and he's like, he's got his water bottle. He's going home. He's going home to go to sleep. Or to the hot night spot in San Jose. I don't know. But with a game today, he's a pro. He's probably going to bed.
Might be going over to SP2.
And finally, like live, Macklin's like, no, I'm serious. And here comes Ryan Reeves. He comes back and he puts on, although he first takes the headset and they're covered with sweat, and he wipes the sweat on Macklin. He's like, still a veteran to a kid there. He wipes the sweat on Macklin, and then he puts it on. And that's when he said, do you have it here, Tone? Young Tony, good job.
He's too humble. What's it like watching this kid and what he's done so far this season?
It's like watching a god on ice. It's fun to watch. It's crazy the stuff he can do at 19. It's I'll be honest though. Half of my interviews this year has been about him, so it's kind of starting to wear me out a little bit.
So really, really good stuff, man. All right, man.
It's like watching a god on ice.
And while we're gushing, young Tony, you want to read this one here, buddy?
Yeah, Adam Schefter is reporting Kirk Cousins is signing with the Raiders per his agent.
What? Kirk Cousins to Vegas? You like that? You like that? We'll have to get Marcus's reaction. All right. This may be Sharks territory, but Kirk Cousins to the Raiders is definitely a fun story, too. So that's brand new. That's brand spanking new. It's like an earthquake happened. All sorts of stuff is happening. We'll get the guest list from young Tony on the other side on The Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Good morning, everybody. Happy Thursday. A lot going on right now, so stay tuned all morning long. We are still giving away 2 tickets to go see Bob Dylan. The show is going to be on Sunday, June 14th at the Greek Theater in Berkeley. Listen between 7 and 10 for your chance to win. When you hear Murph, give the cue to call. Dial 415-896-KNBR, and if you're caller number 10, that means you win. This prize is furnished by Another Planet Entertainment, and for more information and official rules, visit thesportsleader.com.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Sharks threatening. 6 attackers on. Down by a goal. Celebrini shoots. He scores! That's his 40th goal of the season. Macklin Celebrini just tied the game with 1:39 to play. Dickinson putting it back into the corner to the slot. Wenberg score! Macklin Celebrini got the pass down low, went up high, and Alex Wenberg puts the Sharks in front 4-3 with only 31 seconds left in the third period. Wow! 8 seconds to play. The fans are standing as one man right now to cheer their heroes as the San Jose Sharks are about to take a big victory against the Anaheim Ducks. And there it is. It's over. The final score, the Sharks 4 and the Ducks 3.
There you go. Dan Rusanowski calling it down there. And, of course, people are like, wait a minute, what's this trippy song? Shouldn't we have something a little more hyped up? Well, no. We're going to tie everything together. Because we had an earthquake. We had a Macklin quake. And we have a bunch of American astronauts headed to the dark side of the moon. So thank you, Young Tony, for giving us a little Pink Floyd Brain Damage Dark Side of the Moon album, which is legendary. We can play just play cuts from this album all. I mean, I'm not a huge Pink Floyd guy, but I think everybody gets in touch with this. Maybe take a gummy and go to the Laserium. You guys ever do that? I didn't, that's what all that's where the Artemis crew is going there. So, will Macklin Celebrini's news reach the dark side of the moon?
It feels like Macklin and the Baby Sharks are taking San Jose to the moon and hopefully taking them back to the playoffs. 1 point back after another epic comeback victory last night.
Shout out my honeymooners crowd. To the moon, Alice. To the moon. All right, Young Tone. Good morning to the biggest Sharks fan I know. With all due respect to my Sharks territory partner here. You are the face of the new Sharks fan.
I was going to say, probably the best new Sharks fan that we have in the building is Young Tony.
Well, Joe Pavelski was my favorite player for a long, long time when he was with the Sharks, obviously, years ago. And then when they went to the Stanley Cup Finals, I think there was the finals or there's a championship. It was a championship series.
They went to the finals.
They did. Yeah, that was 2019.
It was 2016 I'm talking about. You talking about 2016?
2016-2017 season. It was my freshman year of college. Long story short.
Anyway, go ahead.
Regardless of it, yeah. He was my favorite player growing up, and now it's Macklin Celebrini, obviously.
How could it not be?
This guy's incredible. This guy is willing his team to the playoffs right now. Everybody called him out. They lost 6 in a row, and listen, they're right back in it, man. They've won 3 in a row. The Predators have lost 3 in a row. The Kings are right above them. Blank the Kings. Nobody wants to see the Kings in the playoffs, dude. We've seen that,
Blank LA.
And you are going tonight.
I will be there tonight, yeah. I'm trying to go see all original 6 teams as Overnight Dave is trying to, get me on. And
was that the hook? Overnight Dave told you to go see the original 6?
Well, I went to see the Rangers play, and then I went to see the Canadiens play, and he's like, dude, you should just go see all 6 teams.
So he realized you were working a royal flush there. I got you. Then again, you missed the Ducks last night.
Well, they weren't an original 16.
Says you.
Quack.
By the way, all this stuff colliding here. 408 says, don't forget, Kirk Cousins going to the dark side. Of the
he
moon.
is.
Dark side.
Welcome to the Death Star.
I'll see you on the dark side of the league.
Oh, Kirk Cousins in silver and black. What a culture shock that is.
Oh, man. How about us going 25 minutes and not even mentioning the Giants? I mean, we made a joke about catch the blank, and it's going to be tough to tell the Casey Schmidt, Matt Chapman story without swearing. But we made a joke about catch the effing puck. But yeah. Giants fans. That's right. We are KNBR. That's right. Yeah, they lost to the San Diego Padres 7-1. As that Fangraphs projection thing, I found that robot that said they project the win probabilities for the next 2 weeks, and this was literally for the next 14 games, the game they had the least chance of winning. But they would have been right in it if Casey Schmidt and Matt Chapman could, wait for it, play catch.
Catch the blanking ball.
They could play catch. Now, the first one, Chapman does throw it a smidge off the bag. So here we go. Little League coaching time. The same way we all did. Everybody know you got to come off the bag. Your number one priority is not let the ball get past you. If the runner reaches first safely, so be it. But you can't let it get loose. And Casey Schmidt tried to stay on the bag and swiped his glove into Machado. And so that's on the throw, right? That's on the throw. But if he comes off the bag and catches it, maybe it's not the end of the world. But so then that was disappointing. It was a tough play. It was Adrien Houser is a ground ball guy. And he got ground balls, and they let him down. So it's a 1-0 game. Did you hear Tony V call out as gently as he could? Call out Jung-Hoo Lee on that for not backing up.
Ooh, you gotta back up.
He said it in a very, very Tony V kind of way in the middle of a long digression. He's like, and we got Artemis astronauts going to the dark side of the moon. And, in a perfect world, you'd like to see Jung-Hoo Lee back that up. But anyway, Macklin Celebrini's playing great and da-da-da. And you're like, wait, did he just call out Jung-Hoo Lee in the middle of that rant?
He just tossed him under the bus.
And so that, and then the second one was a chopper, another one where Houser got another ground ball. He's so good at getting ground balls, the contact sometimes is too weak. So it was a close play, and this is one where Casey Schmidt's first base inexperience showed again. He stretched too soon.
Yeah.
You can't stretch too soon. Another one you tell all the kids in middle school and high school, when you're playing first, you wait, and then maximize your stretch at the last second if you have to, because you want to know where the ball might be going to the right, so you might have to stretch to the right. The ball might be going to your left. You might have to stretch to your left, or you might just have to. But he stretched too soon and wasn't in position to get his hand up high enough to catch.
Yeah, and to me, it's even more about maximizing your catch radius, as Casey Schmidt is listed at 6 foot, is not a huge target over there. So, yes, he stretched way too early, and that's why that ball kind of sailed over his head. And, yes, the easy text, the easy response is, it would be great if the Giants had a 6'7" first baseman over there. That ball would have hit him right in the chest. But the problem is, he's starting the season down in Sacramento. Gerard hasn't seen the field. Devers hasn't seen the field. So you got Casey Schmidt over at first. And Casey's a great utility guy. He's a great glove to have to play all over the infield. But he's not somebody that should be playing first base each and every day.
Right. Well, this is all stuff we can talk about with Tony Vitello, leading to the guest list, which is sponsored by El Cerrito Honda. More than just a car dealership. We're family. Tony, we put it on a tee. Wouldn't you like to talk to Tony V about something like this? And lo and behold.
Yes, indeed. Yeah. So stay tuned. Tony Vitello going to join the show at 7:30 this morning. And mark your calendars. He's going to be on the show, monthly. Every 4 weeks, he will join the show in the rotation for our executive show.
So it goes Buster Posey, Tony V, Zach Manassian, Larry Bear. Buster Posey, Tony V.
Put it in your calendars.
Zach Manassian, Larry Bear.
7:30, like clockwork. Matt Mayoko is going to join the show before that at 6:50 this morning. Talk a little Niners, and then we're going to talk a little Mets baseball. Juan Soto and the crew with Will Sammon.
Meet the Mets.
Nice.
Greet the Mets.
Yeah.
Step right up.
Will Sammon's a staff writer for The Athletic. He covers the Mets.
Blank the Mets.
And Major League Baseball. 8:30 this morning.
They're only 3-3, and I saw the Barstool guy, Frank, the Mets fan, was losing his mind because they got walked off in the 11 innings last night to the Cardinals.
He always loses his mind.
He sent out a tweet predicting that they're going to lose 20-0 to the Giants, all that stuff. By the way, here come the Mets. Ready? Frankie Lindor, Juan Soto, Bo Bichette, Jorge Polanco, Luis Robert, Marcus Semien. That's just for starters.
Devin Williams, the closer.
That's just for starters.
They've got some star power.
That's just for, and they're 3-3.
But they have been struggling offensively to start the year.
Freddie Peralta, too.
Lefty David Peterson against lefty Robbie Ray. Southpaw matchup tonight, 6:45 at the Yard. But Tony will be down at the puck, down at the ice. All right, well, listen, we did a half hour on the Sharks. We should probably get into this Giants stuff here and what they all had to say after the famous mound meeting where Matt Chapman told Casey Schmidt, not once, but twice, catch the effing ball on the Sports Leader. Hey, bright and early, let's grow our savings at Provident Credit Union. All right, these are good people right here in the Bay Area. We know and really enjoy working with Provident Credit Union right here in the Bay Area, saying, okay, well, Bay Area worker, Bay Area family, you have some savings, you want to grow it. How do you do it? Smart and short term. Pick a term certificate. You want to grow it for 3 months, 6 months, or 12 months. Your choice. And you earn up to 3.40% annual percentage yield so your money can grow without locking it up for years. So it's simple. Pick your term and step up your savings game. Here you go. Learn more at providentcu.org or stop by a local community branch. We have one here in Daly City right nearby. That rate is effective April 1, 2026. Minimum balance of $10,000. Early withdrawal penalties may apply. Federally insured by the NCUA. Provident Credit Union. Discover the best in retail and business banking right here in your community. Limited time offer, so start saving today.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on the Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Second baseman, Arraez almost up the middle for this right-handed hitter. There goes Tatis. Now he stops, and a soft ground ball towards short. Cutting over from third, Chapman. Jump pivot, and a high throw, and again! Schmidt held his ground and did not come up for the ball, and it hit off the glove and went over to the sidewall, and that cost the Giants another run. 2-0 San Diego, both on throws to first where Schmidt just stayed flat-footed on the ground.
Yeah, I mean, he was upset. I mean, he's trying to win the game. You know, I think he was upset, you know, a couple at-bats, too. You know, we were close, as was he, a couple different times to getting on base, whether it's ball 4 or, you know, squaring up pitches. Guys were on some pitches, but, you know, or just weren't quite on them enough. So, yeah, I think there was frustration from everybody throughout the day.
There he is, Tony Vitello with Marcus's request, Californication, because, Marcus, you're saying it references a fake moon landing.
Space may be the final frontier, but it was made in a Hollywood basement.
Who are you, Kyrie Irving?
Yeah. Well, that's the thing, dude. Especially with the news that we were going back to the moon yesterday.
We're going around it.
And the fact that it happened on April Fool's Day, I thought it was a huge prank that NASA was doing the entire time.
No, we have a kid who says he's there, he's psyched. He pulls his inner Matt Chapman, and they ask him on CNN, why are you here? He goes, because we're going to the blanket moon.
We're going to the freaking moon.
And then he said, catch the blanket ball. Or watch blanket Macklin Celebrini. Right?
Yeah.
Or get Kirk Cousins to the blanket Raiders.
You like that?
So anyway, yes, Californication. A little tribute to our Artemis crew led by a Cal Poly grad.
Damn right he was. Victor Glover. I'm a Victor Glover guy.
We got Triple E. Obviously, there he is in the capsule.
Yeah, the legendary, the pride of Cal Poly.
Triple E, Kyle Haar, Young Tony, and an astronaut.
Dude, incredible.
Which one of these?
Are you surprised?
Which one of these is not like the other?
Yeah. Don't forget about Danny Dunn and Matt Mayoko from Cal Poly Humboldt.
There you go, buddy. Humboldt State, of course, now branded as Cal Poly, thus frying every Cal Poly.
Include Pomona too.
Yeah.
Oh, he went to Cal Poly Pomona.
Oh, Pomona's in. They've been in.
All right, back to the Giants here. Where listen. We talked about it yesterday before the show. Like, being honest, if you watch baseball all your life, you know when a road team takes the first two, almost always they lay down a little bit and the home team defends their turf a little bit and the getaway game goes to the home team. Marcus, just like when the Yankees were here. Oh, wait. By the way, Yankees went up and took 2 out of 3 from the World Series contending Mariners. Yankees with a 5-1 road trip to start their year, and Schlittler did it again. So maybe Giants fans shouldn't be feeling that bad.
I was going to say, for everybody that was so up in arms about how the Giants offense looked against Fried and Schlittler, take a look how Seattle's offenses looked a couple days against those two guys.
Yeah, Marcus, you can't win a World Series on April 2, but you can go 5-1 on April 2.
I don't like all the early hype and praise that the Yankees are getting this early. They're like, oh, the bullpen's great, the rotation's great.
Yeah,
I'm like,
don't peak in April.
I'm like, you haven't even seen the Yankees' final form yet.
Oh.
Yeah, wait till the Rooster and Carlos Rodon come back.
Yeah, but or the Rooster is Carlos Rodon. You mean Garrett Cole?
Me. The Rooster and Garrett Cole.
But Garrett Cole, one of your least favorite Yankee pitchers of all time. So.
You know me and him have beef.
All right,
that damn spider tech.
So, the Giants losing the game yesterday didn't shock me. It kind of bummed me out because, although it did kind of bum me out, because Adrien Houser was better than I thought he'd be. We hadn't seen this guy, and I don't have a book on this guy. I'm not following Adrien Houser's career. And when they signed him, they're like, yeah, this guy can be pretty effective. Health has been an issue. He can get a lot of ground balls. I'm like, okay, great. But, I'd rather have a homegrown stud, Tim Lincecum, Matt Cain, Madison Bumgarner, Ryan Vogelsong, all these guys. But instead, here comes Houser, and he looked pretty good. He's got that sink. And he'll just throw that two-seamer relentlessly and get ground balls. And he was as advertised, I thought, last night.
I'd say even better than advertised. I thought he had a really good first outing. The velo was there. It's something that we talked about with him down at spring training. Had a bit of a bounce back year last year with the Chicago White Sox when his velo bounced up from like 92, 93 to about 94, 95, which doesn't sound like a huge difference, but as a starter with a two-seamer, it does make a big difference. Now, some of my concerns, we'll see how the seasons play out, had much better numbers last year in the first half of the season with the White Sox than he did with the Rays after being traded. But yesterday, I thought it was a great debut by Adrien Houser, and his defense behind him let him down.
Which is, exactly where we were at with the Casey Schmidt, Matt Chapman situation. So the first one we described was a runner on and a ground ball to Chapman's. Was that the one he had to come in on or go to his left?
I think the first one was coming in. The second one was going to his left.
Okay, first one coming in. He throws in this one. In fairness to Schmidt, it's not on target exactly. It's out of Chapman's reach a little bit, or Schmidt's reach a little bit. And, first basemen aren't supposed to commit until they see where the ball is going, but he doesn't come off the bag. He tries to stretch and stay, and as a result, the ball gets loose. Run scores, error. I think they charged that one to Chapman, right?
Originally, they charged it to Chapman. I think they overturned it and gave it to Casey.
Interesting.
Yes.
I would have given that first one to Chapman because that throw was not on point.
Mm-hmm. And then they ended up giving the second error to Matt Chapman, I believe.
Second one I thought was actually more on point, and Schmidt biffed it.
I agree.
In my opinion.
Yes.
My opinion.
Uh-huh.
Because that one was another one. It was a tough. These were not, again, the problem was the contact wasn't that sharp. So Chapman had to kind of hurry the throw. Now, he's the best in the business. I mean, with all due respect to Manny Machado's arm, which is insane. Mm-hmm. I'm just going to go with the hometown guy. And Chapman on this one had to make another bang-bang play. And this one, Casey Schmidt committed too early, stretched too early. And as a result, he couldn't get high enough because the ball was rising on him a little bit. And if he had stayed back, he would have caught it, and they probably would have gotten the out. And as a result, now another run scores because it ticks off of Casey Schmidt's glove. So here we go. And then you got to love lip readers. You got to love them because there was a mound meeting. Justin message goes out to see Adrien Houser, try to calm him down. And Adrien Houser's like, now I know what Justin Verlander was talking about. Man. I'm out here getting ground balls.
Yeah.
You guys are chucking them all over the yard. What's going on here? And in the mound meeting, off to the side, lip readers, PhD lip readers, see.
Oh, dude.
Here it is right here.
You do not need a PhD to read those lips.
There it is. He says it not once, but twice.
Oh, yeah.
And I love Casey Schmidt's reaction. It's just stands there. Just stands there.
You just got to take it.
Now, should Matt Chapman, Bagley suggested, a guy of his veteran presence, you save that one for the dugout? Or you save that one for the clubhouse?
I mean, in that instance, when it's happened twice in this game, I get the frustration. Obviously, he doesn't know that the entire world is zooming in 4K cameras and trying to pick up everything he says. But yeah, he could have at least thrown the glove over the mouth and told him to catch the blanking ball.
By the way, good job, Tony, getting that up on YouTube. Everybody should check that out. That's why you watch. We're a multimedia streaming company. That's why when I talk to the kids, they say, what do you do for a living? I say, I'm a YouTuber. I'm a YouTuber. So here's Chapman after the game, and I'm going to give Tony Vitello a lot of credit. I thought his answer was perfect. He said, they said, well, what do you say about Chapman calling out Casey Schmidt in public? And he said, just like two brothers in the backyard, that's what one brother would say to the other if he doesn't catch the ball.
Absolutely.
It's a great answer. It's a great answer. Was that what we have here? Do we have it? I don't know if we have that exact cut. Let's go to Chapman. So let's go to Chapman cut G, talking about the errors originally, the first quote, cut G.
Weren't able to get the job done and, cost us some runs, unfortunately.
Looked like he was maybe a little emotional after the second one.
It's just frustrating, want to make the play and want to get outs, and it sucks when, we're not able to get outs and, they cost us runs, and ultimately we lose the game. So just frustrating.
Okay, so that's the first part. You hear Pavlovich trying to it was a little emotional, trying to get him to address the incident. They're being respectful of Chappie. They don't want to start a lot of S with him, right? So they get to cut H. And here's where he goes, it's baseball. And here's where we get to Casey Schmidt playing first base, which is the controlling question after this game here.
Yeah, it's baseball. Happens. It's first base isn't something that he plays every single day, and we're all trying to get outs. We're all working hard here, so happens.
Okay. First base isn't where he usually plays. Now we're gonna have Tony V at 7:30, and we'll talk to him about this. But now they finally get to the part of the mound interaction. So finally, you called him out. You said catch the effing ball. What do you say?
Yeah, we're all brothers here. Heat of the moment. I've already talked to Casey. It's all good. I figured that people would try to make that a big deal, but, it's baseball. Stuff happens, and, we all learn from it. We'll move on. I already told him that, it's kind of heat of the moment. I was just wanted to get those outs, and, it happens.
Okay, good. Glad they addressed it. Glad they questioned it. Pretty good answer. Now, do you think that's all done and dusted and we move on and things happen? S happens and Casey Schmidt and Matt Chapman throw their arms around each other and have a Coors Light on the flight home.
Yeah, this has got to be a next pitch situation where it happened. You got to move forward. It's a heat of the moment thing. You're right. Tony V had a great answer. This happens all the time in baseball. I used to tell guys catch the blanking ball like twice a day. Hell, still even in my current professional, sometimes I'll yell at the guys in the bullpen, cut the blanking sound, cut the blanking sound. Like someone's got to do it. It's your job to catch the damn ball over there. But really my takeaway is circling back to Matt Chapman's answer about how Casey Schmidt doesn't play first base every day. And the problem for the Giants right now is they don't have a first baseman that can play first every single day. Now, of course, the plan is to get Rafael Devers out there when healthy, if he's not dealing with that hamstring issue at all. His hamstring looked pretty good when he was busting his ass down the line the other day. So I'm waiting to see Rafael Devers back out there. But even Devers is a guy that's making that transition from third to first. The Giants don't have a single guy on their roster right now that is a natural-born first baseman. Gerard is more of an outfielder. They like the glove of Casey Schmidt more than Gerard right now. Even when we're all sitting here drooling over the thought of having Bryce Eldridge over at first base, guess what? He's learning that position also. Exactly. He's 6'7". He creates a much easier target, but The Giants have an issue right now defensively at first base, and I don't know how much better it's going to get. I have been impressed from what I've seen in a small sample size from Rafael Devers, but the bottom line is you can't keep rolling Casey Schmidt out at first base every single day.
There is the answer of Luis Arraez, who's played it a lot and played it in the World Baseball Classic and played it for the Padres last year. Now, we'll ask Tony V, does Luis Arraez, is he on a strictly no? Is he going to pull a Devers on them and be like, I'm not playing first base, what Devers said to Boston? I don't know. We'll ask Tony V at 7:30.
I mean, he was just playing first base a couple weeks ago for Venezuela.
Exactly. So that's an easy one. And put Schmidt or Koss, who hasn't played much. He's played a half an inning over at second base. So here's the quotes from Casey Schmidt, just in case you guys think there's, you guys can analyze them any way you want. To my mind, it seems like it was handled pretty well. Here's Casey Schmidt's quote. We're trying to win games. Obviously, I'm not mad about it or anything. That's baseball. We wake up tomorrow, we play another game, we get back at it, and, sometimes things happen, and I just messed up, and we move forward. Sounds like the famous Brian Murphy, Santa Rosa Press Democrat, wrong handicap, human error.
Yeah.
Human error. And then he goes on to say about Chapman, he goes, that's my guy. He's always been in my corner, always helping me out with everything, and he's right. I should have caught the ball. I think they handled it all pretty well.
I would say so, yeah.
I think they all.
I don't think there's going to be any drama stemming from this.
One of Tony V's first, I don't want to call it a crisis, but one of his first kind of interesting moments. How does he handle people? Right? How do you? That's truly what a manager does now.
Mm-hmm.
Does he come in and flip the spread, start screaming MF-ing Casey Schmidt, and is Chapman flip the spread and start MF-ing Vitello? Why are you playing him at first? All these things. So all stuff we can talk about with Tony V at 7:30. So good stuff. Glad the Giants can give us a little content. They're 2-4. Guess what, guys? Only 2 out in the West. Dodgers lost last night. Dodgers lost. Dodgers are 4-2.
2 out in the West.
4-2. 2 out in the West. Actually, the Diamondbacks climbed over them. But this is a tough series, man. 4 with the Mets. And I gave you guys their star power, man, from Frankie Lindor and Juan Soto on down. But the Mets are only 3-3 to start their year. And they are coming in tonight with lefty David Peterson against Robbie Ray. If you want to look ahead, Marcus, for your trips to the yard Friday night, Tyler Mahle. We like him. Against Nolan McLean, World Baseball Classic, 7:15 in the Friday Night Orange. Saturday night in the Gigantes jerseys, Landon Roop goes for the Giants. And then on Sunday, Logan Webb at 1:05. Clay Holmes for the Mets on Saturday and Kodai Senga for the Mets on Sunday. So pretty good matchups, all 4 games. I'm calling for a split. That's all part of my plan. Then we're going to take 2 or 3 from the Phillies. Finish 6-7. 6-7.
Murph's playing.
6-7.
Murph's playing.
All right, Matt Mayoko, the 49ers never rest. 3 weeks from today is the draft. So we'll talk to Maddie, and then we'll talk to Tony V at 7:30 on the Sports Leader.
Time for your Bay Area Chevy dealers traffic update. It's time for KNBR's Opening Bell Report. Sponsored by Protect Your Assets with David Hollander. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning or call 1-866-PROTECT. Listen to the sports leader anytime, anywhere. Download KNBR, the sports leader app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Oh, I love it. Tony paying homage to our brave astronauts circling the moon, baby. They want to know what kind of shirt you're wearing, Tone. That's the deal here. Very, very cool. We've already had Pink Floyd and Californication calling out the moon landing, and now we got a little Space Oddity, one of the all-time greats. We missed David Bowie. That stretch where we lost Bowie and Prince back-to-back was just freaking brutal, man. So keep playing David Bowie as long as you can. All right, well, he kind of is sitting in a tin can. He was Matt Mayoko on Bart. Kind of in a tin can, right? He's on his way to the airport. Got a trip upcoming, but we're going to grab him anyway because we like to talk 49ers every week, and it's 3 weeks from today is the NFL draft. So, Matty, are you in the tin can? Are you out of the tin can? Good morning.
Hey. I am very much in the tin can heading to the airport, just a couple stops away.
So, you're doing live radio on Bart. What's the reaction around you right now?
A lot of people have their headphones on. They're in their own world. So I think I won't be too annoying to the people here on Bart.
I hate to expose the vast depth of our listenership, but I wonder how many people with those AirPods on are listening to you right now, buddy.
Oh, yeah.
I don't see anybody awake, so probably.
So that means a lot are listening.
Yeah.
Then. All right.
There we go. Boy, that joke wrote itself.
You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, Cumulus Media Station. All right. We're 3 weeks out. We just had the owners' meetings. We haven't talked to you since then. Jed York spoke. John Lynch spoke. Kyle Shanahan spoke. Of all the things that you heard this week at the owners' meetings, what was the most important thing about the 49ers?
Uh-oh.
He's sitting in a tin can.
Yeah.
Here am I sitting in a tin can. Yeah, he's going away. There it is.
We lost him.
Matty Oddity. This is ground control to Major Matt. You've really lost connection.
Man.
There you go.
Curly, we have a problem.
Very good. All right. Well, this is what happens, I guess, when a guy's talking on a tube going underground.
His connection sounded pretty good, too, for the first part.
It was good. I
was surprised.
Bart might have cut him off, I don't know.
Which, by the way, you asking him about, weird things on Bart. I've seen a lot weirder things than a man doing an interview.
I probably shouldn't have asked, actually.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, Matty.
Okay, I'm back.
Did you hear the question?
I did not.
Okay, the owners' meetings. It was so happening. Yep. Jed York spoke. John Lynch spoke.
Yep.
Kyle Shanahan spoke. In a relaxed atmosphere, what was the most important thing you heard about the 49ers at the owners' meetings?
Ooh, that's a good one. There was a lot of stuff because of all those people you talked about. I thought it was interesting. I don't know that I knew this, but Jed York said that Kyle Shanahan is under contract for 3 seasons. John Lynch under contract for 2 seasons, and even though this is their 10th season together, he wants them around for a long time. So, any thought of hot seat or anything of that nature, that's not the case. But then Jed also said, at some point I'm going to have to talk to them because 10 years is a long time. I want to see where they are in their lives and what they want to do, and if they want to continue in those roles or maybe transition to some other job within the organization. So to me, that was kind of interesting that he's even kind of entertained the thought of, what could John Lynch do if he weren't the general manager. Kyle Shanahan was just flat out, I'm coaching for a while. He said, his family would kill him if he were just around the house as much as he would be if he weren't coaching. But I think that was kind of interesting from the standpoint of, the Brandon Aiyuk stuff. What York said was really kind of came out of nowhere. Like, hey, there's a possibility that, Brandon Aiyuk could remain with the team. Of course, we know that that's not, that isn't going to happen. And then finally, I think for the first time, Kyle Shanahan said that, it is a priority to get the ball into the hands of other running backs other than Christian McCaffrey. So to me, that was, the first time that that's really been said and stated as an emphasis to try to get him more, get the backups more involved, such as Jordan James and maybe even Isaac Grenda.
Yeah, Matt, that was the quote that stood out to me, too, from Jed York on Brandon Aiyuk, talking about how they would love to bring him back into the fold. And if not, he thinks he's a valuable asset that other people would want. Now, to me, that was just kind of a bluff to build up the trade market on Brandon Aiyuk. But is that something you're hearing about this week? Is that a discussion going on at the NFL owners' meetings? Is it possible that the 49ers are actually going to get some type of return for Brandon Aiyuk?
I can't imagine it. I don't think so. I mean, I know that that's the idea, and I'm sure that's what Jed York was getting at. It was basically like, hey, if you want him, and a lot of talk about the Washington Commanders wanting him, but it was kind of the thought was, 49ers aren't going to be cutting him free to go seek employment elsewhere anytime soon. So if you're a team out there and you have any intention of bringing in Brandon Aiyuk, then you got to come get him, because the 49ers aren't going to just pass him along. So I don't know. I think it's a risky proposition for probably Washington more than any other team to bring him in, especially because, the quarterback's best friend, or, one of his best friends is Brandon Aiyuk, and he's a young quarterback who already has a lot of pressure to succeed on his shoulders. So we don't know what Brandon Aiyuk is thinking at this point. We don't know what his health is. We don't know his level of determination or motivation to play. So I think there would be a lot of people that'd be surprised if Brandon Aiyuk is able to even come close to the form of 2023 that got him the big contract in the first place.
Yeah, Matt Mayoko's the voice you hear, and he's kind enough to hop on even though he's on his way to the airport, so he's doing a little double duty, as it were, and we appreciate it. So the owners' meetings were very, very eventful, and as you mentioned, it was an interesting stat that came up, Marcus and Maddie, that this year will be Kyle's 10th, tying him with Bill Walsh for the longest tenured 49er coach ever. He's tied with Buck Shaw right now. Shout out Kezar Stadium and the crew here. I mean, that one really hit me there. And it's funny because, Bill said you got to get out after 10. Now, Bill was an interesting guy, and he revved hot, and he burned out and all that stuff. But to your earlier point in your answer, Kyle says he's not going anywhere. Like, we fully expect Kyle to become the longest tenured coach in Niner history, huh?
Yeah, I definitely. Yeah, I would. I think I saw that coming several years ago, that he was definitely on that pace. And, I think that, Bill Walsh did have a point about, your message wears thin after a certain period of time. But I think, I've talked to Trent Williams about this, about, I don't get the same sense with Kyle Shanahan that, his message is wearing thin with the players, because his message is always changing. His message is very much based on what is going on at that time. There's not the sayings or the chants in the locker room or anything of that nature. He's very much, this is what it's going to take this week. Let's look back at these plays. It's a very, his motivation is very much an in the moment kind of motivation that isn't like the boilerplate, fiery speeches or anything like that.
Like Jim Harbaugh is what you're saying.
Well, yeah. I mean, Jim Harbaugh did. He would have the same saying over and over, and the victorious locker room. Who's got it better than us? And after a while, guys have heard it all, and it might be fun for a while, but yeah, I mean, Shanahan isn't like that. He doesn't have that kind of shtick.
Well, I'd say, Matt, it's even more impressive that Kyle Shanahan is coming back for a 10th season after spending 9 years next to that substation down at Levi Stadium. But all rips aside, John Lynch did finally address his substation, said that they looked into it. They did their own research. Matt, are you buying what the 49ers are selling? Can we finally put an end to this substation drama?
Well, I think that was the entire point for the 49ers, is to put an end to it from their standpoint. I think that it's not the end of it, because I believe that anybody who thought that the substation is an issue and somehow contributing to the injuries the 49ers have had, I don't think those people are just going to be satisfied and say, oh, it's over. I guess we were wrong. But from the 49ers standpoint, they'd said that they were going to look into it. According to them, they did look into it. They brought in a quote independent scientist with lab grade equipment to take the measurements, and from what they're saying, the measurements throughout the building were very safe, kind of almost to the point of a workout facility. The gym with the treadmills and everything else. They said that basically the electromagnetic fields were the same that you would find in those kinds of situations. And the highest readings, I was told, was where the train tracks are, over where the power lines that run out of the facility or the substation. That's where the highest readings were, but nothing was deemed unsafe in any area of the 49ers facility. So that's what the 49ers say. That they've I guess done their part as far as looking into it, but I'm not sure that it'll change anything as far as the public perception. The people who believe it certainly aren't going to be convinced that a study the 49ers footed the bill for. I don't think they're going to be convinced that there's nothing there.
Hey, I had Marcus talking about a fake moon landing earlier today. So, anybody, things are alive and well.
You never know. You never know, Matty.
He was talking
did the name Greg Minton come up?
Oh, there you go. Very good. Yes, nice. That's a deep pull now. Don't forget Darrell Evans has seen UFOs too, but we digress on late 70s, early 80s Giants who deal in the extraterrestrial. Hey, before we let you go, Kyle was fun on this podcast with Matt LaFleur and some others, and he kind of called out the Rams in the league, saying, he said, I know for a fact, is what he said, unlike moon landings and substations. I know for a fact that that the Rams requested the Niners, and he called it as the Rams trying to steal an advantage from the Niners, whose fans invade SoFi Stadium, and the Rams have to go to the silent count, and we've heard that from Matt Stafford's wife and everything like that. So what is your is there an extra layer of rivalry now?
I think it's, I'd been hearing that for quite some time, that, the Rams had requested to play the 49ers. I think it's within their rights. I mean, the Rams, it's a home game for them. So, they're going to look for a more advantageous situation, and to play the 49ers in Australia. I mean, that's probably a good scenario for them. From the 49ers standpoint, they give up a home game in Mexico City, and each team can block two teams from playing on their home schedule, and the 49ers blocked the Raiders. And I don't know exactly the reason why they blocked the Raiders, other than I think that probably there's a lot of a good fan base for the Raiders in Mexico. So they probably wanted, instead of a 50-50 split of fans or whatever, a more closer to 50-50 split anyway. They probably wanted to, face a team where they would have a huge home crowd advantage. And then the other team they blocked was the Denver Broncos because of the altitude. They would rather face a team closer to, that makes their home closer to sea level so that they don't have a conditioning disadvantage in the altitude of Mexico City. So I think every team is kind of looking for their advantage. From my standpoint, I think Kyle was making a joke, wanting to face the Rams. I don't know why he'd want to face the Rams on a neutral, in somewhere other than Levi Stadium. But what I've, the kind of the scuttlebutt around the NFL annual meeting was that it might be the Miami Dolphins that the 49ers would be playing in Mexico City.
That's good stuff, man. Los Raiders still have a juice down there south of the border. All right, fun stuff, Matt. Hey, listen, have a great trip. I know you're going to see your fam, so have a wonderful excursion. You were a true pro, double dipping on your way to the airport. So thanks for the time. We'll catch up soon, bud.
Yeah, thanks, Matt.
All right, appreciate it. Thanks, guys.
Yeah.
I'll be tossing back a cold one at Fenway Park for Red Sox opening day tomorrow.
Oh, that is awesome, buddy. That's a win, buddy. That's a win. Maddie's winning. Maddie's winning. There you go. Well done. Well done. All right, Matt Mayoko on his way to Fenway Park, tossing back a cold one, maybe for the low price of, I don't know, $21, something like that. You know what I mean?
Man. One of the worst things that's happened to this society is $20 beers.
You mean the worst thing that's happened to our society?
$20 beers,
too,
man.
So.
What are we doing?
What are we doing? Well, that's why we brought it to Larry Bear and Greg Johnson, and they're open to a discussion. Remember, fans, as we pivot off the Niners here, we have a job. We have to present Larry Bear with a proposal for the second half of the season. You got to love Larry immediately chopping off half the year right now. He just said right away, he's like, second half? We're like, wait, what? Where'd that happen from? But we have to present him with a proposal, a reasonable proposal of a beer price deal for August or July, August, and September. So get your noodles. We've heard a voucher where, the Giants might be appealing to them because if they say 4 beers for $50, let me just say that. What's that, $12.50 a beer?
Oh, dude, I'll take that.
Do you like that?
Oh, yeah, without
question. And you can get any beer you want?
Oh, yeah, please.
Okay, so,
give me a hazy.
Because remember, Larry was trying to restrict the beers too and all that. But because the Giants, in their favor on that is some people buy vouchers and don't cash them in. It's like you get a gift card and you never cash it in, So the Giants in that favor could see a little extra cash.
Oh, dude, I would be crawling through the bleachers looking for a couple of those extra vouchers that fall out of the guy's pocket.
The lottery ticket, the Wonka ticket, buddy, the Wonka. Anyway, get your Matthew Leachman from Friedman's Appliance suggested retro pricing. Pick a year in Giants history. He said it's the 40th anniversary of the 86. You got to like these kids. 86 beer prices. How's that?
Oh, yeah. I can imagine.
I don't know what they were.
I'll take
probably like $4.
I'll take all the 86 prices.
I know. So anyway.
Beer, housing, everything.
All right. Fun talking Niners with Maddie, but we got to pivot back to the big stories of the day. Yes, Sharks fans, we spent the first half hour talking about Macklin and amazing, and Ryan Reeves, now legendary line, Young Tone. I'll give you a minute to find it. As even I, Mr.
It's like watching a god on ice.
There it is. There it is. Once more, Ryan Reeves.
It's like watching a god on ice.
With Paul Bissonnette and the crew, and it was just a spectacular show in San Jose last night, led by Macklin Celebrini. So we'll get back to that for sure. We have some fun sound from that and some reaction to what the Sharks are doing. Tony's going to the tank tonight. Young Tone is going to the tank tonight. But we have Tony V coming up at 7:30. So let's start to prepare for our Tony V, our first Tony V regular season hit of the year. Next on the Sports Leader.
If you need a beer, grab a beer.
Time for your Bay Area Chevy dealers traffic update.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Second baseman, Arraez almost up the middle for this right-handed hitter. There goes Tatis. Now he stops, and a soft ground ball towards short. Cutting over from third, Chapman. Jump pivot, and a high throw, and again, Schmidt held his ground and did not come up for the ball, and it hit off the glove and went over to the sidewall, and that cost the Giants another run.
Well, we watched the replay multiple times because it looked like on the first one the base runner kind of took a swipe at it. I mean, I think it was almost more playful than it was malicious, and it ended up, I don't think it interfered. It gets kind of tight on the camera angle, but it just looks like it was a difficult play for Chappie, and had an opportunity to catch the ball, but the base runners arriving close at the same time. And then we need to, in the future, I mean, Jungi's always hustling, but being a backup position a little bit better would be ideal there. And then the second one was just a misplay, you know. Obviously, everything Chappie throws has good carry, but that one was, you know, the first one's got about 6 or 7 different storylines to it if you want to stretch it, but the second one was just a misplay.
Yeah, man, good stuff from Tony V breaking down a play that got a lot of attention for a team that won the first 2 games. A lot of attention on the misplay of Chapman to Schmidt and what it kind of shined a light on of, you know, why is Casey Schmidt playing first and how's Tony V going to handle this and how did Matt Chapman drop the F-bomb on Matt Chapman. And oh, by the way, we're paying tribute to our Artemis heroes who are circling the moon to bring us the last frontier, the final frontier, the dark side of the moon. We've already played some Pink Floyd and some Californication about the Hollywood soundstage and some David Bowie. And now, this is how we did in the 80s, guys.
Yeah.
You guys like the 80s? You guys like the 80s? Anybody?
I would have liked to be alive during the 80s.
Oh, no cell phones?
Oh, I've heard some good things about the 80s.
You could do whatever the heck you wanted, buddy.
Oh, yeah.
And nobody was rolling tape.
No.
Nobody was rolling tape.
Oh, what a time
and then
to
when
be
you
alive.
when you went to go play quarters, that's right, quarters. You guys play quarters?
Quarters kind of died off. It's not as popular as it used to be, but I've played myself before, yes.
In the game, Curly, you poured beer into a glass and you sat opposite somebody at a table and you bounced the quarter off the table into the glass, and if it lands in the glass, the other person has to chug it. Maybe if you could pick the least favorite game of my life, because you know my thing with coins.
You hate coins.
Hate them. So I was like, I'm not drinking that. There's a coin in it. So anyway, that's what we did. Well, this was playing. This was playing on the high school party loudspeaker.
And you were telling me that this is a song written about a character from one of David Bowie's songs.
Kind of crazy, right? So Space Oddity is so famous. This is Major Tom to Ground Control. And then, so this guy, Peter Schilling, is his only hit, I think, wrote a song about Major Tom. I think it's kind of wild. He's like, yeah, that guy in Bowie's song's pretty cool. I'm going to write a song about him. It's kind of wild.
Wow. A lot of songs about this moon landing conspiracy.
Oh my God! Did you guys see the what was it? The George Clooney and Sandra Bullock. What was that called? Gravity.
Oh,
shout out Giants.
Yeah,
shout out the Giants.
Looking for that.
I have seen that one. That was a good movie.
Yeah, and I think in the end, doesn't Clooney? He kind of drifts off, doesn't he? He kind of drifts off. And
yes, not a bad way to go out.
Well, I think it'd be an absolutely terrifying way to go out.
Just close your eyes and drift away.
Whoa.
Yeah, no problems, no nothing.
No, you're right.
Yeah,
no bills to pay.
Oh, dude.
But how long do you drift?
Forever.
How long do you drift?
Forever.
And at what point does the panic set in? You're inside this suit and you're just drifting. And it's like, where's my baseball game? Where's my pizza?
At that point, just finish off your gummies and enjoy the ride.
Nice. Okay, Marcus, you're good. Just drifting off.
That's it, dude. That's how I want to go out. Just ship me off to space.
I mean, so in that, you see the movie?
I think I've seen bits and pieces.
She comes back down, and then she kind of does that early man crawl out onto the land. But anyway, we digress.
Gravity.
Of course, that's what morning radio does.
Yeah.
Tony V is going to join us at 7:30. And listen, as somebody tweeted in 831 and says, they did take 2 out of 3 from the Padres in San Diego. So let's not kind of curb our negativity here. Did you know that last year against the Padres, they won 3 games all year, bro?
They struggled against the Pods last year.
3 games all year. We're 2/3 of the way there, okay? So we should probably take heart in that.
Oh, yes. You should celebrate the fact that the Giants got their first series win of the year. It's always funny the way we look at these series. If they win the last 2 out of 3, everybody's happy and celebrating like, yeah, you got out of town. You won the series on the last day. But they took the first 2. San Diego was a little desperate. They had their ace on the mound, Nick Pivetta, who bounced back from a bad first start against the Detroit Tigers on opening day. So he shoved yesterday. Adrien Houser looked pretty damn good, but the defense was the issue. Murph, you can't win games if you can't play catch.
And the catch is that Adrien, no pun intended, Adrien Houser came here to be a ground ball guy. Oh, wait, ground ball guy. We like ground ball guys. We have the best third baseman in the business. And ironically, he got ground balls to Chapman, and ironically, it led to the 2 unearned runs. Now, the problem in general, or most people looking at the problem say, that's not necessarily Chapman, that's the guy at first base. And that leads us to what's going on at first base. Casey Schmidt has played first base every game this year. Casey Schmidt, by anyone's estimation, up to and including Casey Schmidt, is not a first baseman. No. So why is he out there? Well, Rafael Devers is your first baseman. Well, why isn't he out there? Well, he has a hamstring strain. Okay, why does he have a hamstring strain? Is he not in great condition? I don't know. So maybe a topic for the trainer. But wait a minute. He has a hamstring strain. Didn't we just see him busting Usain Bolt speed from home to first?
We did.
And then going first to third? Yeah, we did. Does that mean he's ready to play first base? Okay, stuff we can ask Tony V. Also, people, the low-hanging fruit, or I should say the high-hanging fruit, is a 6'7" guy named Bryce Eldridge. We do have to caution you on the Bryce Eldridge saying Eldridge would have caught those. He is maybe less experienced at first base than Casey Schmidt. Yeah. Casey Schmidt is a corner infielder, and usually, historically in baseball, corner infielders can play first base and third base. Like Darrell Evans played third and first. George Brett, later in his career, played first base instead of third base.
I mean, that's what Devers is trying to do right now. A guy like Vladimir Guerrero Jr. went from playing the hot corner to becoming a Gold Glove first baseman. So it's possible. We've seen that transition
not only possible,
a bunch.
But it's like it's frequent.
Yeah, I mean, even when I was playing third base in high school, days after I pitched, sometimes if I had a sore arm, I'd hop over to first base and dig out a couple balls.
Then we get to the famous Ron Washington when they tell Scott Hatterberg, Brad Pitt tells Scott Hatterberg, you're going to go play first. And Scott Hatterberg says, I've never played first before. And Brad Pitt says, it's not that hard. Tell him, Wash. And the actor playing Ron Washington says, it's incredibly hard.
Yeah.
and
I'm sure that's what Wash was saying yesterday in the dugout.
Apparently Wash and Schmidt discussed.
You don't know how to play first base. Scott? That's right. It's not that hard, Scott. Tell him, Wash.
It's incredibly hard.
Nice work, Tony. Very nice, buddy. Very nice. So anyway, listen. And then, of course, the moment of Matt Chapman on the mound, catch the blanking ball. FP Santangelo, who was great to have in yesterday at the middays, and is going to be on this upcoming road trip to Baltimore, etc. That should be really fun. I like FP on the radio talking about the Giants. He said, let's get T-shirts. Catch the effing ball. Catch the effing ball. Just lean into it. Right? Lean into it a little bit.
You easily could.
Yeah.
Or you can just catch the damn ball. And we're not even talking about this.
I told you guys the story. My buddy Coach Jim was talking to a Cub Scout back in the 80s. And the Cub Scout said to him, not the Cub Scout like the boys who go camping, the scout for the Chicago Cubs said, son, all we're looking for are young men who can play catch. Now, that's a very pre-analytics scout, obviously. Yes. But the point of the matter is that's what is baseball. We got to play catch, right?
Simplify it.
So, the Giants are supposed to be improving their defense, and Matt Chapman is absolutely the gold standard over there. So the problem lies at first base. So we'll talk to Tony V about that. Also, one of the, you had something?
Yeah, I was just going to say, and there's question marks about first base as a whole, even without Casey Schmidt being out there. Now, I was actually impressed from what we've seen early on with Rafael Devers over at first base since he was traded from the Boston Red Sox and showed up in San Francisco without even a first base mitt. Like, he finally has his mitt. He's more comfortable over at first base. I would actually say I've been more impressed of what Devers can do over at first base than even what I've seen from Casey Schmidt. Like, Casey Schmidt's got a great glove, but he's better at third, he's better at shortstop, he's better at second than he is over at first base. So there were going to be question marks even if it was Devers and Eldridge over at first base. Then you have Gerard, and that's kind of a question mark of where he fits in this conversation also. They like Casey's glove better at first. That's why we haven't seen Gerard start a single game this year. Has only been used once as a pinch hitter. He can also play outfield, but I just named off 4 names right there for the San Francisco Giants where none of those guys are natural-born first basemen. So that's going to be an issue over there when you are backing up a pitching staff that has Logan Webb and Adrien Houser and all these guys that live and die by the two-seamer and sinker action where they're going to get ground balls for you every single game.
We have a number of people saying, where's Dom Smith? Many of you have texted in. We're all with you. We all thought one of our favorite interviews of all of 2025 was Dom Smith, and we all saw him hit a walk-off grand slam for the Braves earlier this week.
He had a sick glove over at first.
He was fantastic. So we all thought, well, roster construction-wise, was there a place for him? I mean, think about it. You would have had to cut either Schmidt or Koss. Okay, maybe you're open to that. Also, if indeed you're calling up Bryce Eldridge at some point in the coming weeks, you would have 3 left-handed hitting first basemen.
Yeah, like I always thought Dom can kind of be in the role of Gerard Encarnacion because Dom did play outfield before he came to the Giants organization with the Yankees and the Phillies. Like, he played a little bit of outfield. They really didn't test that out too much with Dom, but to your point, I think the plan was to eventually have Eldridge and Rafael Devers at first base, so you don't want 3 lefties on the roster.
I don't
want
to say it cost them the game yesterday, but maybe in a 0-0 game in the 6th inning, maybe it's a whole different game. Now, the Giants did strike out 14 times yesterday. And I was wondering, he did run the same lineup out day game after a night game, and sometimes you don't do that because, get a guy off his feet. Maybe a guy's a little tired, a little lethargic, a day game after a night game, and that's why you use your bench. But Tony was adamant about not using the bench and stuff we can talk about with him.
Last thing, text from the 707 says, forget the T-shirts. Murph needs a new hat. Catch the damn ball.
I'll get one. Let's go for my football hat. Run the damn ball. All right, good stuff. That's great knowledge there. Okay, Tony V, our first regular season hit with him. Great. We're looking forward to it. Next on The Sports Leader. All right, getting close to tax day, and our good friend Steve Moskowitz is on the line, our tax attorney friend Steve Moskowitz. Steve, good morning. On a Thursday, there's people out there, Steve, who can't pay their taxes. What can you do for them? Good morning, Steve.
Good morning. We can do a lot for you. Here it is, April 2nd, and people are in a panic. Tax day is around the corner. If you can't pay the taxes, you're not a bad guy, you're not an axe murderer, you just can't pay the taxes. But don't make the mistakes. Don't fail to file the return. Don't stick your head in the sand. Don't wait till the IRS agent comes to get you. Be proactive. There's so many good deals. Maybe you don't even owe what you think you owe. That happens plenty of times. Or if you do, that's okay. We make a deal, whether we can pay part, whether we can pay in installments, whether we get the penalties for it. There's so much for us. We do everything for you. You don't have to even talk to the IRS. We do the whole job. We have a free consultation. We explain all the options to you. We have so much experience in this. And we do everything for you. The only thing you have to do is just pick up the phone and say, hey, Steve, take care of me.
That's it. That's what you do. You call tax attorney Steve Moskowitz. He's my tax attorney. He should be your tax attorney. Give him a call at 888-TAX-DEAL, 888-TAX-DEAL, or go online to moskowitzllp.com.
The Sports Leader presents the Giants Executive Show. Every week we go straight to the offices of 3rd and King and hear from the guys who are calling the shots for the orange and black. Now, here are Murph and Marcus with Giants manager Tony Vitello on the Sports Leader. Sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
All right. Yes, Bigelow Tea. Appreciate you. The Executive Show featuring Giants manager Tony Vitello. This is great. We'll do this every 4 weeks. So it's Buster Posey last week, Tony V this week, and the Executive Show is sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at our independently owned authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com. So we had you on the radio when you got hired. We had you on the radio in Scottsdale, and now we finally get to play baseball in the regular season. We appreciate you, Tony, doing these every 4 weeks. The fans sure do appreciate it. We got tons of Giants fans listening on KNBR. So Tony Vitello on the UMA guest line. Welcome back to Murph and Marcus. Brian Murphy, Marcus Boucher. Good morning, Tony. How are you?
Hey, Tony.
Morning. Doing pretty well. Glad to be back in San Francisco. Definitely got an interrupted night of sleep. I think we had an earthquake.
We did.
You did. Let's get the Tony V story. Your first San Francisco earthquake. How'd it go?
I thought someone was moving me in my bed, so that was disturbing. I'm the only one that lives here. But yeah, I woke up and for whatever reason, my brain clicked on right away that's what had to have happened. So I was on my phone for about an hour in the middle of the night, and probably like a lot of Giants fans, started looking online and trying to figure out how we can, get to 500 and then eventually get over that mark.
Oh, that's awesome. I love it. The first earthquake. It's perfect. Mother Nature welcomed you back. So, hey, listen, we have so much to talk about, but we want to start with the biggest deal, and that is it happened Monday night in San Diego, your first Major League win. Now, Tony, I think we were pretty certain you were going to get a Major League win, right? So, but it's like graduating from high school. We know it's going to happen. It's still a great occasion, right? So we wanted to say that's a great moment. It was really cool to see it. It was great to see everybody hugging you and all that. And I know there's many, many more to come, but you're now in the books with John McGraw and Leo DeRocher and Bruce Bochy and Dusty Baker, and just a chance to reflect on that. I know you're in the mode of trying to beat the Mets tonight. I get that, but can you give us a little moment of reflection and maybe something special that happened after the game?
Yeah, I mean, the win was a lot better than the locker room effort afterwards. I think the guys, there was a lot of love felt, but there was also a lot of torture felt. So I guess it's a little bit of a rookie hazing that goes on after your first win. The good thing was we were able to win a second game, and I wasn't the only coach that was tormented a little bit with the ritual. So that was fun to actually watch on night two and actually enjoy the second win. But reflecting on the first one, it was, to be honest with you, it was great. If you were going to win one game against the Yankees or one game against the Padres, you would rather win, against a divisional opponent. At the same time, it was a little bittersweet. There was so much buildup to that first week and opening day. Really, it was months and months of buildup. And, the fanfare, the first two games, and really it bled into the third game, were phenomenal. And, to not get it done at home was a little frustrating. But, yeah, glad to get the first one because you guys said you knew the first one was going to come at some point. But we're all human, I got to admit. I didn't know.
You were like, maybe not,
until it happened, just to be fair. But now our team is starting to play with some personality, and I think it's a completely different vibe since we're all able to kind of get that monkey off the back.
Yeah, well, Tony, we saw you win a lot of games at the collegiate level with Tennessee, obviously, but for you to get this milestone win, did this win feel different at all for you doing it at the major league level, and it was something that you were glad to kind of get off your shoulders and move on from?
Yeah, it was definitely the latter. And then, the first one was, you get in a 0-3 hole, and we know what last year's record was. It was, even Steven, and that's the mark that I think everyone has targeted. I know Giants fans may have other numbers in their head, and I'd like to feel I got as high a standards as anybody, but you get in that hole, and your first thought is, how do we, get 3 wins as quickly as possible? So we're at least at a mark that we want to be. And I get it. It is early in the season, although I also get, the first 10 games are always overreacted, is what John Smoltz's quote was to me. And I said, well, I'm one of those overreactors. We want to win as quickly as possible and kind of get this train rolling. But yeah, it was a great feeling to, more than anything, to see what we know we have in that locker room kind of come together. And now we do have some factual data we can point to. Is we really feel confident in this starting group. I know a couple of these guys are capable of a 9-inning shutout, but what we really see is just a group that's stable and is always going to compete and can keep us in the game. At the end of the day, to me, that's all you can ask your starting pitcher to do when they get as many starts as they do. The bullpen was questioned by many, including us, to be honest with you. So we're kind of on a mission to actually make that a strength as opposed to a weakness. Those guys have really responded well. And then hitting is going to come and go. Defense, of course, needs to be stable. We want to be aggressive on the bases. And we've kind of seen all those attributes. But the main thing with that position group I wanted to continue to ramble on about was I think there's a lot of personality there. There's leadership. The guys really do have a camaraderie already early in the year. Maybe it's because we have some holdovers from last year. But as that group continues to relax and continues to have some personality, whether it's having fun or getting on each other and being intense, I think it's a winning group.
By the way, we got like 10 million things to ask you in this brief time we have, but you mentioned the style and the energy and coming together. The one thing that jumped out at me, this is going to seem really random, Luis Arraez's delayed steal against the Yankees. I freaking loved that, and I was wondering if that was my first sign of Tony V baseball, or was that just something he did entirely on his own, or was it something you guys talked about in spring training? Or just a random question.
Yeah,
what was the backstory there?
It's something we talked about and something we do want to be aggressive on the bases. I mean, I got asked about, I believe from Korean media, was Jung-Hoo being too aggressive? Maybe, in San Diego he makes a third out at third, but the Padres made a mistake, and we want to try and capitalize on other people's mistakes. And I think the only way you find out what is being too aggressive is to toe that line or go over that line, and then maybe you learn lessons and you pull back a little bit. So, and I appreciate the phrase Tony V baseball, but while myself and then the other coaches need to be leaders, ultimately the guys on the field are going to play, and we just want them to play free and play aggressive. So those are things we've talked about too. And then you add in the extra mix of just some of the things Luis did this weekend, or, against San Diego in particular. He's got a very unique style. The game comes slow to him. He's having fun out there, and yet he's really intense. He's a special guy to have around. And I'm hoping some of what he's got going on wears off on the other guys too, because it's a really unique deal just getting to watch him play every night.
Yeah, I'd say Luis Arraez has maybe gotten off to the best start on the entire team, what he's doing on the base pass, what he's doing with the bat, and even what he's doing defensively. But, Tony, we've also seen you move him around in the lineup, whether it's the leadoff spot, the 3-hole, or the full hole. So talk to us about that process. What goes into those decisions? What is the thought process when you are drawing up these lineups?
Yeah, for me, I don't know where my opinion matches up with others, because I think there's a lot of varying opinions that you can dive into. I've said it a million times. I like healthy debates among the coaches. So I think, drawing on everyone's opinion, and you got a unique deal with guys like Buster, and then I feel like I'm close with the other upper management guys, just asking them their opinion, even though they've given us complete freedom to do what we think we need to do. All the coaches, I like at least knowing where the players like to be. That doesn't mean they're necessarily going to be there. And then how guys are swinging at a particular time. We're early in the season, so it's a little tough to judge that part. And then you got the matchups too. And then some of it is just not, hey, this is the best guy in this particular spot. It's just putting together the whole 9 guys. And where we got good at Tennessee, which is a completely different level, is where all 9 guys were a pain in the butt for the other staff. And, you don't really know where those RBI situations are going to come. The other night, it was 7, 8, and 9 that did a lot of the damage and set the table. And, Willie ended up coming up in some RBI situations, even though he was in the leadoff spot. So if I was to say one big thing about it is sometimes it comes up as crucial. Sometimes it comes up as overrated, where guys are at. But what never comes up underrated or undervalued is needing all 9 guys when they do get their opportunity, no matter what situation it is, get the cleats in the dirt and compete for the Giants. And again, if 9 guys do that, it's a pain in the butt to be a pitching coach. I've been that guy.
Tony Vitello is the voice you hear on our Giants Executive Show. We rotate Buster and Tony and Zach Manassian and Larry Bear, so we appreciate it. Bright and early, the manager getting up and talking to these Giants fans out here. So we've done a lot of macro, big picture stuff and the win and all that. Now we go micro, first base. Casey Schmidt has played every game at first base. He's not a natural first baseman. I think he came up as a shortstop and then a third baseman. So we'd love to know, when you and your coaches sit down and talk about the lineup, why have you played Casey at first every game? And is that going to change anytime soon, given Devers' health?
Yeah, I think, Rafi's closer. I don't think it's anything immediate. The one thing we've tried to do is get other guys caught up to being able to play at that position, just to kind of lengthen the amount of options we have. At this point, Casey's shown the best defense more than anything. And it was unique on day one. We're looking ahead like Giants fans, and, the lineup all along was going to be Casey and Rafi in there. So it just kind of became a switch out. As a couple weeks out, Rafi had some hamstring issues. So, right now, he's capable of doing damage with the bat. Like a lot of our hitters, he's capable of just flat out doing better than he's done so far in a small sample size. But defensively, he's shown the best over there. Yesterday was unique with, you wonder, because I've been the baseball player before where one play affects confidence of another. You wonder if the first one's really tricky. You got to put yourself in the guy's shoes of, Chappie's got to get rid of it because Machado can run pretty good and it was a tricky play. But then you got the biggest guy on the Padres bearing down on you and the ball meeting at the same time. Mm-hmm. All of us would like the play made. It wasn't made. You move on, and we're still in a position to win the game. I think twice now, Casey is guilty of what every first baseman is. This is where my experience pays off. In college, you got young guys. A lot of guys are converting to that spot, and then a lot of guys just haven't been coached at that spot. Stretching early is the most common problem over at first base, and it's really difficult to not do. You need experience, and I think he's been guilty of that a couple times, but not guilty of, again, to me, competing, because nobody felt worse after the game yesterday. And, there were 2 plays that had a big impact, but there were a lot of other plays that went on in that game too.
Just to follow up on Rafael Devers, because we have not seen him in the field yet. We know he is dealing with some hamstring tightness. We saw him bust down the line the other day pretty damn hard. So do you guys have a timeline of when you do want to see him back in the field?
Yeah, and he did that, against our advisement, mainly mine. I got made fun of for yelling at him in spring training to kind of cool it on the bases a little bit. But he was hauling butt, down the line a couple different times in spring training, once almost beating out an infield hit. And so it's kind of been the theme that we already know of. He feels really comfortable in a straight line. But when you're getting into a squat position or, you're potentially stretching real far, but even just a little bit is where his discomfort is. So that's where everybody's at right now is, all right, we have 162 games to play. How deep in do we go before we're pushing it? Because right now, I think everybody agrees we'd be pushing it a little bit. And then on the flip side of that, they're doing, Gresh and his staff are doing everything possible with him to loosen that thing up and just get him feeling where he needs to be. And it'd be sugarcoating or however you want to phrase it. I'd be saying the wrong thing if I didn't say our best lineup is with those common 8 guys that everybody knows out there in the field every day. And that, of course, means Rafi at first.
Couple quick ones follow up. Luis Arraez can play first. Have you guys thought about playing him there in the meantime?
Yeah, it's potential, but it's also, a part of Luis's selection of where he was going to play. Of course, being a free agent. And he was, determined to play second base. And I think that's something that we were determined to do too, is kind of feel really good about that spot. Casey and Koss offer a tremendous amount of flexibility on the field that are talented guys, but we're looking for an everyday veteran second baseman. And so that's where that combination kind of met in the middle. And I use that word determination on purpose, determined to play second. That's one of the reasons you see him playing well defensively, is the mindset met with the work ethic to play that position. So that's kind of the background behind that.
Got it. Okay, so we just talked about your 8 guys and their lineup. And one of the things that has stood out is, my gosh, an everyday lineup over and over and over again. And in many ways, that's a positive. But in some ways, you're thinking, okay, well, day game after a night game is a good time to get some guys off their feet. You guys did strike out 14 times yesterday. Maybe some guys were a little lethargic. Pavetta has something to do with that, I know. But are you now beginning to learn, like, okay, here's how I got to start using my bench guys? Or no, I'm going with my 8?
A little bit. I mean, I think at this point, Jared, had a lot to do with, tacking on to the lead the night before. His role has kind of been seen now by fans as he's a weapon offensively on the bases. Doesn't mean he can't do other things, but he'll eventually get some time in the outfield. But, for the most part, those are our 3 guys. The left side guys literally want to be out there every day. We're a little limited right now what we can do on the right side. I think Gerard eventually will get his opportunity over at first base. He's worked hard to try and put some reps into that position. And then Patty and I met the night before, and our options were to, switch out and let Dusak catch yesterday, or to do it today. Today we see a left-handed pitcher. It's after a road trip. Patty really felt like he had a good sense of the Padres lineup as far as pitch calling goes, and then also had started to catch a little bit of a rhythm at the plate. So after some discussions with everybody, we decided to go with Bailey yesterday and Susak today, as opposed to flipping that.
A few more minutes here with Giants manager Tony Vitello on the Giants Executive Show on KNBR, sponsored by Redwood Credit Union, for you, for community, for 75 years. And Tony, just kind of a big picture, broad question on the ABS challenge system. Now, I know you guys got to work through it throughout spring training, but now 6 games into the regular season, what is the strategy there for you guys? Do you like it when guys are aggressive early? Do you want to save some of those challenges in your back pocket for later on in games? Would you rather have your pitchers and catchers have it in their back pocket versus the batters maybe getting an extra opportunity? What's the philosophy and overall team strategy when it comes to using these ABS challenges?
Yeah, the conversations in spring training were really good, because it was just pulling out outliers where, hey, the next time this comes up, really try and do this, or let's not use it here. But we just wanted the guys to experiment with it and be aggressive. So going into the season, we were one of the highest rated teams, and the guys had done a really good job. And obviously a big part of that was, Patty Bailey's so good at kind of having a feel for that, not just the catcher, but a hitter. He had a lot of success. So there wasn't a lot that wanted to be changed. But one thing we've seen and kind of pointed out to the guys is they've been a little tentative with it. But I think a part of that is just, understanding when you're out of them, things change. And I'll let you guys talk about that on air, because there's a lot that changes. Some of it you can control, some of it you can't. And then, 8th and 9th inning, you'd like to have one in your back pocket, in particular on defense, or if you're, up at the plate with the game on the line, that also would fall into that category. If anything, I think guys have been a little hesitant, and it's to no fault of them not considering it. I think everybody's trying to keep the team in mind, and it's interesting. I don't like putting conspiracy theories out there, but, probably a little bit of that hesitancy has been a little bit of the try hard that we've seen out of our guys. And I don't know if it appears that way on TV or in the stands, but I think if we're guilty of anything as a group, it's just trying a little too hard to do well and to win. And when you do that, you're not loose and you're not yourself, and you tend to lock up a little bit in situations. And again, I think there's been some situations, in particular on offense where we've drawn ball 4, but our guys haven't used that. But we've also seen if you use it early, all of a sudden now you're a little bit hamstrung in the middle innings because you don't want to spend that second one and go through the last 3 innings even without one.
Yeah, Padres blew one early yesterday. Listen, we could go on and on and on and on, but we're talking to a man who just experienced his first California earthquake. He's got to get his bearings. So we're going to let you go, but rapid fire just at the end, some fun ones. If anybody from Knoxville or Missouri or Arkansas texted you in the past week and said, "Hey, Tony, how's the show?" What's your answer?
You know what? I got to be honest. I had to comment. The hotel accommodations and the food are a little bit better. Yeah,
it's like that crash.
I really, I really enjoyed working in Arkansas. But we actually finished our season there as an opponent, and the Fairfield Inn in Fayetteville, Arkansas. You're on a little bit of a remote island out there.
It's not the Hotel Del Coronado. No.
And also I was chatting with one of the Tennessee players, and we had a good conversation going, but I said, all right, man, I got to get going. He had a midweek game going against a non-conference opponent, and I told him we got Fernando Tatis to worry about. So it's kind of a comical moment.
You just reminded me of the Crash Davis scene in Bull Durham when he's like, all the batting practice balls are white, and they take your bags, and then we'll get PG-13. All the women have long legs and brains, right? So,
yes, indeed. I'd be lying if I didn't say I've thought about that scene at some point.
Okay, good man. Okay, so that's one. Number 2, we love to be flattered here in San Francisco, our beautiful city. Tell us about the park. Standing, you said, so I mean, you played the Sultanes and there was like 2 or 3 people there. Then you played the Yankees and it was 40,000, and you looked up a couple times and you looked at the sky and the cove and all that. Can you brag about that site, Tony? Tell us how awesome it was.
Just the whole vibe of the city, because my family's here, and you know, we had the off days here walking the streets. And I come from the Midwest, born, and then lived in the East Coast. And one thing that was talked about a bunch, and I was fortunate enough to meet the mayor, was how the new mayor has impacted the city. I only know what I know. I was here a bunch, a couple decades ago, and maybe a little closer too in recent time. I've always loved the city, but whatever's going on right now, maybe it was the magic of opening day. Just the vibe, the energy, the look of was phenomenal outside the park. Inside the park, the national anthem, everything that had to go with it was so great that I found myself maybe not enjoying it as much as I should have, because you don't want to get distracted from the game. And so I kind of look forward to being game 56 or whatever number you want to attach to it, and being at home and really kind of taking in time to relish in the unique environment we have, because you got the fans here are active. I thought we had that too in the SEC, is the fans are big in number, but that doesn't mean a lot unless they're active. And they just seem to be very active here. And then you get views from our stadium that are during pregame when I'm moving around. It's a great park. Everybody knows that. I'm jealous of the people that get the overhead views. You know, I rewatch the games, and every now and then they'll show that overhead view. When you got the bay and everything else, it's incredible.
No, the drones that NBC Sports Bay Area use have been a game changer. It's just spectacular. So I'm glad you're all enjoying that. And by the way, the final most important question is, what did you say to the heckler in San Diego?
Is there one guy in particular?
Well, so when you won your first game, you turned around and said something to the crowd, and we thought it was to maybe mom and dad or sisters.
Oh,
you said it was a heckler.
There was a guy that just would not stop yelling at me, but he wasn't. I don't know if he was a Giants fan or a Padres fan. He just kept yelling, and those seats wrap around the dugouts like a lot of these parks now. They want you close to the action. So I just looked and kind of gave a thumbs up, and to this day, I don't know if he was for or against, but he was loud.
Okay.
Now yesterday, I know which guys were definitely not for the Giants. I think old Harry Bader, probably because he looks like Randy Macho Man Savage in a baseball uniform. They like talking to him, I can tell you that.
Bader tots. There you go. All right, listen, we're getting to know you. Everybody's getting to know you. It was great to take away. Hey, the Giants only beat the Padres 3 times last year. and you got them twice in one series in their park. So that's pretty good. Now, as you said to your buddy from Tennessee, hey, I got to go. I got the New York Metropolitans to worry about. I got Juan Soto and Frankie Lindor coming to town. So that's the fun part, man. We'll let you go worry about Juan Soto and Frankie Lindor. We sure do appreciate hopping on with Murph and Marcus. We'll do it again in a month, and we'll see you at some of those pregame dugout gatherings too. But thanks, Tony, for being so generous with your time, and have a great day.
Yeah, thanks, Tony.
You bet. Take care, guys.
Tony V on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Tony Vitello is the man. That was really, really great. Awesome questions by the guys as well. Stay tuned for the recap on that interview all day long right here on The Sports Leader. Another cool thing we're doing, we're giving away 2 tickets to go see Bob Dylan. The show's going to be on Sunday, June 14th at the Greek Theater in Berkeley. Listen between 7 and 10 for your chance to win. When you hear Murph, give the cue to call, dial 415-896-KNBR. And if you're caller number 10, that means you win. The prize is furnished by Another Planet Entertainment. And for more information and official rules, visit thesportsleader.com.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Marcus Boucher back on a Thursday morning to win you some money on Prize Picks. That's right, baseball season is back, and the playoff push is heating up in basketball, and so that means it's the perfect time to join us right now and win some cash on Prize Picks. Every bucket, every dime, every win means that much more when you're playing on Prize Picks. So don't pass up your next shot with Prize Picks and get $50 instantly in lineups when you play your first $5 lineup. It's as simple as that. Pick some of your favorite Bay Area players. Young Tony's going down to the Sharks game tonight. Maybe he adds Macklin, Celebrini, points, and assists to get into the goal, to get to the back of the net, to win some money tonight. But I'm going to be down at Oracle Park watching the Giants and the Mets, and they have plenty of options to choose from. You can pick Rafael Devers to have more than less, 1.5 hits, runs, and RBIs. You could take Juan Soto or Frankie Lindor to have less than 1.5 hits, runs, and RBIs. All of these options are available right now on Prize Picks. So join us and download the app and use the code word LEADER to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. That's code LEADER to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks.
Tell them to bring me my money.
This is The Big Hit, sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at our independently owned authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com. Murph and Marcus continue live from the Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Oh, my goodness. Marcus was so moved by the Tony V interview, he ripped his microphone off the stand. Look at YouTube right now.
An interview so good with Tony V, I didn't want to put the microphone down.
You went Harrison Bader, Randy Macho Man Savage is like, give me that microphone, and you ripped it off.
What a gift this microphone is.
That has happened to me, brother.
Yeah.
You got to get Curly Co Construction in here, the best hire in the Sunset District.
I'll tough it out. Now I can
We were
move
in
around.
commercial break. I wanted to get the video, but it's just I didn't reach one in time.
Now you're like
I feel like a lead singer.
Yeah, you feel like a Vegas lounge singer here. Yeah,
Just moving around, strolling around in my chair.
Why don't you sing Mac the Knife right there? Yeah. Oh, that shark has. So anyway, that just happened right when we were coming back. It distracted us a little bit. But thanks to Tony V for being a willing participant. 7:30 in the morning is early for a big leaguer. But I get the feeling he's the kind of guy, I don't know if he sleeps a ton. He's awake a lot thinking.
Well, we know that he wasn't sleeping last night after being woke up, awakened from a slumber by that earthquake last night.
Hey, what do you think, buddy? Tony, you finally got validation on the earthquake because I walked in at my usual time. I said, boys, as I always do, and Tony immediately's like, dude, the earthquake. And I'm like, what earthquake? He's like, oh, man. And Curly's like, yep, chewing his gum. Yeah, I felt it. And I was like, well, I didn't feel it. Tony's like, dude, where were you? 149. And overnight Dave's like, yeah, the whole thing was shaking. And I was like, I'm sorry, I didn't feel it. So it's always disappointing when somebody didn't feel the earthquake. You can't share stories. Well, guess what? Tony V felt it.
Bro.
He's your guy.
He must be in the Marina or North Beach. Let me tell you, Curly and I were both up there, and we felt it for sure.
I was going to say, I'm in the city. I slept straight through it. I had no idea. Like, I honestly thought the boys were riffing. They were like, Marcus, did you feel the 4-point earthquake last night? I was like, yeah, we talking Macklin Celebrini down at the tank?
Yeah,
like that was the 4-point earthquake that I felt last night.
How we opened the show, making a joke about Macklin registering 4.6 on the Richter scale. Yeah. But no, Tony felt it, and welcome to San Francisco. He got his first, and then he said at that point he was up for an hour, and he goes, like most Giants fans, on my phone trying to figure out how to win a game. Hope he's not reading comments, right? Don't read comments, Tony.
Twitter is not real life.
I know, because the Chapman-Schmidt incident yesterday, and he addressed it after the game yesterday, saying it's like brothers in the backyard. But man, oh man, we went very, very big picture with him. His first big league win, what it's like to be in the show, running out the same lineup every day. He basically kind of doubled down on that, by the way. He's like, yeah, those are our guys. Yep. Very interesting. He said, we're not messing with the left side of our infield, Chapman and Adrien.
That is true. Same 8 guys, but they have mixed up the order a little bit. So it was good seeing like an inside the look of the Tony V brain with his brain trust and all those minds that he has in the dugout and in the front office of how they even draw up some of these lineups.
Yeah, you're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. I found him to be relaxed and chatty. You know, he can be, as we know, he likes to go a little bit. Somebody joked that we needed the young Tony. What did young Tony ask today? Bell. Ding. After 60 seconds. But no, we enjoyed kind of peeking into his brain. I liked letting him brag about San Francisco. I always like to do that for people who are new. Tell me how beautiful our city is.
Tell us. Come on.
So, but yeah, for him to get into that vibe and him to get into that, I asked about the Arraez steal of third. He kind of chuckled about Tony V baseball, but he said, I want these guys playing free and loose. And so basically, I think he said, yeah, we might have talked about it, but that's Luis Arraez doing it on his own. He mentioned Jung-Hoo Lee getting thrown out. Sounds like he wasn't that upset with Jung-Hoo trying to be aggressive like that.
No, and I get it. Traditionally, it's the old cliche in baseball, never make the first or third out at third base, and Jung-Hoo Lee did make the third out, but I think Tony likes some of that aggressive nature, and it's a nice balance that we're seeing from the first couple games of the season where he felt like maybe there was a little bit too try hard, too much emotion, but he also loves seeing the aggressiveness on the base pass and even at the plate when we start talking about ABS. There's been a couple situations where the Giants have showed up in the 9th inning with 2 challenges ready to go, which is a great scenario, but that also means you can take some risk earlier in games and maybe win some of those challenges and give your guys a couple more extra at-bats.
All right, what are you guys saying on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line for the first Tony V show of the season? 408, Tony V is a treat, man. I think he's only going to get better and better for us. Great interview. Silver lining from last night, Adrien Houser looked pretty good.
He did.
925 says, Tony V found his niche, a 2-on-1 phone interview on KNBR, shorter, focused answers, no analogies, no digressions. He says, thank you for not bringing up Chapman and Schmidt. We meant to. It was on our list, but we got so many things going on. And he kind of addressed it yesterday, too.
And we spent more time focusing on the actual defensive issue with Casey Schmidt being over at first base.
He addressed that at length.
And Rafael Devers still not ready to go on the field, apparently.
And his defense was that Casey's the best defensive first baseman over there. And he talked about the two plays in specific. The one was, you got Machado bearing down on you and the ball's going into the base path. It's a tough play. The second one, he said, no, he's stretching too early, and that's been a problem, and we're working on it. He did say that. 510 says, fantastic Tony V conversation today. You covered a lot of territory, and he was terrific. 408 says, dude, love Tony V. He's an interesting guy. 831 says, wow, Tony V has a lot to say, and I like it. He doesn't just give the quick answer to the question. He turns it into a conversation, makes for a good, entertaining interview. 925 says, what a great interview that guy is. His openness and authenticity is incredibly refreshing. And here's the first negative one. 408 says, that try-hard S is nonsense and makes my skin crawl every time he says it. Okay.
All right.
510 says, what's happening now is old school baseball is back. Analytics have taken a back seat. Awesome. That goes back to the Logan Webb decision. 408 says, Tony V sounds like a caffeinated version of Bomel. 916 says, awesome answer about Pat Bailey. We talked about that, about catching him. So Susac will catch tonight.
Yeah, because it was interesting to see Patrick Bailey back-to-back games in the squad, night game going into a day game yesterday.
214 says, awesome talk with Vitello. Say what you will about his word salads, but it definitely makes for great listening in the morning after the game. 408 says, love that phrase by Tony V, play free and aggressive. Here's the guy, 707, says, you need that 60-second bell with Tony V. 773 says, I'm on team Tony V. More coming in, too. 510 says, P.S. we need to appreciate Tony's respectful responses to you two. And then 925 said, I heard there's a guy down in AAA who's getting pretty good at first base. We didn't get a chance to ask him about Bryce, which, the beat writers will all ask about that. Bryce had, by the way, I think 2 knocks and a double yesterday.
Good for Bryce.
You know who's also hitting down there? Grant McCray.
Dude, and he's been cutting down that strikeout rate all spring training long. I mean, if you're looking for a left-handed option off the bench, Grant McCray would be one of your first options.
I think Will Brennan did too. So listen, he's sticking with the regular stuff. I tried to ask him about playing the bench more. That would be my one thing. I would say that, and this, I could be totally wrong on this. So throw a tomato at me if you think I'm wrong. Thank you. 14 strikeouts yesterday. I know Nick Pavetta's a strikeout guy. He had like 190 last year, something like that. But it was a lot of strikeouts. Too many. It reminded me of last year. I looked it up. The Giants, I was like, after 6 games, where are the Giants in strikeouts in Major League? They're actually only middle of the pack. They're not top 10. So they're doing better in that. But I wondered if some of the strikeouts are because day game after a night game, some guys are maybe a little dragging just a smidge. And that's why maybe you play a fresher guy, Christian Koss, I don't know, Jared Oliva, Gerard Encarnacion, I don't know, a Susac per se, but he addressed the Susac one saying Bailey said he had a good handle on the Padre lineup and he wanted to use his knowledge of what he gleaned in the first 2 games to catch. So maybe you buy that one, but day game after a night game, Patty Bailey, he didn't have a good offensive game.
No,
right?
And it's a long season, and I thought it would have been a perfect time for a day off for Patrick Bailey. And I said it before the game yesterday. I thought it would have been a day off for Casey Schmidt, too, over at first base, whether you wanted to put Gerard out there or even switch over at Luis Arraez and play Casey Schmidt at second, maybe just to give him an off day because he hasn't been too great at the plate either. I know he had a knock in that Tuesday game against the Padres, but you're going to have to get these bats into the lineup at some point. But getting back to your earlier point, the problem is a lot of these bats off the bench are not better than the options they currently have in the lineup. So there's really not going to be too many pinch hit situations when Christian Koss is here as a defensive replacement for Luis Arraez late. Jared Oliva is a guy that's essentially just a pinch runner, and we've seen Gerard's gotten one opportunity, kind of fisted a ball yesterday. They just really don't have the deepest bench in the league.
It's an interesting thing. I just, that's the one thing that's addling me a little bit. I'm very pleased with the bullpen. We didn't get to ask him about Jose Butto either, which didn't sound great. No. Forearm tightness. Also, World Baseball Classic guy.
Yeah, you know how I always get that red flag anytime you mention a forearm with pitchers.
He was definitely off. His velo was down, his location. Definitely. But I actually, we didn't get a chance to ask Tony this because bigger picture, bigger fish to fry than why did you use Butto in the 8th inning last night? But the game was 3-1 when he came in, or 5? What was it, 3-1 or 5? It was 3-1 when he came in, right?
I think you're correct.
Yeah, is that he had pitched the night before, and I knew he only threw 18 pitches, and even by Little League standards, you can pitch back-to-back days when you throw under 20. But I thought with so many options, I wondered why they went right back to him. He'd only pitched a few hours earlier, and then it went poorly. So I don't know. Again, that's small-ish potatoes, but he might be hurt, and all of a sudden those guys down in AAA who, the Trevor McDonalds and the Carson Seymours and the Carson Wisenhuns, they might get a call.
Yeah, tell Spencer Bivens or Tristan Beck to get ready to go. It's like some of those guys, someone's going to have to be called up.
What happens is that, we're sending you to AAA, kid. Keep your phone on.
Yeah, stay ready. Yeah. Get ready to be on the taxi squad. But yeah, I was a little curious to see Butteau back-to-back days. Not the end of the world, but also once he walked the second and third guys, I'm like, what are we doing still having Jose Butteau out there? I never want to see a reliever walk 4 guys in an inning.
Kruk and Kuiper talking about that, and they said they showed the bullpen. They're like, it's his inning. They're like, they got 7 straight now, 4 with the Mets and 3 with the Phillies. So they got to conserve arms to a certain degree, but that went poorly with Butteau. All right, 808 KNBR is the phone number to react to that. Yes, Macklin. We opened the show talking about Macklin and the earthquake down at SAP Center. Of course, having Tony V on kind of nudged that to the side. We can get back to that a little bit later in the show, too. And, of course, we got some Mets preview at 8:30, cooler content at 9:15. But, yes, Sharks fans, we were all thrilled by it, and we've even added to the win package since then with Ryan Reeves. Now, we got to fix this freaking microphone. Curly Co. Construction, get in here, and we'll be right back on The Sports Leader.
It's like watching a god on ice.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Curly's on the case, ladies and gentlemen. That's all you need to know. In life in general, Curly's on the case. He'll get it fixed. He'll get it solved. Don't you worry. We also have another cool contest we're doing this week. We're giving away 2 tickets to go see Bob Dylan. How about that? The show's going to be on Sunday, June 14th at the Greek Theater in Berkeley. Shout out to East Bay. Shout out to Tilden Park Golf Course. Great spot over there as well. Listen between 7 and 10 for your chance to win these tickets to go see Bob Dylan. When you hear Murph, give the cue to call. Dial 415-896-KNBR. That's 415-896-5627. And if you're caller number 10, that means you win. This prize is furnished by Another Planet Entertainment. And for more information and official rules, visit thesportsleader.com.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
You get in a 0-3 hole, and we know what last year's record was. It was, even Steven, and that's the mark that I think everyone has targeted. I know Giants fans may have other numbers in their head, and I'd like to feel I got as high a standards as anybody, but you get in that hole and your first thought is, how do we, get 3 wins as quickly as possible? So we're at least at a mark that we want to be. And I get it. It is early in the season, although I also get, the first 10 games are always overreacted, is what John Smoltz's quote was to me. And I said, well, I'm one of those overreactors. We want to win as quickly as possible and kind of get this train rolling. But yeah, it was a great feeling to, more than anything, to see what we know we have in that locker room kind of come together.
Hey, Tony V on our show this morning. We'll do him every 4 weeks with Buster Posey, Zach Manazzi, and Larry Bear all rotating in. And let's get into it. He's talking about getting those wins there. He got 2 in San Diego. He wants more. The Mets in tonight. Let's react to more what he had to say. And by the way, shout out our rejoins today, paying tribute to our astronauts who are going around the moon.
We're going to the freaking moon.
And this is David Bowie, our second Bowie rejoin. This is Life on Mars, where by the end of your run on this planet, Marcus, maybe we'll be up there.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know.
We're going back to the freaking moon, that's why.
Oh, hey, what did you just say?
We're going to the freaking moon.
Wait, did he
dropped the freaking.
He did.
We're going back to the freaking moon, that's why.
Okay, I thought he said.
No, it's freaking. Just like Casey Schmidt was told to catch the freaking ball yesterday by Matt Chapman.
Did you just sub that in? Because I thought the kid dropped the actual F-bomb.
No. See, I thought the same thing. When I first saw the clip, I thought he said the F-bomb. Then I sent it in this morning, and it's crystal clear. He says freaking.
We're going back to the freaking moon, that's why.
That's incredible, man. All right. Shout out the Space Rejoins. It's our second Bowie. Hey, the more Bowie, the better. We had Space Oddity, of course, Major Tom, you name it. We did play some Pink Floyd, Dark Side of the Moon, too, but we digress. Back to Tony Vitello here on Planet Earth, where the Giants are taking on the Mets. By the way, we're going to get a little Mets preview by Will Sammon, the outstanding baseball writer for The Athletic at 8:30. Did you know the Mets just lost 2 out of 3 in St. Louis? And yesterday, Frankie Lindor got picked off at first when he wasn't paying attention.
Frankie.
And also lost track of outs. Man on first, 1 out, ground ball to short. He stepped on second, started going to the dugout. It's only 2 outs. And they went 1 for 29 with runners in scoring position. So this is why Mets fans are already chapped at 3-3 right now.
Somebody should tell Frankie Lindor, if he's ever lost, if he's ever confused, there's this thing called the scoreboard right behind you. It's got all the information you need to know.
I hate to think that the Mets then, after bottoming out in St. Louis, are going to get hot here against the Giants. But listen, we talked to a lot of things. Talked to Vitello, Tony V, about a lot of things. But the biggest one, I think, is what's going on over at first base. And, we said Casey Schmidt's played first every game, and yesterday he didn't have a good game. So he did address it, and he addressed a lot of it. He broke down the 2 plays specifically. He did say that he thinks Casey's their best option currently. He said Arraez doesn't want to go over from second base. Arraez can play first, but apparently it sounds like there may have been a little business arrangement where he's like, I'm going to sign here, but I got to play second base.
Yeah, we talked to Luis Arraez down at Scottsdale, and I asked him about taking the contract offer from the Giants on a one-year deal versus other teams that offered him a little bit more length. And the number one reason why he signed with the San Francisco Giants is they gave him the opportunity, and it sounds like damn near a promise, that he would get the chance to play second base day in and day out.
And to be fair, he has been pretty good.
I would say yes.
And in fact, he made an outstanding play yesterday, ranging to his left that required a 360 pivot and throw to Adrien Houser covering the bag. I mean, it was as good a play as you're going to see.
Oh, he's had a few plays this year, too, cutting guys off at home with the infield in, going to his left-hand side. Like, I know he doesn't have the most range in the world where he's not going to be diving over the middle of the infield, making backhanded plays and throwing people out to win a Gold Glove, but the way people talked about his defense before was they were acting like the kid literally had a skillet out there and couldn't catch the ball.
And by the way, he's currently the leading hitter on the Giants. And I know it's a small sample size, but do you know how many Giants are hitting on the interstate? Pretty much every one of them, except for Frankie Lindor. I think Devers, even though he's been very quiet to start the season. He did this last year in Boston. Remember, he started very quiet.
Yep.
He has no ribs, by the way. Not a single RBI.
No
from Rafael
ribs.
Devers.
He's got to go see a doctor.
Hey, there you go, buddy. Ribless Devers.
This guy think he is Marlon Manson?
Hey, Marilyn Manson.
Marilyn.
Yeah, there you go, buddy. Marlon is Marilyn's little brother.
Yeah, exactly.
Young Tone, what do you got here from Tony
So
V?
you were asking Tony V just about first base in general, and hey, Casey Schmidt's been playing every day at first base. Is that ever going to change? Will Rafael Devers ever play first base this season? Here he is.
You know, Rafi's closer. I don't think it's anything immediate. The one thing we've tried to do is get other guys caught up to being able to play at that position, just to kind of lengthen the amount of options we have. At this point, you know, Casey's shown the best defense more than anything. And it was unique on day one. We're looking ahead like Giants fans, and, you know, the lineup all along was going to be Casey and Rafi in there. So it just kind of became a switch out as a couple weeks out. You know, Rafi had some hamstring issues. So, yeah, right now, I mean, he's capable of doing damage with the bat. Like a lot of our hitters, he's capable of just flat out doing better than he's done so far in a small sample size. But defensively, he's shown the best over there. Yesterday was unique with, you know, you wonder, because I've been the baseball player before where one play affects confidence of another. You wonder if the first one's really tricky. You got to put yourself in the guy's shoes of, you know, Chappie's got to get rid of it because Machado can run pretty good, and it was a tricky play. But then you got the biggest guy on the Padres bearing down on you and the ball meeting at the same time. All of us would like the play made. It wasn't made.
Yeah, so, you know, he's breaking it down, and it's true. It was. It just looked bad in a game that was 0-0, and then it was 2-0 because of two plays. And then, of course, the famous Chapman catch, the blanking ball. And Tony addressed it after the game yesterday. He said, it's what you say to your brother in the backyard, which I thought was a very good answer. And Schmidt and Chapman both addressed it, too. In fact, you have the Chapman cut, Tony, where he does say, listen, it's baseball and it's kind of heated. I think it was cut, I think you got it right here, buddy. Cut I. It's baseball, cut I. Matt Chapman about telling Casey on the mound, catch the blanking ball.
Yeah, it's baseball. Happens. You know, it's first base isn't something that he plays every single day. And, you know, we're all trying to get outs. We're all working hard here, so happens.
Okay, so he did it. And then Casey said, yeah, he's my guy. I should have caught the ball. Sound like all parties handled it the right way.
Yeah,
they handled like grown-ups.
And look, Matt Chapman and Casey Schmidt have a great relationship. They've talked about this before. Casey actually looks up to a guy like Matt Chapman with all the gold gloves and platinum gloves that he's won over at third base. But Murph, we said this the minute that he signed with the San Francisco Giants, that Matt Chapman does have some of that red ass in him. And he's looking to be a leader in the clubhouse and a leader on the field too. When he throws that ball across the diamond, he expects Casey Schmidt to catch the damn ball. And it's as simple as that. Like those are two plays Casey Schmidt should have made yesterday.
Yeah, agreed totally. So, yeah, and again, you're right. We do like a little red ass. Yeah. By the way, circling back on my stat about Arraez being the leading hitter, 304. And again, 6 games, I get it. But still, Adames, 250, Devers, 227. He's found a few holes, even though he hasn't hit the ball well. And then are you ready for the parade of interstate? Jung-Hoo Lee, 190. Matt Chapman, 182. Elliot Ramos, 182. Harrison Bader, 182. Casey Schmidt, 158. Pat Bailey 111. 6 guys on the interstate.
Yeah,
6
look,
guys.
and that's an issue. And I wasn't counting on Casey Schmidt to carry this lineup. He's a utility guy. He shouldn't be in the lineup every single day. But you look at the offensive stats and you're saying to yourself, 6 games into the season, my everyday first baseman, and I'm saying that with air quotes, is not only making mistakes defensively, he's hitting a $158.
Yeah, with 1 rib.
Which really is
1 extra base hit.
Something I probably read more into that answer from Tony V is that Casey Schmidt and Rafael Devers were essentially going to be in the lineup together regardless. So that tells me even if Devers is at first base, that means that Casey Schmidt would have got the nod over Gerard at DH. That leaves me with the question, what the hell are you doing with Gerard and Encarnacion?
Yeah, that's been the one thing that's addled me, and we mentioned it to him, but he kind of mentioned his guys. Listen, we got to go, I know, but the only guys with multiple extra bag hits, Willie Adames has a double and a homer. Jung-Hoo Lee has 3 doubles. There you go, right there. And then Harrison Bader has a double and a bomb. Nobody else has crooked numbers on extra base hits. So they got to get going with the bats for sure. Yesterday was a little too much like the Yankee series. For sure. Can we get Herman Marquez back? Can we get that back?
Please.
All right. Will Salmon's a great baseball writer for The Athletic. He covers the Mets. We'll get a preview of the next 4 days. I'm calling for a split. I mean, I'll take 3, but I'm calling for a split. David Peterson against Robbie Ray tonight at 6:45. Friday night, and they're orange. We'll get Tyler Malley against Nolan McLean. Saturday in the Gigantes jerseys, Landon Roop against Clay Holmes. And then Sunday, they're finally wearing the creams. Kodai Senga and Logan Webb. Sunday at 1:05. Will Salmon. We still got some Macklin to get to. Cooler of content. Good Thursday on the Sports Leader. All right, let's go Amici's, East Coast Pizzeria, and baseball. After a long winter, baseball's back, baby. It's April. So let's eat pizza at Amici's, and let's watch baseball. You can go in person, by the way. 10 beautiful locations with big screen TVs. They'll have the Giants on. And order up the beautiful pizza. They got the new ones, too. I really like the salami honey and the pestoroni. I did. Peter brought them in. They were fantastic. I also brought in the new vodka, the new pasta, the penne alla vodka pasta. Also, that new Italian chopped sub sandwich. So many good new items. Just go to Amici's, eat them all, and watch baseball. Or if you want to watch on your couch, have them deliver it, right? Go to Amicis.com or use the app. Prompt, courteous, and professional delivery brought to your home from the people who made the darn food, the pizza, the pastas. And it will be piping hot and fresh and less expensive and faster than the mega delivery companies. Let's throw in some flame-roasted chicken wings while we're at it. The feast arrives for the weekend. Amici's Pizza and Baseball. Amicis.com. Use the app. Go in person to meet family and friends and watch the games. Amici's delivers.
I just want some pizza.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
All right, let's get into some Giants baseball. We got some Macklin coming up. Don't worry, we got a lot of that NHL on TNT highlights from last night. It was awesome. There were 2 earthquakes last night. One at 1:49 a.m. and one down at the tank, too. So, but it is baseball time. 4 Giants-Mets games. Should be a lot Mets fans in the building. Should be a lively atmosphere. The weather should be great, and the Giants are looking to kind of climb out of that early hole after taking 2 of 3 in San Diego. Mets, however, looking to reverse their fortune after losing 2 of 3 in St. Louis. Despite this lineup that's star-studded, Frankie Lindor, Juan Soto, Bo Bichette, Jorge Polanco, Luis Robert, Marcus Semien. My gosh, Giants would kill for any one of those guys. All right, a guy who does a great job covering the game of baseball and the Mets is Will Sammon, staff writer for The Athletic. He's joining us on the UMA guest line. Will, welcome to KNBR, the Giants flagship, the morning show. Murph and Marcus, Brian Murphy, Marcus Boucher. How you doing, Will?
Hey, morning, Will.
Hey, guys. Good to be on with you. Doing pretty well over here.
Yeah. Are you on the roadie? Are you in San Francisco?
So the Mets have a very strange schedule this year where they do a West Coast trip to San Francisco after going to St. Louis, and then not even 2 weeks later they go to LA. So, and then there's another one after that. So this is the one that I'm saying to myself, I'll sit this one out.
Okay.
So I'll be watching it from home, and I'll be on the road in the coming weeks for the next West Coast trips. It's a strange schedule this year for sure.
That is a lot of travel to the West Coast for the Mets. And Mets-Dodgers, of course, speaks for itself. It will be a gigantic series. So, okay, let's find out a little bit about these guys. So I just listed that incredible star-studded lineup. And yet, why when I look up Mets stories am I reading about Frankie Lindor making mental mistakes and the team going 1 for 29 with runners in scoring position? It was a bad series in St. Louis, huh?
It looks like they're pressing. That's what I'm seeing. And I say that because it's a lot of chase. It's a lot of swinging out of the strike zone on pitches. And it's happening with guys on base, and it's happening with runners in scoring position, and it's happening with their best players for the most part, outside of maybe Juan Soto. Bo Bichette's off to a pretty slow start, pretty much as slow as it can get for a guy like him. And he has admitted as much and has said, I had been looking for my moment as a Met. And that was kind of refreshing to hear because we don't often hear that sort of response to a question like that. But at this point, it's like, okay, well, you got to get back to being who you are because it's really being detrimental now. And it's really starting to catch up to them because other guys, it appears, are also pressing and looking to make something happen. And we see that with top of the order with Bichette and even toward the bottom where there are some guys like Francisco Alvarez, their catcher, Brett Beatty, who's kind of a super utility guy at this point. These young guys who kind of need to take that next step in their careers, we're seeing them get a little bit, doing a little bit too much, trying to do a little bit too much with it. So, and it's been unfortunate because they've gotten some really good pitching both from their starting rotation and their bullpen.
Yeah, Will, to your point, I know that there were some questions after the Bo Bichette signing. We all know what he can do with the bat, but there's also some questions about the glove. So how's that transition been like for him over at third base? And maybe is there a feeling that maybe he's overthinking in the field and he's carrying some of that into the box?
Yeah, that's a good point. That's something that scouts actually talked to me about during spring training. Is that was a question that they had as to whether he would get off to maybe a slow start and he would bring it to the batter's box. I don't know if those two things are so far related, just because defensively he's actually looked pretty good. I would say he had a few throws in the first couple of games that went up the line, and he has since kind of corrected that pretty quickly. And I thought he's actually been good with reading balls and making plays on bunts. So I haven't really seen a whole lot that makes me think, okay, he looks like a fish out of water there at third base and it's affecting him in the box. I think it's more so just here's a guy who was a free agent for the first time and signed a pretty good contract, especially just on the short-term end of it, and just how much money he is making this year. It's upward of $40 million. So he's expecting a lot out of himself, and the Mets are certainly expecting a lot for him, and so is the fan base, because it's going to be inevitable all year, the comparisons that are going to be made between this lineup and last year's lineup, which featured, of course, Pete Alonso and Brendan Nimmo, and Bichette's kind of the poster child for this change because he embodies everything that the Mets kind of wanted in this new group, which was supposed to be a lot of contact, a lot of clutch, and so far we're not seeing it.
Talking to Will Sammon, does a great job covering baseball and the Mets for The Athletic. Must read, and the Mets are in town for 4 big ones, man. The Giants did not get any breaks from the schedulers. The Yankees in town last weekend with one of the biggest payrolls in baseball. The Mets in town this weekend with one of the biggest payrolls in baseball. So it's varsity time for the Giants. Juan Soto, that's a guy who obviously the Yankees wanted to keep. Huge move last year. It doesn't even get him a playoff spot. But he is Juan Soto, and he still remains one of the most dangerous guys in the game. What's your take? What's your read? How's he fitting in? What should Giants fans expect in these next 4 games from this guy? In other words, I guess it's a long-winded way of saying, do you just pitch around him, or are there too many bats?
I feel like he's due. I feel like he's due for a couple of home runs, unfortunately, for Giants fans. He looks really good at the plate, I think, at least. He's on balls, and that's why I say that he looks due. Like, there's some times where you see a guy foul a ball off, and you're like, okay, wow, he like really just missed that. I've seen that a couple of times, and I've also seen like just the patented line drives up the middle into the opposite field from Juan Soto. And he's a guy that uses all fields. There's nobody that I've seen in person as frequently or as consistently be a judge of the strike zone as Juan Soto. He is like the human version of ABS. So he's on a different level. And I think this year he's just much more comfortable in a Mets uniform and in that Mets clubhouse. And that's kind of to be understandable after you sign the largest contract in the sport's history and all eyes are on you. I felt like it took him maybe a month or so to kind of get going to the Juan Soto standard of getting going. I think anybody else maybe in baseball outside of 2 or 3 other people would take his numbers through April of last year and be okay. But for Juan Soto, more is expected. And I just feel like this year you can kind of just tell by his vibe in the clubhouse, his vibe with guys on the field, just how he's interacting. He's much more comfortable, it seems, and that's bad news for opposing teams because him in that lineup, he makes it all go. And I just feel like once he really gets going and even the power starts to come and shows up in home runs, that will inevitably help someone like a Bo Bichette who is batting behind him.
Yeah, we saw Juan Soto show up in San Francisco a couple years ago in pinstripes and hit a couple home runs that almost went into the Cove. We'll see how he does this weekend here in San Francisco. But it also felt like we saw more of the Soto shuffle and some of that character when he was still playing for the Yankees. We saw some of that in the World Baseball Classic also. I know that was a bit of a storyline last year out in New York that he wasn't really embracing the Soto shuffle. But I guess the question is, have Mets fans fully embraced Juan Soto, and is the Soto shuffle back this season?
I don't know about the Soto shuffle. I saw a little glimmer of it, I think, on opening day, and that's kind of been like what it is at this point. Like, he didn't really do it a whole lot last year at really any point, and I think it was May or maybe late April. I actually asked him. I was like, "Where is it, man?" I was waiting for it. I was looking to see it, and he's just like, "I gotta feel it." I guess he never felt it that much because it never really showed up, and it could just be like, hey, he maybe just doesn't want to do it anymore. I don't know. But he definitely looks more comfortable. He's not doing push-ups like he was at the WBC or whatever he was doing over there. But I think the fan base has fully embraced Juan Soto because, one, how good he is, but he's also going to be here for a very long time. So you better get on board with this being the Juan Soto Mets because that ain't changing as far as I can see it. And he seems like he's embracing that too, though, by his, I think, relationships that he's building with someone like a Luis Robert Jr., who is a big X factor for this club, and the new right fielder, the rookie Carson Benj. He has really taken him under his wing as well. So it's definitely his outfield, and it's looking more and more like Juan Soto's team too.
It's a daunting lineup for sure, man. Francie, we didn't even get to Lindor, and so. But just real quick, the Lindor mistakes, getting picked off last night, well, maybe not paying attention and forgetting how many outs in the first inning. Small, just blip, or is there any concern that they're not all tuned in?
Well, the lack of focus was evident. That was bad. That's not something that you want to see. A few games into a season where there's really high expectations and there's a lot at stake for this club because they missed the playoffs last year, like you said, in the first year of Juan Soto. And after all this investment into this club, it was supposed to be a pretty good team. Turned out it wasn't. And so there's a lot on this group to make amends for that. And Francisco Lindor was part of that last year. He's not a new guy. He's been here a while. So I don't know. I wouldn't go as far as to say it's like something to be watchful of or to look at going forward, because like that's not something that Francisco Lindor really ever does. And that's also why it was kind of a story, was it's like, wow, that's an anomaly. That never really happens. He's always so focused. He's always so into the game that it was shocking to see that, like him forgetting the outs and then getting picked off. And the Mets manager, Carlos Mendoza, kind of gave him a little bit of a mulligan on the pickoff, but Lindor was the first one to tell you that, look, I got to be better. And that's kind of his MO when things go awry. He's always accountable. He's always that kind of leader. So I don't expect that to be something that happens more than what we saw from Francisco Lindor.
Interesting stuff, too. Yeah.
Well, final question for me is just a preview on some of these pitching matchups. Freddie Peralta, big offseason signing pitch yesterday, so the Giants will avoid him. David Peterson, the all-star from last year, is on the bump today against Robbie Ray. Nolan McLean, who we all saw in the World Baseball Classic, one of the top pitching prospects in baseball. Clay Holmes, the former reliever from the New York Yankees. And Kodai Senga with that ghost fork will be pitching as well this weekend. What can you tell us about the Mets rotation and what the Giants offense can expect to see?
It'll be tough for the Giants. I like the Giants club. Big, I covered Willie Adames when I covered the Milwaukee Brewers, so I know what he's all about. I like a lot. So it's a good test for them because this rotation, I think, is going to be a little bit better than what people gave them credit for at the beginning of the season, but it all hinges on Nolan McLean and Kodai Senga of that group of four that you previewed, because McLean's the guy who they need him to be that number one or number two with Freddie Peralta. He had just the 8 starts, but really everybody, what they saw from those 8 starts was this guy is legit. That's why he was on that USA WBC team. And then with Kodai Senga, he's, just like I said, Luis Robert Jr. is an X factor for their lineup. There's no bigger X factor for the rotation than Senga, because he could either be part of like a big three with those two other guys, or he could be like the odd guy out like Sean Manaea is right now. So the last start, he looked great. There was a lot of intrigue on that because he was demoted to the minor leagues, and he had an offseason where there was a lot of questions as to what exactly you're getting from this guy. Dare I say, he looked almost as good as ever because his fastball was 5 miles an hour faster than what we're used to seeing from it. So he looked like a little bit different in that regard. And so of that group, I am most excited to see what he looks like in start number 2.
Great stuff, Will. Hey, listen, we like reading you in The Athletic, and it's just fun talking Mets-Giants baseball. Don't forget, the orange in the Mets represents the old New York Giants, right? We still have that historical tie-in, right? So fun stuff. Hey, thanks for hopping on with Murph and Marcus, and enjoy the baseball.
Yeah, thanks, Will.
Good chatting with you guys.
Yeah, good stuff. Will Sammon. Mets now, listen, it was an unspoken elephant in the room when the Yankees opened here. We sort of we kind of danced around it. Marcus, lifelong Yankee fan, but also went to 71 Giants games last year. I love his National League club.
I mean, I told you, the Yankees and I are in an open relationship.
Oh, that's like big news these days, by the way. If you're like following the zeitgeist, there's some woman wrote a book about her polyamorous marriage, and people are checking in all over the place.
That's me, Buster Posey, and Brian Sabian. We're in a poly relationship.
There you go. But we can count on the Met-hating Marcus this weekend, right?
Blank the Mets, dude.
Well, there you go.
I told everybody, dude, the baseball season is 162 games long. We can get through the first 3, and I'll be rooting for the Giants for the next 159.
It's funny. I mean, Yankee fans and Mets fans, they don't speak the same language, right?
Not at all. Not at all.
You're
Two different cultures.
You're fugazi if you say you're a fan of both, right?
Oh, no, you can't. It's like saying you're an A's and a Giants fan.
I always felt that way, but then I had some freaking peace-loving friends who were like, I do like the Giants and the A's.
No, it's like saying you're a Raider and a Niner fan.
By the way.
Obviously, I'm a Raider fan. I work for the 49ers, but I can never claim to be both.
You mean you like that?
Is
that what you're saying?
Oh, we like it, Murph. We like it a lot.
You like that? You like that?
The details of the contract are coming out. Get a little Fox News chime in case anybody missed it. We've been so focused on the Giants, Tony V and Macklin. Kirk Cousins has signed a long-term deal with the Las Vegas Raiders, and apparently the way the money stacked up, dude, he might be your week 1 starter.
You like that? You like that?
So it used to be when you drafted a rookie quarterback, you let him sit for a while. Lately, they've been chucking him in the deep end with very mixed results.
Yes.
A lot of quarterbacks have had their careers scuttled on the rocks. I mean, it's only Sam Darnold had to climb out of the wreckage to save his career by coming to San Francisco. But we can go at any number of quarterbacks that started too soon. Maybe.
Way too many.
This is good for Fernando Mendoza. He doesn't have to be the week 1 guy facing complex NFL defenses.
Yeah, exactly. It's a nice soft landing now for Fernando Mendoza, who we are all expecting the Raiders to take with the number 1 overall pick. But also when it comes to the development and somebody that Fernando can learn under, I should say, and you're talking about culture fits. I mean, the Raiders might have like the most family-friendly orientated QB room in the entire league.
What happened to the bad boys?
Yeah.
Who went from Bourbon Street straight to the locker room?
Dude,
what happened to the Ted Hendricks, the Stork, John Matuzak? All the lunatics, the freaking roaming the Santa Rosa Tropicana summers.
What the hell are Fernando and Kirk Cousins going to do on the Strip?
Terrorizing neighborhood taverns, man.
Yeah.
Where's my snake stabler? You guys are like the freaking Boy Scouts now, dude.
Different times.
Oh, man.
Different times
Funny
in Silver
stuff.
and Black.
Funny stuff, man. By the way, 408 points out, another sad day for Kyle. No Kirk Cousins in his life.
Yeah, didn't get his boy.
No bromance, says 408. Yeah. So anyway, that was an offshoot of the Mets and Giants. Listen, this is going to be a tough series, guys. I'm calling for a split, and a split would be a great achievement. This is a stacked Mets team. I don't know how they lost 2 or 3 in St. Louis. They had their head up their rear end. Unfortunately, I hated him saying, Juan Soto looks like he's ready to break out. I've seen that.
Yeah.
Been there, done that.
I don't want to see the Soto shuffle this weekend.
No.
Which was also a weird storyline last year for the Mets. Mets fans were complaining that he wasn't doing the Soto shuffle enough.
I saw Mom Donnie is a Mets fan.
Ooh.
Fill in insert joke here.
Hey now.
Somebody inserted a joke there because I said it to somebody. I forget who they said, how ironic is that? Considering the Mets are owned by maybe the biggest billionaire capitalist of all time.
Yeah, the Mets ain't giving away no free bus rides.
And here's Mom Donnie. Oh, yeah, that's my guy.
Yeah.
That's my team. Hey, a little inconsistent. Hey, sports are funny, right? Sports are funny. Okay, speaking of sports, there was a sport in San Jose, California last night, and it rocked the Bay. So much so that Mother Nature erupted in a 4.6 earthquake or a Macklin quake. Let's get into it next on The Sports Leader.
Time for your Bay Area Chevy dealers traffic update. Live from the Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, everyone. Chill.
This is the cooler
He's bitten a cooler
of content.
Cornucapacious of joyful news.
We might be on to something. Yeah, baby!
All right, so it is our Artemis Journey to the Moon rejoins here. I had a bunch lined up, and every now and then Marcus will cut the line.
Yeah.
He's like Kerry Crowley, where you pay extra to jump the jukebox line.
Touch tunes.
I like it.
Yeah.
I'm going to guess Larry June?
No, not Larry June, but it does have some of those vibes. This is my guy, Big Crit in Currency to Hot Spitter, Moon and Stars, Murph. One of my favorite tracks.
Currency to Hot Spitter.
Yes, and of course you have to spell currency with a $sign instead of the letter S. Shout out my brother Spitter.
Well, there is no S in currency. So.
The way he spells it, he does.
No, the C for cent.
No, but then the S, currency,
no, but
SY at the end.
But if you spell currency, there's no S.
Yeah, which is why I can't spell based on the rappers that I listen to. But yes, the $sign is in there.
I'm blaming Prince. He was the first guy. Prince started taking the English language and turning it into numbers and symbols and misspellings and all that. I'm like, wait, you can't do that. Wait, that's not what we learned in school.
I'm telling you,
I get it.
There's the $sign. I'm not lying.
I got you.
He
But
replaced the second C with the $sign.
It doesn't say da hot spitter.
No, you only know about the hot spitter if you're a real one. Shout out to my brother Spitter.
I like it, though. It sounds really, really good.
Yeah.
You're listening to KNBR, so we're doing our moon, going around the moon. Or as the young kid said on CNN, we're going to the freaking moon, man. You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. And Cooler of Content is sponsored by Marin Health with top physicians, surgeons, and clinicians right here in the North Bay. Marin Health puts you closer to your best health, world-class care, closer than you think. I love it.
We're going back to the freaking moon, that's why.
I love it, man. Very, very good. Very, very good. Moon and Stars. This is the farthest mission by NASA since 1972. Something like that, yeah. With a Cal Poly guy at the helm.
Yeah, why have they been waiting so long, huh, Murph? Huh?
Yeah. Priorities?
Yeah.
And they're also not landing on the moon. They're just kind of circling it and sussing it out.
I was going to say, too, like, for all the talk about conspiracies with the fake moon landing, and obviously I'm riffing, it's more of a bit, but NASA did not do itself any favors by going back around the moon on April Fool's Day. Like, I thought the entire thing was a prank. Like, I tried staying off of social media yesterday, and I saw people making memes about going to the freaking moon, and I was like, oh, this is all a hoax, right? This is all April Fools. Turns out they really are going around the moon, or are they?
By the way, not only have we been to the moon, we played golf on the moon, Young Tone. You know that, right?
Watch this drive.
Wait, are you serious?
You didn't know that?
They brought clubs and
absolutely.
Are you serious?
Absolutely. It's either a 5 or a 6 iron. Let me make for sure. I got to look up for sure. Yeah, we hit a golf ball on the moon, brother.
Isn't that kind of dangerous?
Can you imagine well, what's dangerous about it? Who are you going to hit?
Know. I mean,
what window are you going to break?
No, then a golf ball's in like the atmosphere, and then it can,
Yeah.
And then some alien like 4 galaxies away is like, what is this? This is golf?
I mean, there's a lot of riffs there, dude. Yeah, February 6, 1971, Apollo 14, Alan Shepard played golf on the moon. 6 iron. It was a 6 iron. Hit 2 golf balls. You know what I mean? There's got to be. He took a mulligan. There's all sorts of jokes.
The carry's got
to
be incredible on the moon, right?
Yeah. He says he famously claimed it went miles and miles. There's actual footage of it, buddy. There's your What Did Young Tony Learn
There it
Today?
is. Yeah, all right.
You
Hell
can
yeah.
get the video up for the YouTube crowd at 9:58.
We got guys out here taking chunks out of the moon.
I know, seriously. I'd shank it. You know that for sure. I'd shank it into the frickin' capsule. All right, guys. Well, we told you guys Macklin, and I was fortunate. Now, as you guys know, avowed puckhead, me and Owen Nolan. We go way back.
Mm-hmm.
I did go to an LA Kings game at the Forum. I did. And went to see the Sharks at the Cow Palace in 92. Shout out Pat Falloon. So that is my bona fides. And Sam Spear, rest in peace, took me to the 07 Game 7 between the Flames and the Sharks, right? So we know. No, it's all a long way of joking. Yes, I'm a baseball, basketball, football guy. But last night, I was like the Warriors, bro. I was talking to my buddy, Coach Bob. Shout out, Coach Bob. Great guy. We had a TAM Hall of Fame meeting. Another one coming up, by the way, November 7, 2nd annual Hall of Fame. Should be pretty exciting. Bigger and better. Second time around.
Are they putting Jack Loader in?
He's not eligible. You got to be graduated from 10 years.
Yeah. He
He's not
probably
graduated.
won't be eligible in 10 years either.
Well, We'll discuss when he becomes
That's
eligible.
for another day.
Yeah. He's in the Hall of Fame in his own mind.
Oh, yeah.
In his own mind.
That is true.
So anyway, Coach Bob was walking out, and he goes, hey, we got the Warriors tonight, huh? And I was like, really? Do we? He goes, oh, I'm watching. I said, for Wemby? He goes, no, I'm going to watch my Warriors. And then I got home, and Rory shouted out, Dad, have you seen the Warriors starting lineup tonight? And he's looking at his phone. Will Richard, Nate Williams, LJ Cryer. I was like, well, it's a great timeout.
It's a great time.
It's a great timeout. Anyway, so what do I do? I say, hey, Sharks are on. Where are they?
Look at you diving
I go to
into
my
the
letter
tank.
C. They're on TNT. Their first national NHL on TNT game.
Dude, the future of TNT is teal.
I got onto it when they were down 2-1. I saw them tie it 2-2. Then I saw the Ducks go up 3-2. And then I see the clock start to tick away. And I'm like, darn it. And I was going with the narrative. Well, it's a great run. They're young kids. Next year's the year. And then what happened?
Not so fast, my
Magic
friend.
at the tank. Let's start with Macklin tying the game with his 40th goal of the season. And at that point, his third point of the night, right? Because he already had an assist and a goal.
Yes.
This is his second goal to tie it with about a minute and a half to go. We have a minute 40. Check out your YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter. Check out the art on this goal here by Macklin Celebrini.
For it, a shot. He scores! Macklin Celebrini brings the house down. San Jose has tied it.
Dude, that was nasty. Look at that shot, Marcus. That's like, so I have to go to a lot of water polo games, and I don't really know the sport, but the kids are always trying to shoot it in the upper right corner or upper left corner. They call it dotting it, Like when they do it, I'll see Declan Rose, oh man, that was a real dot. I was like, okay, I guess. I don't know the sport. But anyway, the point is, that was a dot.
Yes.
Dude, that was a freaking upper right corner dot from pretty far out, too.
Dude, and he's been doing this all year long, Murph. I mean, he truly is in the MVP discussion, and this wasn't even the end.
Hold on. Yes, now it's tied. Now I'm like, oh, I'm glad I watched. Now we're going to go to overtime.
Nope.
Wait a minute. Here we go now. Last minute. Under a minute to go. Sharks ain't done. And Macklin's not done because he's going to be behind the net and he's going to fire a perfect pass to his buddy Alex Wenberg, who does the job and fires it past the Ducks goalie to win the freaking game. They pull it out. Here it is. Check it out.
Wenberg, he scores! Wenberg from Celebrini to the roof. The Sharks up by 1.
Man, how about that? So the pass was perfect, and that's point number 4.
I mean, this guy just has the puck on a string, man. The way he's able to just slice and dice defenses, but also move that puck around and get those opportunities. That was a beautiful one-timer there, but it's all set up because of Macklin Celebrini.
Man, oh man. And so now, here come all the records, right? So now that's a 3 points or more as a teenager. That's his 17th 3-point game or more. How many teenagers in the history of the NHL have had more than that in one season?
One.
What's his name? Bill Smith?
No.
Joe Jones?
No.
What's his name?
The great Wayne Gretzky.
Who?
Wayne Blanking Gretzky.
That's the only guy who has had more 3-point games as a teenager.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And now we're getting into the point where Macklin Celebrini is putting together one of the greatest seasons in franchise history.
Dude, if he keeps this up, Jumbo Joe might kick him out of the garage. Like, he might make him move out. I know he's been living with them the last couple of years. Not sure if that's still the living situation, but he's tracking down Jumbo Joe. Like, that's the type of season he's putting on as a teenager, dude.
Bro, so I'm watching, again, I'm not an NHL freaking PhD. But I'm watching the post game to see my man, Paul Bissonnette, with his open shirt and his big nose, his broken nose. And
that's Biz nasty if you're nasty.
And Brian, wait for it, Boucher.
My uncle.
Former Sharks goalie.
The great Sharks goalie.
And my man Ace was in the middle too. And I'm watching them, and dude, these were grown men fanboying out over Macklin Celebrini. These are all guys who have been on the ice, who've played in the league at a high level. Dude, they were gushing. Like, they almost looked, honestly, like they were stunned. Like, what did they just see? And the Boucher in particular was like, give me a ballot now. He's my Hart Trophy winner. I was like, yo. I mean, Connor McDavid, Nathan McKinnon, they'd like a word, right?
Yeah, no doubt. But what Macklin Celebrini is doing this year, with this roster. Like, we all love Will Smith. We love Eklund. We love Michael Misa and the Baby Sharks. Like, yeah, those are all great stories. And yes, the future is teal. But he's literally doubling up his own teammates. He has over 100 points. The next closest man is Will Smith with like 52 points on the season. And most of the times he's scoring goals, it's because Macklin is the man getting him the puck. He's involved on every single goal, it feels like, for the Sharks this year.
Some really fun stuff. He had done a pregame, and it was pretty standard. Now he does a postgame, and I'm so glad I was watching, because I got to watch all this live, and I was really caught up in it. I was like, this is so great, man. And Macklin's got that face, just that sweet teenage face
not
of Macklin.
Not a hair on that chin.
And nice and sweaty. He did one pregame, and his hair's all dry and blow-dried, and after the game, he's all sweaty.
And even pregame, Biz is like, I'm kind of starstruck. I don't know what to ask you.
So here it is. After the game, your guy, 71, goes on NHL on TNT postgame for his first post-game panel, international panel, because Canada's watching too, of the season.
Crazy.
Are you guys okay?
I told you guys I was nervous. I'm about to fill my diaper at this point. This is crazy.
And
he's still wearing one and he's doing this.
I give you Paul Bissonnette.
Macklin, I mean, just talk us through what just happened, man. Incredible performance. That's one for the ages. Just walk us through that game for you and your team.
Yeah, I mean, still living off that emotion, pretty high there. I thought we just stayed patient, didn't give up much in that third, and, I mean, we buried it when it counted.
Mac, it's Ace. Great game tonight. You've got an assist on 42 out of Will Smith's 54 points. Talk about yours and your relationship with the Fresh Prince, and like how deep does it go, not just on or off the ice?
Yeah, I mean, he's such a smart player. I've said it so many times, just the way he thinks the game. I mean, that pass on the second goal, not many guys see that. And, I mean, he's just been doing it the whole year, and I think we're just going to continue to build our chemistry.
Macklin, Brian Boucher, can a win like this be the catalyst to give you guys what you need to get into the playoffs, or is it too soon to kind of decompress and figure out what just happened? Because it feels like a win like this to me, looking from the outside, this is one of those wins that can be a galvanizing moment for your group.
Yeah, I mean, I hope so. It shows our confidence in our group and the way we believe in each other. And we're never going to quit. Who knows what's going to happen, but we're going to keep playing hard, take it game by game. And it's cliche, but that's the way we're going to approach it, and just hopefully just to keep taking strides.
Yeah, man. So he's just doing his kind of nice hockey boy, but Bissonnette's the one providing the comedy. I'm going to fill my diaper. By the way, it's Anson Carter, 11-year NHL veteran who goes by Ace, and then Brian Boucher, former Sharks goalie. So those were the guys, and they were really dazzled by him. They really were.
Yeah, and just to piggyback off my Brian Boucher, I don't think it was just a win last night. I mean, look at the way they've won these last 3 games. They were on a 6-game losing streak, and people were concerned about whether or not Macklin was gassed out from the Olympics and so on and so forth. But don't tell them that the last 3 games, Murph. All 3 wins coming in the final seconds of regulation. They're the first team in NHL history to win 3 consecutive games by scoring a game-winning goal in the last 90 seconds.
It's shocking. I mean, it's stunning. It's incredible. By the way, at the end, when the buzzer sounds and they all jump in each other's arms, did you see poor Colin Graff, number 51, catch a blade to the face?
Yeah, I think he got a high stick to the face.
It was kind of
that's hockey.
They had to hug him up, man. He might have lost a tooth in that thing. Anyway, here's what really, really amused me. And this is at the very end, and he's being his sweet Macklin self, just kind of like reading books to elementary school kids. And a guy walks by and shoulders him. Boom, hits him with the shoulder. It's like, oh, I guess we got a prankster here. Well, it's 39-year-old teammate Ryan Reeves, or as they call him in hockey world, Revo.
Yeah.
He's the enforcer.
Dude, he's the unk in the building.
And he is joshing with Macklin, but he's walking past. He wants to let Macklin have his moment. But the boys on NHL on TNT were like, yo, get Revo back. The whole thing plays out very funny, very organic. And then Reeves does come back and give a pretty good cut here. So check this out on YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter here.
Mac. Oh, who's that? Is that Revo?
That's Revo.
Hey, tell Revo to put the headset on.
Pass the headset over.
Tell Revo to put the headset on.
Hey, Revo, they want to talk to you. They want to talk to you.
Yeah, we got to ask him one question.
Oh, my God.
Hey, one question.
One question.
One question.
Come on, Revo, let's go.
He's the man.
I'm being serious.
We love Revo.
Oh, he's waiting.
Yes, we got him. We got him. Reel him in.
He's coming back.
Reel him in, just like the Sharks.
They're excited.
We got a big one. We got a big one. Lock it in.
Here he comes. What?
Off too.
Now the headset's all sweaty, so Reeves
Oh, yeah.
Reeves wipes the sweat on Macklin.
Yeah.
Look
Yeah,
at
give me your hoodie, kid.
Tangled up.
He's wiping the sweat off.
Oh, the big fella's on. Okay, boys. Okay, pretty boy. Revo, first of all, give Macklin a hug for us. What a performance.
No, he's too sweaty right now. I'll give him a hug after the game. He's too sweaty right now. I got to go home.
Revo, I got to ask you, because he's too humble, what's it like watching this kid and what he's done so far this season?
It's like watching a god on ice. It's fun to watch. It's crazy the stuff he can do at 19. It's I'll be honest though. Half of my interviews this year has been about him, so it's kind of starting wearing me out a little bit.
All right, man. See? Good vibes.
Yeah.
Great vibes
Yes,
down there.
and really, that's what Revo has been bringing all season long. I love this signing when the Sharks made it this offseason, just because I'm familiar with Revo's just from Biz's podcast, Spittin' Chicklets. Like, he's got a great personality, but to also bring in a 39-year-old enforcer that's going to take care of all the youngsters on the roster. But he's also the guy that's been, like, responsible for, like, the shark tooth necklace celebration. Like, he's a great locker room guy. He's a great vibes guy, and he's just a great guy to have on that roster.
So, man, oh, man. So while the Warriors were sort of depressing you and getting run out of the building, and the Giants were saying catch the blank and ball to each other, Macklin and the Sharks were causing yet another earthquake in the Bay. That was really
a 4-point earthquake down at the tank.
And they go again tonight, where they're taking on
Toronto Maple Leafs, yeah.
And you're going?
Absolutely, I'll be down there. I'm really excited. I got tickets, upper deck. First time I'll be sitting in the upper deck. Only about $80. Not too bad.
Now, will prankster Uncle Josh be there?
I have no plan. Maybe he's going to be there. I mean, the last time I was there, he was on the ice doing like the halftime show, so I'm not sure.
By the way, I had occasion to talk to Shannon from sales. Shannon, our sales manager, her husband and I have become friendly, and we were texting, and he said to me, hey, blah, 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 we were talking about something, and then he goes, hey, by the way, Uncle Josh from Gilroy kind of came out of left field, didn't he?
Yeah.
I said, yes, he did.
Yeah.
He came out of left field.
Uncle Josh, a.k.a. Uncle Baby
funny,
Huey.
he's not my uncle. He's my cousin-in-law, but I like jokingly referred to him as my uncle. And then I was at Oracle Park. I was like, hey, it's my aunt and uncle, like joking with the usher.
Yes.
And then they were like, yo, what are you doing? We're not your aunt and uncle. So now it's kind of a funny riff. And now it's, getting to your timeline, Murph. And now he's being referred to as Uncle Josh.
We all know about unks on this show right here.
You and Revo. As we told Macklin Celebrini when we had him on the show when we were in Hawaii, I asked him, it's not that odd to have a 20-year gap between you and one of your best buds. Look at Murph and I as a great example.
There it is.
Look at us.
I'm Revo.
Who would have thought?
Can I wipe the sweat from my headset on you?
Yeah, take my sleeve.
All right. Fun stuff, man. Hey, go down there. And by the way, somebody tweeted in and on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line and said, the win was extra special, Young Tone, because they beat an original 6 team.
Nice.
Inside joke, everybody.
They got 9 games left. They're in the mix now. I printed out the standings.
One point
back.
And they play the Preds 2 more times the rest of the year. They play the Winnipeg Jets, who Lamont was very excited about. That's the last game of the year. That game could mean a lot.
And Tony, you better not leave the Shark Tank early. You don't want to miss out on any late game Macklin magic.
No, I will never leave a game early.
623 says, watching this kid at this stage of his career is about as special as it gets. 415 says, keep the Sharks stuff coming. And 831 says, God on ice. Yeah. God on ice.
It's like watching a god on ice.
Great stuff. All right. Well, listen, we talked to Tony V this morning. We can get some of that going, and we can get, of course, get you guys ready for a little Giants baseball tonight, 6:45. The Mets are coming to town. Oh, and by the way, the other thing that happened, a little Fox News chime, please, during the show. Does Marcus like that?
You like that? You like that?
The Raiders signed Kirk Cousins, and this choir boy just tweeted out, Kirk Cousins, the autumn wind, ...
Wow. How is the silver and black going to change Goody Two-Shoes Kirk Cousins?
We'll have to get into that on the other side, too, on The Sports Leader.
It's like watching a god on ice.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Good morning, everybody. Happy Thursday. Happy Baby Friday. We are still giving away tickets to go see Bob Dylan. He's back on tour. How about that? Unbelievable. Timmy Chalamet was playing him in a movie not too long ago. Bob Dylan, pretty incredible. He's back on tour. This show specifically is going to be on Sunday, June 10 at the Greek Theater in Berkeley. Listen between 7 and 10. Just listen for the rest of the show for your chance to win these tickets. When you hear Murph give the cue to call, dial 415-896-KNBR. And if you're caller number 10, that means you win. The prize is furnished by Another Planet Entertainment. And for more information and official rules, visit thesportsleader.com.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Second baseman, Arraez almost up the middle for this right-handed hitter. There goes Tatis. Now he stops, and a soft ground ball towards short. Cutting over from third, Chapman. Jump pivot, and a high throw, and again! Schmidt held his ground and did not come up for the ball, and it hit off the glove and went over to the sidewall, and that cost the Giants another run.
I think twice now Casey is guilty of what every first baseman is. This is where my experience pays off. In college, you got young guys. A lot of guys are converting to that spot, and then a lot of guys just haven't been coached at that spot. Stretching early is the most common problem over at first base, and it's really difficult to not do. You need experience, and I think he's been guilty of that a couple times, but not guilty of, again, to me, competing, because nobody felt worse after the game yesterday. And, yeah, there were two plays that had a big impact, but there were a lot of other plays that went on in that game, too.
Hey, Tony Vitello set to the sounds of Bob Dylan. That's right. And we're trying to keep our moon rejoins alive. So we found a song called Moonshiner. A little chill. But either way, you're going to get tickets to see Bob Dylan with Lucinda Williams and her band Sunday, June 14th, Flag Day. Where will the Giants be?
Above 500.
Ooh, baby. Greek Theater in Berkeley. What a great venue to see. 2 tickets to see Bob Dylan with Lucinda Williams. Call Curly right now. Caller number 10, 415-896-KNBR. 2 tickets to see Bob Dylan at the Greek Theater, June 14. Caller number 10, 415-896-KNBR. The 13th is sold out, but tickets for this June 14th is on sale now at Ticketmaster.com. So thank you, Bob Dylan, for a little moonshiner. By the way, preschool dad Peter's pissed. He hasn't gotten Ozzy Osbourne Bark at the Moon.
Ooh.
Got to crank it up a little bit. So,
yeah, we'll tell him to hop on Touch Tunes and cut the line.
Yeah, like you did.
Yes,
there.
I did.
Okay, guys. Thank you, Tony, for the Bob Dylan. It's bringing me down, bro. Bringing me down. All right.
Yeah.
Which
is this song more about moons or moonshine?
I don't know.
Either way, I will allow it.
I was getting into my, felt like I was driving a long, lonely road at night.
A little depressing, especially hearing Tony V talk about Casey Schmidt over first base with that music.
Maybe Casey put this on his headphones when he was flying home from San Diego.
Maybe Casey could use a couple shots of moonshine after that performance.
More likely, and I'm going to spin positive, I believe that Matt Chapman and Casey Schmidt probably have the kind of relationship, at least I think. I could be wrong. Mm-hmm. I didn't do any research on this or contact any sources, but crack a Coors Light on the flight home, man.
Yeah.
And just and as the great Brent Musburger once said to us on this show, that's right, John Joe. We used to have standards here where DJ Rob B, after a college football national championship with Brent Musburger on the call, he got him on our show the next morning. And that's the kind of thing we're looking for here now. Enough of the...
What about Rob Manfred?
That's all right.
Yeah.
It's all right.
What about Adam Silver?
That's all right. But did either one of those guys say what Brent Musburger...
Spike Lee?
Well, that was me, buddy, who got that on. Yeah. But anyway, did either one of those guys say, like Brent Musburger said, you know, fellas, sometimes it's like to come back after a game, have a couple Budweisers and talk ball. Yeah. Is what he said. Do we have that? Can you find that in the system? See, one of the great sound bites we've ever had. Just have a couple of Budweisers and talk ball. That's Tony. What I want Casey Schmidt and Matt Chapman to do. Have a couple of Budweisers.
Exactly. And I think this is a perfect example, young Tony and John Joe Curley. Yeah, there might be times where Matt Chapman yells at Casey Schmidt to catch the blanking ball, and there's times where Murph will yell at Curley saying, book the blanking guest.
Where's Obama?
Either way, you can sit down after, have a beer, and move on, and everything's fine.
We probably have a better chance of getting the current occupant of the White House than Obama. The current occupant likes going on the air. Yeah, he does. I bet we could get him. Mm-hmm. I bet. You know what?
Book him, Curley.
Let's try to get him.
Mm-hmm.
Tell him it's a sports.
47, baby.
Tell him it's a sports cup. You know, we have this. Once again, lost sound bites.
Yeah.
Your station's terrific.
It's terrific.
Pebble Beach 05.
Yeah, book him to talk about the UFC White House card.
Well, there you go.
Yeah, it's coming up right around the corner.
I'll slip out of the room.
Not the greatest card, I'd say.
Yeah, well.
I had higher expectations.
Hell of a venue, though, Marcus, let me tell you.
I'm sure the rest of the country did also.
Oh, my God. That's good. Okay, where were we? Book the freaking octagon or catch the freaking ball. It's kind of funny that today's the day that Matt Chapman said catch the blanking ball, and we had a kid down in Florida saying we're going to the freaking moon.
We're going to the freaking moon.
That's what basically Matt Chapman was saying to Casey Schmidt. So now, are Tony V and Buster Posey and Zach Manassian biffing this by having Casey Schmidt play first base? Is this a fault of the way the Giants constructed the roster? Because Casey Schmidt, while a skilled third baseman and a natural shortstop, as a listener pointed out, but also a great corner third baseman, and, thinking and just chuck him over at first, hey, it's going to be easy. And we found out last night that there were two plays, yesterday afternoon, I should say, that two plays that a more veteran first baseman likely would have. And our listeners, many listeners have pointed out, a guy like Dom Smith.
Yes.
A guy like Dom Smith.
Dom Smith makes
who also,
that
by the
play.
way, hits from the left side.
Yeah, exactly. Now, of course, you have to throw in the caveat that the Giants expected to come into the season with Rafael Devers playing first base every day. That's your left-handed bat from that perspective. Also, there was a thought that Bryce Eldridge could break camp with the big league roster, so that'd be two left-handed first basemen on your roster, which made Dom Smith a little redundant because they didn't want to play him into the outfield.
Right.
Now, I'm with you. I would have liked to see a glove, or should I say a mitt like Dom Smith's over at first base. And I will give credit to Casey. It's a tough ask for a guy that was drafted as a third baseman. We've seen him shift around to short. We've seen him shift around to second base. And now he's starting every single day consecutively to start the season at first base. But that's the problem. The Giants don't have a natural-born first baseman on the entire roster. And the backup plan right now is a big old 6'7" mountain Bryce Eldridge. I'm sure he would have caught that second ball, but there's questions about him defensively as well.
Oh, dude, we're acting like he's freaking JT Snow. You know what I mean? Like, bring in Bryce. Bro, he just started playing this thing. And so, and then there's pressure of the big leagues. Manny Machado's, 6'4", 215 or whatever, charging down the line. Matt Chapman's throwing a 90-mile-an-hour seed across the diamond. I mean, things are happening fast, and I get it. It's the big leagues. You got to make the play. I mean, guys like us would biff the play, but you're in the show. You got to make the play. So where is Rafi Devers? Where is he? Why isn't he playing first base? Now, he's playing. I hate to see that he has a hamstring injury, but we asked him. I believe we have a cut from Tony V. And if you missed him, he joined us at 7:30 this morning. It was a good, wide-ranging chat. We had a good time. By the way, he was awakened by the earthquake.
He felt the quake.
Yeah. And now Greg Silver was not, and that almost upset young Tony.
Yeah,
you want to have you got upset at me when I came in too.
But then, hey, listen, Tony Vitello felt it. That's all that I really care.
Yeah.
You know?
I know. I slept through it. I missed it.
I know. It's so here's Tony V on Rafi Devers. Can he play first anytime soon?
Yeah, and he did that, against our advisement, mainly mine. I got made fun of for yelling at him in spring training to take it to kind of cool it on the bases a little bit, but he was hauling butt, down the line a couple different times in spring training, once almost beating out an infield hit. And so it's kind of been the theme that we already know of. He feels really comfortable in a straight line, but when you're getting into a squat position or, you're potentially stretching real far, but even just a little bit is where his discomfort is. So that's where everybody's at right now is, all right, we have 162 games to play. How deep in do we go before we're pushing it? Because right now, I think everybody agrees we'd be pushing it a little bit. And then on the flip side of that, they're doing, Gresh and his staff are doing everything possible with him to loosen that thing up and just get him feeling where he needs to be. And it'd be sugarcoating or however you want to phrase it. I'd be saying the wrong thing if I didn't say our best lineup is with those common 8 guys that everybody knows out there in the field every day. And that, of course, means Rafi at first.
Okay, so interesting stuff there. Now, he did have a comment to the writers after the game saying, hey, listen, if you're looking for a silver lining, and that's his job as a manager is to keep everybody upbeat, he said, fresher Rafi in September. I was like, well, that really is a silver. You're looking well down the road. I mean, it is true. And he said, in a hamstring, on every pitch, so how many pitches are there in a game thrown by the Giants, like 140 or whatever. I don't know. I'm just throwing that out there. And so 140 times of him getting into the ready position, that would strain the hamstring more than just busting from home to first. So sounds like the Mets are coming to town with all their big bats, and it sounds like Casey Schmidt's going to be at first base again.
Yeah, and that's the thing. I don't mind them being extra precautious right now with Rafael Devers because this is a guy that wants to be in the lineup every single day. Hell, he played 163 games last year, but also you can't afford to have a more serious injury and then you take that bat away from the lineup. And look, his bat has not been the hottest to start the season, but we all know that Rafael Devers is one of the best hitters in baseball. So you almost have to protect him from himself. That's why Tony Vitello said he was getting made fun of down at spring training, telling Devers to slow down and not run as hard. We did see him bust his ass down the line just the other day, so that hamstring looks like it's getting better and better. I just want to see Devers back out there in the field and that continued development, because that is going to be your first baseman for the foreseeable future.
I actually have been fairly pleased with Casey Schmidt at first. He had a really excellent stop on a scalded ball down the first base line either Monday or Tuesday night. It's just that yesterday was a bad day for him, man. It was a bad day. And, did it cost him the game? Well, it certainly kind of. I mean, it could. If he makes both those plays, I think it's a 0-0 game into the fifth.
Mm-hmm.
Who knows what happens there? Now, Giants struck out 14 times yesterday, and the bats returned to their Yankee freeze.
Yeah, still got to score some runs.
Yeah, so, the Monday-Tuesday outburst of 3 on Monday and then 9. Basically, we need Herman Marquez on the mound to score 9.
Bring him back.
Here come the Mets, man. This is varsity. We've been talking about this for months, that the first Tony Vitello, welcome to the bigs, bro. Like, the Mets opened with the Pirates and the Cardinals. Bro, give me that. Even though you got to face Skeens, although they knocked Skeens out.
Yeah, shout out O'Neal Cruz in center field.
I think Skeens, yeah, right. We don't worry about Casey Schmidt at first.
Couldn't catch a damn ball.
I think Skeens bounced back last night, didn't he? I think he had a good outing.
Oh, I missed that start. By the way,
yeah.
they just called up their number 1 prospect in baseball, Connor Griffin.
Oh, did they?
Yeah, here come the Pittsburgh Pirates.
Dude, get on board with the Buccos.
Yeah,
Here come the Bucks.
They got a lot of good arms.
Don't forget the Giants have the number 4 pick this year.
Yes, they do.
Yeah. I'm going to give you a little Skeens line before we get out of here, buddy.
Let's go.
I'm going to give you a little Skeens line. By the way, the A's are 1-5.
Skeens action. Yeah, congrats to the A's finally winning again.
But and then they lost yesterday, so they're 1-5. Okay, Skeenzo, as I like to call him, 5 innings, 3 hits, 1 earney, 2 walks, 5 strikeouts.
Okay.
Is that a bounce back? He threw 77 pitches, 51 strikes.
Well, he didn't make it out of the first inning last time, so yeah, a bit of a bounce back. But
and the Pirates won.
Yeah.
And they're 3-3. They're ahead of the Giants. By the way,
raise the flag.
Talk about silver linings, a fresh Raffy in September. Dodgers lost to the Guardians last night. I saw some stat that said if you had gotten the money line and all the odds going into that game were so heavy for the Dodgers, you could have made some money on the Guardians last night.
But what did Fangraphs say about the odds yesterday for the Guardians?
It's funny. I can't find. Here's Unk trying to figure out how. I can't find that page. I can't get back to that
You
page.
had all the numbers yesterday.
I can't get back to that page.
Oh, man.
I'm going to try to.
Yeah, check your history.
In my history, we don't want to do that.
Yeah, okay, yeah, maybe don't do that. Not on the company Wi-Fi.
No. By the way, you do know when the internet began in the late 90s, early 00s, particularly I joined here in 04 and the internet was still quote unquote new in 04. Bro, there had to be big, giant Bob Agnew signs in the bullpen saying, do not use company computers to visit, certain sites.
In the office?
You would think that would go without saying.
Well, people then didn't know anything about history, didn't know about things like open tabs.
Viruses.
They thought maybe they clicked out of a tab and they didn't.
Oh, it's gone. No.
And viruses.
Yes.
Uh-huh. Bro, I remember walking in and there was these signs plastered. It was almost like fire hazards. It was like, do not go, do not use company. And I was like, yo, all right, nighttime crew, I see you.
There were signs all over the studio and
Not overnight, Dave.
pop-ups all over the computer. What's going on here?
Dude. So you know.
There are locals in your area.
I can go to my history because, I know how to do those things.
Yes, exactly. Because you're the Kirk Cousins of sports radio.
There, I'm going to go find it. All right, guys. We'll get you ready for Giants and Mets. Some more Tony V revisiting next on The Sports Leader.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
All right. See, membership has its privileges. Preschool dad Peter, who's been a loyal listener for 20 years. Actually, when did I meet Pete? 15 years. He said, please, 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 give me a blast of Ozzy Bark at the Moon. And Pete, you got it, buddy. And by the way, R.I.P. Double tap, point to the sky. We lost Ozzy. It was sad, but Ozzy sounds good, doesn't he?
It all sounds fantastic.
Listen to him. Bark at the Moon in honor of our Artemis journey, the circling of the moon with a Cal Poly Mustang in the capsule. What have you done with your life, bro? Guy went to your school as a freaking astronaut.
Have you seen me? Look at me. I've done this with my life.
You're not on the... Oh, there you are, down there. You're down low.
Well,
Yeah.
Tony is pretty close to running a sports, should I say, a rocket ship every day. I mean, the board he has in front of him, it's almost like he's in the cockpit.
Yeah, I always like to say, like, I'm almost like a DJ. We got so many faders in front of me. I got a bunch of friends, including Billy Vidal, by the way. I just learned that he's been DJing for about 10 to 20 years. I didn't even know that.
I just went out last weekend to go see him.
I heard, yeah. So it's kind of like somewhat of like a DJ setup. You know, you got a board in front of you, you got a bunch of faders, you got computers everywhere.
A lot of buttons.
All of you guys yelling at me, including, Jacob Violante talking a little golf. We got a lot going on.
You do a pretty impressive job back there, buddy. If only you could find the Musburger sound, then you'd be in the Hall of Fame. 707 says Casey Schmidt does not do a lot for this roster. He swings and misses way too much. He's not a true utility guy. Flip him for a bullpen arm. That was Kerry Crowley's estimation. And the offense has got to get going, especially at home tonight. And then I got to shout out 408 for calling me and everybody MAGA KNBR now. That is really, really good.
The text line really said, good. What?
The media said what?
If you live long enough, you'll see it all.
It's like a pendulum, you know what I mean?
Exactly.
You'll catch strays for everybody.
All right, Casey.
God forbid we riff about a guest booking.
So one of my things was, Luis Arraez, we know he can play first base. He played first for the Padres all last year, and he played first for Venezuela 3 weeks ago at the World Baseball Classic. Why can't he play first base? That would seem to make sense, right? You could play Casey Schmidt or Christian Koss at second base. So we brought that up to Tony V this morning, and his answer was?
Yeah, I mean, it's potential, but it's also, a part of Luis's selection of where he was going to play. Of course, being a free agent, and he was, determined to play second base. And I think that's something that we were determined to do too, is kind of feel really good about that spot. Casey and Koss offer a tremendous amount of flexibility on the field and are talented guys, but we're looking for an everyday veteran second baseman. And so that's where that combination kind of met in the middle. And I use that word determination on purpose, determined to play second. That's one of the reasons you see him playing well defensively, is the mindset met with the work ethic to play that position. So that's kind of the background behind that.
Okay, good answer from Tony. He really did. I mean, listen, the whole interview I thought was pretty enjoyable. He was for waking up a guy really early, although he admitted to us he had been awakened in the middle of the night by the earthquake. Couldn't get back to sleep. But he answered a lot of the questions. He didn't dodge a ton of the questions. And in that one, he said basically, Arraez signed here to play second base. It's kind of the agreement we made with him. And, if you want to spin positive, he's playing pretty good there, and we want an everyday veteran second baseman. They want a lot of everyday guys, almost, dare I say, almost too many everyday guys.
No, Merv. Don't take me back to the 66 roster moves per month it felt like with Farhan Zaidi. I hated that constant shuffle. I like seeing these same guys out there in the lineup every day.
What about when they're all hitting on the interstate?
No, I was going to say, I like it when they hit the ball a little bit more, but that's why they brought in Luis Arraez. He has the highest batting average on the team so far, and we knew that he can hit. There's no questions about that. The question for him was, can he play second base? And really, that's the biggest reason why he is now in a Gigantes jersey every Saturday, because the Giants gave him that opportunity. It's why he only signed a 1-year deal. We were sitting here thinking, why does nobody want this guy? He's a 3-time batting champion. Oh, he's got low exit velocity and low launch angle, blah, blah, blah. We know the guy can hit, but people are extremely concerned about his mitt. And that's why the Giants got that opportunity to bring him in on a 1-year deal. I wish they actually signed him to longer than just 1 year, and maybe he will stick around after the season. But that's the reason why he's in San Francisco, because they gave him that opportunity, and it seems like they're sticking to their promises to give Luis Arraez that opportunity to play second base each and every day.
Right. I'm trying to find outs above average here for 2026 to see where he fits in. Dude, by the way, Jung-Hoo Lee is 11th in baseball right now. He's
made some good plays out in right field.
You like him out there? Harrison Bader is second at 24th. He looks pretty good out there, too, but we knew that, right?
He's a Gold Glover.
All right, I'm scrolling down to find my next Giant. Going for a while here before I find. Where's Matt Chapman on this list? It's kind of crazy here. Oh, I guess those throwaways yesterday cost him. No, again, very, 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 very small sample size. So in the top 94 in baseball, only two in there are Jung-Hoo and Bader.
Yeah, and look, the knock on Luis Arraez is going to be his range, and I don't think we're going to see him making a bunch of web gems, backhanded up the middle, and doing the Derek Jeter leap and throwing across the diamond. But we did see him show off a little bit of range yesterday, going to his left on a ball that got by Casey Schmidt. He was able to make the play on the PFP, and even earlier on this year, he's made some really good throws, throwing guys out at home. I've been impressed at the level of defense we've seen so far from Luis Arraez. And shout out to our guy, Ron Washington, who has been working with him behind the scenes each and every day since the day he showed up in spring training.
Yeah, I agree. It's been pretty good. Really, honestly, it's been bats. I mean, yes, I know the Schmidt-Chapman stuff yesterday, but we went through it earlier today. There are almost every guy other than Arraez, Devers, even though he's not hitting the ball well, he's found a couple of blue poles. Devers and Adrien are the only guys above 200. Every other starter's on the interstate. I know it's only 6 games, but that's, I'd like a hotter start than that.
Yeah,
and yesterday, their offense looked distressingly like the Yankee series. 14 strikeouts. Is Nick Pivetta that good? I mean, it was a little discouraging. I'm wondering if playing a bunch of guys, the same guys, the day game after a night game, you could have mixed in a fresh bat or two. Somebody who did not play the night before, but they are hell-bent on this everyday lineup as Buster wants to create memories. Listen, they're 2-4. Let's go macro before we get out of here. I had, and again, like my projection matters. I get it. It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter.
But since we have the frickin' microphone and it's on, I like to kind of look at chunks of the season and what I expect for them to do to be contenders. And this is a brutal start. Even though the Padres aren't that good this year, playing 3 at San Diego is not ideal. The Yankees, who just took 2 out of 3 from the Mariners, by the way. And by the way, everybody says, the Giants couldn't hit the back end of the Yankees rotation. Yeah, Max Fried and Cam Schiller did exactly to the Mariners what they did to the Giants.
Yes, they did.
So these boys are not back end of the rotation guys. These guys are front end of the rotation guys.
Yes, and that's a little bit of what we saw yesterday. Nick Pivetta is the best arm we've seen so far from that San Diego rotation against the Giants. I thought they'd have a little bit more success after he started off the season rough against the Detroit Tigers. But yeah, Murph, to your point, when you face aces, it's going to be a lot harder to score runs.
Listen, so they're 2-4, and that's kind of where I had them. Now, in my projection, I got them split in this series with the Mets. The Mets are freaking... Bro, you do well to split with the Mets. And I know the Mets just lost 2 out of 3 of the Cardinals, but they had a really weird series where Frankie Lindor got picked off and forgot how many outs they were, and they went 1 for 29 with runners in scoring position. And you heard Will Sammon, our guest from The Athletic, say, Juan Soto looks like he's about to heat up. Oh, man. So if you split 4 with the Mets, I'd be pretty happy with that, actually. That would get you to, 4-6? And then here come the Phillies. That's where I want them to take 2 out of 3. Phillies in San Francisco, maybe. And to get out of this whole thing, 6-7. Yes, Tony. 6-7.
6-7.
6-7.
That, to me, would be pretty darn good. This is a meat grinder, these first 2 weeks. It's a meat grinder. These are all the Mets, dude. Dude, Frankie Lindor, Juan Soto, Bo Bichette, Jorge Polanco, Luis Robert, Marcus Semien. I mean, and the arms.
I mean, on paper, the Mets have one of the best rosters in baseball. But they also had one of the best rosters in baseball last year and completely missed the postseason. So a lot of question marks, even with a guy like Bo Bichette, who's also on the interstate hitting a $111, trying to make that transition from being a middle infielder over to third. They have all the talent in the world, a lot of big bats. And a lot of good arms, too. Like, even the guy going tonight, David Peterson, he was an all-star last year for the Mets. Nolan McLean, we saw him in the WBC. He's the top pitching prospect in baseball. We'll see how the Giants handle that part of the lineup. Clay Holmes is a former reliever who they've transformed into a starting pitcher. And then Kodai Senga with that ghost fork pitch. It's one of the nastiest pitches in baseball.
What is a ghost fork?
That's a great question. It's just a variation to like a fork ball. It's like a fork ball and a splitter.
And it just
falls off the bottom of the zone.
So, spin on it.
And it looks like he's back to pitching well. So, yeah, it's a tough rotation. But, again, the Mets are really good on paper. These games are not played on paper. So, we'll see what happens this week.
All right, Giants are going with, of course, Robbie Ray tonight, who had a good start. Tyler Malley. Rally. Let's go Tyler Malley
Rally.
Friday night in the orange. 7:15 start. Saturday in the Gigantes jerseys, Landon Roop. And then Sunday, they're wearing the creams, believe it or not. Logan Webb.
Ooh, Easter Sunday.
Yeah. And Webby doing his thing. That's right. Easter Sunday. Somebody said, don't forget. Somebody actually wrote in earlier, said, Murph, it's almost time for a Roll Away the Stone weekend. That guy's got an incredible call. Because I'll never forget, I was living down in L.A., KLSX, the classic rock station, said on Easter weekend, they're like, it's Roll Away the Stone weekend. Rolling Stones all weekend. And I was like, are they really doing an Easter Roll Away the Stone promo? But they did. Yeah. It made me laugh. Yeah. And you got a lot of Rolling Stones, too, which is good. In fact, we could play Moonlight Mile by the Stones, but we have many others to get to, too. All right, guys. Well, we'll finish up, find out what young Tony learned today, hand it over to, well, it's not Papa and Silver. It's Larry Krueger in for Papa today. How about G. Sill? G. Sill is like Farhan with his utility roster. You know what I mean? Depending on the matchup, he's going with Kruger, JD, or FP.
Yeah. Then a host is just going to show up on opening day, and we're like, who the hell is that guy?
In fact, I believe tomorrow Connor Joe is sitting in with for Mike Reed on Monday.
Yeah, Matt Beatty.
That's your favorite.
Darren Ruff.
Ruff.
Ruff is on the move.
Hey, Ruff hit a bomb in Game 5 against the Dodgers. I mean, come on now. All right? A little respect on
I'm not knocking Ruff. No, I'm just like, he's another guy.
One of the greatest 3-letter last name Giants of all time. Shout out Joe Roa. R-O-A.
Nice.
Any others?
Just Connor Joe?
Connor Joe. Jung-Hoo Lee.
I like it.
On the Sports
Kruger's on the move.
Time for your Bay Area Chevy dealers traffic update. Listen to the sports leader anytime, anywhere. Download KNBR, the sports leader app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, our day of tributes to our great astronauts finishes with the all-time classic. And Marcus, this is the second reference this week. I think a day or two ago, you dropped a William Hung on us, didn't you?
I did.
Yeah.
She banged.
Does young Tony about William Hung? And
another one of What Did I Learn? Yeah, we've done it. Yeah.
Rocket Man. So, yeah, man, we had some fun ones. We left a bunch on the table. We didn't get to Sinatra, Fly Me to the Moon. We didn't get to Stones, Moonlight Mile. We didn't get to Van Morrison, Moon Dance.
No Kid Cudi, Man on the Moon.
No REM, Man on the Moon, which I didn't like, by the way. For me, REM kind of peaked real early, and then, yeah, no. But yeah, there was a fascination in the early 70s with space. Why wouldn't there be?
Yeah.
It's kind of wild. We talked about the Clooney movie with him drifting off, and Marcus said, yeah, it's a good way to go. I was like, oh my God.
Yeah, dude. Well, dude, think about it. Your last sight is the moon. The freaking moon, Tony. We're going back to the freaking moon.
I don't know.
We're going back to the freaking moon. That's why.
But if you kept living, your last sight might be like Mars or Venus. I don't know.
Or like E.T. or some type of alien.
I'm going to get real metaphysical, existential here. I don't have a profound fear of death right now. I just don't. But the idea of getting snipped by a cord in space and drifting off is utterly terrifying to me.
Drifting away.
Dude, that's just.
I mean, what? Your other options are going to be buried in a box. Why not just float on into the galaxy?
Light me on fire, buddy.
Light this one up.
I just drift. What are you going to do? You're alive. Oh,
you're going to die. That's what's going to happen. It's going to happen to all of us. Spoiler alert.
We're all going to die.
Yes, we are.
All right.
Enjoy it while you can.
415, of course, we played Space Oddity very early. It was one of the first ones we played. By the way, that three-letter surname Giants thing inspired a lot of great names, including Mel Ott, of course. At Wendell Kim, rest in peace, the old third base coach. From my era, this date in Giants history, catcher Milt May. Rob Nen from the Smoke on the Water era. And somebody who wins the day by saying, don't forget Johnny LeMaster wearing Boo on the back of his jersey.
Yeah.
Three-letter name.
All-timer.
Three-letter there.
All-timer.
All right, man. Well, listen, I think we need a little time for this one, so let's dive in early on Young Tony. What do we got?
Murph and Marcus want to know, what did young Tony learn today?
Well, so the joke is he's very, very young and innocent.
Hey, I know that now, okay?
All right, sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. For a man who plays golf, you did not know that in 1972, astronaut Alan Shepard brought a golf club to the frickin' moon, bro.
I just said that to him off air, and Jacob's like, no, that's not true, bro.
How about that? What did young Jacob learn today? Go to your YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter. Tony, you were blown away by this, right?
Some pretty good audio, too. So they set this up, and then there's a little bit of a gap. So you guys narrate this.
All right, so it's Alan Shepard.
Houston, while you're looking that up, you might recognize what I have in my hand as the handle for the contingency sample return. It just so happens to have a genuine 6-iron on the bottom of it. In my left hand, I have a little white pellet that's familiar to millions of Americans. Drop it down. Unfortunately, the suit is so stiff I can't do this with two hands, but I'm going to try a little sand trap shot here.
We're going to try a little sand. Dude, he just swung with his right hand. He hit the ball. What does he say? Hit the green.
I got more dirt than ball this time.
I got more dirt than
More dirt than ball. Here we go again.
You dropped another one, dude. Took a
That
money.
looks like a slice to me, Al.
Oh,
There
look
we
at the
go.
jokes. Look at the jokes. Here it is.
3 the die. One more.
Oh, my God. Dude, he's banging golf balls on the moon. He's on the range.
It'd be hilarious if he yells out, 4!
Who's that alien I almost hit there? Look at that little tempo from Alan Shepard.
Miles and miles and miles.
Oh, dude. That is absolutely freaking incredible, especially, Marcus, to make it look so realistic on a Hollywood soundstage.
I mean,
Yeah.
Murph, I don't know. That looks like another Stanley Kubrick production to me.
So, Young Tone, if you're blown away, it is incredible, right? And all that
Bro.
stuff's in the Smithsonian and all that stuff, I think the golf ball or the golf club. Hey, if you had one shot, what club would you bring?
Ooh, great question.
Well, he brought a 6-iron.
6-iron's good. I think I'd probably, for whatever reason, I like my 8-iron. I don't know why.
Okay, all right.
140, it's a good number for me.
How about bringing the driver and just unloading out into just
Yeah, you got to
let's
get the
go.
tee then. You're wearing all the equipment. It's a little much.
Now
you know?
watch this drive.
It's also the size of the driver. Pause. But the
little-
driver's the longest club in the bag, obviously.
Big
6-iron's
head,
pretty
big
good.
shaft.
8-iron's good, yeah. Wedge. Is a wedge too weak to bring up there, a pitching wedge?
Yeah, probably.
And how about him saying I hit more sand than that's dude, I know that. I know that feeling, bro. Oh man. I feel nervous.
I got more dirt than
I feel nervous
ball this time.
nervous enough hitting in front of the first tee at the Winter League at Mill Valley Golf Club, dude. So with the entire planet watching you, he swings with one. There's a lesson there about the one-hand tempo, man. So anyway, that's what we learned today, that Alan Shepard hit a golf ball on the moon. And hey, if you're ever going to say, like, what sport kind of lords over all he didn't hit a baseball on the moon, he didn't shoot a basket on the moon, he didn't throw a football on the moon.
Yeah, that is if you classify golf as a sport.
There you go. Maybe if Macklin Celebrini got up there, he could fire a hockey puck on the
Oh,
moon.
hell yeah. Well, I can tell you Macklin Celebrini is taking the Sharks to the moon.
Fly me to the moon, Macklin. That was a lot of fun, man. That was a lot of fun. All right, guys. Dude, 408. What did I learn today? Murph and Marcus are MAGA cucks. Maybe the best text of all time.
That's a big game, man.
All right, guys. Let's bring it in. Let's bring in Kruger and Greg Silver, of course. Hey, Giants baseball night. You'll be there?
Yeah, I'll be down there.
Lefty Robbie Ray. Watch out for the high school, Tam High School, and my miscreant son will be in the bleachers, I believe.
Uh-oh, we've got trouble
So
in the
see if
bleachers.
there's an incident out there.
All right, I'll keep an eye on those boys.
Why don't you just make a flyby?
Uh-huh.
Don't be obvious about it. Wear some shades.
No. I'll get some info for you.
Don't buy him a beer.
Oh, with the prices of beers, I can barely afford one for myself.
Papa and Silver's next. Larry Kruger filling in for Papa today. You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the Sports Today Cumulus Media Station.
The first one's got about 6 or 7 different storylines to it.
It's like watching a god on ice.
We're going back to the frickin' moon.
That's the end of the game.
4 hours, 3 faces, 2 Gregs, and 1 place to be.
Excellent.
Greg Papa
San Francisco.
and Greg Silver.
Let me tell you something. There is no such thing as being calm. I am fired up to be here.
This is Papa and Silver.
There goes the run. Pitches bounce down the third base side slowly. Glove behind the bag by Chapman. Here's the throw to first. Off the glove of Schmidt, and it might have hit the runner. And coming around third and scoring is Jackson Merrill. So Chapman's throw with Machado really hustling up the first base line, knowing that could be a tough play for the opposing third baseman. There goes Tatis. Now he stops, and a soft ground ball towards short. Cutting over from third, Chapman. Jump pivot and a high throw, and again Schmidt held his ground and did not come up for the ball, and it hit off the glove and went over to the sidewall, and that cost the Giants another run.
Do you want to lose? I throw, you catch. It's not that hard, okay? All right, get the out of here.
2-0 San Diego, both on throws to first where Schmidt just stayed flat-footed on the ground. Laureano, right-handed batter. He hits one high and deep in the left. That was also right down the middle. That one is way back there. It is gone. Man, he's thrown 2 pitches right down the middle to 2 of the Padres' best hitters. and they have each crushed the ball. Laureano following the Machado double with a 2-run homer out into left field toward left center. And just like that, it's 5-1.
Go yourself, San Diego.
Whoa! Let's all play nice. Actually, it's not really my job to tell you what to do or what to think. I'm just here to talk to you. Maybe make you laugh, maybe make you cry, maybe make you think about the San Francisco Giants. Hey, they still took the series 2 out of 3. In the day game, the getaway day, well, it got away from them on the defensive side of the ball before the bullpen had a tough showing, mainly just Jose Butto, who's got some arm tightness. All in all, Adrien Houser, pretty solid first outing for a number 5 starter in the rotation. But the schedule ain't getting any easier. Mets tonight for the next 4, and then 3 against the Phillies, and then they're going to go out on the road. Now we got 6 games in. The Giants are 2-4. It is Papa in Silver, and it is always a pleasure when I can talk to my good friend Larry Kruger. What's up, Krug? How we doing?
Catch the effing ball, Silver. Catch the effing ball. My goodness.
Dude, I was riffing yesterday. I was like, what's the 49er combination right now for Chapman Schmidt? I was going a little Brock Purdy, Ronnie Bell for a recent one. But, I mean, look, dude, it was just like, oh, man, a couple of big plays. And I know, the final score was lopsided, right? 7-1. But after 5 innings, it was 2-0. And the only 2 runs were due to not only 2 different errors, it was basically the same type of error in 2 different settings.
Well, it's funny to watch the public react to it because the public, we live in kind of corporate America or workplace America, and it's not cool to look at the person on your team and say, do your effing job. You know what I mean? But basically, you said what's the football comparison? I think it was Brock Purdy to Ray McLeod when Ray was not in the right spot and Brock just unleashed on him. And you could just see it. And I asked both guys about it. And, Ray was like, hey, man, it's on me. It's on me. Ray's like the coolest guy in the room at all times. He's like, hey, man, it was on me. And he was like, he was right to call me out. And then when I asked Brock about it, he was like, he kind of, in a very gentlemanly way, said he was in the wrong spot and I was in the right to call him out. So sometimes it's okay to just say, hey, Silver, do the effing open. Sometimes it's okay to have that kind of harsh dialogue, sports context. Probably not okay at Deloitte and Touche. It is okay in MLB.
And it is okay to call in and vent if that's what you want to do today at 808 KNBR, 415-808-5627. I mean, hey, look, the do your job comment. Walter's not here today, and thank goodness, because I probably get that, once, twice, maybe 3 to 7 times a day, maybe 10, 15. I don't know. Depends on what kind of day I'm having. We got Jacob in the house, young Tony, obviously getting us going with a little Blink 182, all the small things. And it was the small things for the most part until the game did get away from them in the 8th inning. But by and large, Krug, in the spirit of not getting too high or low on the roller coaster, I was with FP yesterday, and he tried to calm everybody down. You did take 2 games out of 3 on the road against a division opponent, and one that you were 3-10 against last year and played miserable baseball against. And so, yeah, the Yankees are really good. The Padres spend a lot of money. The Mets spend a ton of money. And then you got the Phillies coming in. So schedule's a tough one to start the year. But to go and take a series on the road, definitely a good bounce back. Obviously, we're going to learn a lot more. But for taking 2 out of 3 and taking advantage of some lesser starting pitching, that's exactly what you wanted to see. And then this team just got to produce a little bit more against top-end pitching. Nick Pivetta had a really nice day after some opening day struggles, but just 4 hits for the most part. You can't have that kind of output against some of the better arms in this league. And I guess the positive, though, Luis Arraez, he had 3, man. He might be off to the best start out of any Giant on this team so far.
I love him. It makes me laugh so hard when I think of the day after he signed and all the people who are like, he's not this, he's not that, he can't do this, he can't do that. Did you see the 360 spin move throw out? I mean, that was a mid-July in the heat of the summer kind of a play, and he made that thing in the first weekend of the season. I mean, that was an amazing defensive play. He's looked really good with the glove. I'm not saying he's, Ryan Sandberg, Robbie Thompson, or fill in the blank great defensive player, but you know what? let's stop complaining about this one guy who can actually hit in a lineup of nothingness. There's like 7 guys on this team that can't hit 200 right now. So, God bless Arraez and his 304. It's just beautiful to watch. He's constant motion. I think he teaches young hitters how to hit because he's not all up there stiff trying to get loose and trying to get his start going. He's kind of moving at all times in the box. He's full of energy. He put a 2-hand shiver on the little first base coach when he hit the single. Did you see that?
Oh yeah.
He lit him up, man. I mean, I would say Arraez, looked like he was benching 225 right there. He just, gave him the 2-hand shiver. So I love Arraez right now. But yeah, some of these other guys, welcome to the party. It's okay to hit.
2 errors made it 2-0 through 5 innings. And yeah, I mean, look, they had the 16 hit performance in the middle game of the series in which they had 9-3, their second win of the year, and by far their most comfortable of the 2. Tony Vitello gets a first series win, and now they got to come home. Robbie Ray is on the mound tonight against David Peterson. And yeah, I think one of the big takeaways, as much as 6 games is such a small slice out of 162, is that against top-end pitching, this is a team that's going to have to show a little bit more offensively. And I guess we'll start on the Matt Chapman and Casey Schmidt lack of connection. Now, for the frustrations getting out, you can weigh in at 808 KNBR. Did you like the fact that there was a little bit of emotion? I'll tell you just straight off the top, I'm glad Chapman got hot. Like, Casey Schmidt, number 1, needs to make those plays. And number 2, this team is not good enough, at least in the first week of the season, against high-end pitching to make critical mistakes on defense or even sloppy plays for that matter. You don't want emotions running high to become a habit, but Matt Chapman isn't someone who I worry about having frequent outbursts and getting a little too hot, a little too comfortably, and a little too common. To say catch the effing ball, yeah, I know there's a certain way you talk to your teammates and we talk about the workplace culture and environment, but the bottom line is Casey Schmidt did need to make those plays, and Matt Chapman, as one of the leaders on this team, if you're saying that every day or every other day, all right, maybe calm down a little bit. But if I'm Chapman, I think you have a right to get fired up because this is a team that wants to win, and you got to set a tone early in the season. There has to be standards of cleaner baseball. If you take everything from the 4 losses, the 2 big frustrations are lack of production at the plate, but then also at times, Krug, there's been some sloppy defense that, frankly, they just can't have.
Yeah, but I mean, I think we're going to have to live with some of that. I mean, the reality is that there's a narrative sometimes to the way these teams get put together, Greg. And like the narrative for the Giants is that Arraez wanted to play second. So even though Casey Schmidt is probably the better defensive player, both at third and probably at second too, and Arraez should probably be at first, instead, Arraez wanted to play second, so he's at second, and now Schmidt, who's really a third baseman's over at first. And he's off to a cold start. I'll say this. I really like Casey Schmidt. I think Casey Schmidt's the kind of guy that when Chapman said that, he was probably like, yeah, I deserved it. I got to catch the ball. But he's not, he hasn't played a lot of first base. He really hasn't. He played third. Then Chapman was acquired. He got moved to second. Now he's over at first out of necessity. I mean, I've been asking this question a lot of the spring. Who's going to play first? You knew the big kid was going back to the minors for more seasoning, and they like to DH Devers. So, who's going to wind up playing first? And it's like, it takes me back to Ron Washington in that Moneyball, where they're trying to convince Hatterberg that anybody can play first. And then Ron Washington's like, it's incredibly difficult. And it's like, you're involved in everything over there, every throw, all these different plays. And, so it's a big ask to ask somebody who hasn't played the infield at first to play first every day flawlessly. But you're right. I mean, this team does not hit enough to field inconsistently.
808 KNBR. I already see the phones lighting up, so we'll take some calls when we come on back. Got a lot of stories for you, and we're not going to do 5-1 in the sense of how I did it with the football season, but we are going to use the number 5 a little bit later on to try to get into some of the big storylines that maybe were lightly touched on or slipped through the cracks. There is so much going on right now. The Sharks are getting right back into this wild card hunt. Macklin Celebrini not going down without a fight whatsoever, and all these young guys. Then you got Kyle Shanahan being petty about the Rams with some funny comments made on Pro Football Talk. There's more serious things like Puka Nacua checking into rehab. Lot to revisit. We will have Kylan Mills, the new NBC Sports Bay Area Giants pre- and post-game host, joining us at 12:50. And then the draft, dude. This is Krug's time of year. 3 weeks from today, the NFL draft. Will the 49ers have pick number 27 when all is said and done? And if so, what will they do with it? Well, Todd Husak's going to join us at 1:30 because we know Todd does his thing on the draft coverage. It is Papa and Silver with Larry Krueger, and we will tease the contest when we come on back on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
You know what time it is, Sharks fans. It's time for your Teal Report. The Sharks, Macklin Celebrini, another comeback win. This over the first place Anaheim Damn Ducks, baby. They take them down 4-3. They got the Leafs. Another Toronto action tonight at the Tank. Get down there, and if you're not, keep it tuned into the Sports Leader because we love our Sharks.
Second baseman, Arraez almost up the middle for this right-handed hitter. There goes Tatis. Now he stops, and a soft ground ball towards short. Cutting over from third, Chapman. Jump pivot, and a high throw, and again, Schmidt held his ground and did not come up for the ball, and it hit off the glove and went over to the sidewall, and that cost the Giants another run. 2-0 San Diego, both on throws to first where Schmidt just stayed flat-footed on the ground.
Oh, man, a couple of errors and then the bullpen with Jose Butto in the 8th, just letting it get away. The Giants still take the series in San Diego, but are unable to come away with the sweep. It's Papa and Silver, Greg Silver, Larry Krueger, Jacob Violante with you all the way up until 2 o'clock, and a lot of different storylines to get into, but we got to start it right here as we are hit the ground running with baseball season, and it's no off day on this Thursday. The Giants get 7 games in 7 days. Mets coming into town, Phillies right after, and then they get a little breathing room along with a nice old road trip. Before we get back into all of it, including your calls and texts, I got to tell you about our contest. That's right. Every day this week, you've heard it if you've listened around 10:15 in the morning. 2 tickets to see Weezer, the Shins, and the Silver Sun pickups. That's going to be September 9th at Chase Center right here in San Francisco. 415-896-KNBR is the number to dial at some point later in the show when I tell you to do so. Not right now, so don't be firing up that contest line, and then we'll report you for cheating. Maybe not. That's Jacob's business. But 415-896-5627 is what you can call later. And if you're lucky, caller number 10, you will win. It is furnished by Live Nation. And you can find the official rules at thesportsleader.com. All right, Krug, let's get right out to the phones. Matt is in the city and wants to share some thoughts about the Giants' 2-4 start a week into the season. We're starting to finally settle in and get to know this team. Matt, you're on the Sports Leader. What's on your mind?
Hey, guys. How's it going?
Pretty good. How are you, man?
Going great.
I'm good. As far as the record and the team goes, I mean, might be give or take a game away from, you know, where any of us could have hoped with what the lineup looked like coming in and what the schedule was. My issue was what you guys were talking about before with Chapman getting on Schmidt about that stuff. Nobody on this team is playing well enough to be yelling at anybody yet. You got a new coach. If you're a veteran like Chapman, you got to be bringing the clubhouse together and picking guys up. And I'm sorry, I played infield. When you throw it to first and that ball gets by him, the first thing your coach is going to tell you is, well, hit him in the chest. It's not on you to yell at the first baseman, especially when you're a platinum glove third baseman like Chapman. He needs to be better than that and bring this team together if they're going to go anywhere. It's too early in the season to be dogging down your guys.
I mean, I guess we have a different perspective on the catch. I mean, I look at it this way. You're in the freaking big leagues and it hit your glove and you got to catch it. I mean, you're a first baseman. Your job is to catch it. Now, as far as what happens after that, you know, what should Matt have done and shouldn't he have done? And I guess we could debate what's the better leadership thing. You know, there's moments, there's relationships, right? And we all have different relationships with different people at work. And maybe there's some people that you can be kind of real with. And then there's other people that you got to be kind of couched with. Well, you know what? Maybe he can be real with Casey. I don't know their relationship, but I hear you what you're saying though.
No argument there. I think where the handoff happens is if he throws that ball and it gets by Schmidt and he doesn't say anything, we all know that's on Schmidt. Once you start chewing him out, then it takes 2 to tango, man. You got to make the throw, he's got to make the catch, and it's just this team. They should be the most tight-knit group in the league right now with the way the media is talking about them and their coach. And I didn't like seeing that this early in the season, especially from somebody like Chapman, who we don't have a lot of long tenured guys right now, but he's about as long as it gets. And I just think he's got to be better and more composed. It's 5 games into the season. Chill out.
Yeah, appreciate the call, Matt. And Matt is in the city, 808 KNBR, if you want to follow suit on that conversation. I think it's really good thoughts from Matt. I'm more aligned with you, Krug, in terms of the perspective where I hear what Matt's saying, right? Like, if Matt Chapman does this again in this upcoming series or even the homestand, it's like, okay, maybe it's a different conversation. I actually don't mind that he got hot about it at all. Now, someone on the text line said they agreed with the take about liking the emotion from Matt Chapman, but maybe put put the glove in front of your face just so it doesn't go viral like we have in today's day and age. Yeah, look, I mean, that's kind of the world that we're living in, where if somebody catches you on camera, then we all become lip reading experts. But no, look, Chapman could have made a better throw a couple of different times, but it wasn't so much to where Casey doesn't, like, he's still got to make that play at the end of the day. And I think that I hear what Matt is saying about it's early in the season, you don't want things to spiral, but I almost see it as it's early in the season, and this is a team that has expectations. I was with FP yesterday, and we talked about how Tony Vitello came into a situation that was very unique for being an unprecedented hire. This is not a team that's in a rebuilding mode that's trying to get from 68 wins to 80 wins. They're trying to get from where they've been stuck at, which is 500, and back into the postseason. So they believe in making the change at the manager, that Tony Vitello, his energy and his communication style can be one of those things that can give the Giants that extra 5 to 7 wins that they might need to help get into the playoffs. I actually like, if you're Chapman and you're a veteran on this team, try to set the tone early and get this thing a little bit tightened up. The key is to not just let that spiral. Like, it's a heat of the moment thing. He addressed it after the game. He and Casey both had comments kind of cooling down the whole situation. They got their first couple of wins out of the way. No tension on that front. Now the goal is to just let that be something that brings you together as opposed to creating a further divide.
I would have loved to have seen a further divide. I would have loved to have seen, Casey come back with, hey, thanks a lot, Mr. 182. Hey, Chapman, thanks for the advice. You're making $100 million. How about driving 80 runs like once in your life? That hasn't happened in like a decade. I mean, I would have loved Casey to really get kind of frosty on Chapman and the whole thing blow up. No, obviously, I mean, these things happen. I don't think it's a big deal, but it is a little like, cool your jets, bro. I mean, it's like, you're barking at me to catch the effing ball, but at the same time, I can see Chapman's deal. It's like, hey, this Matt Chapman is the best defensive third baseman of all time. And he puts the ball right there all season long. And one time he throws it kind of high and it ricochets off your glove. Yeah, I mean, catch the effing ball. I mean, that would be my thought.
I love that you said you wanted a greater divide. I'm like, Krug wants good radio. That's what he wants. But you know what?
I want a greater divide. Yes, I'm all about a greater divide.
You know a lot more about good radio and fun talking points than I do, being in this a lot more than I have. But I will say I'm also
on my third stint.
That's
you have to.
That's true.
Let's make sure we come correct.
He's Ricky Henderson in his time with the A's. I, though, am a little bit guilty myself because Jacob and I were having some fun earlier getting ready for the show where, this little bit of divide and the lack of connection. I'm not saying we wanted for it or we rooted for it, but after it happened, I'm like, what can we use? One of my favorite SNL skits of all time, Peyton Manning and the United Way, where he goes and hangs out with the kids and is supposed to be a good role model. Yeah, he's out there playing football with them, just chucking hard balls. He's like, you got to catch it. He's like, he's a hard ass. It's like Peyton Manning just got to be his true self in a setting where he's wearing jeans and with kids. Here's a little clip from that. I've been listening all morning long.
Awesome.
Proud 55 Razor. Son! Open. Get open. Get your head out of your ass. You suck. Let's go. Get back in here. Let's go. Except you. I can't even look at you. You know what? Go sit in the portal for 20 minutes. That's right. You stay in there. Why is the door open? Close the door. Stay in there. Okay, I'm sorry. Do you want to lose? I throw, you catch. It's not that hard, okay? All right, get the out of here.
What I really wish Chapman said was, here's the deal. I throw, you catch. It's not that hard. All right, now get the F out of here.
Exactly. Oh, beautiful. That's the part about pro sports that I think is awesome, is that these guys, there is a lot of intensity. There is a lot of accountability, and guys hold each other accountable in real time often. They don't let it fester. It's not going to be, they don't sit on it. I've been stewing and, it's not like, it's like some relationship with a girlfriend. You're not stewing over something. Have it out. Say what you got to say right here, right now, and let's move on. I think it's a healthier way to live.
You also got to wonder, when is Rafael Devers going to be back at first base? And I know Tony Vitello was on with Murph and Marcus this morning and said it's not something immediate, but he's getting closer. The way he ran out that infield single, I think gave people some hope and maybe even some questions of like, you sure he can't get out there and do it? There was also a lot of Eldridge talk yesterday. And look, the fact that Casey Schmidt made a couple of errors, if Eldridge isn't ready, you don't have him out there just to play first base. But the thought of someone who's 6'7" and that kind of frame who could stretch out for balls like that, if Chapman for, every once in a while might not be as on point as we're used to seeing, that's great. But also, if you don't have Casey Schmidt, you theoretically could have Devers. You've got Gerard Encarnacion, and a lot of people are already throwing in some Dominic Smith texts of how much they miss that guy with that temporary first baseman. And it's true last year, by the way, that yes, Rafael Devers was a guy you wanted to see out there playing first base, and that was the big picture goal when you brought him over here. But Dominic Smith was not really planned to be one of your impact players for the team. He was still the best defensive first baseman that you had by a long shot.
Not only that, if you watch the Giants every day, every inning like I do, there were at least a half dozen moments down the stretch where you said, you know what? I don't know what next year's team's going to look like, but all I know is Dominic Smith's got to be on it. And then he's not, and he doesn't really get paid and go any. He went to Atlanta for peanuts. I mean, come on. You don't have a first baseman. This guy absolutely could have helped you. This guy has tremendous guts, too. I really liked his fit with this club last year.
I mean, also, he's just such a likable guy. He was not hard to root for whatsoever. That walk-off grand slam he had over the opening weekend with Atlanta, and then also talked about his first time playing since his mom passed away and how close they were. That was one of those things where I'm thinking, I could be petty about the fact that the Giants let him go, and I was like, I'm not going to make some comment on social media. I just want to say I love Dom Smith. That was really, really cool for him.
Yeah, I mean, happy for him. And, you never know. I mean, maybe he didn't want to be here. Here's the one untold part about being on the West Coast. We love it, right? The Bay Area is awesome. The weather's great. Look outside today. Go walk around the country weather-wise today and look at what we got today and tell me the Bay Area is not a great place to live. This is an awesome place to live. But if your family lives in Atlanta, maybe it's not. Or if your family lives in Florida, if your family's east, there are guys. I remember Ned Colletti used to tell me, I'd be like, Ned, why don't you go after this guy and go after that guy and sign this guy? He'd be like, Krug, let me just tell you straight out of the chute. I get a note early before free agency even begins from a bunch of agents who are just like, my guy's not considering anything west of the Mississippi. So there are people that just will not consider living out here on the West Coast for their own reasons, and it has nothing to do with the Giants, us, politics, the weather, or anything else. They got their own reasons, and they don't want to be here.
Papa and Silver with Larry Krueger will continue on, and we'll get to the phones continued after this. Jorge in Portland, you are up next. More coming up on The Sports Leader.
KNBR, The Sports Leader.
1-0 pitch. Dom Smith drives one. Deep right field. It is gone! Up onto the arcade. A two-run homer for Dom Smith to tie the game at 4. Wow, he crushed it. He got a changeup out over the plate and just blasted it. So for the Giants swinging the bats here at home, this is what we saw in the last homestand.
Oh, I didn't even know we were coming in with some Dom Smith, but that's who we were talking about at the very end of that last segment. And again, such an easy Giant to root for when he was here, and when he had that grand slam in Atlanta to walk off the game on opening weekend, you couldn't help but just kind of smile and root for it. And the reason he's coming up today is because Rafael Devers is not playing first base as he's still working through the hamstring tightness. So we've gotten a lot of Casey Schmidt. I will say one of the subjects that we've touched on, but we haven't necessarily linked the two together, Krug, is we talked about Luis Arraez, and then we talked about the Chapman-Schmidt disconnect. I like Casey Schmidt. I really appreciate what he can give you at the plate. This is also another reason of why, hey, it was good to go and sign Luis Arraez. He's not only been a great addition to the offense, he's done a pretty damn good job at second base. Not perfect, but for the most part, I'm like, Luis Arraez is your best player right now. For someone like Casey Schmidt, I understand first base is not his natural position, but as JD likes to say with him, less might be more in the sense of you can get the most out of his offensive abilities if he's not having to be an everyday defensive starter.
I'm just still reeling from the greatness of the Jacob Violante baby comeback. I mean, that's just one of the all-time bumper returns right there. That is outstanding sports talk radio producing. I just want to shout that out. The great Jacob Violante. But to your point, yes. I mean, we miss Dom Smith, but you know what? I don't know how you feel, and I don't know how Giants fans feel, and I'd love to get your guys' thoughts. 808 KNBR. 8 games in, or 6 games in, I should say. 2-4, but I'm pretty encouraged. I know, the Yankees came in and swept, and the Giants obviously have offensively, the bats are quiet, even though they swung the bat really well in Arizona, really consistently. But I think there's been a lot of good things. I'm hardly the glass half full guy, but I think there's some good things. The Malleys, the Housers. I think Roop looks like a real. Like he could be really on to a great first half.
How about your guy Killian, dude? I texted you when he was throwing. He's got the heat, man. 97 again.
Dude, I mean, he's unbelievable. He knows how to pitch, and now he's armed with 98. We got to get him on. I mean, the only thing is Buto right now is a total gas can. I mean, he's still in Arizona mode, and he's got a 22-point ERA. He couldn't get anybody out. And I'm not one of these, fire them, cut them, trade them. I don't like, ending guys' careers. But it might be, there might be something wrong there. There might be either he's tipping or he's not healthy, because they broke north with him, and obviously we're banking that he was going to be the guy they remembered from last year, and he's just not that guy. So unless he can get it together really quickly, they may need to figure out what to do with him.
Well, now we got a little arm tightness situation, too, as they noted after the game yesterday. And that's kind of one of those where I saw people talking about this on social media where they're like, that's kind of where I hate we need to save the rest of our bullpen arms, so we're just going to leave a struggling and maybe borderline injured guy out there to suffer when we feel like the game's already getting out of hand. It's like, okay, but you also got to think about the longevity of your bullpen, too, because if there's anything we learned from last year, you can't have too many arms in that unit. Let's get back out to the phones. Jorge is in Portland, wants to talk a little Casey Schmidt at first base. Jorge, you're on the Sports Leader. What's going on?
Hi, guys. Thanks for taking my call. I appreciate it. So knowing that Schmidt is not a natural first baseman, somebody should have been working with him, and I'm sure somebody was, but I played first base all through my career in college, and frankly, one of the number one rules there is if you see a ball coming offline from any of your infielders, you get the ball first. And frankly, in this particular case where he lost track of the ball, you got to go out, cut it off, maybe do a swipe tag, whatever, but at least you save a run. And you never try to, you don't want to commit too early to the throw because you might be stretching out of line and not in a way that is going to work for you. But go get the ball first, maybe do the swipe tag, and then don't try to. And if the ball is high, jump, get the ball. Don't let it get by you. That's really a key to playing first base.
It'd be nice if they had some height over there as well. I mean, height is a good thing. One thing about Casey Schmidt, he's 6 feet tall. He's not really a first baseman stature. I mean, I grew up with Willie McCovey playing first. Willie was 6'5". He was huge over there. Belt for the Giants championship years gave those infielders a big target. Yeah, I mean, I think I'd like to see a 6'4", 6'5" first baseman if they could find one,
and a lefty at that.
Sure.
So and the fact that I didn't realize that Devers is still having some hamstring issues. I hope he's not going to be another Pablo Sandoval gaining weight or anything like that, or maybe it's an age thing, but. I really like him at first base, and then in concept, however you pronounce it.
Encarnacion?
Whatever.
Encarnacion.
DH would be nice. But as far as, and also, but that's number one rule as far as a first baseman, get the ball first, man. Don't let it get by you. And as far as Buto, didn't he pitch in the West, in the WC?
He did.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, a lot of times they come back, just like Webb, they're a little flat. And coincidentally, his arm hurts. Well, really? Okay. So, I suspect maybe I'm a little bit too suspicious of some of these injuries that occur after the fact. But anyway, thanks for taking my call. But somebody work with Schmidt. I mean, or make him left-handed. No, just kidding.
Yeah, okay.
You're talking to a guy that was only 6 feet in college, playing either DH. By the way, and playing DH is a drag because you're just not in the flow of the game. If you're in the game, I bet I had better chances to get hits if I was either playing first base than when I was DH. But thanks for taking my call, guys.
Yeah, appreciate it, Jorge. Krug, one quick thought on the joke about turning Schmidt into a lefty. I don't know if everyone was watching the Warriors last night, and to be honest, I was watching it kind of passively and in and out there. But I'm
trying to quit.
Yeah, we had a right-handed Malachi Leon shooting left-handed free throws because of an injured wrist, and that roster was so short-handed. I don't want Casey Schmidt, a natural righty, to have to go lefty for reasons like that. We already lived it enough in the Bay Area. I'm good, bro. I'm good.
Yeah. But thanks for the call. A lot of good comments there. And, and there's nothing wrong with being 6 foot as a baseball player. It's just being 6 foot as a first baseman is kind of Steve Garvey was probably 5'11", 6 feet. But, I mean, there aren't that many short first basemen. You want to give a big target over there is usually preferable.
Yeah, 100%. Let's keep it going on the phones. Chris is in San Andreas, wants to sound off on the Giants. What's up, Chris?
Good morning, guys. Hey, my feeling, it's kind of twofold here. I think the great thing about it being early in the season, that these guys care enough that they can have this conversation or spat, whatever you want to call it. I just think, Chapman's holding Casey, really accountable because they're pro athletes. And that's the first side of it. The second side of it is if Chapman's got this figured out, maybe they should switch. He should play first, and Schmidt should play third because that's his natural position. See how
That's
it
a
goes
great
there.
one. That is a great one. I love that. That is awesome. Tell Matt Chapman the greatest.
Appreciation for it.
Yeah. Hey, why don't you get over? That would have been the awesome answer. Hey, you know what? I'm pretty good at third too, bro. Why don't you get over at first base? It ain't that easy. That would have been awesome.
Yeah. Yep. And the second thing is, I agree 100%. Dom was phenomenal. In fact, he was a definite team player. He tore his hamstring I think that's the last time we saw him stretching, trying to make a play.
I mean, that's why we saw Bryce Eldridge in the first place, right? Like the plan was to not bring him up at all, but there was a need for it because Dom Smith sacrificed his body late in the season.
Gamer, just a gamer guy. He really is.
Yep,
and he's a guy that wrote. What I loved about Dom Smith is that you could see the competitor. And this guy elevated in big moments. And that to me shows that you care, shows that you're passionate. I want a roster full of hitters that rise to the moment. That's what Dom Smith was. I mean, is he a great player? No, but he stepped up in a number of big situations last year and came through with quality ABs. So I kind of wish they had brought him back.
He's a gamer and he can play multiple positions, and I think we need a little bit more of that. So I appreciate you guys taking my call.
Yeah, absolutely, Chris. Thanks for the call. 808 KNBR to join the conversation. All right, so bottom line is they do take the series. Getting 2 out of 3 on the road against a division opponent is never something you're going to be upset with. Even Logan Webb, who wasn't been his sharpest to start the year, really had a gutsy performance, and the Giants took advantage of some poorer starting pitching. Now, they got to up that offensive production because the 2 errors were telling the story, but part of why it was so crucial that they played clean defense is because they weren't really getting any hits. Luis Arraez had 3 of the 4 for the team, and when they faced top-end pitching, it's been a struggle so far in the series. So now you got the Mets and the Phillies coming into town. You're going to have to face Christopher Sanchez. I believe if the schedule lines up the way it should, you're going to face Yamamoto coming up when you see the Dodgers here later in this month. And so you're going to have to find some answers, whether it be on the road or at home. But as far as washing away the bad taste of the Yankees series, getting 2 out of 3 for the most part is doing your job. But you know what? When you're 2-4 and you got this tough start to the schedule and a first-year manager, well, we're going to nitpick because we got a lot of time to fill on the air. We'll continue with some Tony Vitello sound coming up because he was with Murph and Marcus. And then when we get to the 11 o'clock hour, I'll give you my 5 big storylines that were lightly touched on or maybe slipped through the cracks. We'll get into some football talk, a lot of baseball as well coming in the 12 o'clock hour when Kylan Mills joins us at 12:50, and then Todd Husak coming by at the very end of the show. 3 weeks from today, NFL Draft 49ers pick number 27 in the first round. Lots and lots and lots to get into on the Sports Leader.
Time for your Bay Area Chevy dealers traffic update.
One and two the count. And Killian comes in. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. Killian with a curveball to put him away. Wow. Very impressive. And he inherited runners at second and third, one out, and the Padres do not get anybody home against him.
He throws. Merrill strikes out swinging. He just overpowered him with the fastball at 98. Caleb Killian retires 5 in a row.
I got to tell you, with all the Killians entering our world, I might have to start a Killian power rankings. We got already 3 tough names fighting for that top spot. We've got Kylian Mbappe, phenomenal soccer player who just got an injury misdiagnosed because the wrong leg was getting checked out. So that's a toughie by the medical team. You've got Caleb Killian, who's throwing 98 and is a bright spot on this bullpen. Krug's guy that he loves, and rightfully so. And then you've got Ann Killian, award-winning journalist of the San Francisco Chronicle. Any other Killians out there, let me know. But I feel like that's a tough 3 right there at the podium.
That's a deep dive. I thought you were going to go with maybe kind of a run on Killian with kind of a Gavin Keelan, which is if you want to kind of move your Killian and keep it to a Keelan, you've got Gavin Keelan, who, by the way, I don't know, man. I saw him in spring training, and I know the Giants took him high in the draft. I don't know. I don't know about that. We'll see how this goes. But, I saw him in spring training, and if that guy becomes awesome, I would be shocked.
Jacob hit me in my ear with the F. Mary Killian. That's a pretty good one. But I'll stay out of that territory because, Papa's not here. So for once, I can steer clear of my potty humor. Kind of. Let's get into some Tony Vitello sound. Yeah, I'm not going to claim complete innocence on my craziness on the show.
It's a 4-hour show. You got to give yourself some room to breathe.
Yeah, why do you think I'm already riffing on Peyton Manning to start the day? That is great.
That was
right there.
awesome. We should almost play that weekly on the leader. That thing was just that's how good that was. I was belly.
You catch.
I throw, you catch. All right, now get the F out of here. Let's hear from Tony Vitello, who is going to be part of the Giants executive show rotation this year with Murph and Marcus. And Tony V picked a good time to come on because they talked to Buster after opening night, and he admitted, yeah, that one was kind of a dud, but because he's Buster, he kept it cool and calm and even-toned. And then Tony V joins after getting a couple of wins, his first as a major league manager. Let's start here with Cut I, because this relates to the big topic of the first hour of our show. Tony V on the timeline for Rafael Devers to play first base this season. Of course, he has been a DH every single day because of that spring training hamstring tightness. Here's what he had to say on the matter.
Yeah, and he did that, against our advisement, mainly mine. I got made fun of for yelling at him in spring training to take it to kind of cool it on the bases a little bit, but he was hauling butt, down the line a couple different times in spring training, once almost beating out an infield hit. And so it's kind of been the theme that we already know of. He feels really comfortable in a straight line, but when you're getting into a squat position or, you're potentially stretching real far, but even just a little bit is where his discomfort is. So that's where everybody's at right now is, all right, we have 162 games to play. How deep in do we go before we're pushing it? Because right now, I think everybody agrees we'd be pushing it a little bit. And then on the flip side of that, they're doing, Gresh and his staff are doing everything possible with him to loosen that thing up and just get him feeling where he needs to be. And it'd be sugarcoating or however you want to phrase it. I'd be saying the wrong thing if I didn't say our best lineup is with those common 8 guys that everybody knows out there in the field every day. And that, of course, means Rafi at first.
Yeah, so Tony Vitello, one thing that's great about when he does interviews is we all kind of riff on how he's going to talk your ear off, and you can ask him one question and he can go. But he's also not giving vanilla answers either, and that doesn't mean that he's saying too much or he's speaking on things he shouldn't say. I just think he's very honest and upfront, and that's going to play well for him regardless of how many games that this team wins. I think that's going to really resonate with the players. But as far as that right there, the goal is to have Rafael Devers at first. This was not the vision of having Casey Schmidt, who you love as a utility player, be in your everyday first baseman, but because of circumstances, because of how Devers is feeling right now, and because of the caution of doing this every day over the course of 6 months with, some off days sprinkled in there, you want Rafael Devers to be somebody who can be there for the long haul. And that's why eventually you're hoping to see Devers, which I got to say actually made some pretty good strides based on my expectations of what he was going to be after the trade. I'd like to see more of Devers at first base when he's ready to go.
Well, let's just not act like, the Giants have JT Snow, and if they just had Devers, all would be, all would be right with the world. Devers never played first base, even 1 inning for the Red Sox. He's only played in his career 81 and a third innings of at first base in his career. So, in the major leagues. So he's still a relatively raw first baseman in his own right. Let's not act like, oh, yeah, if you just had Devers in there, it's like, oh, yeah, he's JT. He's not JT. And he's not Will Clark. And he's not probably even Brandon Belt. He's an okay first baseman. He's probably better than Schmidt. And, but Schmidt is a very, very good defensive player who plays a much more difficult position really, really well, and it's also a corner position. So, yes, should he have made those catches? Yes. Is it appropriate for us to be talking about it? Yes. But let's not pretend that, if you're driving around and listening to this, you're like, oh my God, this Casey Schmidt guy is just horrible, and they have this guy Devers who's just awesome. No, these guys are very, very comparable defenders.
You're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station, as we get closer to the 11 o'clock hour here on Papa and Silver. Before I get back into any more Tony Vitello sound, I can't believe I left the most obvious one on the table. All the texters are rightfully chiming in. Cillian Murphy, Oscar award-winning actor, and Tommy Shelby of Peaky Blinders. One of the great TV shows out there. I haven't seen the movie yet. My brother did. I got to go and see the movie. Jacob, you're saying no on it? Don't.
I haven't seen it.
Okay, I was gonna say I was at a don't see it. Cillian Murphy, dude. When I met my girlfriend, I was dressed up in a Peaky Blinders costume. It was right around Halloween, and so I'm starting to think she really fell for Arthur Shelby instead of me. But whatever I did to stay in good graces, then I'll take it.
That's always the trouble if you do meet your significant other at a costume party. Did she really like you, or does she like that costume that you were dressed up as that night?
No, see, I look at it the other way.
I always got to kind of wonder that. There's some awkwardness in the relationship probably because of it.
Maybe, but I also look at it from the positive side, which is the fact
your chops.
I think it gives hope to people out there, Krug. It's like if you feel like, you just had bad luck, or it's not happening for you, or everybody's advice is doing you wrong, maybe a costume party is exactly what you need.
Yeah, seriously. When things are not going right in your world, try a costume party.
We've also got Killian's beer and Sacramento Kings point guard Killian Hayes to add to the list. We're getting a good list going.
There you go. We could probably come up with some more Killians.
Yeah, 808 KNBR. Please help us out. I cannot believe my jaw's on the floor that I left Cillian Murphy on the table. That is one of the great shows and acting performances in good old Peaky Blinders. And shout out Oppenheimer as well. Tony Vitello continued on the first base and was asked if they considered moving Luis Arraez to first. This is going to be cut J, and it was pretty adamant that Luis Arraez wants to be a second baseman. That's why he's here in San Francisco.
Yeah, I mean, it's potential, but it's also, a part of Luis's selection of where he was going to play. Of course, being a free agent, and he was, determined to play second base. And I think that's something that we were determined to do too, is kind of feel really good about that spot. Casey and Koss offer a tremendous amount of flexibility on the field and are talented guys, but we're looking for an everyday veteran second baseman. And so that's where that combination kind of met in the middle. And I use that word determination on purpose, determined to play second. That's one of the reasons you see him playing well defensively, is the mindset met with the work ethic to play that position. So that's kind of the background behind that.
So we're 6 games into a long season, but everything to this point in the first week tells me that Luis Arraez is going to and should remain at second base. Now, if you get into a point where he has hit a massive slump, he is holding your team back, and going back to my larger theme of hour one, this team's not good enough to have sloppy defense or give mistakes away when they're facing top end hitting, or pitching rather. Like, they're just not hitting enough right now against premier starters to be like, we're going to be a little bit experimental here on the defensive side. But Luis Arraez here came here to play second base, and from what I've seen through the first week, he's going to continue playing second base, not necessarily through 7 innings where you then go to Christian Koss or Casey Schmidt and do a little sub-exchange pinch hitting. No, he's here to play first base for 9 innings, and he's an second base for 9 innings, and he is an everyday player.
You know what? I think it's actually a good situation. I know, because it's almost like Luis is challenging himself to be better defensively at second than he's been. And I think he looks great. I mean, I really do. And I went down to Arizona and I saw him for a week down there, and he handled everything that was hit his way. He's already made 2 or 3 plays that are like some of the best plays I've seen a Giant second baseman make in years. How about the back to home plate catch in one of those Yankee early games over his head of a pop fly in shallow center field? I mean, it's got to be a degree of difficulty 9 or 10. He made that thing look like easy. And the play that he made yesterday on the spin, either we're going to find out here in the coming weeks. Either that was lucky, and he's got a little routine there, or that was fantastic. And I'll just believe it's fantastic until he starts not making that play. So he looks good. I think he's challenged himself to be better defensively. And you know what? This works. If he plays great D, this works. It doesn't work if he struggles defensively at second and Schmidt struggles defensively at first. Both those guys have to, but Arraez is doing his part so far, and I get no problem with him. If he sees his career as a second baseman, I probably see him more as a second baseman. His offense fits more as a second baseman. I think he's smart to want to be a second baseman.
It's also nice to have the option at first if you need it right there, but I'm not saying that's what they need to do right now off of a couple of errors. And I mean, look, people have been commenting this morning too, saying the Giants got 4 hits, right? I'm not saying that because of those 2 errors it lost them the game, but for a while that was a big difference, and it was also a reminder of the type of defense that the Giants need to be capable of when they're facing pitching that is giving them a hard time, like Nick Pivetta yesterday on a lot of those high fastballs. So bottom line is, 16 hits like they had on Tuesday, you're not going to get that routinely. But can you get 6 with a home run like you did in that first win on Monday? And generally, if we saw the Yankees series where it was 4 through the first 2 games combined and then 4 yesterday, that's generally not going to be enough, especially when 3 of them come from a guy who hits for contact and not for power. But by and large, I do like me some Luis Arraez, even if my ex-Woba is pointing in a different direction, Krug.
Well, that is always a problem. Sometimes your ex-Woba just gets out of whack, and then where are you? Then where do you turn when your ex-Woba gets out of whack? I just want to see the guys who get paid hit. I want to see the guys who get paid to hit. And that's my so like Jung-Hoo Lee. It'd be great if he hit 280, 290. Chapman, I'd love to see him hit. The guys that are making the big coin, I'd like to see Devers. I'd like to see those guys start to swing the bat. It's tough because you're in Arizona. It was hot in Arizona. It was 90s, and you even got high 90s towards the end. Then you come west, and it's wet, it's dewy, it's cold, it's windy. You don't feel like it's not good hitting weather. I think that has a lot to do with it. Some guys really don't make that adjustment very well.
All right, let's go with another cut from Tony V, and you can listen to that whole interview available on thesportsleader.com or wherever you get your podcasts for the station. This one is talking about the surprise of the bullpen. We can nitpick some of the negatives. We can rightfully criticize some of the problems we've seen that have led to a 2-4 record. But the bullpen is probably one of those things that I don't think anyone was expecting to look as good as it has. And we can get into the statistics of it all. Any game, any inning, good or bad this early in the season, is going to wildly fluctuate the statistics. And Jose Butto, obviously, retired 1 of 8 yesterday. That's going to have a mark on the entire unit. But by and large, the concern is Ryan Walker and his ability to close games when he gets to save opportunities. As far as the rest of the bullpen, though, it's not just Krug's guy Killian. It's really everyone top to bottom outside of Butto yesterday that's done their job at a really high level. Tony Vitello admitted himself, he's like, I know everybody was questionable about the bullpen. Yeah, even we were too. But here is Tony V's thoughts on the pleasant surprise of that season.
We do have some factual data we can point to. Is we really feel confident in this starting group. I know a couple of these guys are capable of a 9-inning shutout, but what we really see is just a group that's stable and is always going to compete and can keep us in the game. At the end of the day, to me, that's all you can ask your starting pitcher to do when they get as many starts as they do. The bullpen was questioned by many, including us, to be honest with you. So we're kind of on a mission to actually make that a strength as opposed to a weakness. Those guys have really responded well. And then hitting is going to come and go. Defense, of course, needs to be stable. We want to be aggressive on the bases. And we've kind of seen all those attributes. But the main thing with that position group I wanted to continue to ramble on about was I think there's a lot of personality there. There's leadership. The guys really do have a camaraderie already early in the year. Maybe it's because we have some holdovers from last year. But as that group continues to relax and continues to have some personality, whether it's having fun or getting on each other and being intense, I think it's a winning group.
So 6 games into the season, you don't draw conclusions on anything, right? And I'm not even implying that you will. But going into a season with all the talking points, and you have your talking points, the fact that offensively, you understand what this lineup's capable of. There's a lot more question marks with the pitching, particularly with the bullpen. Different categories of discussion will carry a different weight through the first week, even if you're not drawing conclusions on anything. For example, Logan Webb not looking quite like himself in his first 2 starts. That's pretty low on the list of long-term concern over the course of a season, Krug. But the bullpen, if they were struggling as an entire unit through the first week, I would look at this thing and say, yeah, this is something we all kind of were worried about, and I'm right to be concerned moving forward. Doesn't mean that they're going to have these kind of results over the course of a season, but the bullpen looking how they have is certainly not nothing. In the same way that Ryan Walker being kind of shaky in his first chance for a save this year, that's also not nothing.
The pitching, it's hard. First of all, this is a marathon, and we're evaluating like the first 500 yards. You know what I mean? It's like they've gone a half mile, but they're going to go 150 miles. It's like, so we just got to factor that in. So, I mean, last year, their bullpen looked impenetrable. They had Randy Rodriguez in the first half of the year had an ERA of 0.89, and he made major league hitters look like minor leaguers the entire first half. And then by the end of the year, he's done. So, and he looked indestructible. So I always say pause for, we're talking about this bullpen in the present. There's no guarantees for the future. But we said it in March, and I said it in March. They got to find some relievers. They got to find no more Tyler Rogers, no more Doval, No more Randy Rodriguez, at least for this year.
You don't even have the option of Birdsong, who started the year as a reliever last year.
Exactly. So they needed to invent some guys, and guess what? They invented some guys. Keaton Wynn is nasty. His arm is legit. High 90s. That breaker that breaks down and in to the righty is just death. Eric Miller is one of the best lefty arms in baseball. This guy throws smoke, and he's healthy right now. Killian, where the hell did they find this guy? He's 98 miles an hour. This guy didn't throw 98 when they traded him to the Cubs, and now they've developed him. They found him. Brubaker, I think is real. He's going to contribute all year out of that pen. Now, Walker, Baruki, Boutro, I'm a little concerned about some of their arms down there, and I'm major concerns about how long the whole thing can stand up. But I think this rotation's underrated, and Brubaker, Killian, Eric Miller, Keaton Wynn, all those guys are good relievers, and I don't know that anybody was banking on any of those guys when the season ended at the end of last year. So I feel pretty good about the relievers they've discovered. And then I talked to Will Bednar in spring training. Will Bednar's coming, man. Will Bednar's figured it out. He's going to be up here this year. They've got a better arsenal of better bevy of young arms ready in their pen than I think we may anticipate. But depth is still going to be the issue as the season progresses.
415-808-5627. We'll continue with some calls and texts when we come on back. And then around 11:30, we'll hit you with the 5 big storylines, get some pivot over to football talk. It's a well-rounded Thursday with Krug here. I throw, you catch. Now get the F out of here on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Sloppy game for the Giants yesterday. They drop one to San Diego, 7-1. A couple errors for Casey Schmidt. It's okay. Today's a new day, a new series. We got the New York Metropolitans coming to town. 6:45 first pitch, 5:45 pregame. Get your butt down there, and if you don't, keep it locked in on the Sports Leader. We got the game for you. Go Giants.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Now Bader lines one into left field. That's a base hit. And that'll be the first run of the game for the Giants. Arraez comes in to score. It's 3-1. And Bailey gets word from the dugout that he's being pulled back.
Yeah, I see how it is. Harrison Bader did get the lone RBI yesterday, but in our famous dong pool, he also got Jacob a good $40 by hitting the first home run of the season. See, the way it works, Krug, is that if there's no home run like there was yesterday, then all the money rolls over into the next day. And the Giants, I don't know if we knew this, they had kind of a slow offensive start there in that first series. You haven't had a home run at Oracle, so when Harrison Bader finally checked that box and broke the ice, that was a lot of money going into Jacob's pocket, so he's feeling pretty good about it.
Jacob, Maui retirement fund, you buying property? I mean, what kind of windfall did we come into? Are there tax ramifications?
Playing Kapalua next week, Krug. Let's go.
Okay. I was going to say, yeah. Teeing off as we speak on the plantation. Thank you.
Giants lose it 7-1, although the final score probably didn't tell the story of how close it was for the most part. Got away from them in the 8th inning with Jose Butto only retiring 1 out of 8 batters he faced, but 3-1. And Adrien Houser in his first start, I mean, for a number 5 starter, looked very competent out there. He didn't have an earned run on the first 2 that the Padres scored, only went with 1 in the end when all was said and done, was hitting 96 on the fastball. And so as far as going through this rotation for the first time, I mean, Logan Webb's been the one who we have the early concerns about. And I have no doubts that he's going to be able to figure it out. And, Robbie Ray looked really good. Landon Roop was dominant and as good as I've ever seen him in a start. And so, yeah, good to see Adrien Houser. And we're going to get some Tyler Mahle coming up again, who I thought was pretty solid for the most part, given that he was on a pitch count. Let's go back out. Oh, we don't have a call. So 808 KNBR, if we missed you, you can give us a call back. We'll get into some big storylines on all this coming up in a bit. But just big theme here, I throw, you catch. And yeah, again, I'll say it as I did about an hour ago. I like that from Matt Chapman. I don't think, if you're going to do something that feels like an emotional outburst and it feels like show and anything that's kind of phony or inauthentic, that's always easy to sniff out. Matt Chapman is not a hot-headed guy. I don't think that was a hot-headed reaction. The reason it became a thing, Krug, was because we can all lip read and see what he was saying on the screen. Yeah, it wasn't because he was jumping up and down and doing the Drew Gilbert choke up on Casey Schmidt and we saw those two really get into it. He just said, hey, man, catch the effing ball. We got to clean this up early in the season. These games count.
Yeah, I mean, it's, I'm sure he wish he hadn't said it because people, the TV images are everything's in high def, man. We can see it all. So be careful. This is probably not a story in yesteryear, but now that the images are so clear and we get a chance to see him literally say to Schmidt, basically do your job. It's easy to relate to. But, I mean, it would be like I was joking with Jacob at the commercial. I was saying, it would be funny if at some Silver said, hey, Jacob, go to effing break already. You know what I mean? It's like, it's kind of, I don't know. It's like, in a way, it's the way that men communicate with each other. We're very direct, where sometimes, that and some people view that as dysfunction. But I actually think that's very functional. I think the football world is, I really enjoy covering the Niners. And I'll tell you one thing is that Shanahan is real. And, these coaches, Chris Kasarik, when he's telling Alfred Collins how to play, he's not like, hey, Alfred, could you come over here for a second? I have a thought I'd like to share with you. He's like, do it now, effing this, effing that, effing, So, I mean, it's just the way it is. And it's not personal. Alfred's not sitting there going, Chris doesn't like me. No, he's going, Chris loves me. Chris cares about me getting better. He's putting everything he's got into me because he wants to see me get better. So it's just the different cultures, different, things that you cannot do at your place of work They can do it theirs. And I don't have any bad feelings about Chapman and what he said there. And I guess you'd have to ask Casey. The same thing that could be said by you might not be a problem, but if it's said by somebody else, could be a major problem. So, it's these things are not, it's not always readily apparent what the protocol is. Let's just say.
Not to get overly technical on everyone here, but Justice De Los Santos of the San Jose Mercury News, one of our favorite guys to talk to throughout the season, put out there that the MLB announced a scoring change from the game yesterday. So Casey Schmidt was dinged for that first inning error yesterday, the ball on the Machado grounder. That's now been reassigned to Matt Chapman. Again, we're moving past it. I don't think it's going to cause any further rift, but if you want to get technical about it, it now is officially a Matt Chapman error.
There you go. Well, let's just say this. When I was in the Canadian Football League and we were watching film, if it was like the DB or the linebacker's fault, man, I would literally, sometimes you would see coaches fighting over, it was the DB's fault. It was the linebacker's fault. So, I mean, this means everything to these guys. So, and, tempers run hot. We'll see. Maybe we haven't seen the last of this.
I think there's got to be a stat for interceptions with quarterbacks because that really plays into contracts. If it's not their fault, we got to have like asterisk interceptions. Like, Mac Jones throwing one immediately in Tampa Bay, but Kendrick Bourne's the one that messed up the play. Or if it just goes right off of somebody's hand, it's like, that's tough for a quarterback when you're looking at, do you trade for them? Do you sign them? How much money are they worth? Like, those things have real ramifications to the point where that's why end of the half Hail Marys, dudes are chucking it out of the back of the end zone.
How about this? I would love a stat. Interceptions on who was the intended receiver. I want to know who the intended receiver was. Does Brock Purdy throw more interceptions on passes intended for Ricky Pearsall, or does he throw more interceptions on passes intended for Jawan Jennings? I want to know that stat.
Well, actually, I know that by far the leader for the Niners last year was Jennings, but I think in terms of his mistakes, I know he had one that he completely bobbled up in the air. Maybe that was the Atlanta Sunday night game sometime early to mid-season. But a lot of that is also because Jennings is a guy with strong hands who could catch it in tight windows and not really a separator. Oh, and on top of that, I mean, it was really him and Christian McCaffrey that were the most readily available for the course of the season.
But I think it does reveal also if your receiver doesn't fight, if he doesn't fight for the ball. The one thing, if you talk to any quarterback and he's talking about his receivers and he's if you talk about a quarterback who says he likes a receiver, he'll be like, oh yeah, man, I love that guy. He'll go get it for you. That's a phrase that you hear a lot from quarterbacks. Oh, I love JJ, man. He'll go get it for you. I was talking to David Archer, the former Falcon quarterback, who's now the Falcon color analyst, and he was using that term. He'll go get it for you, man. I love this receiver. He'll go get it for you. So, I mean, you throw a lot of 50-50 balls in the NFL. You need receivers that are, as they say, going to go get it for you. And,
that's why I like Mike Evans so much. You think he can win a 50-50 ball when you get down on the goal line? Yeah, I'll take that bet many, many, many times.
How about Jake Tonjes week 1 last year up in Seattle? What did we see there with the game on the line? He went and got that ball. That thing was a floating duck, and he just picked it out of the sky. That was a great play by Jake Tonjes. So, I don't know. Yeah, the interceptions all go on the quarterback, but yes, we see receivers that give nominal effort when the ball, they don't think they're going to get the completion. Then we see other guys who will fight to make that an incompletion as hard as they fought to make it a completion. And those are the guys that you want.
Let's go to the phones. Ben is in Hayward, wants to weigh in on Chapman and Schmidt. Been talking a lot about that the first 90 minutes today. What's up, Ben?
Yeah, hey, guys. I kind of disagree. I think that doesn't show very good leadership. If Chapman's a leader, how does a leader say, catch the freaking ball? A leader, to me, would say, hey, come on, get your head in the game, or come on, you can do better than that. Come on, let's go. But catch the freaking ball. I mean, that to me is just a put down, and that doesn't motivate me. That wouldn't motivate me. It's like, oh, now I'm nervous, right? I don't know. That's just me, but to me,
it's a different form of Yeah, I hear you. It's a different form of motivation for sure. It's a very jocular way of motivating somebody as opposed to, hey man, next one, you got it, But you know what? I coach little league. In little league, that's what you would do. You'd be like, hey Jimmy, get it next time, huh? Right? You got that. You make that play every time. You have to boost their confidence because they don't have any. But with pros, all they are. They got nothing but confidence. So sometimes they do need to be torn down a little bit. I don't know. I hear what you're saying though. He is the vet, but we don't know their relationship. And I'll say this: Casey's a really easygoing dude from San Diego. I bet you, he probably would say something like "Amen." I mean, it's like I bet you he would endorse the rippage, but maybe I'm wrong.
No, I'm kind of with you, Krug. Like, if it was Luis Arraez as a newer teammate, we might be a little bit more wary of all of it. But I think in general, I am in favor of how Chapman handled the situation. And I get what Ben's saying. Maybe the verbiage itself didn't need to be said like that. But if Casey said it's all good and he needs to make those plays and Chapman understands that it was the heat of the moment, I want my guys to be passionate about winning as well. So if he does this tomorrow or tonight, I might be like, all right, Chappie, like, let's take a deep breath. But if this is one time for a guy that's not really a hothead, I mean, you got to hold your guys accountable, and everyone has different ways of showing that. Then again, it's a fair point that, like, not every outburst is treated equally. When Deebo Samuel had the infamous lock-in the Tampa Bay game, like, that was pretty negatively received, and I was also on the end of, like, Deebo, you can't be doing that with, like, shoving your long snapper and kicker.
Yeah. I mean, that was bad too. But once again, Shanahan backed Deebo, and who's was. I mean, they're both not on the team anymore. But I mean, I think that was pretty much it for good old Tabor Pepper. But yeah, I mean, I wasn't too excited about Deebo doing that either. Because, bro, you ain't going that good. I think that was my take at the time. It's like, Deebo, you ain't going that good. If you're Jerry Rice and you're on top of the world, and okay, you know what? You're Jerry Rice, you're on top of the world. We just got to take it. But when you're dropping passes and, not looking that good, and you know what? You ain't going that good, bro. And maybe you should stay out of his face. Shanahan backed Deebo on that one. Deebo, the players seem to think that Deebo was challenging the guy, I don't know, to be better. Once again, it's hard for us to take the glimpses that we see, because that's what we're getting. We're getting snapshots and we're trying to evaluate it. And, that's problematic. Let's be honest.
Appreciate the call from Ben in Hayward. We'll go ahead and take a quick break. And when we come on back, let's get into 5 storylines that were lightly touched on or maybe slipped through the cracks entirely. So much happening in the world of sports. Giants take on the Mets a little bit later tonight, and we will have plenty of baseball talk coming your way in the 12 o'clock hour. Let's talk a little bit of everything when we come on back. Rapid fire stories next on the Sports Leader. Yeah, you can also just join us live right now, 808 KNBR, to join the conversation. We're available on 680 AM, 1045 FM, the app, YouTube, Twitch, thesportsleader.com. So many ways to get us in today's day and age, and we appreciate everybody who is a part of the Sports Leader community. We got Krug hanging out in for Papa today, and we've got a lot of stories going on in sports right now. So while the Giants are getting their season going, the Warriors seem headed straight for the 10 seed. The 49ers are getting their news following the NFL owners meetings down in Arizona. And the Sharks are hanging right in there. Here are your 5 storylines to touch on and have a rapid fire discussion. All right, Krug. Number 1, it's not really a story of an individual event. It's just the revelation of ABS and umpires getting put under fire. CB Buckner is the poster child for an umpire making a whole bunch of errors, including not just the strike zone, saying a guy never touched first base. And when you got people laughing, like opposing, or, players or managers, when they're on the short end of a review or a bad call, they're usually not laughing in baseball. Now we're all of a sudden having issues. And I got to say, ABS is going to be fantastic to watch how it evolves over the course of a season, how it's used in the playoffs. I'm a big fan so far in kind of seeing the game within the game being played. Guys not wanting to use challenges. Tony Vitello talked about there's a tentativeness to the team going on right now. At the same time, it's a way that you can decide a game. It's a way that you'd love to have in the 8th or 9th inning. And then even on nights like the Giants' first win, Fernando Tatis, they caught a break because he was called for strike 2 when Ryan Walker very well threw that ball high up in the zone, and it could have been called a ball. So CB Buckner and all the umps right now under fire as technology is leading the way.
Yeah, and it's not going away anytime soon. And there's going to be somebody that has a really, really bad night at some point. But you know what? Bottom line is everybody's got to be accountable. And the umpires largely, they really are not accountable publicly. There's no post-game presser where the umps have to answer questions. They do now get evaluated internally, and that's probably a very good thing. And this is just now kind of an external part of the game. But, yeah, it's changed their job description overnight and added a whole lot of stress to their world, I'm sure.
What I love about ABS more than anything is that it's quick and it's efficient. Because I know you and I did the whole replay review discussion when the WBC was going on, and we talk about VAR in soccer, and you talk about challenges, and now March Madness. You got these last 2-minute reviews. And at what point do you just draw the line and let the game play out as is? You still get the human element with ABS. You get another layer to the game that's fun to watch, but you also have some accountability that more than anything, it's quick. And the fast resolution on whether it's a ball or a strike, that is what has made it such a success to me.
Yeah, I mean, there's no challenge. I mean, there is a challenge system, but it's very, very, it's streamlined. It's easy to understand. It's quickly being introduced and adopted by the players. It seems to be, anything that can be quick and get the right outcome, I think we're all for.
All right, let's go over to number 2. The Warriors lost to the San Antonio Spurs last night. Horrendous start. Then they kind of got back in it. And then, as expected, this young Spurs team who's trying to contend for a title ended up running away with that one. This was not an April Fool's lineup in the sense that it was fake. It was an April Fool's level lineup, reading the injury report, when you learn that the Warriors were without Kristaps Porzingis, Guy Santos, DeAnthony Melton, Quentin Post, Al Horford, Gary Payton II, and of course, Steph Curry, Jimmy Butler, and Moses Moody last night. So you're thinking, can you just give me the report of who did play? Yeah, among those was Malachi Leons, who also probably should have been out because of his sprained right wrist. Dude was shooting his free throws left-handed. Take a listen to this soundbite.
Yeah, you could go Rick Perry, go underarm. Well, how many fans know he's not left-handed? Oh, he made one. Wow. Okay. Look at the Warrior bench. That is awesome. Pajemski realized it. That's big respect. Even Joe Lingo recognizes. He's out there gamely playing with a very injured right wrist. Shooting his free throws left-handed. Yeah, he wouldn't be able to get it there. Oh, and he got the steal. He's going back to the left hand. He doesn't get the foul. That one ricocheted off Nate Williams. Just how you do it. Off of Nate's foot, right to your 7. It worked out.
And he gets the steal. I mean, Bob, love you, bro. But when you said, I wonder how many people know he's not left-handed, I think by watching the awkwardness of the form, you don't have to know much about Malachi Leons to understand that with the tape around his wrist and the form, yeah, dude shouldn't have been playing, but he did. And I admire him for it, right? Nate Williams, you heard as part of that cut, played 47 minutes last night. That was the most by a Warrior since Harrison Barnes in 2014. You had Yurtseven, the center, and I got my buddy texting me yesterday. He goes, dude, who is Yurtseven? And I'm like, honestly, man, I'm just kind of learning on the fly as we go too. That was a crazy injury report. And look, Steph's aiming for a return on Sunday. They're going to be a team that has to win multiple play-in games if they're going to get into the playoffs. But yeah, that was the ultimate April Fool's lineup. And you had Malachi Leons, not as a joke, shooting left-handed free throws, Krug.
Well, I mean, it just shows how how guys dream the dream of the NBA, and they'll do anything. I mean, this guy would do anything to be in the NBA. Play hurt, fine. Shoot left-handed, fine. Anything. I'll do anything to stay on the floor in an NBA game. So yeah, it's funny. When my oldest son is lefty, and when he was little, he wanted to play a little golf, and we tried to find him righty clubs or lefty clubs, couldn't find them for youth. So we had the guy at the store was like, yeah, you might just have him play righty because he was so young. So he played righty like his whole, high school, college. Only just in the last years he switched back to being a lefty golfer because he's a left-handed kid.
Yeah.
So I guess it can be done. Some people are ambidextrous. Luol Deng, remember the former Duke star who played in the NBA with the Bulls?
Yeah, Bulls legend. Love that guy.
Completely ambidextrous.
So
completely.
Hey, shout out to Malachi Leons again, and Yurtseven, and LJ Cryer, who's doing his thing out there, the guard from Houston, and Nate Williams, 47-minute man. But yeah, it has been a season to forget out there in Golden State. I had a back and forth with Dieter last night. I'm like, with your size, I'm starting to get offended that the Warriors didn't try to recruit you. Like, you could have given him 10 minutes, okay? Like, just take a couple of foul shots. He said, I was sprinting to the ferry and probably pulled something on the way to doing that. So, hey, look, it's happening to everybody. It's a Bay Area thing. It's an electrical substation debunked theory kind of thing. Let's go over to number 3. Yeah, we were kind of pushing the San Jose Sharks to the side when they were on a losing skid, and you're thinking, great story. Love the rise of the young guys, but probably not in the cards to be in the playoffs this year. All of a sudden you look up, they are 1 point out of a wild card spot. They are not going down without a fight. Macklin Celebrini, 2 goals, 2 assists, and the game winner from Wenberg last night. Here's a sample of the sound.
Celebrini downhill a bit. Smith, Orlov. Celebrini calling for it. A shot. He scores! Macklin Celebrini! Alex Wenberg now to the outside, impeded a bit. He stays with it beautifully. They'll stick for more. Down low. Celebrini. Wenberg. He scores!
I mean, just fantastic all around. And you got to love the resilience. So I got the stat from the Sports Radar on the Sharks. They are the first team in the NHL to have a 3-game streak or they score a game-winning goal in the final 90 seconds of regulation. Number one, I'm surprised that nobody's done that before. But number two, that's quite the turnaround for a team that didn't know how to properly finish close games last year and a lot of this time when they've been in the rebuild. All of a sudden, man, I mean, we knew Macklin Celebrini was a superstar. We knew he was a future MVP or maybe a this year's MVP when all is said and done in this. 19 years old. But you know what this is? It's that Dylan Thomas famous poem, the do not go gentle into that good night. Dude, they are not going out without a raging swing at this thing, whether they end up in the postseason or not.
Oh, it's an awesome story, man. Just the reignition of this franchise behind this young superstar. And when you look at what he is as a player and potentially what he is career-wise, I mean, it is so exciting. It's exciting. And, to see the Sharks kind of rise up. They've had such a great run, and then they kind of, they kind of hit a rough patch, and they were down for a number of years. And the attendance was down, and it seemed like the pandemic really hit them bad. I mean, I went to a number of games the last couple of years, and it was, the attendance was not great. And then what this guy has done to reignite the fire of the fan base, so exciting. I mean, it just feels like it's must-see TV.
He's never not been great, but it looked like he maybe hit a bit of a wall or a stretch of fatigue after the Olympics and the emotional and physical toll that took in the middle of the season. Pretty unusual for a mid-season break of that magnitude. Of course, he handled the moment, as he always does, but now we're seeing Macklin just have a little bit extra gas in the tank. I don't care if they get swept by the Colorado Avalanche in the first round. To see this team get that chance to compete in a playoff series, hockey's one of those, Krug, where it doesn't really matter your seed as much as it does for some other sports. One hot goalie, if you get a Yaroslav Askarov heater or something like that, that changes everything in this sport. I would love a 7-game series and a chance for the Sharks to do something special.
Oh, that's the beauty of it. I mean, it's like anything. You get the hot goaltender, you get the right vibe. Heck, you just get a team that's starting to feel good, a penalty kill unit that's starting to feel good. All of a sudden, things come together, and it can be very unlikely. It's the way you play, the day you play, for sure.
All right, 4th out of 5 stories. Kyle Shanahan having a little bit of fun, but also one of those guys that's always locked in and focused on football, and maybe to a degree, a little bit petty, because he said, we know the Rams wanted us in Australia, so we didn't have the Levi South instance. He said we requested them to go play us in Mexico City to make it even and have them leave the country a second time. Shanahan, McVay, enemy friends. Here's the clip on Pro Football Talk.
No, for a fact they did. And that's
because
what's so bothersome.
Yeah,
So hopefully the league will do right and let us play the Rams in Mexico, since we got to go out of the country twice, and they requested us. I'm requesting them in Mexico.
Oh,
not that gives us an advantage. It's just fair to make them go out of the country.
Exactly. Hey, an eye for an eye. This is the team that you're constantly going to be chasing. It's a team that finished above you when all was said and done last year. It is your counterpart in terms of a genius young offensive coach. He's got a Super Bowl. You don't yet. And why would you not try to inflict a little bit of pain on the NFC West? It's not like they're doing a lot of favors for you anyway.
Yeah, and Mike McDonald's like, yeah, you guys fight it out, and we're going to slide down the rail and win this thing going away. Yeah, no, I mean, I think the Rams obviously probably, I believe Shanahan that he's right, that the Rams requested the Niners, and if that is indeed the case, I mean, that's a win for the Niner fan. That's a win for the faithful. It's a win for the people that spent their money, got on the bird, went down to SoFi, and follow this team. I'll tell you, the one thing that just absolutely amazes me, and I'm not amazed by a lot at this point, but I'm amazed at the way the 49ers travel in 2026. I mean, it's just amazing how many people travel with the 49ers. I didn't really get it. I went to New Orleans early in the year. I went to Seattle and Philly in the playoffs. Thousands and thousands of Niner fans travel to every game. It's amazing.
Well, faithful, you got 38,250 miles or so to worry about in this upcoming season. Shanahan's like, yeah, dude, like it's cool for the league. Like, am I excited about playing in Australia? Are there pros?
Yeah.
Not really, dude. I'm just trying to go out there and win a game against the Rams. That's all he's thinking about. And as you would want your coach of your football team to do. Before we get to our 5th one, bonus story. You know, Kirk Cousins is third all time in career earnings for a quarterback. And I understand that the money always goes up. The market's always resetting. But he's third. Matthew Stafford, number one, $408 million. Aaron Rodgers, number two, $395 million. Kirk Cousins now with the Raiders, $341 million in career earnings. Legendary businessman.
Did I read that correct? That this is like the 11th year in a row that Kirk Cousins' entire contract's been guaranteed? Or is it 7th? I forget what it is. It's either 7th or 11th, but either way, fully guaranteed contracts are the rarest of rare in the NFL, and this guy's had basically his entire career guaranteed 100%.
And as everybody would say is the natural fit, Fernando Mendoza and Kirk Cousins, the two guys in the quarterback room in the city of Las Vegas, just because, of course.
Well, that's interesting. Kirk Cousins is a Raider today, and we saw Clint Kubiak say yesterday the ideal scenario is for Mendoza to not have to start right away. So I think if you're a Fernando Mendoza fan, and there's a lot of them here in the Bay since he played at Cal, and I think it's a great day. I really do. Kirk Cousins is a great teacher. Somebody needs to take those lumps. This Raiders offensive line from guard, center, and guard is problematic. Okay. So I think there could be jailbreak on whoever plays quarterback. So I think this is a good day for the Mendoza family to have Cousins shielding him, at least initially.
Well, let's get a little reset on the clock. I'll give you my last story when we come on back. It does relate to the NFL, and we will talk a little 49ers draft is 3 weeks from today. Todd Husak's going to be joining us coming up toward the end of the show around 1:30. And we got our Niners Nightly guy, Larry Krueger, in with me. So, we got to talk a little bit of ball. We'll do that next on the Sports Leader.
Time for your Bay Area Chevy dealers traffic update.
That's right. Join us on YouTube or Twitch or the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line or the phone lines at 808 KNBR. Stay tuned for our contest giveaway. We have yet to do that. Kylan Mills will be joining us coming up in about an hour, and we'll talk to Todd Husak before we get on out of here. Dirty Work will take it at 2. Spent a lot of time on the Giants. Some of the defensive miscues, and at least that we got to revisit one of the all-time great Saturday Night Live skits, Peyton Manning, The United Way. We'll have to play that sound more routinely. Just once an hour. I'm telling you, Krug, I think you're onto something. Every defensive error throughout the season, let's just keep it simple right there in our back pocket. Boom.
Exactly. There's no reason not to.
So I had the 5 big storylines. I got to 4 of them. And then the last one, I wanted to actually take the time out in between because we were having a lot of fun with the first ones. And this last one was not in the same category of humorous. It was a more serious one. But it was Puka Nacua checking into rehab, which we learned yesterday. And that was one of those where, because yesterday was April 1st, you had to really verify that and wait till I saw a clip of Mike Garafolo, Steve Weish, the insiders, talking about that. And it is a confirmed situation about the Rams star wide receiver. And I guess he has been in rehab for a little bit of time right now. But this is one of those where just first and foremost, anybody out there who is putting in steps to get help should never be criticized for doing so. Puka Nacua is someone who is a phenomenal player. That is no secret. But then he started to have instances a little bit later in the season, particularly off the field, where wasn't making the best choices with the people he was hanging out with or trying to bring into the facility. Some of the acts that were going on online. And as we talked about with Matt Chapman and the fact that it's a talking point when he said, catch the effing ball. Well, that's because we live in a world in which everything is so visible and it can spread pretty quickly in this digital age, for better or for worse. So Puka is someone who then continued to go into the offseason, and he had these allegations about making anti-Semitic comments and then biting into somebody. He is someone who seemed to be making a series of poor decisions. I don't know the backstory as to why he is going into rehab or maybe what specifically for. But the fact that he is going and getting help, this is someone I would like the 49ers to beat twice a year with the LA Rams. As much as we can have fun with different storylines or criticize people for making bad decisions, the fact that Puka Nacua is getting help, again, that's something that should never be criticized. And I hope that just as a human being, I hope he can find his way when it's got to be tough to go from a 5th-round pick out of BYU and a relatively kind of unknown underdog into a superstar in Los Angeles that quickly. As someone who is around his age, it is hard to be put into a spotlight, and I'm at a much, much, much lesser degree than Puka Nacua, all of a sudden when you're at an age where you got social media and people saying things all around you, and when they do it through a screen, it's more often something that's not so kind rather than something that's supportive. So I hope that he ends up, being good for OTA's training camp and could be a good teammate and a good friend and family member and all that. But yeah, it was a series of kind of peculiar storylines that were adding up, Krug. And then yesterday was that tipping point into something a little bit more serious.
Maybe he just needs to call Fred Warner his bestie,
the commercials.
His bestie, and they're besties, right? Or whatever. I don't know. It's funny. These are young guys, and I'm not going to excuse any kind of criminal behavior ever. But as somebody, I've lived a little, as Gary used to say, from sitting there next to him. But when you have adult children and you have lived a little, and you just realize that it's things happen, and people grow up in different. It's sometimes people grow up really at a young age. Sometimes sometimes it's unfortunate. Sometimes they don't grow up until something happens to them in life, and there's something changes the way they view the world. And everybody's a little different. And so hopefully Puka gets help. And he seems like a fun-loving guy, but the reality of his situation is that a woman in LA filed a lawsuit against him, alleging that he made unprovoked anti-Semitic statements on New Year's Eve. That's, I don't know. I mean, that's her side of the story. He'll have his day in court. We'll find out. But that's kind of an ugly story. It's erratic. Then you hear that he later bit this woman on the shoulder. That's erratic behavior. So hopefully he gets the help that he needs. and comes back, better than ever. I mean, to me, I mean, if you're a fan of football, you're a fan of the players. I'm a fan of football. I'm a fan of the players. And I know he's a player on another team, but I don't really care. I really don't differentiate. And I hope he gets the help that he needs and has a very great NFL career, because he seems from the other people that I know who cover the Rams, like a guy who's a great teammate, and this is going to be just a kind of a speed bump in his road, but he'll overcome it, and that's sometimes what young people have to do. We all make mistakes.
Totally, and in a very unfortunate way, it wasn't the most shocking headline. Like, in an unfortunate way, it made sense, even with the April Fools around it. Obviously, but not the kind of thing I wanted to retweet right away. I know I texted you in preparation for the show and sent that headline. I didn't do that till I made sure that it was confirmed, and then the insiders reported it. Nate Atkins of The Athletic, their beat writer, wrote a really good column about it. But it's something that wide receiver is a position where there can be a lot of personality in the NFL, right? There are more diva tendencies relative to other positions in that group. And the NFC West has some great wide receivers. Jackson Smith-Njigba was your offensive player of the year, and he was due up for a big extension, which he got, and rightfully so. And a big part of that is JSN has never caused one bit of drama. Like, you were reliable with the player and you knew what you had. You also felt completely secure in the person. Puka Nacua is someone who, based on his play on the field, of course you would give him a massive extension, but he hasn't gotten it yet. And I think part of some of the stuff off the field is maybe the reason why he hasn't yet. And I hope this is a really good step for him to ultimately be someone who can be a productive teammate and get an extension and live the kind of life he deserves. I'm not rooting for the 49ers to lose to Puka Nacua and have him put up 200 yards, but I think that's, it's a lot more important that he goes and be someone that can be well-meaning in his community and his family, and more just for his own sake, find some kind of stability. And so, if it's true that he's out there and getting the right recovery, then obviously wish him the best in that. But it is interesting knowing that that's someone that hasn't gotten the extension quite yet. And it goes to show that with all sorts of, different personalities or maybe issues that don't quite make sense to us, you got to be mindful about if and when you pay somebody. And so for Brandon Aiyuk, the injury part of it with the 49ers, right? You weren't going to foresee that he was going to suffer that terrible kind of an injury. That was unfortunate. But on top of that, it was also a lot of weirdness around the situation where you devoted $120 million and what was it, 76 guaranteed, and obviously some of those got voided, where, you want to have the right people in a locker room too. And I'm not making this segment with Puka about, the 49ers made a colossal mistake and it's all their fault and blah, 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 blah. It just goes to show that there's a lot of factors you got to weigh when you're paying people on a football team, as there's a constant cycle in the NFL where guys age fast and you need to infuse youth quickly. So it's about hitting on draft picks, but it's also making sure you feel good about the character of guys you get. And we got the draft 3 weeks away. So in addition to who they end up taking with 27 and beyond, you also wonder what kind of person's coming into the locker room too.
No doubt. And that's a big part of it. You'll see a player sometimes and we're looking at this from the outside. Okay. That I always try to remind people that you're not an insider. I'm not an insider. We're looking at this from the outside. So from the outside, you say, this player should have gone in the second round. How come he went in the fourth round? And then you're like, well, wait a second. His name's Aaron Hernandez. And it's like, because the NFL security people know, they have more information than we do. And doesn't mean they're going to totally steer clear of a player, but they're going to invest less in that player. And so you'll see players that are really, really good fall to late on day 3. And sometimes it has to do with their dossier of what they've done in their life in high school or college. And so it all follows you around. So yes, who you are as a person matters. And especially is as far as who gets paid. There's a lot of players in the NFL that are equal players, and you could put them side by side and their career earnings are not equal. So it is somewhat arbitrary to see which teams or which players teams decide to take care of. It's not necessarily a statistical thing. There's a lot that goes into it, and being a good guy is part of it.
Yeah, no question. So 808 KNBR is the number to join the conversation, and the 49ers have got a lot to assess here in this offseason. I love a lot of the character of the guys they have in that locker room, but it just goes to show that life can come at you pretty quickly in this league. And so Seattle's the defending Super Bowl champions. The Rams, obviously, right there neck and neck with them, and what we're all believing was truly the Super Bowl with that fantastic NFC championship game. And the Niners are a team, Krug, that JD and I got into this discussion a couple of weeks ago when we were kind of hitting a dead patch, and we thought, what's a good philosophical topic for the end of a week? And it was about young foundations of teams in the Bay Area. And the reason we came up with it was because you thought about where the Warriors were, and all their best players are older players. They don't have a young foundational piece to build around right now. Doesn't mean they don't have young players that can't be productive, but a young foundational piece, they entirely lack that. Now take the other side of the spectrum, the San Jose Sharks. They might not be a playoff team this year, but it's pretty conclusive that they got a young foundation with Macklin Celebrini, of course, being the head of the snake, and then guys like Will Smith and Colin Graff and Askarov, and you can go up and down the list as well. Then in the middle, you have the Giants and you've got the 49ers somewhere. And then with the 49ers, what's so interesting is that you've got Brock Purdy, and I think you could say you've got Deommodore Lenoir, and then you have hopefuls for guys like a Michael Williams or an Upton Stout. But for the most part, it's really Brock Purdy, and then a lot of other players are either older, coming off a severe season-ending injury, or a combination of both.
Yeah, I mean, you've got, the 49ers need to inject their roster with 6 or 7 really core guys that are going to kind of lead the way. So it's very pivotal. It's a pivotal draft for them. It's a pivotal, last couple drafts. But they struggled in the drafts, 21, 22, 23, 20, 24 even to some degree. So 25 was a really good draft. They need to follow it up with another really, really good draft. But they have to find some young core players. I think you're right. A lot of the best players on this football team are still Bosa, Kittle, Warner, Juice, CMC, and they're all in what I would call the twilight of their prime. They're still prime. They're still in their prime. They're still playing well. I mean, we'll see about Kittle coming off the injury. We'll see about Bosa coming off the injury. But they're still playing, I think, all those guys at a really high level, Trent included. But it's the twilight of their prime. And so can they get it done? Well, yeah, they might be able to get it done if the 49ers can, John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan can put together a 15 to 20-man offseason between draft picks, free agents, and undrafted players that is exciting. It's possible. The right equation's out there to be had. It's just a matter of can they pick the right players, and they're going to have to be really, really good in the draft if they want to be a Super Bowl champion this year.
This might be the most critical draft of John Lynch's entire tenure with the 49ers. And Matt Mayoko made a comment to us a couple of weeks back that really stuck with me. And he said, it seems like the 49ers are preparing for the inevitable of having to split up this roster. And you even look at the free agent signings, they got a lot of veterans of guys that were on 1-year deals, or in the case of Mike Evans, a 3-year deal with 1 year of guaranteed money, where they understand that they have this core. A lot of their best players are older. They're going to rely on them. But at some point, you are going to start to have to shift your attention elsewhere. Like, it doesn't mean that Fred Warner is a washed player coming off that injury. Nobody's implying that because it's not the truth. But sooner or later, you are going to start to look at, okay, can D. Winters be a mainstay in this linebacking core? Can Upton Stout be a dude who you want on your defense, whether that be in the slot corner or if he's able to play outside? Can he be someone that does that? Can Renardo Green have a bounce back year after a really strange and kind of slumping sophomore season where he got benched in a playoff game for a brief moment and visibly yelled at on the sideline by Shanahan? He Matt Chapman, Tim, if I may joke about the first part of our show. So you are going to have to look at the next foundation at some point. You have it figured out at the most important position in quarterback, but your defense clearly needed a lot of help after they lost their key players last year. And offensively, you're not going to have Christian McCaffrey being able to get 413 touches forever. Probably can't even do anything close to that this year for the most part. So it is going to be a huge, huge draft for John Lynch to not only find hits, but hopefully a couple of them who can be day one starters for your football team.
Well, no question about it. No question about it. As far as some of those questions, I think Renardo Green absolutely can bounce back and have a good year. I think he's a pretty good football player. And he's as far as his talent. I mean, I don't think anybody's questioning his talent. He's a little bit of a different cat. He's kind of quiet, keeps to himself, but he's a good football player. There's no question. So I don't think there's any question he can bounce back and play well. Upton Stout, there's no doubt in my mind that he could step up and be one of their best players. The first one, though, was on Winters. I have a lot of questions whether Winters is a starter or if he's just, he had a decent year last year, but he still falls off tackles, and he's a small-bodied guy. He starts to get worn out as the season goes on. The run fits start to not be good, but at the same time, on a team that lacks explosive players, he's an explosive player, and he's fast. The 49ers' fastest run, I think, timed by MPH, was D. Winters on the pick six against the Colts late in the year. So
it was. Yeah.
He's very, very athletic, but you have Nick Martin there, and you also have Dre Greenlaw now, and you have Tatum Bethune and Fred Warner, and you signed 2 special teams linebackers in Gifford and Wallow. And who knows, if they even draft one good linebacker, somebody's getting squeezed who's pretty good. So we'll see. I mean, I'm not really sure exactly what their plan is for Winters.
So 209 chimes in, and we can get into this coming back. Was it a good draft this year? I think it is a big, fat grade of incomplete, but there might be reasons for optimism or maybe some skepticism. Let's talk about that when we come on back. 415-808-5627 to join the conversation. It's Papa and Silver with Krug on the Sports Leader.
Time for your Bay Area Chevy dealers traffic update.
What's going on, everybody? Greg Silver, Larry Kruger, and Jacob Violante with you on this Thursday. We are into April. We are into the flow of baseball season. Giants taking on the Mets for 4 games as they come back home to Oracle Park. 49ers got to start thinking about the draft after the NFL owners meetings just went down with some rules committee announcements and changes. The Sharks are still hanging in the race to get a wild card spot. What a story that would be if they can get into the postseason after 6 years of a lot of suffering, losing, and getting some high draft picks. And then the Warriors seem headed for that number 10 seed, but Steph Curry aims to return on Sunday, and that is always something worth watching, at least for number 30. By the way, Ryan Fowler put out there that the Eagles, Commanders, Falcons, and 49ers have shown extensive interest in Houston kicker Ethan Sanchez. And Matt Barrow said, try breathing into a paper bag, 49ers fans. It is an interesting headline, right? Like, I'm not going to overreact to the fact, like, wait a minute, the 49ers want to draft a kicker? I mean, they did sign Eddie Pinheiro to an extension this offseason of 4 for $18. So more than anything, money's going to talk, and signing Pinheiro was the obvious move. I don't imagine he's not going to be your kicker come next season.
The great Ryan Fowler is a regular on Niners Nightly. He's a good friend of mine. Really like his work. He does a great job. So, yeah, that is interesting. Let's not forget that it took the Niners 2 kickers to get through last year, right? So sometimes it's always nice to be able to develop your own, especially, it's always nice to have somebody that, under the radar, undrafted free agent, practice squad kicker that you really believe in, that's sitting right there just in case something happens in one of the games to, Eddie De Niro Pinheiro. So this is John Lynch's job, man. You gotta make sure your roster is stocked, and you gotta plan for injuries because they are coming.
So 209 on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line. We teased this at the end of our last segment. Said, was last year a good draft for the 49ers? And I personally think it's a big, large grade of incomplete, just because we still have to see a lot more out of these players, whether it be missing time due to injury like Michael Williams, not really getting a chance for the most part like running back Jordan James, who might be suited for a larger role this year, or just not getting a lot of starts and having some flashes, but needing to see generally more like Alfred Collins and CJ West and Nick Martin, for example. So where are you at with last year's draft, Krug, in terms of your expectations and maybe reasonable expectations heading into year 2?
Well, first of all, it was a great volume draft.
Yeah.
The 49ers, got a 14-man draft class out of it when you consider the undrafted free agents. So it's a high volume, guys, a high volume of players. Secondly, it takes 2-3 years to let the whole thing kind of flesh out. Some guys do it in year 1. Some guys don't do it in year 1. Sometimes there's an injury. Sometimes there's, some player in between. Sometimes the player gets cut at the deadline or get put on the practice squad, and they basically are IR'd for the year, and the Niners have some players like that. I think they have some major hits. Mikel Williams, really good player. Alfred Collins, I think really good rotational defensive tackle. And then CJ West, I think, is even better than Collins. I think West is an absolute starter at defensive tackle. Marquis Siegel and Upton Stout, I think, are starters in the secondary. And then there's question marks. But there's guys that are really talented. Like Jordan Watkins had 9 touchdowns his last year at Ole Miss. He's going to be good. He looked great in training camp. I don't know what happened, but I haven't lost any enthusiasm at all for Jordan Watkins. I know he can play. He's a vertical threat. He's going to be good. Connor Colby started games that the Niners won at guard. I think he'll be better in year 2. I'm a big believer in Sebastian Valdez as a rotational pass rusher. This kid's got major, major talent. I think he's going to have a major step forward this year. And then there's big question marks on some of these other guys. I mean, Jacob Robinson was a tremendous-looking corner out of BYU, and I talked to him late in the year. He's very, very confident. I mean, this guy's going to be a Niner and going to contribute. I would think he's going to make the team next year. We don't know what Curtis Rourke's going to be. Some people really believe in Jordan James. There's Derek Canteen. There's Drake Nugent. So it's a good volume draft. I think the argument I would make against it, if I was being super critical with Lynch standing right here, I'd be like, hey, John, there's no great player there. I think the greatest player in that draft last year was probably Nick Martin. And I don't think he's played yet, really. So we'll see. But
he said some early concussion issues too. So that's another bump in the road. Yeah.
Right. And also, there's more there. There's a backstory there. Something's going on there. Why do I say that? Because the guy didn't just not play. He walked around like he was persona non grata, like nobody wanted him around. It was weird. And then when he did play, he played awesome. He played 14 snaps. He made 7 tackles. There's a backstory there that I don't think we know yet. But something's going on there because Nick Martin is too athletic, too talented. And he had too weird of a year by all accounts across the board, on the field, off the field. So I think he might be the best talent that they drafted. So we'll see. And Upton Stout's, I think, a really great young player. So I think this is a good draft. I really do. Anytime you can look back at a draft and say, we got 10 players that are on our roster. So this was the volume draft, kind of like the Niners draft or Walsh's draft in 86. But Walsh's draft in 86 came on the heels of drafting Jerry Rice in 85. So they need their Jerry Rice. They need their next great receiver. They need their next CMC. They need their next Kittle. They need their next Bosa. They need their next Warner. I mean, they need all these players right now. So, John Lynch has got his work cut out for him. That's for sure.
I won't go through the whole thing right now because I think I did it once on the Seahawks front right around the Super Bowl. But Matt Mayoko said something on his YouTube channel that caused me to dive a little bit deeper into this. If you just look at all those years when the 49ers didn't have their first-round picks from the Trey Lance trade, look at who the Rams and the Seahawks drafted before the 49ers even took a player off the board. And it's a really disheartening thing to look at, and it makes sense when you watch the way their youth has flourished relative to the Niners' youth. But it's also going to show that, hey, now this is a chance to go and get it right, and it's hard when the 2 other teams in your division and the 2 best teams at the top of the league at the end of last year are the ones you got to see a combined 4 times a year. So we could talk schedule this, schedule that, travel this, travel that, all we want. The reality is a quarter of your schedule, and sure, it's a third-place schedule, blah, blah, blah. A quarter of your schedule is Seahawks and Rams alone, and that's a big test. So, for the Niners, I would say that Upton Stout's probably the one through the course of the full season that I would say his stock rose the most and I'm feeling the best about going into year 2. But Michael Williams is the obvious one that I'm watching with the most curiosity because of that physical upside and because he didn't get the chance to show it entirely and also didn't get to have the rookie year that we thought he would on that D-line when it's a big deal if you're doing this alongside Nick Bosa, which you got to do for 2 games, versus not, which then you got to show your ability and show that you could be somewhat effective in the run game and setting the edge and all those things that they drafted him for. But the defensive line as a whole really, really took a hit once Bosa went out, and then we saw just how hard they had to scrap together for a pass rush once Michael went down from the MetLife turf.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be interesting to see what Raheem brings to the table. I would imagine more 5-man fronts, maybe some smaller rushers. Matt Mayoko was saying Cassius Howell is his pick, I think, the last I saw, to come to the Niners in round 1. That would be a great one. He's a SEC Defensive Player of the Year, double-digit sacks at Texas A&M. He was great before he transferred at his previous school. So they need some edge. I mean, come on, they had 20 sacks. Bosa himself 2 years ago had 18.5. The worst team in the NFL besides the Niners sack-wise was the Jets. They had 26. I mean, 20 sacks is a pitiful, pathetic, awful number that should haunt them every night. Today was a big day in the draft cycle because Gabe Yakas from Illinois had his workout in Champaign, and this guy is an incredible pass rusher. He ran a sub 1.60 in his 10-yard split for a 255-pound, 260-pound rusher. That's burst. That is major burst. This guy's 260 pounds. He might be their pick. He's one of the guys they'll be looking at, both at 27, but probably maybe even in round 2.
All right, well, when we come on back, I want to get into the question that everyone's sort of asking themselves after Kyle Shanahan made some comments on this at the owners' meetings. Yeah, they want to limit Christian McCaffrey's workload. We understand the philosophy behind it. Can they actually execute limiting Christian McCaffrey's workload and time on the field? Let's get into that, whether we say yes or no. 808 KNBR to join the conversation when we come on back on the Sports Leader. All right, so I'll tell you all a quick little story, and you'll get where I'm going with this at the end. So last weekend, I had the pleasure of going last minute to watch the Elite Eight, Arizona, Purdue. My girlfriend's family is from Tucson, big U of A fans. That's the tie into all of this. And so afterwards, we go to the U of A bar and St. Pedro Square down in San Jose. It's a great time. Talked to the football coach, Brent Brennan, former San Jose State coach, was very, very nice to us. Everyone's in a good mood because they had a great second half, came back and won. And my girlfriend's mom had the quote that was like the most my mom thing ever to say. And she goes, I just love being surrounded by a bunch of winners. You know what's cool? Winning. You can do it right now. Call 415-896-KNBR, 415-896-5627, and you can win our Thursday tickets to see the Silver Sun Pickups and the Shins and Weezer all at the Chase Center on September the 9th. All you got to do is just dial it up, be lucky caller number 10. Jacob will take care of you, and you got a chance to win. We're hoping there can be a lot more winning and a lot more lottery hits when the 49ers have their draft. And no, not the lottery as in the NBA with the first 14 picks. I'm just talking about winning the lottery by doing right by your draft selections because they are oh so precious. What are they going to do at the running back position? Now, I don't think they're going to draft a running back at number 27. I'm not saying that. Everyone knows about the curse of the third-round running back in the Lynch Shanahan regime. You can go and get an Elijah Mitchell. They're in the 6th. Or Raheem Mostert, an undrafted guy, right? But the topic is, can they actually set out on their intentions of limiting Christian McCaffrey's workload? We understand why they're saying that. We can look into the numbers and grasp all of it. But the dude had 413 touches last year in the regular season. than 37. More into playoff games, 129 targets, and this dude was getting targeted way more than any other receiver for the 49ers last year, so we get that the circumstances dictated it. Football happened, right? Ricky Pearsall missed time. George Kittle missed a lot of time even before the Achilles injury. And Christian McCaffrey, along with Jawan Jennings, was kind of like your one constant in this offense. That being said, he's turning 30 in July. We understand running back is a position that can have a pretty short lifeline and the way you get beat up, and it's understandable. So they absolutely need Christian McCaffrey. But if they are a team that's going to win multiple playoff games and achieve their goal of getting to a Super Bowl and ultimately winning a Super Bowl and capturing elusive number 6, you need Christian McCaffrey to be as fresh as he possibly can while still doing enough to be able to get there. That's going to be the big challenge for Kyle Shanahan this year.
Yeah, no question. And there's a lot there, right? Okay, I mean, Christian was good last year. First of all, there's always the people who are like, hey, you're ripping Christian. Christian's freaking great. All right, yeah. Calm down. He had 1,200 plus yards. He had 10 touchdowns. He's still great. All right. The problem's not Christian. Okay, so let's first start there. There's all these maniacs who are just like, Christian's lost it. It's like, no, bro. Do you know anything at all about football? At all?
I'll actually say one thing, Krug. He is the problem in the sense of a team that was as injured as it was ended up with the number 27 pick in the first round. That usually doesn't happen. That's largely, it's a few people. It's Mac Jones, it's Robert Saleh. But I think top of the list probably has got to be Christian McCaffrey.
I mean, they ranked 25th in the NFL in rushing yards per game, 30th in rush yards per attempt. They struggled to create any kind of explosive runs, largely because they couldn't block it on the edges. Their receivers couldn't block it. Their tight ends couldn't block it. I thought Farrell was a massive disappointment in the run game as far as a blocker on the edges. They couldn't run to the edges. They couldn't run the ball. They couldn't get explosives. They didn't have a receiver with any speed. Nobody honored any speed because they didn't have any speed. So it was virtually impossible to get explosive runs. Now you're hearing Shanahan say that he didn't play B-Rob because he didn't have the same skill set as CMC, but he didn't play Garendo, and he's a hell of a receiver, and he didn't play Jordan James, and he's a hell of a receiver. So, I guess there were some injuries involved with James and all that, and Garendo, I think they've lost some confidence in him because of the fumbles. I mean, I don't think it's coincidental that it was like literally, I can remember like it was yesterday. It was like a Tuesday, and Garendo fumbled 3 times at practice, and the next day Brian Robinson was there. I mean, he literally was there the day after the guy fumbled 3 times. So I think they lost some confidence in Garendo for whatever reason, maybe that. And Jordan James, got hurt, and maybe they, he didn't he was a rookie, kind of fell behind. So they put Christian out there, but Christian wants to be out there. And Christian had over 400 plus touches, and that just can't be replicated. Now, I think they're looking at him going, hey, look, we love this guy. I mean, heck, if I was Ed McCaffrey, I'd call Shanahan and be like, bro, get yourself another running back and take Christian off the field sometimes. And I understand Bobby T wants him out there and Christian wants to be out there, but it sounds like Shanahan is finally relenting and gonna go after another running back. Now, maybe Jordan James is that guy. I think if they're going to make sure that Christian's workload is lessened, it's going to have to probably be somebody in addition to Jordan James. So, I don't know. Jadarian Price from Notre Dame, it would be a second-round pick option most likely. He's a dynamic return guy. They don't have Sky Moore. I could see Jadarian Price being very, very popular. Jonah Coleman, who played at Washington, is a small back. Emmett Johnson from Nebraska. Nick Singleton's a hell of a receiver for Penn State. He's big. He's 6 feet. He's 220. Damon Claiborne from Wake Forest might be their guy. He's small, but he's explosive, kind of like Christian. He can catch it. He can run it. He can get to the edges. He's a dynamic player. They need chunk plays, so they need dynamic players with some speed this year.
They need a lot of speed. They need to be able to stretch the field, and they need a vertical threat. Now, when Ricky Pearsall was healthy and fully himself versus not, we saw how that alone made a big difference in that regard. But, yeah, to your point, do the 49ers have anyone on the roster currently that can be the guy who has a similar enough skill set to Christian McCaffrey where if you take him off the field, he can still do some of the things even if not at the same level? I don't know the answer to that question, and I think Jordan James probably would be the guy, but we haven't seen a ton of what he can do as a receiver, and obviously haven't seen any of it on the NFL level because he didn't play until the blowout playoff loss in Seattle. Then the follow-up question becomes, can a rookie fill that void if they use one of their fourth-round draft picks on a running back? If they get a guy as an undrafted free agent, if they make some kind of trade in the middle of the draft, there's a lot of different avenues, but we got to be real in that rookies in Shanahan's offense typically don't play a lot, and if they do play, they don't always excel right away. You get your Deebo Samuels, and Brock Purdy was the most unplanned case of all, but even Brandon Aiyuk was not, he was in the doghouse at one point when he started in this offense. Jordan Watkins, you mentioned how much you like the talent, but once he had that high ankle sprain in the preseason, it felt like he was kind of behind the eight ball and never really had a chance to get on the field when there were opportunities due to other people getting injured. So I would love to see it. I guess the question is, do they have someone that they feel comfortable enough to be the guy that can make them honor those intentions of lessening Christian McCaffrey's workload?
I kind of feel like this criticism of Shanahan's unwarranted, and I hear it a lot. Shanahan. Well, what if Shanahan will play the guy? Like Shanahan is like has something really, some vested interest against rookies. He will play rookies, but you got to be. First of all, he's had some really good teams, so you got to be really good to play. Period. And then a lot of times rookies aren't that good, or you got to do the small things. You got to be able to block. If you want to be a running back, that's great, but you got to be able to block. Otherwise, Brock gets killed. See Lawrence Phillips, Steve Young. That happens. So, it's a lot of times it's the nuances, and some guys excel at the nuances, but oftentimes rookies do not. So, but I think Shanahan, the idea that he wouldn't put a rookie out there, you get the right rookie, he'll put him out there. It's just a matter of, do you have the right rookie? And then can you coach him up? It's a little bit on his coaching staff to get these guys ready to play. But I think this is grossly unfair criticism of Shanahan. Not that he cares or it's that big of a deal, but I really do believe he'll play a lot of young players. Heck, there was an awful lot of young players that played last year. Tell Upton Stout Shanahan doesn't play young players. I don't think he would listen to that. To say that to Collins and West, they would say, really, we played kind of a lot. So, I hear what you're saying, though. There is that notion out there. I think there are positions on this team in Shanahan's offense that you mentally have to be really, really up to speed, like tight end. Like rookie tight ends, I think, struggle with the multiplicity of this offense, the shifts, the motions, all of that, the fullback. I don't think it's accidental that he's had Juice, a veteran fullback, for years, and there's almost never any kind of rookie backup behind him. It's mentally very challenging. So there are positions that in his offense are, hard for rookies. But I think he will play. I think if Shanahan was here, he would push back and say, I'll play any rookie if he's good enough.
No, you bring up a fair point, and I don't have an agenda on the comment about Shanahan. Like, saying the Shanahan hates rookies is kind of the equivalent of, like, Steve Kirk can't develop any young talent. It's like, okay, I get what you're saying in the larger picture of it all,
but
like,
that's true. No, I'm just joking. No, I'm just joking.
The point I'm making, I guess, with Shanahan is, like, I'm just looking at kind of the recent history where, like, yeah, of course there are exceptions, but by and large, relative to other competitors or other teams that we see or other people from the coaching tree, it takes a little bit of time where it's a demanding kind of offense where you ask a lot of your position players. Like receivers, you don't just have to be a great route runner. You got to be a great blocker too, right? And so it's like, it's a demanding kind of offense to where I think if you're someone like Kyle Shanahan with how much he understands the nuances of this game and how much he's going to demand, that's why Brock Purdy, that's part of the equation of what makes him such a remarkable and rare story of how well those two work together is not just that he was the last pick of the draft and he was a guy that nobody really expected to do this coming out of Iowa State. To run a Kyle Shanahan offense to that degree, you can say he has the Avengers cast around him, or he did when he came into this role. You can say that all you want. The bottom line is you still got to execute a lot at a very, very high level. And I know we were talking during the break about how in his first preseason outing, you were so impressed with the way he was using the clock. And so it's not an indictment on Shanahan as a coach, but I think if you just look at the history of it, yeah, there's a lot of factors, which includes health, and it includes the type of player you draft and the type of potential you get out of there, and also who's ahead of them on the depth chart. Those all matter. But it is a demanding offense where I think if you're Kyle, you are going to throw a rookie out there only if you feel sure that they can execute at the level that you demand, which is a really high one.
Well, and there's a lot that goes into this. Like, for example, we say, quote unquote, rookie, like they're all the same. But guess what? They're not. Some guys are 25 and 26. Some guys are 20. I mean, that's a big difference right there. So you have to know, and you can draft older players that played 6 years in college, or you could draft guys like, Keldrick Falk, who's really raw and really young, and I think he's just turned 20. So, that's the other thing. Within the whole scope of rookies, there's old rookies and young rookies. There's guys that are ready to play. There's guys that you're drafting that they need a redshirt year. This guy needs to lift weights for a year. This guy has never played tight end before. He's going to transition. He's got to, Oscar Delp from Georgia has never really produced all that much, but he's very, very athletic. Is somebody going to ask him to step in and play a lot this year? He's never even had 300 receiving yards at Georgia, but he's very, very talented. He might be drafted pretty high, and he might be asked to play a lot this year. So, you just it's a case by case basis, really. And more than anything, you've got to identify the right players, and then you got to be able to coach them up and work them into your system and get them on the field and get them to produce. And there are no excuses. It's either a do or don't thing. You either do or you don't. And right now they've fallen behind the Rams and Seahawks, and it's time for them to get it cooking on the personnel side in the offseason.
We'll talk to Kylan Mills, new Giants pre- and post-game host, but not new to the Bay Area, from NBC Sports Bay Area. We will talk to her coming up in just a bit. Love Kylan. I know you've known Kylan for a while as well, and it's cool to see her back in the Bay, as we will get to have her on The Sports Leader for the first time since taking on this role. So lots to digest from the Giants beyond just our Peyton Manning fun. She's getting to do a little pre and post along with Laura Britt before Laura makes her move. And good to see Laura out at opening day. Always fun talking to her, and have yet to catch up with Kylan in person. But we'll get to talk to her when we come on back, and that'll be fantastic. It's Papa and Silver with Larry Krueger on The Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
It's time for your Teal Report, Sharks fans. They come down with another huge W against the Anaheim Ducks last night, 4-3, 2 goals in the last 90 seconds. It was beautiful. They try to keep the good times rolling at the tank tonight against the Toronto Maple Leafs. The Sharks, 1 point out of that last wild card spot, 77 total. They need a W, and they need it in a bad way. Go Sharks.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Giants take 2 of 3 down in San Diego, and we've been talking all about it today on Papa and Silver. Larry Krueger hanging out with us, and it is time to welcome in our first guest of the day on the Yuma guest line. She is your new host for Giants Pre and Post on NBC Sports Bay Area. She has been in the Bay Area before, and now she is everywhere, repping the orange and black, looking great in the studios with Sergio Romo, Rich Aurelia, and all the great faces you're going to see throughout this season. She is Kylan Mills, and she joins us on the Yuma guest line. What's up, Kylan?
Hey, how's it going, guys? Very good to be talking to you on KNBR and to be getting baseball season rolling. I mean, there's no better time in the Bay than a 75 and sunny day. Now, 75 is pushing it maybe, but a 70 and sunny day out at Oracle Park. It's a lot of fun. So, yeah, glad to be here.
Well, I mean, you could say 70, but certainly when the sun is shining and the wind is a little bit lighter, it feels like it's 87.
Feels
so
hot.
Yeah.
Yes.
So
That's the thing about the Bay. The coldest 50 degrees I've ever felt and the hottest 70 degrees I've ever felt. I swear to God.
Yeah, we're talking about someone who's been in like the Midwest and doing a lot of stuff in Chicago. So that is taken with honesty. Like any weather comments I make, it's going to be the softest California you-know-what ever said. So I'm glad we get some credibility to this.
Yes, you do. So when I first moved here in 2020, the last time I lived here, I remember one of my first thoughts was like walking around and I'm like, oh my gosh, what is wrong with these people? It's 55 and everybody is wearing puffer coats. They're dressed like it's frigid out here. They're crazy. And like 1 year in, I'm now the person. Like, it's funny how your body just acclimates and it's all relative, right? Like now that I'm here, now it's like when it's 50, I'm now freezing. I'm like putting on gloves to walk the dog. And my husband's laughing at me. He's like, you have become soft. So listen, it's all relative, all right? You're not soft. It's just what you're used to, Greg, okay?
I appreciate that. Let's start with just coming back to the Bay. And again, this is not brand new for you, but with the Giants, I was talking about how Tony Vitello is in a really peculiar situation where it's a big outside-the-box hire by Buster Posey. It is an unprecedented kind of move. At the same time, this isn't a team that is rebuilding and they have tempered expectations. Now, it's not saying that they think they're going to be neck and neck with the Dodgers, although in cases like 2021, you never know what you're going to get. There are expectations and eagerness with this fan base, and I think as you probably could tell from the opening series, a little bit of antsiness at times, that they got to go out there and produce. And you know that the Bay Area, whether we're talking 49ers or Warriors or now in this case the Giants, there are always going to be some high standards and expectations. And for Tony Vitello, he's walking into the fire a little bit.
Yeah, 100%. I think some of the reactions that we've seen from both fans, from the media have spoken to that a little bit because, look, there's history with this franchise and people do have high expectations, even if it's not a World Series this year. Like, they want to make it into a wild card spot. And you know, this isn't, like you said, a team where the floor is pretty low because you're totally rebuilding. Like, they brought back most of their core from last year, aside from adding, you know, everyday players and Luis Arraez and Harrison Bader, who I'm sure we're going to talk about, and adding to some of the pitching rotational depth. You know, this is a place where he still has to get wins, and the results do matter. Like, this isn't just, hey, a rebuild development year. Like, this is we want to win now and, you know, at least get above the mark they were last year at 500. And so I definitely think it's a tough position. Here's what I will say. Coming from my last stop where I was covering a lot of college sports in the Big Ten Network, I do think it's a positive I think it's more realistic for a coach or a manager now to make the jump from the college level to the professional level, because the college level is now the professional level. Like, you're now managing egos because of the way the NIL and now revenue sharing and the transfer portal have transformed college sports. Like, you're managing, and obviously now teams are, and, you know, schools are hiring separate GMs and stuff because it is so much to ask of the coaches. But, you know, you're having to manage, you know, salaries and essentially, and roster caps, and how do you manage the different egos guys have? And everyone comes in now wanting something for themselves at the college level, not just, hey, we're here to play for the team and enjoy our scholarship. Like, I want to make this much money. I want to be the guy. So that's what I will say is I think some of that management and the player management and individual management is more similar now than it was before. The big thing, though, is that the college season is only 60 games. So now you got to ride out 162 games of highs and lows and be able to manage your guys in that way. So one of the big differences there. But for Tony, I do think it's a positive because college athletics has changed so much in the last couple of years that you are now dealing with a lot of the money and the ego side that you just didn't have before.
I'll get to my giant question in just a second, but Larry Krueger here, and I'm so excited that for you and for Charlie, Kylan has been a guest on the Krug Show on YouTube in the past.
Yes,
we've
we
talked
love
a lot
the
of
Krug
Warrior.
Show.
We talked a lot of Warrior basketball over the years, and I'm just so excited for you in this opportunity. And I know you're a former soccer player, collegiate athlete, and I know you and Charlie are both now in the media game. And if people don't know, Charlie does TV and radio as well and is very talented. Talk a little bit about this opportunity for you and your career. This is amazing. You're sitting on this set now with guys like Rich Aurelia and Sean Estes and Sergio Romo and Woe and Contos. I mean, this is an awesome role. This is a huge break. I'm so thrilled for you.
Well, thank you, first of all, Larry. It was always a blast whenever we got to talk some Warriors basketball, hop on the Krug Show, talk on Locked on Warriors. So appreciate you saying that, and obviously have a lot of respect for all you've done in the Bay Area. And yeah, I think that you're absolutely right, and that's a huge opportunity. It's a huge role for folks who aren't familiar with my background. So I moved to the Bay Area in 2020 to work at Cron 4 News as the sports anchor reporter there, and was able to kind of branch out and do a little bit of filling in at NBC Sports Bay Area after my contract there ended. I was doing mostly A shows. I filled in a couple times on Warriors, and then did some work at the Pac-12 network as well, and moved back to the Chicago area where I'm from, and was working at the Big Ten Network and Fox prior to coming back. But, this opportunity kind of came across my desk, as everyone is well aware. Like, Laura Britt has held this role for a long time and has been amazing at it. This was her job as long as she wanted it, but decided to make a decision for her family to move closer to where her home is and back to Atlanta. And, got a phone call that, hey, would you be interested in coming back? And, what would it take? We'd love to have you. And, the conversation just kind of blossomed from there. But immediately this grabbed my attention as being an amazing role from living here for 3.5, 4 years, because Bay Area sports fans are extremely passionate. There's an amazing fan base here for, you mentioned, like 49ers, Giants. I mean, it goes just beyond the Giants, but amazing fan base, a ton of passion for this organization. Like I said, high expectations, the history is there. And then NBC Sports Bay Area is really like a top network and top station. I've moved all over the country. I've worked at a number of different stations. I've worked for national outlets now at this point. And there's just a lot of amazing people there, both behind the scenes and in front of the scenes. And you brought up some of the names I get to work with. Sean Estes is on the show with me tonight. Rich Aurelia, Sergio, obviously now being a huge part of what we're doing. Cool to see him make that transition. I covered him with the A's back, just a couple of years back when I was working on local news, and now he's my partner on the desk. So it's surreal. It's an amazing opportunity. I was so excited. Like I said, when I kind of got the call, of course, we're all sad to see Laura Britt go. She's amazing at what she does, but it was just a huge opportunity. And look, you guys, like, if I never lived through another Midwest winter again, I'm good. I had not lived in Chicago for a decade. Before moving back. And like one winter, as you brought up my husband Charlie and I looked at each other, we're like, this sucks. So we're such outdoor people. We're beach people. Like, we love the Bay Area. We love it here. And so we're thrilled to be back.
Well, it's great to have you back, and we're talking to Kylan Mills here on the UMA guest line. If you couldn't tell, she's one of the ultimate stereotypes of a true diva talent in this business. No, I kid, but where I am serious on all this is that the Giants are a team that for a lot of these last, decade and a half, really, whether they were a team that was 500, whether they were way out of the playoffs, or whether they were winning 3 World Series in 5 years, it's been led by pitching and defense. And now Buster Posey's in charge, but roster-wise, this was going into the season looking at a team where it's like, wait a minute, the offensive lineup has a lot of potential, and there's a lot more question marks on the pitching. Now, what we've seen thus far is they're still led by the pitching. Now, the defense at times, and it's had its hiccups too, like the errors yesterday, but I don't know how much you've gotten to talk about the recent history with guys like Richie and Sergio and Sean Estes and everybody on the set, but like this so far is a team that it's a familiar product, but it's an unexpected product based on what we thought this roster was going to look like. How do you evaluate that just 6 games into 162?
Right. I mean, it's hard because it is such a small sample size, but I will say going into the season, talking to all of our analysts, Alex Pavlovich, also a great resource who's been, in that role as a Giants insider for NBC Sports Bear for a while. Everyone's like, this is the deepest roster in terms of offensive potential that the Giants have had in a couple of years, because as you just pointed out, in recent memory, that's really been the bread and butter. And, when I moved here in the couple of years that I covered the Giants, it was all of the, kind of funky Gabe Kapler stuff with the platooning and manufacturing runs, small ball. It was, kind of all over the map to what we saw last year, which was a lot of, you could rely on the long ball, but also very high strikeout at times, a little bit feast or famine. But this particular group of players has the most offensive potential than what we've seen in a minute. Now, that hasn't been the case so far, but I think you do have to take into account that the opening series against the Yankees, they have the second highest odds to win the World Series for good reason. They've got some really good pitchers. And then that's why I think when we got to the Padres, we had the one big breakout game where we saw, I think, the potential of what this offense could be when all these guys are going. I mean, Matt Chapman being back 100% healthy and seeing him get hot, because I did spend time with the team in spring training as well. During spring training, you hope that carries over. I do think having a really good contact hitter like Luis Arraez in the mix is a positive, because, again, that's some of what they were lacking last year. Full season of Rafael Devers. There's every reason to be optimistic and to be high on what this team's capable of offensively. And I feel like looking at game 2 against the Padres, we saw a flash of that. Every single guy gets a hit. You score in multiple innings, 4 different innings, and then really left a lot of runners on base too, where you could have scored more. But can they do it consistently? I feel like that's always the question, but that's the biggest question now, at least in talking to Sean and Rich and some of the guys. I think what we saw in game 2 is the potential of this group, but can they consistently perform in that way, and can they do it against some better pitchers? It remains to be seen. But on paper, this for sure is a team that should be, I don't know if being led by the offense, but yeah, I mean, I think our rotation is to me, it's not going to be the factor that's going to win or lose the Giants season. The rotation is solid. The biggest concern area was the bullpen. And now here we are. Like you just said, Greg, the bullpen hasn't been the problem. The bullpen's been pretty strong outside of, some tense moments there for Walker in the 9th of game 1 against the Padres. But I will be surprised if we don't see the script flip a little bit and the offense, start to produce more consistently as the season gets on and they get a little bit more continuity under their belts. Also, though, I have questions about running out the same guys for 6 straight games. Is fatigue a factor either? And kind of, we saw the big offensive game in game 2 last night, kind of petered out. So we'll have to see. I'm holding judgment for a larger sample size on that.
This is such a great role for you. I mean, in some way, in some ways, when you're watching these post games things, you're thinking after a great game, you're like, oh, I'd love to do that. And then after a disaster game, you're like, oh, I'm so glad that's not me. You know what I mean? I'm glad I'm not sitting there having to pose questions to Richie tonight because it's rough. I know you can handle it because you're a total pro, but that is kind of the nature of baseball, is that we're going to tune in to watch you. And sometimes we're going to be so excited to hear your guys' interviews and hear what you guys have to say. And then there's other times we're like, oh my God, can this end fast enough? Talk a little bit about the daily nature of this sport and the challenge of working with all these different hosts and these different analysts, I should say.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that in baseball, that is one of the biggest challenges. First of all, just the fact that it's a 162-game season and you're trying to make it interesting and make the conversations entertaining and not feel like old hat by the end of the season. That's a huge challenge right away. You got to try to reinvent yourself in the conversations and the show constantly, to keep it interesting when it is a season that is so many games. And then the other thing is you have to be ready for as you just pointed out, the highs and the lows, a losing streak like the Giants went on last year, going back a couple of years when I filled in on the A's. Try filling an A's post-game show, you guys, when they are losing to the White Sox, who are historically the worst team in baseball. They've now lost 10 in a row. You don't know half the players who are out there, because that's the other thing of challenging part about covering that team going back a couple of years, when it's just it's basically the farm system being rolled out there. And I think that's the fun challenge of what we do, is being able to make it hopefully interesting and a little bit fun for the viewers, whether it be unpeeling the story of an individual during some of those times where, maybe it's not all coming together on the field and the game is boring or it's not what you want. I mean, opening night that I covered, now, of course, the first game was on, I should say opening day. Opening night was on Netflix, but opening day, my first show, they had one hit, you guys. One hit for my first post game. I'm like, guys, can you give me a little something to work with here? Like, come on. And even, 30 minutes, it flies by, but at the same time, there's some of those days where you're just like, man. So I think that's the fun challenge as a professional is how do we continue to evolve so that it is entertaining for the viewers? And like I said, I think for me, like looking at the individual stories of some of the different players, like how can we help connect the audience and the fan to who they are, or maybe that one bright spot of an individual who's doing well amongst a losing skid when it does happen, or maybe it's, the pitching staff is doing well and there's something we can highlight there. So, I think we always want to be honest with the viewers and we don't want to sugarcoat anything, but at the same time, like no one wants to listen to doom and gloom for an entire, 30-minute show night in and night out when they are going through a losing streak or a slow time. So, trying to mix in the positive and find those positives in the personal stories, like that's always a challenge. The other thing I will say, the last thing I'll say on this, guys, is that NBC Sports Bay Area has such a great team. Like we're not afraid to get creative. Like we're coming up with segments. We're doing dollar trivia. We did the other night with Rich and, so we're not afraid to think outside of the box on some of the stuff that we do because you kind of have to. Like that's the nature of baseball with so many games and such a long season, and there's going to be lulls. Like how do we keep it interesting? And so coming up with some of that out of the box stuff is really what makes it fun. Can we do a taste test? We were just talking about this last night. Sean's going on the road with the team for their series in Baltimore next week, and he's really excited to try the crab. I guess they have crab tacos is a new menu item out there in Baltimore. Oh. So we're like, can we get that on the chain? We do a change up where we talk, with the in-game announcers. We're like, all right, let's get the crab sandwich. It's like you got to have some fun with it at some point because Absolutely. It is a long season, and like you said, the results may not always be there. So.
Yeah, Kylan, you're talking about the one hit on your opener. It kind of reminds me of something I was actually riffing about with Krug on the air like last week or the week before, which was when I was doing the Cal football pre and post this year, kind of threw it together a little bit last minute. And the first one I did, it was such a late game. They gave up like 1 million unanswered points after a hot start. They lost to Duke. And so it's like 11 o'clock. It's cold. It's dark. Nobody's there. And my co-host was not present for that one. So I'm just like, all right, well, that was something after the first couple of drives. So, yeah, it's hey.
Yep, that's exactly what it's like, and you got to bring the energy. You know what I mean? You're like, okay, I got to still find a way to bring my own spark and to make this interesting for the two viewers that are listening to this Cal postgame show. I'm just kidding.
Kylan, I know you're gonna.
I know you're gonna kill it. Off.
I know you're gonna kill it. I know you're gonna have a great year. In a way, I think the exciting thing is Tony. It's like because of Tony, I think you guys have a whole nother layer of things to go through every night, and I'm really eager.
For sure.
I mean, they're all good. All those analysts are good. I think Aurelia is really good, and I want to hear Richie break down, Tony and kind of the way he handles his lineup throughout the year. I think that's going to be some really, really good conversations.
Yeah, for sure. And I think that we've already been doing some of that. Again, just kind of tracking the fact that he's been starting the same guys 5 games, 6 games coming off of spring training where you're getting a lot of reps. And usually this time of year, you want to give the bench some run and give those guys some rest. And he hasn't done that. And Tony's talked about feeling like it's more important right now to build the continuity and to instill confidence and to keep rolling those guys out there. But I think all of those decisions are super interesting because this is something we haven't seen before, and also an individual in Tony Vitello who has not been in this position before. So there's definitely going to be a lot of fascinating conversations about that. We just were talking about it quite a bit on the show yesterday during pregame when we found out it was the same starters. You kind of assumed yesterday, like, okay, Susak's going to come in, right? Like this is going to be the game that we see him start, and he finally makes his first start of the year and all that. And he didn't. So, we talked about it on the pregame show and it was interesting, but I think those guys both kind of said, and Sean and Rich, that like, we really haven't fully seen Tony's personality come out yet. And I don't think that we've seen 100% yet of what his vision is for this team and how he is going to do things and make those decisions. Cause like, we're all still learning as we go. So it's definitely going to be a fascinating thing to watch and to see how this team evolves and Tony evolves, because at the end of the day, this is totally new for him. So, I think pump the brakes on the panic button for fans. I know after the Yankee series, people were all over the map, and you guys both know sports fans never overreact about anything ever.
No,
Yeah, exactly.
It doesn't happen.
We're very well balanced.
it'll be-
We've got it all under control.
100%. So it'll be interesting to see as time goes on and he develops and grows into the role, kind of, what some of those decisions are going to be. So 100%, there's going to be a lot to bite into there, and it'll be great to get some of our experts' analysis on like, okay, why do you think he did this or that, or kind of what's going on in Tony Vitello's mind, because as of right now, it's still an unknown because he is so new.
Kylan, I know you got to run as we get ready for another Giants game. They got the Mets for 4. But real quick, since you've been doing everything, including a lot of college basketball, who's cutting down the nets in the men's and women's Final Four?
Oh, great question. I've been following. Oh, I love college basketball. And I'm good. I'm not in any specific hurry. I actually had a doctor's appointment, but I moved it up. Just for you guys, because I love you so much. Actually, my doctor had to reschedule, but
could have gone with that original story. You could have gone with the original story that you loved us.
I added myself there. So Final Four. So I'll tell you who I picked in my bracket, and a lot of people laughed at me, but I had Michigan going all the way on the men's side. And I've been doing some Final Four shows as well on Amazon, and a lot of people are like, oh man, like after how Michigan played in the Big Ten tournament championship, they got smoked by Purdue. It's a team that started out the year hot, but some people are like, it feels like they maybe peaked too early. But I had Michigan, and now after I've watched Michigan and the way they've dominated in the tournament, I also think they had one of the better paths in terms of the West region. I'm feeling better about going with the Wolverines all the way. I mean, this is just a team that they're versatile, they're complete. They're elite defensively and offensively. Like they're top 5 nationally in both field goal percentage and field goal percentage defense. Jaxa Lendeborg's a dog. He can score at a variety of levels. I mean, standing at 6'9", he's pretty versatile, shooting 37+% from beyond the arc. So I think that Michigan is a very complete team. I think Arizona is the next most complete team. And I'm really bummed that matchup is a Final Four matchup, because I think those are by far the 2 best teams in college basketball and best in the tournament. So to me, that's kind of a quasi-national championship there that could really go either way. On the women's side, you guys, you got to ride with UConn. I'm sorry. I called UConn all season long. They are so far and away better than everyone. And I love Coach Close, and I love UCLA. They're a really good team, but I just don't think they or anyone can beat the depth and the talent that UConn has on this roster, not to mention being led by one of the all-time greats in Gino Auriemma. But like watching, and it's hard because I called some of their Big East games that were 50, 40-point games. Like it's insane, but it's just hard to envision anyone beating the talent and the depth that UConn has. And again, a team that's so elite defensively, but also with so many weapons offensively. So I'm rolling UConn, I'm rolling Michigan. Who you guys got?
I'm going Arizona, UConn, but I also was kind of forced into conversion to Arizona fandom here. So I was out at the Elite Eight game. It was awesome. It was really stressful. Okay. And so that's where I'm going to go. But it does seem like these 2 teams, Arizona and Michigan, have just been on a full-blown collision course. So Saturday night, 5:49 tip-off, must-see TV.
100%. That could go either way. I feel like whoever wins that Arizona-Michigan game wins it all. So, like, I wouldn't be shocked if it's Arizona for sure.
I'm going to say beware of the Illini. I like the Illini. I think they're going to beat Connecticut, and I think they're going to upset on Monday night. The Illini. They have tons of size. All these Euros. Yep. They got Page's kid. The Keaton Wagler stud. Give me the Illini.
Yep.
All right.
Yeah. Oh, I like that. They're the tallest team in college basketball, by the way. Tallest of any team. So I think definitely size. Should be careful when I say the size matters, but it's not in the way that you think.
Kylan, you're the best. Great to have you back in the Bay, and we'll definitely have you on a lot more throughout the season. Go enjoy some pre and post tonight, and we'll be watching.
Way to go,
awesome.
Kylan.
Well,
thanks
thank you guys
again.
so much for having me. Blast to chat with you both, and I'm sure we'll do it as the season goes on. Have a great rest of your day.
Absolutely. Kylan Mills, always good to catch up with her, and great to have her back in the Bay Area. All right, Todd Husak's joining us coming up in about 15 minutes, so we'll do a quick reset when we come on back. But since we had a quick college basketball tidbit at the end of that, I know you're going to like this because Krug's a fun fact kind of guy. I'm going to give him my favorite fun fact that I learned yesterday related to March Madness. Both tournaments, I'll tell you when I come on back on the Sports Leader.
Time for your Bay Area Chevy dealers traffic update.
Hey, it's Greg Silver with our friend Steve Moskowitz on the line. He's the founder and tax attorney at Moskowitz LLP, and we got April 15th coming up fast. So what do you do, Steve, if you can't pay your taxes and you're feeling like you're in a bit of a pinch here with a couple weeks to go?
You call us. You know, people make the mistake of thinking if they don't have all the money, there's nothing you can do, and they make mistakes, like they don't file the return. They stick their head in the sand, or run and hide, looking over their shoulder like a criminal waiting for the IRS agent to get them. Folks, there's no need for that. You don't have to live that way. We'll go ahead, and we want to make a deal for you. And that's true whether this is the first year you just couldn't pay, or it's been a bunch of years. Think what you'll feel like. Think what it'll do for your family, getting this burden off you. This is our job. We've been doing this for years. We know what to do. We know how to take care of you. We're going to take good care of you. There's all kinds of great deals. We'll explain each and every one of them to you during our free consultation. And then if you want us to, we'll do everything for you. You won't even have to talk to the IRS. The only ones you talk to is us for your free consultation. Just give us a call and say, hey, Steve, take care of me.
Free consultations are the way to go, and Steve Moskowitz can help you if you dial 1-888-TAX-DEAL, or you can go online to moskowitzllp.com.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Great to talk to Kylan Mills, and we'll talk to Todd Husak coming up in just a bit. So this show, I got to tell you, it has flown by here on a Thursday, and then we got some evening baseball. Giants back at Oracle, taking on the Mets. Get to watch a little Robbie Ray. It's all happening here in April. You know what else happens in early April? That is the Final Four, and we're going to find out who the men's and women's tournament champions are coming up. So we got a really short segment here, but I got to run my favorite fun fact by you guys. So I learned this yesterday. In Jordan's Furniture, which is a store in Connecticut, somewhere, I think this article came out of New Haven. I don't know where exactly the store is. All I know is that there was a furniture store who decided they were going to do a massive sale if both UConn's men's and women's basketball team made the championship game. Not won the championship, made the championship game. So the customers got about $50 million in furniture, you know, mattresses, beds, all that. And it's a make the finals promotion. So all of a sudden now, Krug, I'm like, yeah, the women's team's gonna be in the championship game. They're probably gonna win the championship. And the men's team, all they got to do after that miracle following the epic choke by Duke, they just got to beat your Illini, and we got a problem here on our furniture store.
Yeah, I'm not banking on that. I think Connecticut's not very good. I'm not a big Connecticut fan. I don't know. This year, I saw the Johnnies beat them pretty good recently, and I just don't. I think Illini is going to win that game. It's Illini -1.5, but I like the Illini to win that game by like 10.
Illinois favored in this one.
I know.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, by 1.5. I think they'll win by more like 10.
I mean, hey, they've been hot, and got to give it to them right there. So, no, it'll be fantastic. And, I mean, I got to say, this tournament has been way, way, way better than it was last year. You can say there's been a little bit of chalk, and I don't want to say more chalk. It was all ones in the Final Four last year. There has been a lot of relative chalk, but at the same time, like, you still got a 9 seed in Iowa getting to the Elite Eight. Texas was a first four team that had Purdue on the ropes with 2 players injured and playing on 1 foot. Like, we've gotten a lot of drama. We had nothing last year, like the Kentucky-Santa Clara ending or the Vanderbilt-Nebraska ending when the half court was halfway down and out. And then Duke, I mean, it's never not funny to me when they blow a game like that. And also Dan Hurley, like we talked about this a little bit with Marcus Thompson when I was with JD. The reaction he had where he just kind of has the jacket half off and he gets in the ref's face, I think the dude just like blacked out. And like a lot of coaches, it's not just unique to him. He's kind of got a screw loose in there somewhere, and sometimes that's what makes you great, too.
He kind of has a screw loose. This guy passed up a job to work for he could have been the coach of the Lakers living in Malibu. He's living in stores. I mean, come on. He's living I've been to both. There is no comparison. Nobody leaves Malibu and says, you know what? I just got to get to Bristol. I got to get to stores. I got to get to No, they do not.
Yeah, so we get a little Dan Hurley action here in your Final Four. It's UConn and Illinois, and then Arizona, Michigan. And I know everyone, myself included, is kind of tabbing Arizona, Michigan as that quasi-national championship game, but you still got to play the games. And maybe then there's also the nuanced theory out there, Krug. They're going to beat up on each other so badly that they're going to be tired from Monday's game in the championship.
Well, Illinois can flat out shoot it. They got tons of size. They know how to play. It seems like they got a bunch of guys who know how to play. The coach has been there forever. They got a lot of momentum. They've played some good teams to get to this point. So I like the way Illinois is playing right now.
All right, we'll talk to Todd Husak when we come on back. 3 days from today, the NFL draft is going down, and we know Todd is always hands-on for that coverage. So,
3 weeks. 3 weeks.
Sorry, 3 weeks. What am I saying? 3 weeks from today.
3 days.
Jeez, Silver. Yeah, 3 days from today, I will be in between the Final Four and the national championship game. That's all I got for you.
That's all you got.
And maybe 3 minutes from now, I'll relearn how to speak when Todd Husak joins us when we come on back. It's Papa and Silver with Krug on the Sports Leader.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Nicely done by Jacob. Yeah, everyone knows this as the great Bruce Hornsby, the way it is. Nah, of course, it's Changes by Tupac. That is one of the more random samples in all of music of a song that was just kind of like a whatever song that then became famous because it got turned into something else. Anyway, I digress on that. We're working on making the connection with Todd Houser. He was a big part of 49ers pre and post throughout the football season. And of course, he is hands-on when it comes to the NFL draft. You know, Krug, I know something that you mentioned to me during a break.
Somewhere Bruce Hornsby's cursing you right now.
Yeah, it's all right. I can take it, Bruce. I can take it.
You can take it.
You know, something that we got into with Todd Houser right before the wild card weekend of the playoffs is something you noted to me during the break. That was a lot of talk about Jalen Hurts and the iffiness in Philadelphia. Now Jeremy Fowler's putting out stories. Sources are getting antsy. And when people have jobs on the line, all of a sudden things start coming out. So let's ask him all about it. Todd Houser joins us on the UMA guest line. Happy almost NFL draft season 3 weeks from today. What's up, Todd?
It's always NFL season. There is no off season. We are in it. I love it. I mean, all the moves and free agent signings and positioning for the draft and how guys are getting paid and where they're going. It's been exciting. I think the 49ers have done themselves a ton of favors this offseason with some of their signings, not just the personnel they picked up, but the contracts they've signed them to. And it's been fun to watch. I think the 49ers fans should be excited about some of those offseason signings, and then we'll see what pieces they can pick up in the draft.
Well, we'll get into those signings coming up in a second. I was just telling Krug how one of the last times we had you on was right before the wild card weekend when they were getting ready to go to Philly, and you had your doubts about Jalen Hurts, and even though he was a Super Bowl champion, like the long-term future and the fit and how cohesive it was with the coaching staff, and now Jeremy Fowler of ESPN is putting out a lot of things that seem like maybe there's a disconnect and Jalen Hurts wants to play his own game, and that 4 verts play with Eric Kendricks knocking it down, that might have been a Jalen Hurts kind of idea. What do you think is ultimately going to happen? Because Philly, we've seen it in recent history. It doesn't matter if they are an MVP candidate or a Super Bowl winning coach. They can move off you pretty quickly.
Well, I think you look at how teams have been constructed, and I think there's 2 good examples with the Eagles and the Texans in the AFC. If the Texans had a capable quarterback, they're playing in the Super Bowl. And I think if Philly had a quarterback, and certainly Jalen Hurts has shown ability, but I would not put him in the top half or maybe even the top 25 of starting quarterbacks that you trust to run. I don't think he'd be a good fit for Kyle Shanahan's offense. And so how does he run an offense where they have a top-tier defense and outstanding playmakers around him, 2 first-round wide receivers, and a top 3 running back in Saquon Barkley? And yet that offense struggled and struggled mightily, and you have discontent from the wide receiver position. How do you sort through that and get if they could score 28 points a game with those offensive playmakers, doesn't seem like a huge stretch. Boy, I think they'd be the team to beat with that defense, yet they could not do that consistently. I was surprised they didn't make more of a push to maybe move him. Now that's the tough part, is if you're looking from their perspective, and they have Tanner McKee, who's a really good backup quarterback, do they take a huge chance and take a swing and get some draft picks and try to move Jalen Hurts? That wouldn't surprise me, because I think he held them back offensively for a team that is built to win a championship in the Eagles. And he's proven they can win one with him, but it wasn't necessarily because of him. I think he was part of that offensive team. If they have a premier quarterback or maybe a top-end quarterback, it becomes easier. And it'll be a fascinating, I think, how teams view that position, especially with the talent around him. I think it'll be a fascinating piece on how, and by the way, how do other teams view him? Is Jalen Hurts an upgrade over the current quarterback that you have around the league? I don't know how many teams that's the case. So Yeah, it'll be fascinating. It's why it's such a great sport and why it's such a great position, because there are so many different things that go into playing quarterback at high level.
When you think about, I mean, I agree with you, by the way. I think there's a very high likelihood that at some point Howie and the Eagles go with Tanner McKee. I think they're going to go with Tanner McKee. Now, this Jeremy Fowler bombshell article had, Hurts was the guy who called for the 4 verticals. Okay, whatever. That's defensible. But supposedly he wanted to avoid playing under center. That's not defensible. According to this report, he was reluctant to let it rip at times, particularly against zone coverage. That is absolutely identifiable when you watch the film. You can see Jalen Hurts has low interception totals because he doesn't throw the ball in the middle of the field, down the field, ever. Supposedly he pushed back on changes that would diversify the scheme a little bit. There's talk about poor body language. He wasn't always bought in. Sometimes he diverts from the game plan, changes play calls to an excessive degree. They're saying he's not coachable. I mean, I don't know. Supposedly his teammates are not the biggest fans of his. I think they are. I think it would be a bombshell. I can't even imagine. Who do you even think? Where would you even send him? I mean, Miami's got Malik Willis. I mean, all the jobs. I mean, Falcons have Tua. The teams that you would think, almost everybody who doesn't have a quarterback. I mean, the Texans are Texans are saying it's Stroud.
Probably Cardinals happy with what they have.
Maybe the Jets. Maybe the Jets. Throw them to the Jets.
Yeah. Jets would be. I think it would be an upgrade for the Jets for sure. But I think you're right. I think he does. If you have an offensive coordinator who can work with him to accentuate all the things he does well, which I think is run and have a 1-2 read, but he's not accurate. He doesn't anticipate. He throws the ball down the field, but his strengths are breaking down. Like when things break down, he can scramble, but he's not your typical pocket passer where that's the majority of NFL offenses. That's how it's run. And you got to make quick decisions and throw the ball on time and on the money. Those are not his strengths. And I think you can get away with it when you have a really good defense and a great running back. But I was not impressed with him last year. I wasn't impressed with him in the playoff game against the Niners. And he just makes he doesn't give you enough upside where you feel comfortable building your offense around him. And considering the pieces he has, can you get away with having a Tanner McKee who you're paying very little at the time? Can you get some pieces for Jalen Hurts? I've been saying this for a while. I think that would be a smart move for the Eagles if you're looking at the future, because I don't think Jalen Hurts is a guy.
Talking to Todd Husak here on the UMA guest line, getting you ready for the NFL draft coming up. One of our discussion points was the comments made about Christian McCaffrey and how they have the intentions to lessen the workload. And we know that getting 413 touches is not going to be something sustainable. At the same time, they always say this, but then the reality is that it's hard to get him off the field. He doesn't want to come off the field. Shanahan doesn't want to keep him off the field. Talked about how sometimes he calls a play, doesn't know he's off the field, and then say it's a Brian Robinson or some other backup running back that doesn't have the same skill set as Christian, particularly in the receiving game. Do you think that Jordan James is someone that can evolve into a pass catcher? And do you think they might try to find somebody in the draft or an undrafted free agent that could be the guy that fills in as the Christian McCaffrey type, but a much lesser level?
Well, we talked about this throughout the season last year, is that there has to be a balance between limiting the exposure that you give to Christian McCaffrey by getting him the ball so many times, especially runs between the tackle, but also keeping your best players on the field. And McCaffrey is clearly one of the best running backs in all of football. And so how do you take him out of a critical drive or a critical moment in a drive and give yourself the best chance to succeed? And I think that's where the 49ers have struggled in balancing that. So I think having a good backup, Jordan James, we just haven't seen enough of. He certainly has the physical ability, but we just haven't seen enough of him, or any of him really, as a 49er can he shoulder some of that load? I do think having Brian Robinson last year, Brian Robinson Jr. he was effective when they gave him the ball. They just didn't give him the ball enough. So how do you figure out, and I've said this for a couple months, I think transitioning Christian McCaffrey to more of a receiver where you can still get him touches, and maybe it's 6 or 7 catches, which is a lot per game, and then 10 carries, but you have to have a running back that you really trust to get production when you do give him the ball. And that has to be Christian McCaffrey wasn't a super effective runner. Larry, you and I went through his yards per carry per game last year. There were a number of games where it was 3 yards. And so how do you figure out more consistent production from the running back position while getting Christian McCaffrey as many touches as possible? And I think that's going to be the challenge, but you have to have somebody that you trust in the backfield, and whether that's a veteran or maybe it's a young guy like a Jordan James or somebody in the draft. I really like the running back out of Notre Dame, Jadarian Price. I think he's a guy that is that one cut back. He catches the ball well. I mean, you want a lot of the qualities that Christian McCaffrey has, not just we can hand him the ball and he's going to get 3 yards or 3+ yards a carry, maybe more, but can he catch the ball out of the backfield? So it's a replacement for him, because I think you have to, the way the running back position now in the NFL, very few guys are able to make it 17 games. So how do you build that running back room where you can get McCaffrey, utilize all the things he does really well, and have a good backup running back and have a good backup Christian McCaffrey? So all of those things have to come into play, and I think that's where they were limited a little bit last year. They didn't have that third guy that they could trust, and they really didn't use the second guy in Brian Robinson Jr., who I think has proved to be pretty capable last year. So how do they replace that position? Maybe it's Jordan James. Maybe he shows up in spring ball in the preseason, but I do think they need to add a piece there, and somebody that when it's crunch time and McCaffrey's getting worn out, how do they, like middle of the third quarter, how do they get that production in the run game and have a guy they can hand it off to who makes that first cut, sets up his blocks, gets some yards after contact, and can catch the ball out of the backfield? There's not a ton of guys in the NFL that can. Certainly there's very few who can do what Chris McCaffrey does, but how do you find a similar type player that can still run the full offense, pick it all up, and produce? And that's going to be their challenge.
I think it's going to be interesting to see what they do at tight end, because, Kittle got hurt. It's a serious injury. They say he's going to come back for week 1. He shouldn't come back for week 1. He got hurt in the playoffs. He tore his Achilles. He shouldn't come back until probably Halloween or November. I mean, I think that's what I would want for him if I was his agent. But, I know he's vowing to come back week 1. So now the Niners, it's like, what do you do at tight end? You have Tonjes, but he's not a blocker. He's just a receiver. He's an awesome receiver, but he's just a receiver. And then I'm looking at this tight end draft, and this got to be the most unique group of top tier tight ends. You got Kenyon Sadiq, who's very much like Vernon Davis, just big, fast, explosive. There's this kid, Eli Stowers from Vanderbilt, who's got a 45-inch vertical, and he's 6'4", 240. I mean, think about what you could do with a tight end with a 45-inch vert. And then you got
he was a quarterback. Stowers started his college career as a quarterback. So
right.
he understands the full offense, what they're trying to do.
And then there's Oscar Delp from Georgia, who never had more than 300 yards receiving in any season. But, man, he just ran 4.48 at 6'5", 250, and he's got good vert, and he looks kind of like George Kittle in some ways, coming out of Iowa, fast and raw and kind of underutilized. So I don't know. I mean, where do you put tight end in the whole mix? Then there's the Stanford kid who's big and strong. I mean, this is a guy who's going to move you on the line of scrimmage. Sam Roush is going to up your run game. So they got to get Brock Purdy a good tight end, right? Because, I mean, he threw it to Charlie Kohler a ton, immediately throws it to the Niner tight ends all the time. You got to have more than what they got, right? Which tight end do you like?
Sadiq is pretty good. Can we get him? That guy,
maybe.
That guy can fly and jump and make plays after the catch, and he is one of the most devastating blockers. There was the play last year where he was blocking down the field where he, I think, nearly picked a guy up off the ground and ran him back 15 yards and finished in the end zone, and a linebacker, not like some 160-pound corner. He is a bad man. I mean, I think his game translates pretty well to the next level. I like Stowers a lot. I think his ability his background as a quarterback, his athletic ability. By the way, all these guys like that. I think that's been the big change in the NFL draft. There's not a huge difference between guys that you're looking at in the second round from a pure physical ability and guys that you're looking at in the fifth round. They're all 6'5", 250, and run in the mid fours. All these guys can make plays. So how do you value? One guy might be a more technical blocker, and maybe you can teach him how to catch. One guy might be a more. I really like what they did with Tonjes last year. Like, Tonjes has that innate ability to make plays, and we saw it in the opener against Seattle where he makes that catch. He just played football. That ball was in the air, and he reached up and grabbed it from the defender. He made plays, and we saw a few catches over the course of the season where he catches it below his knees, doesn't break stride. That's a really tough catch. That is more natural. So do you draft a guy that has that natural pass catching ability and you teach him how to block, or do you put more emphasis on a guy who might be a better end line blocker like a Sam Roush, and you can hopefully work on his hands and his ability to run after the catch? But I do think there's a handful of guys that can come in and play at a high level pretty early in their career just based on their physical talents. But how does that fit into the 49ers system? What do they value? What qualities do they value early, with the understanding that, hey, we can teach this guy how to do those other things. Maybe it's halfway through the rookie year or in year 2 or 3, and trust that they're going to get better. But this is something we can plug in early in their career and make the offense better.
Todd, last one from me. Should the 49ers reshape their philosophy on not using early picks, day one picks on offensive linemen? I'm not saying they've never done it under Lynch and Shanahan, because everyone's immediate reaction is McGlinchey. But by and large, it is something that they have decided to get value on in later rounds and then use Chris Foerster and this coaching staff to develop them. Now I think about, even if Trent comes back and they work something out, you got to think about life after Trent. The interior of this offensive line got eaten alive in the playoff game against Seattle. Like, do you think that it might be time to reshape the philosophy because of how you try to construct a roster to win within your division?
100% you have to do that. I think the teams that have had success in the playoffs and won Super Bowls are the teams that are built up front. And we've seen, obviously, Patrick Mahomes has had success in winning Super Bowls, but Sam Darnold played at a high level. He had a great offensive line and a really good run game, and the offensive player of the year wide receiver. I think I think offensive line has to be a priority, and I think you're right. It's something Mike McGlinchey was a long time ago. So it's something they haven't addressed over the last few years, and I think they're paying the price for that now as they look to rebuild part of that offensive line, as guys either might retire, go elsewhere like Trent Williams, or go elsewhere because their contracts are up and they're valuable. And so the 49ers have to address it, not just for this year, but I think the next 2-3 years. And the teams that have had success deep in the playoffs are ones that have drafted well on the offensive line and defensive line. And the 49ers have addressed defensive line, obviously, over the last few years. But I think offensive line has to be, when you can plug in pieces for guys that can come in and contribute and play, not just be part of that unit, but can be leaders and guys that can solidify that position for the first year, like game one. They haven't had many of those. Pooney was a guy that came in and played well as a rookie. I think he was hurt early last season, but he came back and played well. They need 2 or 3 more of those guys that you can plug in and compete for positions. Like, let's have it be guys fighting over a spot because they're playing really well, as opposed to, we just got to plug this guy in and maybe pick up somebody that gets cut from another team. Like, they need to build from within. And I think doing that through the draft has to be a priority this year.
Todd, one last one for me. Today the big story is Kirk Cousins to the Raiders, right? And so it looks like the Raiders are going to try to start Kirk Cousins. Clint Kubiak, obviously the new head coach there. And there was some stats earlier that I thought were really interesting that they floated across the screen. 51% of Seattle's offensive snaps under Kubiak have come under center. Most of any offensive coordinator in the NFL since 2021. They have more snaps under center than any other team. Fernando Mendoza has 5 career pass attempts under center in his FBS career. Out of 1,008 passing attempts, only 5 from under center. You played this position. This is going to be a big story. What is the difficulty when you see that? Do you forecast difficulty for Mendoza trying to go from a situation where he's never been under center to now he's going to be scrutinized, he's going to be under center, it's going to be timing, it's going to be tied to his footsteps, and it's a different world than he's been in. What do you think? Is that going to be difficult?
It's difficult because it's different. I don't, and I say that because I don't think the overall concept is difficult. Like, if he's a good athlete and has good footwork, it's something you can teach and practice, but he hasn't done it. And by the way, most college quarterbacks, I think the college systems now, I would imagine there's not many guys who have thrown 50% of their passes or 25% of their passes from under center that are coming out in the draft. So I don't think that's unique. But if that's something Kubiak is important for his system, and the timing and the way the handoffs run and the run game works and the play action, then it might take some time. And again, Mendoza is probably going to be the number 1 pick in the draft, and maybe he develops into the guy, but there's some questions around him, and that's one of them. And if that's your system and this guy hasn't done it, there's going to be some questions around it. So, by the way, incredible job by Kirk Cousins. That guy has made, I just saw the stat. He's made more money than Tom Brady.
I know.
More money than Tom Brady in his
Aaron
career.
Rodgers and Matthew Stafford, the only 2 to pass him up in that category. So Kirk Cousins, the legend, and his agent, also a legend.
Yeah. God bless his agent. But I do think it's just different. And so, not to say he can't do it, but there's going to be a little bit of a learning curve. Part of it is surveying the defense from the shotgun versus under center, and the timing of your footwork and how you hand it off. They like to do a lot of the zone runs. And where Ashton Genty, that's one of the things he does really well is inside-outside zone, and that's footwork from under center. And so working on those things throughout the offseason, it takes time and it takes timing. So all of those things, I think, are it's going to be a fascinating offseason in how that works. But I think it's a good signing at the very least. I mean, boy, is that going to be a fun quarterback room between Mendoza and Cousins. Those are 2 of the more quirky guys, I think, that will be in the NFL working together. But Mendoza's going to have a good mentor and a guy who's been there and done it for a number of teams over a long period of time.
Yep.
And I think that'll help his development long-term. But it's also interesting that they're going to pay that quarterback that much money in Cousins and still maybe draft a guy number 1 overall in Mendoza and commit to him being the future of the franchise. So I think it's beneficial for Mendoza, and we talked about it earlier, Larry, where coming into a locker room where you have to be the guy, all of a sudden, if they do draft Mendoza, he doesn't have to be the guy. He can kind of just be with Kirk Cousins and doesn't have to get the respect of everybody day one, and he can kind of grow into that position versus being the guy right off the bus from the draft. Hey, take some time, grow, learn the players, and figure out how this thing works at the next level while you have a guy who's been doing it for a very long time in Kirk Cousins.
Todd, you're the best. We appreciate you coming by. We'll talk to you plenty as we get ready for the draft and approach it a little bit closer. So good to check in with you. And like you said, it's always football season, right?
Always. 12 months a year. I think I said my daughter, I was driving her to lacrosse practice and they were talking about football and she was like, wait, I thought football season ended. It's a sweet. It never ends. It's
It
all
never
the time.
ends. It's always there.
I love it.
Thanks, Todd.
I love it.
Thanks, Todd.
All right, guys.
Todd Hughes, Sack. All right, we are overdue for a break, and we'll hand it off to Dirty Work when we come on back on the Sports Leader.
Sound right, boy. It sound right, boy.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, we did it. We did the Papa and Silver special. That was go a little bit too long and cut into Dirty Works time, so I won't yap anymore. I'll just say a big thank you to Jacob. Thank you to our guests, Kylan Mills and Todd Husak and Krug. Part of the reason it's 2:02 is because this thing flew by, man. It did not feel anything close to 4 hours.
That was unbelievable. Thanks to the guests. Thanks to Jacob. Maybe we should finish it the way we started it and just tell, hey, Jacob, break already. Effing break. Maybe we'll do our Matt Chapman to Schmitty.
And a big thank you to Peyton Manning as well for the content. I'm going to go watch the United Way sketch when I get out of here. It is time for Dirty Work with Copes, Depop, and Tim Webb. Just remember, everybody, you throw, I catch, and we're going to get the F out of here. You're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station, as Dirty Work starts right now.
Do you want to lose? I throw, you catch. It's not that hard, okay? All right, get the out of here.
Okay, the fun's over.
They've done the dirty work of the radio business.
Anybody messes this thing up for me tonight is through.
Engineering, board operating, and producing.
Not only are you fired, your life is over.
And now they have the microphone. What could go wrong?
Nobody messes up. You understand me? Don't mess up.
Adam Copeland.
You wanted some sort of hard-hitting Bob Lee journalism. You came to the wrong place.
Derek Papa.
Oh, boy. Okay. It's getting hot. Is it getting hot, sir? That's even worse. How are we feeling? It's getting hot? Oh, boy.
And Tim Webb.
Mankini, yes or no?
59.
We go with this, Tim.
It's a dirty job, but someone's got to do it.
Ridiculous. Completely ridiculous.
Welcome to Dirty Work. KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
It's Dirty Work on a Thursday afternoon. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you. We'll be with you until 5:45 tonight when we have Giants pregame. The Giants back in action against the New York Mets. A 4-game series getting put to the test early.
So Padres do 6:40, Giants do 5:40. 6:45.
Should we check strength of schedule rest of the way for the Giants? Where they stand?
Well, so they're 2-4, and where's the rest of the NL West right now?
Well, the strength of schedule doesn't matter because, obviously not till later, because it's based on what current records are of teams. So there's only been 6 games or so played.
We'll do that the final week of the season with our guys, Dan Patrick and I'm blanking on my guy, Kenny Mayne.
Yeah,
yes.
Kenny Mayne, Dan Patrick, and then, of course, you get there's somebody else there doing it too. It's just those two guys breaking it down. Have a 3-man sack race.
In basketball.
And if no tie is broken, then a 3-man sack race will be held on consecutive Sundays.
As is tradition.
Until a champion is crowned. We got a full show for you today. Just about. Brody Brazil joins us at 2:50 talking about that incredible Sharks victory last night.
Sharks keep sharking,
National
man.
TV, TNT. Did you see the Macklin post-game interview on TNT?
Oh, yeah, with Ryan Reeves?
That was fantastic, dude.
Oh, yeah.
That was fantastic. And they interview him and they ask Reeves about how incredible it is to play with Macklin. And he goes, the things he does at 19. And he looks at Macklin and goes, he's just a god on ice.
But he also said...
he's sort of poking him. He goes,
I've been asked about him all season long. I'm kind of tired about it.
And that's it. We had Eklund on and we're like, hey, how good's Macklin? You know what I mean?
Well, dude, that's... I hate doing that every time we have a Sharks guest on, but how could you not bring up Macklin Celebrini?
Sharks trail in the final 2 minutes by a goal. They score twice in the final 2 in the fourth quarter to fourth period.
Thank you, Copes. We're doing that now?
Yeah, why not, dude? It's already out there. It's my name. I'm putting it out there. It's all good. Sharks scored twice in the fourth period, third period, in the final 2 minutes to win the game.
If it went to overtime.
Macklin assists on everything that happens or scores the goals last night.
He's incredible.
He assists on the first Will Smith. He scores the other 2. Incredible. And then he assists on the final goal in 31 seconds remaining. Just a blow-your-top-off kind of game. And now the Sharks, I said to you yesterday, the Sharks win tonight. And they play again tonight, don't they?
They do.
They play again tonight, then they play Saturday.
They do.
So we're at the tank
against Trump's favorite team.
Trump's favorite team. We love the Preds. Gotta protect them. Protect the Preds. Go Predators. Yeah, Sharks in Nashville. And then the Saturday they play. Who do they get Saturday, Tim?
Predators.
Oh, it's Predators Saturday. Who's
Saturday's Predators tonight.
I was going to say, I thought Toronto was
Leafs
Saturday.
tonight, Predators Saturday, and then we got the Blackhawks on Monday.
The Blackhawks.
I'm saying it slowly.
You're putting the wrong emphasis on the wrong syllable. You think so?
The Black Hawks.
What's wrong with that?
Well, sort of like Murph always asks me, he's been big on this for years. Do you say Detroit or Detroit?
Whenever you do the chant, Detroit basketball.
But that's the chant. So, it's, the same as when you.
I say Detroit.
It's like when you do the Eagles chant, you say EAGLEAES Eagles or whatever. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's what the Bears said.
It's not how you spell it. It's just what you say.
Yeah, exactly.
It's how you spell it when you do the chant. So, Detroit or Detroit. I don't know if I think I mix it up.
Do you say tournament or tournament?
I say tournament.
Yeah, everyone says tournament. But some people in the East Coast, they emphasize the tournament.
I feel like that's sort of the European, putting the U in. It's that SNL joke about that SNL bit with Nate Bargatze, where he's playing George Washington about all the changes we're going to make when we settle America and make America different than England. And he goes, we will get rid of all the U's in many of our words, in labor and armor, but we will keep it only in the word glamour. And somebody says, only in glamour, sir? Only in glamour.
Only in glamour.
How come? Nobody knows.
Dude, by the way, speaking of SNL, shout out.
ELGLES Eagles.
Yeah.
Go Birds.
And right now they're throwing Jalen Hurts under the bus right now. He's the reason why everything's going wrong with that team right now. But just to talk about SNL for a second, great reference by Greg Silver today on the midday show, where yesterday Matt Chapman mouths to Casey Schmidt, catch the effing ball.
Greg Silver.
It's kind of reminiscent of, as Greg Silver said, the Peyton Manning United Way sketch, where he tells the kids.
He's throwing at the kids?
Yes, he's throwing at the kids. He's just punking them in the head. And then he's like, hey, listen, I throw, you catch. It's not that effing hard, okay?
Yeah.
Basically what Matt Chapman told Casey Schmidt yesterday.
My favorite part of that sketch is when the kid's getting the tattoo of Peyton Manning's face on his arm.
It's going to look great.
He goes, this is going to be there forever. It's going to be with you forever.
And then one of the kids goes up to a woman and goes, Mom, no, honey. Mom's been dead for years. Hi, Peyton Manning.
So Brody Brazil joined us talking about that crazy Sharks victory last night as they come back. And again, they win tonight and they win Saturday. They're in business.
Good, man.
I mean, they're already in business now. It looked like they were fading, but because everything was so bunched up and because a couple of the teams ahead of them had a game in hand,
right?
It makes everything look a little bit different once the Sharks get the victory last night. So their schedule favorable down the stretch here, and 9 games to play, I think is where we're at.
I believe so.
At this point. By the way, I was looking at the standings last night. See, the Kings have lost 18 overtime games.
Have they?
18 overtime games.
It pays to be clutch. This is going to carry over to next season. You see with the Sharks.
Yeah, Tim says that's 18 points, though.
Right.
What I'm saying, though, is also when it's that many, Tim, if it's that many, I look at it and go, when it's 12, you go, that's 12 points. When it's 9, you go, that's 9 points. It's 18, you look at it and you go, that's 18 points and big missed opportunities to solidify.
Huge missed opportunities.
That's how I look.
Squandered opportunities.
If it's that many, you go, man, you had opportunities late. Either you tied it late and sent it to OT, or you blew it late, or you played to a tie and didn't handle business.
They're not clutch.
Bottom line is that's not a clutch. The Sharks have the clutch gene.
Yes, they do.
I think Vegas has a ton of those too, something like 12 or 13 as well.
It's incredible. 18's wild to me.
No, it is.
As a guy who started watching hockey this year, that's wild. By the way, that
Sharks are wild.
You see that note? Tim sent it to us last night, that note about Macklin, that he's got 17 games this year with 3 points.
Yeah.
And he's got only 19 games with 0 points.
No, dude, he's unbelievable right now.
Unbelievable.
That should make your brain explode.
Dude,
That's
honestly,
insane.
that's why we're talking about the Sharks more, because, yes, this team was fun back in the day with Joe Thornton and Pavelski, but this guy transcends the sport.
But how many games have we seen this year where we go, that's a game for the ages? Where we go, dude, when we look back, and if we fast forwarded, 10 years and we look back and we go, what is Macklin's career right now?
Yeah.
And he progresses and he continues to trend on the way that he's so obviously trending because he was the number 1 overall pick at 17 or whatever, at 18 years old. Comes into last year, and he said that in the postgame interview. He goes, yeah, last year was tough, man. It sucked losing games, but you got to go through that.
Mm-hmm.
And now, again, whether they get in or not, these games are of major magnitude. And this guy taking ownership last week when he didn't need to take ownership. When he said, I just feel like I'm letting him down or I'm not doing enough to help the team.
That's leadership, bro.
I was like, oh, shucks, kid. Dude, you're good,
come
man.
on, sports.
But that's the kind of stuff that puts a C on your chest. And that's what he'll come into next year with. He makes everybody around him better. I saw he's assisted on 60% or more of the points that Will Smith has had this year.
He's a freak, man.
It's incredible. So, when we look back 10 years from now and we start to look at the moments he's authored, it's the only comp, because we've been saying it, because of the comp of what Steph Curry did for the Warriors, hysterically. We look back and give me Steph's top 5 moments. You'd be leaving off a dozen moments that you're like, but remember that, but remember that, but remember this. But with Macklin, you're seeing it in a different capacity where
it's not a gradual climb. It's an explosion and a flipping of the league and the team and the organization on its head from where they were last year and the previous 5 plus. And a team that has produced so many legends and alumni like Joe Thornton and Pavelski and Patrick Marleau is who I was thinking of. Yeah. I mean, just names like that, guys who were in the Hall of Fame, and then you think this kid might be the best of all of them.
Yeah.
Like in Joe Thornton's,
his second year.
He's living with Jumbo Jets.
He's 19.
He's 19.
I was having a conversation with my buddy who's a huge Shark fan, and I know that Derek has one as well. And we're just sitting, it's like,
Cody Elias, my man.
He is going to, and I believe he's going to get this, he's going to have the statistically greatest season for a San Jose Shark ever.
So how about this?
Ever?
The record for points in a season by a San Jose Shark is Jumbo Joe with 114.
He's 9 away.
He is on pace right now, Macklin, for 117.
God. So could
Dude,
this
by
be...
the way, and by the way, he's gonna walk downstairs and like in his robe in the morning and see Jumbo Joe sitting at the table reading the paper, and he's like 117, huh? He's like, really?
Can you imagine that?
Son of a bitch! Why don't you get out of my house? Huh?
Okay, now you're going to the shed. Okay, to the shed.
Yeah, dude, it's
get in the shed.
Whereas 808 KNBR is Macklin living with Joe akin to Derek living with Greg in the shed.
Yeah, I mean, I only made Action Man when I was 19. It's not the same thing where Macklin Celebrini might be. There's an argument to be had where he does get the Hart Trophy this year. Where if you're looking at the definition of most valuable player, yes, Nate McKinnon should win that award, but the Avalanche are loaded. Look at what Macklin Celebrini's doing with the Sharks. They would not be in this position without him.
Now, again, I'm a big proponent of if you don't make the playoffs, it doesn't matter. If you don't make the playoffs, how valuable are you? Now, again, you're still a value.
He needs to make the playoffs.
The most valuable guy has to be in the postseason in my mind because that's the end-all goal. The only goal is you have to be great. Now, it's not fair, but it's like in baseball, I think one guy's ever, Tim, is that the note? Andre Dawson, I think, is the only guy from like a last-place team to win.
Okay, last place.
He was last place.
But how many times did Barry Bonds win NL MVP and the Giants didn't make the postseason?
04, he won it, and they didn't make the playoffs. There weren't many.
There were many? Okay.
Now, he won 7 total, but did he win 2 with Pittsburgh and 5 with the Giants? I think in the years now, we have to look. Did he win in 93? I'd have to go back and check the MVPs.
Bryce Harper won it recently where he didn't make the postseason either.
04, yeah, it's a rarity. Now, Mike Trout's done it. Mike Trout has...
Of course, Mike Trout,
I think that's the note is Mike Trout has more MVPs than like postseason games played or something, or as many. It's something like that. He's played like 3 playoff games in his career.
Right.
And he's got like 3 MVPs or something. And he's missed the playoffs in like every year almost that's happened. Shohei Ohtani probably has MVPs without making the playoffs with the Angels.
Oh, absolutely.
Like he definitely does. Like that, but again, that was almost like
that
the
same
exception.
Season Judge got 61 home runs.
It's almost the exception to the rule. Like
it couldn't be. Never mind. Go ahead.
You have to do something exceptional for that to be the case, right? So for Barry, same thing. In 2004, Giants didn't make the playoffs, but they were in it until the final. Until the Finley Grand Slam, second to last day of the season. Cody Ransom, ball through the wickets. Anyway, Bonds that year, he hit 262. He walked 232 times or something. It was an unbelievable. It was a year that I think that's the year he broke the walk record in July or something like that for a single season. So it's got to be something exceptional. But if the Sharks are to get in, there's no reason Macklin shouldn't be at least damn close to being the number one guy.
408 on the text line says, but does Thornton and Celebrini have a turtle in their apartment? It's not an apartment situation.
When Thornton goes out of town, how does Macklin treat the place? You know what I mean?
Well, I'm wondering if he has the same situation that Tim ran to the other day where, Macklin Celebrini's the talk of the town. He's bringing ladies back to his house. And he has to figure it out with Jumbo. And
It'd actually be funny if the roles were reversed, like Jumbo's, you know what I mean? Like Macklin's more of the adult, you know what I mean? Because he's such a young dude.
It's way different than Kirk Cousins and Fernando Mendoza living together.
That ain't happening, right?
Oh, it's definitely going to happen.
They're going to live together?
I wouldn't be the least bit surprised if Cousins gets a house in Henderson and they all just live a simple life away from the strip. Drinking Roy Rogers, singing Celine Dion every single day.
Imagine, dude, you got Kirk Cousins' wife laying out clothes from Kohl's for Mendoza.
I would not be the least bit surprised. Come on.
Dude, he's tucking in his kids and Mendoza reading Goodnight Moon.
Oh, dude, it's like every Netflix QB episode ended with Kirk and his son Coop at the bonfire. Mendoza's going to be there, too.
That's incredible, dude. That was so funny that Kirk Cousins in season 2 of Quarterback on Netflix had followed him around for a year. In season 2, his big treat for himself in season... dude.
His college buddies,
His college buddies came out, and they really partied, dude. They made home... They really did. They made homemade Roy Rogers. He's like, oh, man, I might have a second one, dude. I might really get after it tonight.
Mendoza's going to be part of the crew. You watch.
I'm all hopped up on Mountain Dew, Chip. All right, dirty work on a Thursday. We got Brody Brazil at 2:50. Sam Amick for his weekly conversation, talking some hoops at 3:50. Covers the NBA for The Athletic. Rich Aurelia, former Giant shortstop, at 4:50. We got a brand new segment we're going to unveil for you guys today.
I'm excited.
Dirty Work's Dirty Laundry comes your way at 4:15. But before we get into all that, we got to talk more. Where are we? I lost my rundown.
We're at 2:15.
Oh, so, thank you. It's actually 2:17. Tim's thrilled, but this isn't my fault.
No,
dude.
This is Greg Silver.
This is Greg Silver, and
it's really Todd Husak's fault.
Is it Husak's fault?
He went a little long in the interview.
I heard Krug last night teasing Husak. He's like, "Guys, Husak coming on, man. Really, really excited to get his thoughts on some of these quarterbacks."
He's on all the time with Krug.
I was like, "What are you talking about, dude? You sit next to him in the press box. Like you don't talk to him regularly. You know what I mean? You text in." So we'll take a quick break. When we come on back, the Giants back in action tonight against the Mets. Mets have some of their studs lined up to pitch. Do you run it back tonight with the same lineup? Or at least stylistically, we know Patrick Bailey's going to get a blow tonight, and Daniel Susac will be out there.
Yeah.
Do the Giants run it back effectively with the same lineup, but maybe positions a little bit differently? And who else, if anybody, do we see off the bench tonight? We'll do that next. It's Dirty Work on a Thursday, and you got your bull riding coming up as well. We're giving that away. Dirty Work, greatest show in America on the Sports Leader.
Time for your Bay Area Chevy dealers traffic update.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander. This has been the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Holland. Will you have enough money in the bank when it's time to retire? That's the big question that's keeping you up at night. Let's talk about it. Join me this Saturday from 8 to 9 a.m. right here on KNBR for my show, Protect Your Assets. Or call 1-866-PROTECT.
Now, back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Dirty work on a Thursday. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb with you. Giants baseball tonight at 6:45, game one of a 4-game series starting against the New York Mets. Robbie Ray on the hill tonight after Adrien Houser. He's a brick. Houser.
We're going with that one?
He's mighty. Striking them all right out.
That's not bad.
Yeah, we can go that way. We can find something like that.
That could be our Kaiway Tang this year.
Anyway, at 6:45, first pitch, a 5:45 pregame. So what's interesting, and you mentioned this yesterday, Alex Pavlovic tweeted this, that the Giants, for the first time since 1995. Now, was this the Giants for the first time since 95 or all teams since 95?
The Giants since 1995.
The Giants for the first time since
31
1995.
years.
31 years. Went 6 games, the first 6 games of the season, and didn't have anybody start the game in the field.
Yeah.
I mean, the pitcher, of course, used to rotate. Back then, it would have been a different pitcher. But
of course.
There's a DH now. But even the DH at this point, that's even more consistent than 95.
Yeah.
Because then you had the pitcher in the 9 spot. Here you got a DH. They went with the exact same 9 guys in their lineup every game
9
as starters
guys
for the first 6 games of the season. So the question is, do they go with the same lineup tonight? We know that Daniel Susak's going to start.
Yes.
That Patrick Bailey's going to get a rest tonight. Do we, and I part of me thinks, and I was a little bit surprised that Bailey was out there yesterday, day game after a night game. Also, it's first week of the season. They had 2 weird off days early in the season. It's not really anything to think about. I think you'll see Bailey's usage be different as we get through the middle parts of the year. I also think it is important, or in some point, there is some point in having him catch Houser for his first start as a Giant.
Yeah.
I do sort of like that continuity too. So it's maybe twofold, is that the body is still really fresh for Patrick Bailey in general, and that you've got Houser in his first start as a Giant. It's nice to have Bailey out there, plus a plus defender. So again, like we talked about yesterday with the bat, if Bailey's your focus for needing to hit more, I agree. But if he's your focus, there's like 5 guys ahead of him that I'd like to point
definitely.
out. So the question about the lineup, are you talking about order? Are you saying with the order?
Yeah, the same
being
order with Willie Adames leading off and having Arraez in the cleanup spot. And I know yesterday was pretty bad offensively, kind of reverting back to what we saw with the Yankees, but it's not really broken. And I always go, if it's not broke, yeah, exactly. Like if it's not broke, like let's just keep going with the same thing right now.
You're saying if it's not broke, don't fix it.
Yeah, basically. That's the old saying.
Dude, I'm sorry, you fumbled.
I was there.
I knew where you were going, and then you pulled off, and then you pulled back in.
I know, but I was like, fix it or something like that. Anyway, yeah, if it's not broke, don't fix it.
If it ain't broke, just keep going with it working.
Just keep going with the same old thing. No, I would say keep going with the same lineup because it was working. It was working on Monday night and Tuesday night, more so Tuesday night, where Willie Adames was 4 for 5 with a double and the home run. So yeah, I would go with that. But then again, you're going to change things all season long, and you want some consistency with the lineup eventually. But I would say I wouldn't be the least bit surprised if they go with that lineup again tonight. And again, you can mix around Luis Arraez. Like, I don't know if he needs to be in the cleanup spot, but he's just the best player right now, the best hitter on the team, most consistent hitter. So I would go with that. And then again, you're going up against the lefty tonight, so I don't know if Vitello wants to change it up, but so far
they've only seen one lefty this year, right? It was Max Fried.
I believe so.
I think that's the only lefty, and I don't
really know if he plays that whole game of lefty versus righty.
Well, they really struggled against lefties last year. Like really, really struggled. like one of the worst in the league. I think they might have been the worst. Now, there are a couple of teams that were just so bad, they could have been worse off statistically. But in terms of the quality of players the Giants had relative to their record and how they performed against lefties, disastrous. So if you're talking about do they play the lefty-righty matchup, that's really the only matchup they can play.
Yeah.
Because they don't have lefties off the bench. So they can't stack lefties against righties, right? Like they can't put all their lefties in against a right-hander. So opening day always a little bit different, but Susak's going to be out there today. Patrick Bailey's a switch hitter generally anyway, so that wouldn't affect anything. Will we see Gerard Encarnacion in there today instead of Jung Hoo Lee? Would be my question. And if you do, is it because you see Devers at first and Gerard Encarnacion as a
You think they're making that switch that quickly?
Or more likely, I could more likely see Gerard in right field, Casey Schmidt still at first base because he's the right-handed bat. And obviously Devers isn't coming out. You're not pulling Devers out of the lineups, but this is a way to get more righties in, is to go with him in right field, potentially. Or you go with Oliva.
Yeah,
and Oliva could be out there for speed, and you could hit him at the top of the lineup if you wanted.
Vitello went on with the
bottom.
morning show today and said that they're not making a change anytime soon at first base with having Devers play there. So I think you're going to see Casey Schmidt there. Yeah, it could be where you have Gerard Encarnacion in right field. So I don't know. I just don't think you need to change anything because if it's not broke, you don't need to fix it. So I keep going with Willie Adames.
Don't break it.
You're talking.
There you go.
Who is
There
that?
you go.
Just some old play-by-play that I thought was funny.
If it ain't broke, don't break it.
If it ain't broke, don't break it.
Yeah, basically what I said. But yeah, I would go with Willie Adames leading off and having Luis Arraez in the 4-hole.
Well, I wonder what they'll do because I'm intrigued by this. Like if they go with Olivo, and he hasn't had a bat yet this year, so it's been since either it was Sultanas de Monterrey probably the last time he had a bat. Will they bat him in the leadoff spot? I think you're more likely in his first start to see him near the bottom of the lineup. Like you could see Oliva hitting 9 tonight, would be my thought, and put him in right field or something like that. Or, like I said, you put Gerard Encarnacion out there, and then maybe the bottom part of the lineup, maybe starting in the 6th hole, you bat him in 6 instead of Jung Hoo Lee. Then maybe it's Gerard and it's Bader, and then you've got Susak and whoever else down at the bottom of the lineup, Casey Schmidt. So you could stack righties. I wouldn't be surprised, and I'm kind of anticipating that we're going to see more of the bench tonight because we're a week into the season and we haven't seen any of them really taking at bat. So my anticipation is we're going to see more of the bench tonight because they're righties. You're facing a lefty. It's not opening day. It's not Max Fried. You can get some better matchups and get a couple of guys some looks. You don't want to go 7 days or 8 days. I mean, you don't want to get into the 8th game of the season without the bench guys having had at bat at all.
No, you definitely need some substitutions.
And I don't know when we'll see Koss. I don't know if you see Koss out there at any point, but he's a guy who I think you'd spell Arraez for. But do you give Arraez a blow just because he's a lefty tonight? I don't think so.
Right.
I don't think that's what happens. So 808 KNBR 415-808-5627. How do you think this thing shakes out? There are some roster things we've not been able to figure out yet because we haven't seen Vitello go to the bench quite yet. But before we take a quick break, I do want to get onto a bull and write it. We're giving away tickets to professional.
Let's get on it.
If it ain't broke.
We're giving away tickets to professional bull riding. It's coming to Oakland Arena April 11th. That's right around the corner, 9 days away.
Yes, it is.
Get your tickets now or listen between 3 and 6 o'clock, 3 and 5:45. We'll give you the cue to call. If you hear it, all you got to do is be caller 10 to the studio at 415-896-KNBR, and you will win the tickets furnished by PBR. Find the official rules at thesportsleader.com. Tim, when they hear the call for riding bulls, what will it sound like? Hey, y'all. It's the cue to call. If you want tickets to get up on it, a bull, call right now. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, that's
professional bull riding, be something like that.
Jump on it.
When you hear that cue to call, 415-896-KNBR, caller 10 is riding some bull. All right, we'll take a quick break. When we come on back, we mentioned it earlier, another Sharks comeback. I mean, how many of these is Macklin going to author and this Sharks team going to author? How well prepared are they for these stressful, high-pressure moments down the stretch? Because again, we put it out. The Kings are a team that's looking down at the Sharks, that they're chasing down right now. They've got 18 overtime losses. I'd take my chances for the Sharks late in games, and especially when it's a 1-goal lead like we saw last night, you've got to be on your P's and Q's against Macklin and the squad. An all-time comeback. Where does it even rank this year? We'll talk about it next. Dirty Work rolls on a Thursday. Brody Brazil at 2:50 on the greatest show in America on the Sports Leader.
If it ain't broke, don't break it.
Now, back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Orloff with it. Return with the backhand pass to Celebrini. Moves into the circle, throws it across the ice to Smith. Sharks threatening. 6 attackers on. Down by a goal. Celebrini shoots. He scores! That's his 40th goal of the season. Macklin Celebrini just tied the game with 1:39 to play. Here comes the Shark attack, led by Wenberg. 3-3 the score. Wenberg slips underneath the check, cuts back behind the Anaheim net, holds onto it, turns with the puck, sends it back to the point. There's Dickinson putting it back into the corner to the slot. Wenberg, score! Macklin Celebrini got the pass down low, went up high, and Alex Wenberg puts the Sharks in front 4-3 with only 31 seconds left in the third period. Wow! The fans are standing as one man right now to cheer their heroes as the San Jose Sharks are about to take a big victory against the Anaheim Ducks. And there it is. It's over. The final score, the Sharks 4 and the Ducks 3. Check out the big group hug right in front of the Sharks net as the entire team comes off the bench to surround Yaroslav Askarov and Macklin Celebrini and Will Smith and Alex Wenberg and everybody else who put together this gigantic victory for Sharks hockey.
What a come-from-behind win for the baby Sharks last night, and they are growing up in front of our eyes every night. I mean, we thought after that losing streak, was it 6 consecutive?
6 in a row, man.
And Macklin's like, I don't know if I'm doing enough, man. And I was like, oh, kid, dude.
You're doing just fine.
You've never even been in this spot before. Like, it's okay. We're watching the fruits of your labor blossom before our eyes. And he wasn't done, man. This story of Macklin and this Shark season, this 2025-26 campaign, is not over yet, and they are not going down without a fight. They've got a schedule that is favorable down the stretch. They've got teams in front of them, but they had a game. Some of those teams had a game in hand, and so the Sharks got one extra. They made up a lot of ground last night with that victory. I mean, last night would have been, you think about the repercussions of losing last night's game and what would have happened and where they would stand versus where they vaulted into the standings, looking right outside of the playoff picture with games to play against some tough opponents, but some very winnable games. They've got a game at home tonight, on Saturday, and then again on Monday, and we'll be there at the Tank Monday.
Hell yeah.
For the playoff stretch. Brody Brazil's going to join us here at 2:50, but starts to really make it. We talked about it last week where I was like, hey, man, I know they're fading, but I said, there's no reason to not be excited or thrilled about what this season has produced and where we think they're going. Now, next year comes with expectations, no doubt.
Yes.
And I wasn't resigned to the fate of the Sharks, but it did look the way they were playing. The injuries to the keeper there, to Askarov, he wasn't in goal for a while. They were getting beat up badly. They weren't scoring. They weren't playing defense. And all of a sudden, it's turned back on. Macklin's found a second gear. He's caught a second wind. And some of this momentum, some of this, they don't know any better, I think.
Mm-hmm.
But they do know better late in games. They know how to win late. They know when it's tied that they're in it. They know that their legs and their fresh, I would say like the mileage that's not on their legs. It's almost like watching, and again, this is an unfair comparison because they are not this and they're not there. But hear me out. When OKC was on the rise, when we kept saying they're a season away or whatever, they're coming, they're scary. It's because they were so young and so athletic. You saw what the potential of those teams could have been. And now we're starting to see the fruits of that labor where you got an MVP in Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. We're starting to see that with Macklin, but like he's the straw that stirs the drink, man. I mean, he was in on all 4 goals yesterday, 2 goals himself. He's at 40. He's on pace to pass Jumbo Joe. It's been incredible to watch. And again, I said a few weeks ago, I'm at the point, I think I said a month ago, I'm at the point where I'd be disappointed if they missed the playoffs. And then I was sort of understanding of it maybe a week ago. And now I'm like, I'm hungry again. Now, like I'm
sucked back in, man.
I've been in, but I was like, it seemed like they were fading because they were. And they were. But
it was understandable because they're a young team and they're still learning how to win.
And I couldn't blame them when we talked about the Olympic break and how that affects guys and coming back from that. But what they've been able to do here to reclaim some of this, and because of the work they did in the first part of the season, right?
Yeah.
I mean, don't forget, they started without a win in their first 6.
Mm-hmm.
They were like 0-4-2 to start the season and then caught fire and have really put the league on notice, and it's all because of what Macklin's done. I mean, it's fair to question, based on what we've seen from him this year, would Team Canada have been in the gold medal game without him?
I don't know.
You know what I mean? They lost the gold medal game, but based on what he did and how he put the world on notice, would they have even been there without him is an incredible question to ask. So when we look back at this season and we look back at,
I think immediately to the game in Pittsburgh where they're down and they come all the way back. And
to me, that was a turning point.
That's a turning point for the season. But then after that, they still hit the rut. But bouncing out of the rut and knowing they still have a chance, we keep talking about growth every step of the way. Same as we're evaluating and watching with Tony Vitello for the Giants. Everything is new. This team is. I mean, Brody told us at the beginning of the year, maybe think 09 Giants, 88 wins. Maybe he's like, that would be an awesome year. And now we're beyond that. Now we're like, they already are that. Well, they're better than that. They're in the hunt.
Regardless, it's been an awesome year. And I told you a couple weeks ago, like, whatever happens, even if they don't make the postseason, I still think it's a positive one. But in the words of Tony Vitello, they don't know what they don't know. But what they do know is how to win late and be clutch. You saw it earlier this week, Adam Gaudette getting the goal on Monday night. And then last night, Alex Wenberg getting the goal. And Monday night, it was with 21 seconds. Last night with 31 seconds. So that clutch gene they have, that's going to carry over. Like, if they make the postseason, I'm not saying they're going to win the whole damn thing, but they could be a dangerous team. Now, defensively, there's a lot to be desired. And Askarov played his ass off last night, but between the two, with Askarov and Nedeljkovic, I like the veteran-savvy Nedeljkovic as a goalie. But, yeah, man, they're building something here. And to your point, like, we made the comparison with Macklin Celebrini and Steph Curry. Like, where is Steph Curry's Olympic moments, in comparison to what he's accomplished as a Warrior? Like, for Macklin Celebrini, take everything he's done this year for the Sharks, plus what he's done for Team Canada. It's unbelievable.
Are you forgetting Steph last year in the gold medal game?
I'm not.
You say you're taking it. I'm sorry, are you comping or are you saying?
I'm comping in the same way.
I'm sorry, I misunderstood. I thought you were saying, where's Steph's moments in the Olympics?
Well, no. What I'm saying is, like, when you look back on Steph's career, like, when are we going to acknowledge the Olympic moment where he had those amazing
like how many moments do you have to go before you hit the Olympic? That's what I'm saying. Is
the same thing with Macklin Celebrini in his short career. Like, we're saying all these incredible things for the Sharks, not to mention what he did for Team Canada. And I think it's fair to say, like, yes, he's on the precipice of, eclipsing the single goal record or single point record, I should say, for the Sharks in a single season with Joe Thornton with 114. I mean, this might be, to Tim's point, the greatest single season in Sharks history. He's doing it in his second season. But can we say that this maybe is one of the better seasons in Bay Area sports history? Like, honestly, like, is this on par with Steph Curry getting a 400 3-pointers or Barry Bonds?
Here's the thing. It's certainly going to be, or damn near, the greatest hockey season in Bay Area sports history, right?
Well,
it's going to be the greatest Shark. Like, especially if he passes Joe Thornton. Again, Joe Thornton 114, the most points in a season for a Shark. 117 is what Macklin's on pace for. So if he even gets close or sniffs that, we're already talking about that, right? So we're already right there. But greatest season in Bay Area sports history, I don't think I can.
One of them.
It's certainly one of them. And if you're saying it's the greatest for a major sport team in the Bay Area, then yeah, it has to be on the Mount Rushmore if you're going to go by sport. But you got to go like Jerry Rice.
Of course.
You know what I mean? Jerry Rice.
Catching 22 touchdowns in a single season.
Touchdowns.
No, there's better seasons, obviously.
By the way, how many did he have in the strike year?
22.
Oh, that's 22 in like a 12-game season.
1987, I think it was, something like 12 games, yeah. Unbelievable.
What? So that's bizarre. It's bananas.
It's insane.
Banana land, dude. So Jerry Rice, I mean, Bonds is hard to top.
Yes.
73, and then,
I'm not saying Macklin's, topping any of these guys, but I think it's in the conversation.
Yeah, we'll talk to Brody Brazil about it. I'm with you. The Sharks are a point back of the LA Kings.
Right
now. And they're breathing down their neck, dude. And they've got a favorable schedule. Kings do as well. We'll talk more about it. Sharks have Toronto tonight. They've got Predators on
Saturday.
Oh, on Saturdays, the Preds. We love the Preds. I grew up a Buffalo fan. I love the Sabres, but now I'm big on the Preds. Very sad about the Coyotes, too. We miss the Coyotes. Phoenix, good hockey town. We'll take a quick break, and we'll talk more about it with Brody Brazil, who's going to join us next. This has been a lot of fun, man. Macklin authoring another legendary comeback.
You have to think it's at least top 10 in the context of the idea that he's 19 years old.
Oh, absolutely.
And the way that Thornton got to 114 versus the way that Celebrini has gotten to 105 are wildly different. Like, the Thornton season was incredible because he assisted on 96 goals. Like, that's unbelievable. Every single goal Joe Thornton was in on. Celebrini is like 50 points clear of the second guy on the team. It's just unreal.
Insane.
And he scored 40 goals. It's just wild.
Brody Brazil joins us talking about this great Sharks comeback in victory, and they got a game tonight against the Leafs. That's next on the Sports Leader.
The Giants return to action tonight at Oracle as Robbie Ray is set to make his second start of the season. He faces off against tough lefty David Peterson of the Mets, who went 5 1/3 scoreless in his season debut versus the Pirates. Catch all the action, including award-winning Diamond Notes, right here on the Sports Leader.
Now back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Dirty work on a Thursday. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb with you. Sharks with another amazing comeback last night.
Hell yeah.
Even surprised?
No, never.
Like, I mean, it's really fun. Like, of course it's surprising, but this team late in games this year has had that 2021 Giants feel, while the body of work is more like the 09 Giants feel, but
Yeah.
It's already like solidified. Like they're more in it than the 09 Giants were. Here
So
to
who's
talk
their
about it.
late night Lamont?
Who's their late night Lamont? It's just Macklin. Like that team, as good as Buster Posey was in his career, like they never had a player that was as good, maybe Donovan Solano, as Macklin Celebrini. You know what I mean? Silver Slugger, by the way, that year. Our guy Brody Brazil joins us on the Yuma guest line and on our YouTube chat. You can view Brody right now. I can't tell what his shirt says. It's not clear enough. It's like it's got a better camera than us. It's like big bold letters. You know what I mean? Yeah. What up, Brody? How's it going, bro? Good to see you, man.
What up, Brody?
Tim told me that the camera may or may not be working. So when you said you could see me, I'm assuming, yes, you can actually see me because I can't see you.
I was kidding. It's a sick shirt. Yeah.
Thanks. I just honestly I've got a rack of them over there, and I needed to put something on before we did this. I just wanted to declare, I think the Sharks have been one of the best fourth period teams in the NHL lately.
At least in the last one, dude. Yeah. At least in the last one.
Is that how you wanted me to start?
That's how I wanted you to start. Fourth period is good.
Did Coach pay you to say that, Brody?
I saw it on social earlier today, and I had to have a laugh. Coach is going in on him over there. Huh?
Yeah, it sounds like it.
Dude, I'm just looking. You know me, I'm a newsman.
Accountable.
I'm a newsman.
Some things you gotta hold them to a standard on. If we're covering the Sharks on AI, I don't know about that, but no, I think it's a great point though to start off with. Is that last year this was a team that fell apart in third periods, and it was like, hey, worst record in the league, and you've got some young players established, and what if you could have won some of those close games, 1-goal games, even 2-goal games with an empty netter added on top? And honestly, that has basically been the difference of this year, is that in close situations, you never feel like you're out of it. That was the calling card of the Sharks in the entire 2010s. It wasn't a matter of if they could come back. It was only a matter of how would they win this game, who would be the hero, how would it play out. And this season hasn't been entirely like that. I mean, the Sharks were recently on a 6-game skid right before this 3-game streak of 3 game-winning goals in regulation in the final 90 seconds of the last 3 games. That's never happened before in NHL history. But they've really kind of made this a thing that they're capable of this year. Obviously, you just want to keep seeing this build and build until next year, and then there's no question of who they are late in games.
Yeah, I mean, I remember at the beginning of the year, we talked to you about what they could be and how excited we were for the growth of Macklin, and I think we were all, the cool part about a season like this is everybody coming in was like, okay, what's Macklin going to look like in year 2? And you said that was a huge focal point, and they'll go as far as he'll take them. I don't think any of us thought it was going to be like this far, fast, right? And I was saying to Derek before we got you on, there's a case even to be made, and I think it's a good one, that like, is Canada in the gold medal game if Macklin's not there? It's like that's the level of play. Like there's a damn good chance they're still there, but the level of play that he's added to that team and to this team, and even after the skid now to return, has been incredible. But at the start of the year, you told us, and you were the one who first said to me, maybe 09 Giants, that 88 team could be like the cap for what they are. But that team was never in it in the way this team is right now, with a future as bright as what we're looking at with one superstar. Like Buster wasn't even here yet in 09. So, I mean, where are we now? The season is a success in my mind. Yeah. You don't want to bottom out, of course, but where are we with evaluating how good they are right now relative to the league?
I think on the very near view, we're looking at playoffs again. I mean, and if the Sharks make it, if they don't make it, it's interesting. There's a website called moneypuck.com, and they will show you the odds. Like as of tonight, if the Sharks win, it's like a 42% chance that they get in the playoffs. If they lose tonight against an Eastern team like Toronto that's already out of the playoffs, their odds, simply because of the race and where they stand, and there'll be 8 games left after tonight, it goes down to like 19%. So every night and every game and every result, and if you either get 2 regulation points or you get an overtime loss and a point there, like, all the different possible outcomes factor into different, equations. But the bottom line is these swings are so massive here at the end of the year. I think it's healthy for them to even just be in this situation. And if they get there, I think you already know how most people are going to feel, and this season becomes even more of a success. It's icing on the cake. But I agree with you that, even in the most pessimistic view of, okay, let's say that they don't make it, they don't qualify, give us a couple weeks after this is all over, and I think by May and June we'll be looking back and saying, wow, they made some huge strides to be 32nd in the league for the last 2 prior seasons and then flirting with the playoffs this year. But obviously you've come this close, you've gone this far. Why not push it? And I feel like, at the conclusion of last night, now you're making Giants references, and I can easily do that too. It was the 2012 Oakland A's that came out of nowhere and surprised everybody and won the West. All my wife texted me was after the win, like seconds after, 2012. I was like, I know what you mean. Special teams do special things in special situations. And last night, getting the 2 late in the final couple minutes to tie it and win it against Anaheim. That was a special one for sure.
That's the year the Giants swept the Tigers in the World Series, though, right?
Yeah, I don't know why you need to mention that, Copes, but yeah, sure.
Derek,
Anyway.
thank you, buddy.
Yeah.
I feel like we have at least I have at
I was
least
like, what do
bridge
you do all year? I was like, I can't.
You and I are on the same page
I'm
here,
going to post
Brody.
you hitting one off Scherzer,
Yeah,
Pablo going,
okay,
hey, Bruce.
Copes, that's enough. That's enough.
Yeah.
You know
So,
what, though? 2012 on the East, 2012 in the East Bay is now tainted and taunted for me because I couldn't care less about it anymore. Screw those guys.
I know.
No, there you go.
Yeah, forget them, man.
And then the Sharks have been a special team this year, Brody. They've also, Macklin Celebrini's also been a special player, and he's just 9 points away from tying the single season Sharks record of single points in a season by Joe Thornton. So is it safe to say that Celebrini is maybe having the greatest single season in Sharks history, or even having one of the greatest single seasons in Bay Area history, only at 19 years old?
You know, in the year before Joe scored 114 points for the Sharks was the year that he was traded from Boston, and I think he was at 120-something that year total. Point is, he had a better season the prior one, and he linked up with Jonathan Chichu. They both went wild. But in terms of Macklin Celebrini being that close to Joe Thornton's best point total season, and Macklin is 19. And here's the other one. He just passed Erik Karlsson's 101-point season from a couple years ago. Karlsson won the Norris Trophy, and a little bit different, Karlsson being a defenseman, but and that team not being as good. But you're thinking like how special it was for Karlsson to get to 101 points a handful of years ago. It's like Macklin still has 9 more games, and I'll just say this, he's on the trajectory to surpass Jumbo. So yes, to the point of best Sharks single season ever, and that's why I hope it can be rewarded with the playoffs.
Yeah.
But yeah, in terms of Bay Area, single sports seasons, I haven't put enough research into that. I think I'd have to think about it really of who it would match up against and what single seasons are we talking about?
Right.
I mean, Barry Bonds did some incredible
Barry Bonds,
things, right?
Jerry Rice, 22 in 12 games.
Steph Curry, 400 threes.
You know the name. I guess what I'm saying is
Ricky,
the names.
You know what I mean?
Ricky, stolen bases.
You'd have to figure out Jose 40-40 back in the day. You'd have to figure out all the different things. But I feel like it's at least going to be in that conversation. So I don't know if it surpasses. Let's sit on that one for a bit. But I do think it's definitely in that conversation.
No, I definitely think it's part of the conversation as well. And, Nate McKinnon's probably going to win the Harts Trophy with the Avalanche, and they're loaded. But in the truest sense of that award being the most valuable player in the NHL, is there an argument to be made for Macklin Celebrini? Now, he needs to make the postseason to get that award, but do you think he should be really in the conversation?
Well, two things. Last night being on national television, and it was the first Sharks broadcast on TNT all year, which is, the ESPN games just don't hit like the TNT games in the NHL, just more of an audience and more of a production. And the game was started earlier, so the East Coast audience could see it before they fell asleep. For Macklin to have a 4-point night on national TV, like that helps. The Hart Trophy is voted on by the writers. Okay, so two things. That's number one. The other one is the definition of the Hart Trophy is the player judged most valuable to their team. Now, if you're looking at the points race right now, and because it always changed, I pulled it up here. McDavid at 125, Nikita Kucherov is at 121, and McKinnon is tied with him also at 121. And then Macklin's down at 105, right? But those three, between McDavid, Kucherov, and McKinnon, established NHL veterans. If you're looking at Macklin and what he's done for his team and the percentage of goals and points he's been a part of for the total Sharks output this year, like, there's no question that it's Macklin Celebrini as most valuable to his team. But I agree that the comments, and I don't agree with the sentiment, but the common sentiment needs to be, or it kind of is, if the Sharks make the playoffs, then he'll win the Hart Trophy. But I would have to say this, same thing like the playoffs. He should be a finalist 100% with the other three, and there will be 3 finalists. He should be in with those names. As for winning it, I don't know how they're going to vote on it, but the stage last night was bright, and he took advantage of it.
As it stands right now, and we're talking to Brody Brazil on the UMA guest line, Macklin does have the 3rd best odds. It's McKinnon, Kucherov, and then Celebrini at plus 700, and they're far and away better odds. He's closer to McDavid at plus 850 is where he sits right now. Talking to Brody Brazil, a few more minutes here on the UMA guest line. If you were to pick a situation for this team and the schedule they've got ahead of them, because they do have a fairly favorable schedule. They're just all sort of bunched up. Do you like where they sit right now in terms of the road ahead? Do you like how it lays out for them?
Yeah, they've got a couple games in hand, at least 1 or 2 on almost everybody that's ahead of them and even slightly behind them right now in the standings, which, by the way, I hate I'm not saying I'm lazy because I don't look. It's just that everything, like, you wake up every morning and it's entirely same
everything
teams.
changes, yeah.
But I mean, man, they're so close that things can fluctuate so greatly. I like the games in hand situation because it kind of makes you feel like the destiny's a little bit in your control.
Yeah.
And because you'll always have a few games. And actually, I was talking to some of our own staff the other day, and I'm like, have you guys looked? When is it that we actually catch up to everybody else? And it's not going to happen until the very, very end. So this could come down to the last couple games or two. Now, I will say already, if the Sharks do not qualify, that recent 6-game skid and the one at the very beginning of the season starting 0-4-2. I mean, you look at 2 6-game losing streaks, there's the difference in your entire season right there. Cut those in half, you're in. Get a couple more wins there, you're in. But if that's what we're like nitpicking on and this growing, developing group, again, pretty satisfied with, the position and, the other teams that are in the mix. Those teams have been working on rebuilding for years now. And the Sharks, their quick ascent right back into the mix. Again, it's hard right now because we're in the thick of this, but I guarantee you May, June, July, we'll look back and say, that was a really productive step forward.
I think no matter what. Now, to that end, they only play one team like above 500, one playoff team for the remainder of the season as it stands right now. Toronto, Nashville, Chicago are these next three. Monday night, Chicago, then Edmonton still at home next Wednesday. Right. Only one home game after that. And it's against Vancouver. And the final 3 games are in 4 days, and they play a back-to-back to end the season on the road at Chicago and then Winnipeg.
This is the biggest home stretch right now.
They need
we're
these.
a couple games into, but there's also 2 more against Nashville.
That's right.
And I view those, and they didn't even play their first game against Nashville until the last road trip. So those 3, we've known that they at the end of the year and how Nashville has gone basically from one of the worst teams in the league at Christmas to in the playoff hunt. Now they've turned it up, they've turned it on. We knew that those 3 games with Nashville chasing you head to head, they'll matter. They'll make a difference. So I don't see any way that the Sharks can't. They have to basically beat Nashville twice. And again, even if the Sharks win tonight, the odds tell us that it's 40-something% that they get in. So I want to be real about this. I don't want to do false promises on people, but I still want you to see how this is painted out here and what a good picture it's been for the Sharks. And all of this is way better, way quicker than anybody thought back in October, for sure.
Talking to Brody Brazil on the UMA guest line. During the most recent 6-game losing streak, Macklin Celebrini in a postgame interview said, I don't feel I'm doing enough. I don't feel like I'm doing my part for this team. And I think all of us were like, what are you talking about, kid? Like, you're unbelievable right now.
Yeah, dude, that was so funny.
So when you hear that, Brody, do you think to yourself, like, this kid's crazy? Or do you see the growth and maturity at such a young age for this team already?
Do you guys ever walk out of the studio and ever have a bad show? Do you ever feel like you did?
All the time. All the time.
Not me.
Of course not, Coach.
I nail it every day. Yeah.
I used to walk out of the studio and say, you know what? Even my worst effort was still like a B or B minus, maybe. More than a passing grade.
Everybody's got days. Yeah.
I think what it was, Pop, is like Macklin is so intertwined with the Sharks' success this year, and there's the stat where like if he doesn't register a point in a game, and it's happened, I don't know, 15, 16 times, the Sharks have 1 win. In the 15 times that he's been held pointless. Look, if you're a playoff opponent and you're designing, but the teams already do this. It's not like they're not doing this already. If you can shut Macklin down, you have a chance to beat the Sharks. So I think what was frustrating him is in 5 of those 6 games, he went on a pointless streak. I think what broke it was a goal. So he had a goal in 1 of the 6 games. My point is he was in a scoring rut, points-wise, goal-wise during that span. And I think what hits you hard is that the Sharks are so reliant on Macklin. Now, if we could project down the line and down the road, they just have to break away from being so reliant on him. And the Will Smiths of the world and the Michael Misas of the world. And Alex Wenberg had a huge goal last night. But it's got to be, and not just forwards, I'm naming all forwards here, but it has to be a core and a cast of other players, the Colin Graffs, who can step in. And if Macklin is going to go on a rut, you have to allow that and still find a way for somebody else to contribute. So I feel like that is the evolution. That's the next step. But obviously that's part of the process too.
Talking to Brody Brazil here, a few more minutes here. Nice enough to join us on the UMA guest line. Who is the most important player in your mind behind Macklin if they're to make the playoffs?
I mean, Will Smith is huge just because he's on the line. Igor Chernyshov in his first NHL season, not even a full season, has been great. The player that has really come along for me is Michael Misa, and what a segmented year for him. Started off with a couple games, then a sustained injury, then a rehab assignment with the Barracuda, then he was off at World Juniors, and then he was back on the Sharks. So he's been all over, and they kind of designed it that way. It was a little bit of a slow season for him. As they kind of implemented him in. He could not play on the San Jose Barracuda, the minor league team, just because of complications and the rules. I don't want to make a complicated story here, but he couldn't play on the Barracuda. So they kind of had to slowly usher him into the season. But the strides I've seen him make lately and looking comfortable with the puck and playmaking and passing, and he's got a great shot too. So, I think next year, I don't even want to say the end of this year, but next year I'm looking at 77, and Michael Misa is probably, maybe the next big thing to emerge next and blossom next year.
A couple more minutes for Brody Brazil on the UMA guest line. Just switching over real quick, I want to get your thoughts on baseball. What do you think of what to this point, Brody? What have you thought of the ABS system in baseball this year?
Fans, I think, love it.
Yeah.
Players, I think, love it. Just the fact that if it's a critical call, it's either a strike 3 or a ball 4, that we're going to get it right, I think umpires must absolutely hate it.
Oh, yeah.
Could you imagine if I was
Yeah.
checking you guys on your show? Like, did you play the right commercial right there? Let's go tap my head. Let's go check on that. And you're like, oh, what the hell?
That would get old real fast.
Dude, you stop us mid-sentence whenever you feel like something was wrong and correct it. That'd be
But
great.
I do love the fact that when they show it on the screen and it gives you the measurement indication. And honestly, if CB Bucknor is going to be 0.3 inches off on his call, that's fine. Like, challenge him all day. And there's no shame in getting that wrong. But I have seen some pitches that were 2.5 inches low. And it's been a lot of low pitches, I feel like, that are getting overturned. Not so much inside, outside corner. But it's when it's multiple pitches way outside the zone. That's when I'm like, okay, now we're exposing the umpires. But I think overall it shows how good and how accurate they usually are. And if you follow those accounts like the umpire auditor or the umpire scorecard,
right,
they'll tell you, if it's 170 pitches called in a night and they miss 6 or 7, they're human. I love the human element. So I like it overall. My prediction long-term is that umpires are going to wear wristbands with haptic sensors in them. And ABS in 10 years is going to call every pitch. And it's going to tell the umpire, like, right, if you get buzzed on the right wrist, if it's left wrist, it's a ball. And
I don't want that. That's too much for me.
Yeah, but see, like, then you can't give the umpire a dirty look. They're like, what? I'm wearing the wristbands. So I love the human element, but I have a feeling ABS is going to be so loved that we might even go down that road.
Last one for you, Brody. We had the great Bob Costas on last week, and I want to thank you because I used both of your interviews as kind of like inspiration and trying to kind of figure out what I want to ask him in the interview. And funny enough, when you asked him about basketball, he came on with us and he referenced the line in the movie. It's all part of our Who Gives a Rat's Ass Tuesday lineup. But I remember in your interview with him, you asked him about kind of the future of sports broadcasting and media. And he kind of said, like, as long as you are respectable, then people will listen to you. And Bob is back on TV now doing Sunday Night Baseball. It's on Peacock and NBC. We just had a Netflix broadcast open up the season for the Giants. I'm curious your answer of as far as like the future of baseball broadcasting. Are we going in the right direction, or is kind of going in a weird direction where we're having streaming where it was kind of panned last week by a lot of viewers?
I think there's 2 parts about that. Number one is how are you watching? Because I feel like, we do want streaming options. We don't want blackouts anymore. The regional sports network model, it's existed for so long and it's been easy, but I think people are searching for the what's next. So that's in terms of the delivery. But to your point, in terms of the Netflix production, I thought the picture quality was outstanding. The drone shots were phenomenal. How is, Pac Bell Park, how has that existed for all these years? And we only got to see those new drone angle shots of it basically on the Netflix show. Yeah, they did a tremendous creative job. There were some things I could live without. The hype guy, was he a comedian? I honestly didn't even know who that was. Yeah. There were some things that weren't for me, but Netflix gets 3 events all year. Opening night, which is all theirs, the home run derby, and they'll get a specialty game like the Field of Dreams game. So like when it's their turn, they want you to know that Netflix is doing the game. It may have been a little bit too Netflix, but I think it was like back in the day when you used to watch XFL games, right? Which had the WWE influence and the cameraman on the field and the camera inside the locker room at halftime. So maybe the rest of baseball broadcasters can look at Netflix and say, well, we're not going to copy everything you did, but ooh, that was kind of nice. And maybe we'll steal that and implement that. So I think that, baseball broadcasting is going to change fundamentally. I think in a couple years, the league is probably going to control it versus networks across the country. I just want it to be easier for people to watch. I don't want, and I'm not a Yankees guy, but I recently did a YouTube video on this. if you're a Yankee fan this year, you need to have 10 different subscription services to watch all 162 games.
The poor Yankee fans, dude. What?
I get it.
No, what? Not them.
I get it.
They've been dude. See, the Pirates get everything, man, and then the Yankees.
I didn't say the Dodgers, right?
Yeah,
I didn't say
well, screw them. None of them are watching it anyway.
But we got to make it super easy to watch, right? We're not. None of us are dumb, but I don't want to keep having to do the two-step authentication and the password. Make it super simple. One subscription, one service, all the games, no blackouts. It's 2026, guys. Come on.
Everybody wants the NFL model where they sell off a piece. That's why Netflix has these marquee events. You mentioned the baseball cluster they have now, opening day. And they'll do this every year now, probably at a different location. We'll get the Boston version of it or whatever they do each and every year. And then you'll get, don't they have the Black Friday NFL game?
Yeah.
Is that right? Yes. They get Black Friday.
They're doing a Thanksgiving Eve game this year, too.
And then Mike Tyson's butt. You know what I mean?
What?
Remember when he did that fight with her? That was on Netflix.
I saw it, unfortunately. I saw
Jake
it.
Paul. Yeah, everybody did. He was just standing there. I was like, all right, Netflix.
Yeah.
Drone shots and Tyson. Brody Brazil, the voice you hear. Thanks for talking Sharks with us, Brody. We'll be down there on Monday. Actually, we're doing our show from a suite at the Tank with a bunch of listeners and staying for the game on Monday night against the Blackhawks.
Well, you have my number, so
come on over, man.
Too.
Come on over. Do it. All right, dude. We'll see you on Monday. Brody Brazil.
All right,
thanks
boys.
for the time, bro.
Later, Brody.
Thanks so much. All right, there you go. We will take a quick break. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with the dirty work on a Thursday. Giants baseball coming up at 5:45 tonight for pregame. A 6:45 first pitch. The Mets come to town to start a 4-game series. Tony Vitello looking to get back in the win column.
To Brody's point, yes, I've heard this year with the Yes Network and the Yankee viewers, they're having a hard time. Have you seen this commercial where Larry David can't figure out how to get the Yankees on his TV?
Yeah, I have. He's on the phone with Michael Kay, right?
Yeah,
he's
exactly.
He's like, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's pretty funny, but I have no sympathy for them.
It's okay. It's sort of funny to me, like when I see Larry David doing stuff that's a spoof of him, because I'm like, that was what Curb was, though.
Right.
I'm like, now it's just an ad. Like, it's not as not as funny.
He's just playing himself.
But he doesn't seem like it's funny because his character doesn't seem like the guy who would do that stuff, but he is, and he does.
You don't think Larry David would be the guy that doesn't know how to operate a remote?
No, like sell out to do ads for operating the remote.
Well,
yeah, that's what I mean.
It's because his buddy Michael Kay's
It's so
calling
meta
him.
that it's like it's beyond because that's the show, right? The show is him being him.
Yeah.
And in the show, would Larry David's character ever do that commercial? You're like, when am I doing this?
No,
How do I do this?
No, absolutely not.
Like,
You're
I do
right.
a commercial.
No, you're
so
right.
when I see him do it, I'm like, it's sort of it's like a cognitive dissonance. Like I'm like, it doesn't seem right.
Yeah, but Curb, as it went on through the years, Larry was doing a lot of things where, like, the original Larry David wouldn't do that.
It jumped the shark a little bit.
Yes,
It jumped
100%.
the shark a bit. All right, we got to take a quick break. We got a lot to get into. Dirty Work's always, look, we're men of the people.
Oh, yeah.
We're always hanging with the people because they tell us to. And we're always going out to, bars, Jack's, doing shows, remotes. Well, tomorrow we're doing a remote show. We'll be at 58 Social tomorrow.
We're always on the road.
We have so many things to do and get into. We got to tell you about that, but we also provide a service to you each and every week, and that is people wonder how to spend their weekends. They don't really know. Not only do they not know how to spend their weekends, they don't know how to get information about what to do every weekend.
No.
So there's one place that the people of the Bay Area and the filth of the globe in particular turn to, and that's the Dirty Work KNBR unsponsored Bay Area weekend sports calendar. And it comes your way next, as well as all of our events coming up. Damn, I did not do that smooth. Almost had it.
Hey, it's all good, man.
Right there. Maybe next time. The calendar's next.
If it ain't broke, don't broke it.
Yeah, all right. More to come next. Plus, our brand new bit in about an hour. We got a brand new segment coming.
I can't wait for that.
It's called Dirty Work's Dirty Laundry. We will air it out among the three of us.
I know
at
a lot about that.
4:15. More to come, but our calendar's next on the Sports Leader.
If it ain't broke, don't break it.
Time for your Bay Area Chevy dealers traffic update. Back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Dirty work on a Thursday afternoon. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you. Giants and the Mets tonight, 6:45 first pitch from Oracle Park. We'll have it all for you. Pregame starting at 5:45 right here on the Sports Leader. A couple of lefties, Robbie Ray and David Peterson, go head-to-head. Robbie Ray, 2 earned and 5 1/3 in his first start. Peterson went 5 1/3 and no runs in his first start. So we'll have all that action for you coming up this evening, and we're expecting to see Daniel Susac and maybe even a few more off the bench tonight. We just talked to Brody Brazil about that great Sharks come from behind win last night in the final 2 minutes. What was the note he gave us? They've had 3 victories, Tim, in the last 4 games or something, or 3 games where they scored the game-winning goal in the final 90 seconds of regulation.
Yeah.
It's unreal.
No, dude, they have the clutch gene, and to what Brody was saying, if they go to the playoffs or not, I think this is going to carry over to next season where you see them as true contenders, where the moment's not too big for them. Whether it was going into Pittsburgh,
there will be expectations next year,
of course,
regardless of how this one ends. You'll see them as a playoff team next year.
But regardless, like they're just built for these moments. Like to your point, also with the LA Kings, like yes, they have 18 overtime losses this year. So
they don't have that's incredible. Like that's what I was saying is that says more to me about a team that doesn't know how to finish. Like you do that, and like the Sharks have been to several a bunch of overtime games, and it's one thing to force them and then win them. because it means you have the clutch gene.
Yeah.
But to go to that many, like the Kings have, even if you're scoring late, I'd love to see the breakdown, Tim, of the Kings and like how many games did they score to tie late or tie it in the third period to send it to overtime?
Versus how many they squandered.
Versus how many they squandered and then didn't win it. Like, did they give it up? Did they squander 12 of those and they scored 6 times in the third period? Or there are times where it's just a tie game and nobody's doing much, or you both score. You know what I mean? It's a back and forth. They're not all made the same way in how you get to overtime. But my point is, if you've been that many times and lost that many times, like what's their overtime record overall? And you've left points on the table where you could have pulled away. And now the Sharks are breathing down your neck. They have something, at least in that clutch gene, that you don't have down the stretch. No, and that's what you want this time of the year.
Absolutely, and they're not intimidated by anybody. We keep referencing the game they had where they were down 5-1 to the Pittsburgh Penguins, and going into the 2-time defending champions in the Florida Panthers, going into Boston too with the Eklund goal. That's unbelievable. So yeah, winners close, and these guys know how to close. So we'll see where it takes them. Hopefully they make the postseason, and they could be a dangerous team. They need to fix the defense this offseason, but yeah, man, I'm back on the Sharks wagon.
Huge homestand here, as these are the final 4 really of a big homestand. It's a 6-game homestand, and then they've only got one more home game after this. So we'll be out there Monday against the Blackhawks, Monday night, 7 o'clock puck drop. And that'll be the second to last game. They play Edmonton the next Wednesday before at Anaheim, home for Vancouver, and then Nashville, Chicago, and Winnipeg, all on the road to end the season. Here's the note I was going to give you real quick, because Brody was talking about it. We were talking Hart Trophy and how Macklin's unlikely to win it, but here's just another case for him.
Okay.
Like Brody was saying.
Yeah.
The Sharks' record when Celebrini doesn't have a point, and I pointed this out to you, I guess it's 20 games now this year that he doesn't have a point.
Okay.
But he's got 17 or something where he's got more than 3.
Yeah.
Which is alarming. The Sharks, when he doesn't have a point, they're 1-16-3.
Yeah, they need him to score.
I mean, how valuable of a player is that when he's made up that percentage of your points this year? And when he doesn't get them, you don't do anything.
He is the truest definition of most valuable player.
That's why with the comp to Steph is what we're talking about. Like, if Steph's not out there, you're like, yeah, anything can happen.
Well, I mean, no shade to everybody else on the team, but look at like the difference between he has 105 points on the season, and the second closest guy is Will Smith with 50 or 54, whatever it is.
And he's assisted on like 60% of Will Smith's points
exactly.
or something. It's like Will Smith's got 50 because Macklin's – like Will Smith's incredible, but because Macklin's out there.
Yeah.
And again, he's been hurt this year too.
So I understand it's all predicated on him making the postseason, and he most likely will win it. But like in the truest definition, yes, Macklin Celebrini is the most valuable player in the NHL right now.
Yeah, I'm with you. That said, I haven't watched a whole lot of McKinnon this year. We just know he's
I know. We're definitely a little biased.
All right, we got so you want to get into to let everybody know what's going on with our upcoming shows.
Well, we're always going to on the road for shows, and I just want to let people to know what we're doing for the rest of the month.
So we're back to back out of the studio now. Tomorrow, open to the public, 58 Social. We'll be out there from 2 to 6. Our first ballpark show of the year on the patio.
Can't wait.
Giants and the Mets, a Friday night, 7:15 first pitch. We'll be hanging. We'll roll out the Dirty Work dial. We got all kinds of stuff for you. Tomorrow at 58 Social, come on by. We'd love to see everybody. Liv Moss, come to the patio, get a beer there, get some food at the patio, and get ready for some Giants and some Mets. Then Monday, we gave away tickets a couple of weeks ago to the Sharks and the Blackhawks. We're going to be doing our show from a suite at SAP Center.
Van's going to be there.
Van will be there. Brody Brazil will be there. Ted Ramey will be there. Ryan Warsofsky will be there. He's coming by, I believe.
Damn, all
for
right.
a hit with us on Monday in the suite. Then we'll hang out after Giants pregame and just watch some puck. See Macklin and the boys try to get after it on this playoff hunt. What else am I missing? We got more shows beyond that you need to...
Well, let's see here. A week from today, we're back at Harmonic for Warriors and Lakers, and it sounds like Steph Curry will be back for that
So
game.
next Thursday, we are live from Harmonic Brewing. I hope everybody got their pens and their calendar out. You know what I mean? Or whip your phone. Everybody, hold on. We'll go back. I'll give you a minute to get your phone out. I know everybody's putting this in their calendars. Tomorrow, 58 Social. Monday, unless you won the tickets, if you're out at the tank, let us know. We'll say what up.
Come on through.
Then next Thursday,
a week from today, we'll be back
in
at
Thrive
Harmonic.
City at Harmonic. I need some H. Where's my guy Pat H?
Yep.
Thrive City at Harmonic Brewing before the Warriors and the Lakers.
Yes.
And Steph should be back.
Yes, sounds like he'll be back on this Sunday. And in exactly 3 weeks, on April 23rd, we are live from Jack's Restaurant and Bar for a little Dirty Work Giants postgame when they face the Dodgers, and the KNBR 49ers Draft Show with me, Copes, and Marcus Boucher.
Thursday, April 23rd, 3 weeks from today, the NFL Draft goes down, and we are live from Jack's Restaurant in San Jose, the home base for the filth.
Ooh, that's going to be fun.
And
Ooh,
listeners of
that's
Dirty
gonna be
Work.
good.
But it's just our KNBR draft party. So Marcus will be there. It'll be us. We'll be doing hits. It'll be JD, I think, and Kruger and Todd Husak maybe.
I believe so.
Doing the coverage at 4949 at Niners headquarters, covering the draft itself. And then they'll check in with us. We'll do a couple of live hits, but we're just hanging out. So come on by Jack's Restaurant in San Jose, 1502 Saratoga Ave in the Westgate Shopping Center. And it'll be on. The Giants play the Dodgers in a day game that day. Yep. Right after that, we'll jump on. We'll wrap up Dirty Work, and then we'll just start the draft party. And we'll have some fun. We'll hang out.
Sounds like a plan.
See where the 49ers go. So we're all covered. So
that's a fun day.
Tomorrow, 58 Social. We're all over the place. Monday at the Shark Tank. Next Thursday at Harmonic Brewing in Thrive City.
For Warriors and Lakers.
Warriors and Lakers. And then 3 weeks from today, April 23rd, and there will be more updates about that, our 49ers KNBR draft party at Jack's Restaurant in San Jose. Now, we've got you covered for like all of the Dirty Work shows. What we don't have you covered for is how you're spending this weekend. Now, the calendar just flipped to April. You're writing your rent checks. You're paying your bills. You're dealing with your kids on spring break. Or maybe it's next week. I don't know.
That's a late spring break.
You're buying Easter candy.
Mine always came because I went to a Catholic school. It always came on Easter or around Easter. So
mine was usually in March.
Yeah.
I've heard it always closer to coast.
Mine always
All
very.
Fair enough.
It's a good time because you want some gap between Christmas and spring break.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Plus you get that, you don't get any days off for Black History Month. You know what I mean?
No.
You kind of blink and that thing's over. You know what I mean? It goes kind of quick. Anyway, the one thing we do like to provide to you, the one service that we provide to you here at Dirty Work is we like to tell you how to spend your weekend. So once again, it's that time for the KNBR Dirty Work unsponsored Bay Area weekend sports calendar presented by no one. Once again, it's that time to handle some responsibilities that we here at Dirty Work take very seriously. We love the filth. We do. We love you guys genuinely. And so when the weekend comes around, our number one priority, our number one duty is to answer the question that instills dread and apprehension each and every week, really in the depths of your souls. That age-old question, what the hell, Copes, am I going to do with my weekend? It's a question people ask me all the time. That's why we proudly present the unsponsored KNBR Dirty Work Bay Area Weekend Sports Calendar, sponsored by nobody, your solution to an otherwise meaningless existence. So let's start, as we always do, with the basics, Derek. So first things first. You don't really need the calendar. You already have plans to live Moss with me and Derek tomorrow at 58 Social ahead of Giants Mets. We'll be on the patio crushing beers, singing happy birthday to Derek. Yeah, Derek's birthday is on Sunday. How about that, dude?
On Easter Sunday.
How about
Nobody
that?
will care.
Easter Sunday, dude. You can dye some eggs and think about Derek.
Yeah, thanks, Jesus.
Yeah. Thanks for rising on my birthday. Dude, he rose from the dead and on my birthday.
And on my birthday. God, no one cares about me.
Rumor has it Derek will be accepting gifts, but only if you hold on to it until a convenient time where he can take it home with him on BART. Tim has already planned his Taco Bell order, so it's a fiesta all around. The Giants are home on Saturday and Sunday. No Netflix games to ruin the festivities, so come put a beer on Mike Holler's tab. It's not even the first time that's happened this week.
Oh, man.
And it's an inside joke, too. They really did. And if you're sick and you're more, if you're sick and you're more of a Dubs dude, yeah, okay,
right.
I got you. This is for JD. If you're sick and you're more of a Dubs dude, Golden State welcomes the Cavs tonight. Ooh,
cheeks.
And the Rockets. Maybe you'll get number 30. Maybe you'll get 47 minutes from Nate Williams.
Oh God.
It's anyone's guess. But if you're crying for LJ Cryer, get to Chase Center. And there's always our San Jose Sharks. They're hosting DJT's favorite team. That's right. We love the Predators coming to the tank this Saturday. As we always say, come for Team Teal, stay for Ted Ramey and that glorious mustache. Okay, that's the basics. A little wordy.
Whole thing's a little wordy.
But hey, we get it. We do. I totally understand. Maybe Tony Vitello and Caleb Killian haven't won you over yet. Maybe they haven't. I'm kind of getting one over by Killian for sure.
Yeah?
And you swore to yourself, Derek. You did. You said you wouldn't go back to Chase Center until Quentin Post comes back from an injury, and I hear you on that, dude.
I did say that.
I hear you on that. You're saying, Copes, I need a common thread here. Stop needling me. What the hell do you have for me? Psh, it's light work, baby. Tim tries to write these like I talk.
Yeah, I know.
Psh, he wrote that. It's light work, baby. It's so curious. Yeah? SEW Curious.
Huh?
Right here in San Francisco. A 2.5-hour class about sewing machines.
Oh.
For the low price of just $75, you can join us in person and learn the ins and outs of a sewing machine. Wow, one of the ins and outs. Derek, do you have that sewing machine that's sitting in a closet? Is the difference between a pedal and a presser simply foot puzzling? Is anybody listening to me? Then this is the class for you. Learn how to thread a machine, wind a bobbin, and get sewing. This is a beginning sewing class for adults, so you don't have to have any experience or even know what a sewing machine looks like.
Oh, good to know.
Just bring some scrap fabric or steal some bags from your local restaurant. You will not be judged whatsoever. So get bombed, grab that lucky thimble, and get to 131 Corbett Avenue this Saturday. Admit it, you're just a little curious. So curious.
This is so dumb.
Yeah, it's so stupid is what it is.
Maybe a tad curious.
You are so good looking. Listen, guys, I hear you guys out there. You're like, Copes, sewing, really? I can hear you now. You're saying, I don't swing that way, Copes. No one tells me how to thread my needle. We here at Dirty Work love all of you, regardless of race, sex, or sewing proclivities. But maybe your sewing machine reminds you of that time your fingers hurt and you pulled landscaping duty. We completely understand.
Oh, yeah?
You're still feeling dirty and flirty, and you can't bear another weekend staring at your emotional support peacock. You want to meet someone of like mind that doesn't mind getting their hands in the dirt. Yes, we even have you covered. It's, quote, talk dirt to me. Plant swap and pot painting.
Wow.
Right here. Dude, it's right here in San Francisco. Well, over there. We're in Daly City.
Yeah.
It's over there in San Francisco for the low price. This is low of $11.44. Exact change only, as always. You're in for a feel-good morning for plant curious people. Imagine walking into a space filled with greenery, soft chatter, and people swapping stories along with their plants. You might come in with a cutting you've been meaning to rehome. I don't even know what that means. And leave with something completely unexpected, a bonsai, or maybe even a boyfriend.
Bonsai!
A gardenia or a gal pal, a magnolia or a menage a trois. We aren't here to judge. There's no pressure here. Wander, browse, chat, learn, trade tips, trade plants, trade phone numbers or Instagram handles, or just enjoy being around others who love to get a little too excited about new leaves. And hey, if you're in the mood to stay a little longer, sit down and paint that pot that feels like yours. Something simple, personal, and a little imperfect is the best way, just like you. Paint a pot, smoke a pot, or just sit on the pot. So get bombed, grab your weed whacker and cologne, and get to Talk Dirt to Me, a true Dirty Work event. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is your KNBR Dirty Work, unsponsored Bay Area weekend sports calendar, sponsored by nobody. We will take a quick break. When we come on back,
in a few weeks, it's going to be sponsored, actually.
Well, we'll get to that.
Maybe not.
Maybe not after that. When we come on back, what are we doing? What time is it? Is anybody listening to me?
Is anybody listening?
Steph Curry coming back on Sunday? We talking about? Or Saturday, I should say?
No, Sunday. He has risen.
Steph Curry returns on Easter. The correlation? We'll get into that next on Esports Leader.
Now, back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Dirty work on a Thursday. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you. Streaming twitch.tv/thesportsleader, KNBR.com, and the KNBR app, where all of our podcasts are as well. Good stuff with Brody Brazil earlier, talking some Sharks hockey. We are still going to catch up with Sam Amick in about 10 minutes or so at 3:50, talking some hoops. Warrior basketball as he covers the NBA for The Athletic. And then former Giants shortstop number 35, Rich Aurelia, joins the show for his weekly conversation at 4:50. See him on NBC Sports Bay Area's pre- and post-game coverage of Giants baseball. Steph Curry scheduled to return, you're saying Sunday?
Sunday, April 5th against the Houston Rockets.
He has risen, as you said. I love that.
He has risen, but as Jaden Ivey said, he's a fake Christian because he curses.
Forgot about that, dude. Forgot about Ivy. There's more news on that, but we'll get into that.
Maybe we'll ask Sam about it.
I'm not going to get into Ivy. Well, we can ask him about like the generalities of it for sure. Like I think he really is going through some stuff, and there's family stuff involved. And
all right, maybe not.
You don't want. I mean, like the move by the Bulls is unique.
Yeah,
for sure. Like to have somebody removed from the team and then this stuff leaks out. Like I don't know if there's a situation like this. Is there concern from the Bulls or the NBA or anything around this? And does it seem like his career is done? I don't think that's an inappropriate thing to talk about. As the league has to be covered from that standpoint.
That's fair, yeah.
But there are things that we shouldn't speculate on. I personally wouldn't.
Not try to.
No, but based on
just the stuff that he said where I'm like, all right, Jaden, just
the video
calm down
stuff
a
when we
little
played the Steph Curry thing, and now it seems like maybe that was the tip of
Sir,
an
do you
iceberg.
mind putting your phone away? We're through the air right now.
Anyway, so Steph Curry may return on Sunday. They play Brooklyn?
No, they play, well, I don't they play Cleveland tonight, and then they play the Houston Rockets on Sunday.
That's right. So they play Houston on Sunday. Sam Amick reported on Tuesday Steph is planning to return on Sunday against Houston. Be his first game since January 30th.
God.
He's missed 27 games, and it's pretty clear the Warriors have been, forgive my, what's the word I'm looking for here? Care?
Yeah.
Like, this has been my problem with the NBA. The players, and again, this is a unique situation with the Warriors. It's different due to the injuries to Jimmy Butler and Steph Curry. Totally different situation.
And Moody.
But it's what makes the NBA, for me, hard to be excited about and follow, in that the best players don't play all the time.
Yeah.
You'd never see, again, the NFL's a different beast. They play so few games, but they play through so much more than NBA players do. And we go, well, the NBA players so many games, a lot of miles, and running so much. I'm like, I get it. I understand. But that's the game. That's the sport. That's what we do.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? In golf, like Tiger Woods played out there with a no on a had to beat Rocco Mediate in like the 2009 or 2008 U.S. Open. And that was back when you tied on the final day with somebody. Then you had to play a whole nother round on Monday.
Okay.
He played on Monday. He's out there with like without an ACL or whatever. And I know it's otherworldly, but he didn't get a cart. He's got to walk that thing. That's the sport. That's the game. Like, you play the game. So it's hard for me when it doesn't feel like, and I know we say, well, the owners are protecting their assets. I get that. But it's not like the owners are calling down saying you got to rest Kawhi tonight. You got to sit him for 20 games tonight. Like, they're protecting investment, but this is about protecting player. Players are coddled in this generation in a different way.
No, absolutely.
Like, and they're paying so much to these guys and so few guys on a team that it makes it hard to really get excited. Plus, there's no unique brand of basketball.
But
You know what I mean?
Yeah, but that has not been the Warriors brand.
No, I say this is separate from the Warriors. So
No,
then
I get it. But
so when the Warriors are in the position they're in, where their real cap was going to be the 10 seed like 3 weeks ago.
Yeah.
Made sense that they were like, well, we may as well just rest what we have because we know that's where we'll be and prepare for that spot and wait for Steph to get healthy. And then maybe we win that game, maybe we win a second game, and then we just see what happens as an 8 seed. Like, maybe you do that and you go, okay, fine. I'm okay with that logic based on how this season has presented itself. They've had to navigate differently, right, because of the injuries to Jimmy and to Steph. But it's been hard to be excited about anything, and this was what we talked about at the start of the year in terms of how do you gauge success for this team. And Marcus Thompson told us he thought you could find success outside of a championship. And I said, that's fair. Like, if they made a conference title run, you'd say, and they lose in 6 or 7, like, what, you're not successful? That's as far as you can go. That's to the brink. But we know the only goal for this team, the same as the goal for the Sharks this year. Of course, every team's goal is to win the Stanley Cup.
Right.
But there are steps to get there. And now that they have a realistic shot at going to the playoffs, the goals change and they evolve as the season goes, as we find out more about who they are. As we found out about this Warrior team and things became obvious and evident that they weren't up to the task talent and health-wise, it's hard to be excited about what this season presents because just going in as a 10, you don't go, all right, these young guys got some play-in experience. Like, it's not building towards much.
No, it's not. I mean, like, yes, these games are something that you can look forward to maybe next season with Kristaps Porzingis. And, is he worthy of a contract? But as far as Steph, like this, in my opinion, like Sam Amick brought this up weeks ago, this is meaningless basketball we're talking about here. Like, I know that it could lead to something, but in reality, this team's not capable of that. This team, like, I think it's rejuvenated Steve Kerr to the point where he wants to come back because these guys try hard. But you see it every game. They're coached very well, and they compete. But the better teams, whether it's OKC or the Knicks or the Spurs, they pull away in the fourth quarter. So I have a hard time believing that even with Steph Curry, this team's going to compete in the play-in. And yes, I know these teams are terrible. They're below 500 that they're playing against, but I don't have high expectations. As far as the expectations coming into the season, yeah, like you and I talked about it, during the roundtable for the Giants, Copes. The expectations for the Giants at this point is to make the postseason. Anything less than that is a failure. For the Warriors, kind of the same deal. It's not even make the playoffs. It's to win a championship.
Right. Getting is not good enough. And that's why, like, the goal for me in the regular season, if we're building steps to get there, was top 4 or 5 team.
Yes.
It's kind of where I was at. I was like, you get a top 4 or 5, I feel good about their chances. They don't have to be a 1. We don't think they will be. But you have to be able to think this team has enough talent to compete with. That's the thing, is there's a juggernaut. You know what I mean? There's a team that's unbeatable by the Warriors standards, and that's Oklahoma City.
But there's a lot of teams like that right now.
That's my point. But there's one dominant team is my point. Like, that team's never going. Like,
but let's be real. Like, all those teams in the West are better than the Warriors. They're younger. They're all better.
I'm with you. I'm like, who was the 7 seed when the Warriors were winning 73? You know what I mean? Like, who? Like, if we went back and looked, we're like, yeah, that's a good team, but they don't stand a chance against this squad.
And that's who the Warriors are right now. They're old. They're slow.
The delta's too big.
Exactly. And I know the season's been the season from hell with all the injuries. Could it be where you upset, a team in the play-in and then you play that, whatever, the 7-8 matchup or whatever that next round is in the play-in? Yeah, okay, but, like, that's not going to be like, yay, that's going to be the ending of Steph Curry's career. No. You want to build upon something, and it sucks when Moses Moody's not going to be here for next year as well. So you hear all these rumors, and the latest one is that they want to go in on Kawhi Leonard and find a way to trade for him this offseason. And Tim Kawakami, I guess, said this on the podcast, the Warriors Plus Minus, saying that at the deadline this past year, it was close. They were going to get Kawhi Leonard, and then the Clippers just pulled out in the end. So could they revisit that? Could they revisit that in the offseason? I hope so, because they need something.
What would the offer have been for Kawhi Leonard?
I don't know.
What would the Clippers have taken?
That's going to be interesting, and I want to hear what Sam Amick has to say about that.
I wonder if that's more tied to the noise around Kawhi. Or, you know what I mean? Like, is he willing to part with them because of all that weird contract stuff that happened?
With desperation?
Just to separate from the Clippers in general?
I think it'll be both with him and Steve Ballmer.
That's my point. Is, are the Clippers want to do it? Is he want to do it? Is it mutual that they think maybe it's just better if we're separated and not, like, this isn't
obvious? They're not winning with him,
It's obviously not going the way we wanted. Should we just get out of this thing? Like, that wouldn't surprise me. I also am like, would I like Kawhi on the Warriors? Hell yeah, dude. It's also not a long-term future plan.
No.
It's a
quick fix.
It's also a lot of just waiting around. When's he going to show up? When does he want to play? And when he plays, he's incredible. But when's he going to play?
It's the same thing with Porzingis where, yes, you can maybe sign into a contract and be like, okay, this guy can help us, but is he going to be there? Same thing with Steph. Same thing with all these guys. Like, yes, Kawhi's a great player, finals MVP, 2-time defensive player of the year, but he's old. This whole team's old. So, when I hear LeBron, they're going after LeBron, they're going to trade for Giannis, they're going to trade for Kawhi. These are all pipe dreams. So I don't really know what to look forward to when I talk about the Warriors. But there's one thing I do look forward to, and Tim Kawakami did bring this up as well. It does sound like Steve Kerr's going to come back for one last season. And this is going to be the last dance for him. And I do think that trading away Kuminga.
Are you breaking news right now?
I'm not.
Are you ahead of Shams?
I'm reading what Tim Kawakami talked about.
Breaking news: Derek Papa says Steve Kerr back.
Yes, it's all me. Well, I've been curious all season.
Shams is calling Derek.
Curious about Steve Kerr. And, there's times this year where I thought he wasn't really invested. And I'm not to be invested with the team, but just like, God, I get asked about Kuminga all the effing time. I'm just tired of this. Trading him away, I think has put a smile on Steve Kerr's face. And he likes, even though the team's not winning, he likes coaching Guy Santos. He likes coaching Quinton Post and Brandon Pajemski. He likes those guys because even though they're not really talented, they're try-hard guys. He likes coaching those guys. So I think that's enough to bring Steve Kerr back. And, of course, if Steph's healthy, he's coming back. But, what's it going to be next season without Moses Moody and an older team? I have no idea. But I do want to see Steph come back, and that's fun to watch Steph, but it won't be the same, and it's not going to lead to anything monumental in the long run.
Yeah, dude, Kawhi, man. Can you imagine us just sitting there? When's Kawhi going to play? How long till that? Plays 4 games, out again for 2 months.
There's going to be some lively press conferences, too.
Got a hangnail. He's in San Diego, sitting on a beach with his helicopter.
Well, dude, I remember after the finals where he beat the Warriors, where he was finals MVP, he was walking around the locker room. I remember just going behind the scenes with just covering the game at the time. He could barely walk. Like, this guy's not been healthy since the Spurs days.
Do you think he'd roll one up with me and play Madden in my buddy's garage like we did when he was in junior college? Or I told you that? Yeah.
No,
I didn't tell you that before he went to San Diego State.
You smoke with him?
Yeah, well, allegedly.
You just said.
I should roll one up. I didn't inhale. I smoked it, but I didn't inhale.
We're rolling up carpet.
I'm going Bush. I didn't inhale. What was that? Clinton said that one. Clinton said he never inhaled. My buddy Shane knew him. My buddy Shane from Southern California knew him, and I think they played something together when they were younger, basketball, like in some other league. That was my buddy Shane's, and we,
nice.
He's like, my buddy's coming over. This was before when it was the summer before he was about to start with Steve Fisher. 'Cause I think he and I are the same grade.
Okay.
And he was about to start at San Diego State. Remember they made that Sweet 16 run? And then I think he played one more year there. I think he played 2 years at San Diego State before he was drafted. But all I remember thinking was, dude, this guy has the biggest hands I've ever seen.
The claw.
We're playing Xbox, yeah. I remember we passing the thing, passing a little roach back and forth. I was like, dude, his fingers are enormous.
He's going to crush it.
And then I remember looking at the Xbox controller in his hand, and his hand just like his hands enveloped it. It was just like, dude, we're like 19 years old or
That's
whatever.
what he sound like smoking.
And Kawhi's like 6 foot. I mean, he's still like 6'8" or 6'7" at the time.
Yeah.
He's still enormous. He wasn't as filled out, but no, dude, he was chill, super fun, cool, laid back.
That's
just
awesome.
my buddy's buddy.
That's
We
awesome.
just hung out for an afternoon.
Do you remember where he was drafted?
Calabasas. He was drafted by the Pacers.
Yes.
And he was traded to the Spurs for George Hill.
There you go. Nice.
And they say I don't like the NBA. We'll take a quick break when we come on back. I don't really. It's not that fun, but
No, I hear you.
but hey, I got to do your job. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. Plus, when you get to the fifth quarter, you got to be able to close. Sharks in the fourth quarter.
That's something
period.
entirely different, Copes, in the fifth quarter.
All right, we got to talk. Yeah, dude, that's a KPIX show. That's my guy Vern Glenn holding down the fifth quarter.
My guy Vern.
My guy Vern and my guy Lo Neal, dude, rocking the fifth quarter.
That's right,
dude.
yeah.
Hell yeah, dude.
Yep.
Shout him out. All right, when we come on back, we'll catch up with our guy Sam Amick of The Athletic. Does a great job covering the NBA. We'll get into the Steph Curry return. How meaningless these final games are for the Warriors. How far could this Kawhi thing go? And then we've got a new segment coming your way, Dirty Works, Dirty Laundry at 4:15. Sam Amick next on the Sports League.
The Sharks won a thriller last night 4-3 after Macklin Celebrini tied it up with less than 2 minutes to play and then assisted on Alexander Wenberg's game winner with just 31 seconds remaining. San Jose now sits just 1 point out of the playoffs, and Celebrini, after his 4-point night, is up to 105 on the season. Tonight it's the Maple Leafs. Puck drops at 7 p.m. These games are huge. You hate Canada. Go Sharks.
Now back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Dirty work on a Thursday afternoon. Adam Copeland, Depop with you. Sam Amick covers the NBA for The Athletic. He joins us every week here on Dirty Work. He joins us on the UMA guest line and on our video stream on YouTube and twitch.tv/TheSportsLeader and the Sports Leader app. Sam, what's going on, man?
It's good, guys. Good to see you.
Good to see you as well.
Good to see you. Now, in your mind, as a distinguished journalist, any correlation to Easter and Steph's return on Sunday? Your thoughts?
It's a very sensitive topic.
All right, we'll move on. Yeah, we'll move on. We'll move on there, dude. We'll wait for Jaden Ivey's comments, as Derek said. Yeah, We'll move on. Anyway, you did talk about his return Sunday against Houston. That's the expectation. I said to Derek, I don't think it was an unreasonable thing or way that the Warriors have gone about things in the last few weeks, knowing you're kind of set into there at the 10 seed, get some rest for the guys that need it, get some other guys out there, and then see what you can do when Steph comes back. But just what are your thoughts about his return? Because we talked about the other situations around the league with guys being sat out.
Yeah, I mean, I gave my 2 cents, and I kind of wonder, you guys are talking about this all day long. I wonder how the fan base feels and what the room looks like as far as what side of the fence people are on. Because when you talk about the idea of sitting Steph, as somebody who's covered his whole career and enjoys watching him play and knows kind of how he's wired to some extent, I never thought that was in the cards that he would willfully sit if he was ready to go. It's a little bit like Giannis in Milwaukee. Sorry about the background noise, guys.
No worries.
And so I didn't see, if Steph can play, Steph's going to play. Now, the comp that people bring up a lot, and that came up last night with Steve Kerr before the game, was Dallas a few years ago, tanks down the stretch, has a chance to get to the play-in, doesn't attempt to do that. They get Derek Lively as a result, like an actual, good player, part of their program. And then they were in the finals the following year. And so people kind of said, hey, look, it worked. And Steve just kind of shook his head and said, no, that's not what we're about. So I'm great with the way they've handled it. I know that, listen, nobody thinks these guys can, survive a first-round series, let alone get in through the playing route. We'll see. But when a guy is as great as Steph is, then you just you don't keep him off the court if he's ready to go.
Well, I know, Sam, that you wrote today that the idea that Steph Curry would sit for the rest of the year is silly because of what he's done in the past and what the Warriors' expectations are. But to the best of your knowledge, is that something that was talked about behind closed doors with Joe Lacob and Steve Kerr and Mike Dunleavy when the ceiling really is just a play-in win?
I don't know the extent of the discussions, the vibe you get, because the first thing people cite is how Steph felt about it. And so it feels like one of those that, I don't know if you guys are married. If you are, like, if you have ideas and then you start running them by the wife and she says, nope, okay, never mind. Yeah. I think that's the sense that I got, is that Steph wasn't looking to do this. Steve, I think, is wired the same way. He actually told a story. I'll give the short version. I don't know if you guys saw this clip about his playing days in Orlando and was Atlanta or Indiana. Bottom line, they got into the playoffs because of a points difference. The tiebreakers went all the way down to points. And his point was that we never paid attention to where these tiebreakers were. We just competed, and we didn't try to mess with the basketball gods, and they ended up getting Penny Hardaway in the process. And so you didn't try to, play with the pieces on the chessboard, so to speak, when it comes to competition, and it worked out. Now, that's kind of the inverse of the Dallas story. So much of it is luck and circumstance, and I think the Warriors are very comfortable rolling the dice here.
Talking to Sam Amick, covers the NBA for The Athletic. What do you expect? I mean, there's an expectation now, I think, that Steve Kerr is going to return next year, which I don't think is a shock or anything. But what would you expect his next deal to look like? And do you think it's strictly tied to Steph Curry?
I think it's largely tied to Steph Curry. Unless I miss something, I still do. I feel like he's leaning that way. Is the buzz leaning that way? Certainly, I don't know that anything's for sure. It does feel like, for one, you can already see the carryover in terms of their planning and their priorities right now in connection with next season with Steve, I think to your point, Steve feeling very much like a part of it. Like I think that the layers, and to tie it into the Steph situation, the layers to Steph playing, they want to see Steph with Porzingis. Do we want Porzingis back?
Right.
You're trying to get ready for not only life with the guys that you have and the ones who are going to come back after being hurt, but, and this is a point that my buddies Tim Kawakami and Marcus Thompson made on their pod, is that you also are trying to signal to everybody around the league and some of the best players who might be thinking about coming to the Warriors, maybe even pushing for a trade, that Steph is alive and well, to go with our Easter reference here, and you might want to join forces with him. No indication that that Steve is not part of the equation. As far as the deal, I mean, it's hard to say. I mean, he's deserving of being the highest paid guy in the league. I mean, to put it frankly, 4 titles gets you that. The dynasty gets you that. It's him. It's Eric Spoelstra. And the list kind of stops there, to be honest with you, these days. I mean, Joe Mazzulla is a young guy who's making his way through the ranks. Obviously Greg Popovich is no longer doing it. So if that is what ends up happening, I think, Joe Lacob is going to have to cut another pretty healthy check.
I'm wondering, like, when we start thinking about, I mean, it's hard to think about life beyond Steph Curry or what, his next deal looks like or how long he's here, what he continues to do and what they do to move forward. But I do start to think about, life beyond Steve Kerr. And I wonder, and I'm interested to get your opinion on this, like when Bob Myers left, obviously Mike Dunleavy was the assistant GM. It was a transition that I think was in-house, easy to do, a guy that was respected. And I imagine he got Bob Myers' blessing and endorsement to do that. How do you think they'll go about whatever the next search is? Do you think Steve Kerr is involved in that? Because I know the health of the organization is important to him. Or do you think that's something where Joe again says, I did this once already with Mark Jackson and I found Steve Kerr, I'm going to do this again?
I like the question. I don't know the answer because I think Joe has the utmost respect for Steve. But to your point about the Bob Myers comp, we could already kind of see that coming by this point in the Bob Myers experience. And that person doesn't really exist. You've got Ron Adams is a lifer with Steve, but it's certainly not at a stage where he's looking to take it on. Bruce Frazier is a trusted confidant, a valued assistant coach, doesn't appear to be on that track. You've got Jerry Stackhouse and qualified assistants. Chris DeMarco obviously took the job in New York in the WNBA. So all these different folks that are, part of the program, nobody really kind of deemed the next guy. So I'd probably go towards the latter, which is that when that day comes, I could see Joe just doing it himself and figuring out who he wants to lead the franchise. I'll also add that, to my point about the contract with Steve potentially, that's just in a vacuum, my opinion of what Steve is worth.
Sure.
I do wonder, it's one of the things about the NBA these days. I don't think people realize, I don't know Joe's checkbook, backwards and forwards, but operating costs matter to these owners a lot more than I think fans really realize. And so to that point, I don't know if Joe is going to be in the mood to have Steve be, potentially the highest paid coach in the NBA, especially if it's a rebuilding time, if they're trying to find their way, that kind of discussion, that negotiation potentially could get tricky.
Talking to Sam Amick on the UMA guest line. I know you were in Chase Center last night. So how did Steph Curry look in his pregame workout as he gets ready for his first game in 27 games on Sunday?
No, he looked fine. He looked like Steph. He was, one-legged shots and finding different spots on the floor. And the bigger thing, guys, that kind of compelled me to write what I wrote and include some of the detail was that it just never gets old watching. It wasn't really about watching Steph's pregame routine. It's watching the people watching Steph's pregame routine. Yeah. And that energy was back. I happened to be out there, didn't know he was coming out. And Michael Ravina from Warriors PR was on the baseline, having to play the baseline cop, so to speak, and make sure everybody's in the right spot. And Michael was joking that it's been a minute since he had to actually direct traffic in that part of the court. And for 2 months, there was nobody out there pregame. Nobody wanted to watch all the other guys do their pregame warm-up. As Steph continued, I actually bailed before he was done. I started heading to the back, and it was pretty funny. Some of the beat writers suddenly had caught word that Steph was on the court. And I mean, they're literally jogging out to see what became a news event. It was a development that Steph was doing this, but it was also, it was a moment. It was the type of energy that he's created for his entire time, or most of his time with the Warriors. And that's where I think the discussion about him competing, where some of the nuance lies, right, is that even if they end up, flaming out of the play-in game, like these fans love the guy. They want to see him on the court, and he's got an incredibly unique ability to entertain and impact people when he's out there.
Talking to Sam Amick, we do it with him each and every week here on the UMA guest line, the Warriors and the Cavs tonight, right? And then we get the Rockets on Sunday for the return of Steph Curry. So this Kawhi Leonard thing that's out there now, the Warriors were, close to a Kawhi deal? They're always so close. And then the Clippers pulled out around trade deadline time. Yeah. What do you know about this? How real was this, and is it a possibility for the future? I've got a follow-up on that too, but just how legit is this?
Admittedly, I need to find out. And we've officially passed the threshold of I thought it was interesting, and the kind of the little tidbit and the subplot came and went in my mind before. But once you hear, the Clippers pulled out, now that's interesting. People start going, well, why would they do that? As they get investigated, for salary cap circumvention, and the mechanics of that are where my curiosity now lies. Right. Basketball wise, he would be a phenomenal fit for the Warriors. That would revive really the era. I mean, Kawhi, I'm going to have to look at it. First team All-NBA is going to be crowded this year. Probably can't find a home for Kawhi, but you could really argue that voters should. He's been that good. But to hear that it might have been closer than we realized, and that the Clippers were the ones pulling out, is interesting. I think we talked before about how we know they chase big names. But the idea that there was actually a little more traction there than we realized is pretty fascinating.
That was my thought. My follow-up would have been, would we think, if in fact this were true, if we were going to say, yeah, there was negotiation about this and they did pull out, and that reporting or those tidbits and rumors are true, does that then come from the side of the Clippers? Are they the ones who were trying to finagle something, or did he mutually want to split after all of this noise around the salary cap stuff? And then the follow-up to that is, does he have any way to block that, and would he be happy in Golden State, you think?
I don't know. He doesn't have any way to block that. He has no clause. No trade clause. No, or even, if a guy's on a one-year deal, then he has a kind of unwritten no trade. He doesn't have that. To me, it's actually his, that part of it in terms of Kawhi is more about where he's at with the Clippers basketball-wise beyond or outside of the investigation. What I mean by that is they have been keeping their books clean for the summer of 2027 for quite some time now. That's an open secret. When they made it clear to James Harden that they were not willing to commit to him beyond this season, that's why he started looking for a trade, trying to find a landing spot, goes to Cleveland. With Kawhi, it had been kind of a looming question of, are they going to commit to him? And really, the chatter had been, no, it's a reset button in 2027, and that's totally independent of the investigation. So, the idea of Kawhi needing to find a new home is not a new one. The part where it could get sticky and the questions we don't have answers to is because we still don't know what, if anything, the league is going to do when it comes to this investigation. A world exists where, the absolute extreme that I do not anticipate happening is Kawhi's contract being voided. If they found enough evidence that he was part of this whole situation. So, if you're a team like the Warriors, you need some clarity for anybody pursuing Kawhi. And to be honest, it's one of the interesting kind of entry points reporting-wise, potentially to get a sense of what the Clippers are truly thinking. Because if they're having to talk to a team like the Warriors, you got to ask that question. And I'm curious to hear if they did.
Can you imagine you got Ballmer on the stand, he's getting testimony. Is it true, Mr. Ballmer, you pulled out of a Kawhi Leonard trade for the first round pick?
You can't handle the truth.
Is it true that you did not want Jonathan Kuminga, or was it financially decided? Ballmer, thank you so much, Sam. Sam covers the NBA for The Athletic. He joins us each and every Thursday. Sam, enjoy the rest of the week, man, and we'll talk to you soon.
Thanks, Sam.
Thanks, guys. Be good.
Thanks a lot, Sam. There you go. The great Sam Amick. A lot of good reporting on what's going on with the Warriors, and he did have the news on Steph's return to the floor this Sunday. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you. Giants baseball coming your way at 5:45. That's pregame tonight for a 6:45 first pitch. They're all over the place. Netflix, day off. 2 games, day off on a Sunday. San Diego for 3, then back home for 4 against the Mets. And then they finally get an off day again next Thursday. But weird start to the season, on the road, then back, couple days off.
Yeah, I'm usually used to the Giants off days on Thursdays, and I thought we'd get one this week, but we got a 4-gamer against the Mets.
Well, that's like an NBA and hockey thing where you're home for a minute, and then you fly away to a short trip for 1, and then come back for a couple more.
Right,
the Sharks are going to have that. They're home for 6. They fly to, it might be just like Vancouver or something like that. And then they come on back for like another one at home. But baseball, you generally don't do like one series away. But because it's opening week, a little different in San Diego. 7-game homestand starts tonight, 5:45 pregame with Robbie Ray, lefty on the hill against David Peterson for the Mets.
Mr. Peterson.
All right, so, I mean, we like to do all kinds of fun stuff. Season 2 of Dirty Work is alive and well.
We're kind of wacky
so
in that way.
You've got your grab bags. You've got your Dirty Work dials.
NBA grab bag.
We will do the newlywed game again, like we did last. Remember, we did that
I'm well
at Jack's. We'll do the newlywed game again.
Tim wasn't around for that, but that was some fun radio.
We played the newlywed
I
game.
went back and listened. Danny pointed it out. I said it was good. My favorite part was the crowd reactions to your guys' responses.
My favorite part was that I actually forgot the first trip that we took together.
Oh, in Vegas?
I was like, Hawaii. And you were like, no, dude.
And just like the newlywed game, how dare you, Cokes, forget that?
Derek was upset, dude. So, we've had a really good time getting to know things about Derek and his personal life. And, I think we're pretty open here on the show.
Yeah.
But one way to really get to know somebody is to sort of air out their dirty laundry.
Oh, yeah.
And doing laundry, dirty laundry, I mean, you're thinking dirty work, dirty laundry's right there.
Damn
so
right
when
it
we
is.
come on back, we're gonna get into some of our nitty-gritties here. Myself and Tim and Derek are going to air out some dirty laundry
We're
here.
going to bare our soul here?
In a brand new segment that we like to call Dirty Work's Dirty Laundry. We'll do it next, only here on The Sports Leader.
Time for your Bay Area Chevy dealers traffic update. back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Dirty Work on a Thursday afternoon. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb with you. Giants baseball, 5:45 pregame, 6:45 first pitch. What up, dude?
And we do have a lineup. Your lineup for tonight, same as the old lineup. Willie Adames leading off. Rafael Devers DHing. Elia Ramos in left field. Luis Arraez at second base. Matt Chapman. You got Jung-Hoo Lee in right field. Harrison Bader. Daniel Susak. And Casey Schmidt back at first base.
There you go. Casey Schmidt back at first base tonight, hitting ninth. So the only difference is Susak?
Yes.
So they left Jung-Hoo Lee in there in right field.
Yes.
So there you go. I mean, Vitello said this, and I'm okay with not going super platoon early on. I've always sort of thought that's something you figure out throughout the year. Or a lot of times you come out of camp, spring training, if you don't have like an established everyday guy in left field, let's say, hypothetically, maybe you have a couple guys where you're like, yeah, we're going to give this guy at bats, lefty, righty, we'll swap him out a little bit. But I always like the idea of giving a guy a chance to play every day and then working somebody else in if he proves after a bit it's not working out. But they want Jung-Hoo Lee to have to play every day.
No,
You'd like him to be able to hit lefties. I don't like the specialization so much of it. So one more time, the lineup 1 through 9.
You got Willie Adames, Rafael Devers, Elia Ramos, Arraez, Chapman, Lee, Bader, Susak, and Schmidt batting ninth. And Jose Buto is going to go on the IL with right forearm fatigue. Blade Tidwell is being called up. And
that's my guy Tidwell. I told you, dude, I was excited. We've been asking who's going to be the first guy out of or called up. Who's the first guy they go to? And what's interesting is Tidwell is a starting pitcher.
Right.
So they brought him up now, and he's a guy who can go to the back end of the bullpen. I'd say the front end of the bullpen as a long reliever probably. You'd use him probably in mop-up roles right now or long relief spot situations.
And Tony Vitello believes that Jose Buto won't be out for too long.
Okay, good. So that would mean that whatever imaging, the worst case scenario is always fearing an elbow, structural damage, something like that. So just fatigue may be what they're saying early in the season. And he pitched in the WBC.
Yeah.
That was when Bags dropped that word on us.
Oh, yeah. What was that yesterday?
Deletus? It was something about, it was deletus or something?
No, it was more than that. It was quite the word.
Deletuous?
Something like that.
I'm going to look it back up.
Okay.
Anyway, that gets me right to where we're going. So we played the Newlywed Game you and I did a couple weeks ago. Danny got some questions for us.
Yeah, we did.
Tim missed out on it, but it's something we'll do again, Tim. And Danny had questions for us about getting to know each other. How well do we actually know each other? Well, one of the things you can do to really get to know somebody in a way where they're their most honest selves is dig into some of their dirty laundry or maybe air some of that out.
No, you don't want to do that.
So
with
we've
me.
got a way to do that in a new bit that we like to call Dirty Work's Dirty Laundry.
It's time to air it out with Dirty Work. It's Dirty Work's Dirty Laundry.
All right, so here's how this is going to work.
Yeah.
Dirty Work's Dirty Laundry. We're gonna air out some dirty laundry, and the way we're going to air out said dirty laundry is we're going to do it in a way that is pretty private to, I think, to a lot of people out there, and that is your internet search history.
Oh.
So the way we're going to do this is each time we do this, we'll rotate, but we've started it where, Derek, you're going to be our contestant.
All right, let's do it.
Derek's our contestant. What'll happen is Tim and I have gathered over the last, I'd say probably 2 weeks or so for me, a number of things that we have searched and were directly pulled. I promise you this was absolutely pulled
100%
from
real.
our internet search history. I'm going to give you a few of them, Derek, and your job is then to go through them and figure out who it was between Tim and I.
Thank God we're not looking at my search history to start here.
Yeah. Derek, the reason we picked...
I got to probably prep for this segment and kind of like...
Well, not to mention, a lot of stuff falls under the category of show research. So.
Yeah, sometimes, and it's also nice to have that clear history.
I did see one that I wrote down just to tell you guys about when I was doing pulling stuff out. I found one that I must have just done during the show to try to get to the info. Because I'm pretty good at quick Googling keywords or whatever. I just simply put cornhole murder.
I mean, yeah.
But that makes sense.
Yeah, it's funny.
So basically you're giving me
it's a prompt. It's got to be the prompt. It's not like what you found. And we could talk about the topics, but I searched so many different things and ChatGPT and search for things and more information or background stuff or through Google or through whatever search engine I'm using. But whether it's for stats, whether it's for show prep, whether I'm just baked sitting on my couch at home. I had one.
We've all been there.
I one time searched as an example. How heavy am I on Mars? Did we talk about this on the air?
Yeah, because you watched the movie The Martian, right?
Yeah, and you're like, why'd you search that? And I was like, I was sitting there like, how big would I be?
I have to.
What would I be like?
So you're gonna give me a prompt of something that was searched online. I have to decide if it's you or Tim Webb.
Yeah.
All right, here we go.
All right. So Tim, I think we have some music to set the tone, or a sound to set the tone. Here we go. Good. There we go.
Oh, we're going old school Regis?
Yeah, we're going Regis.
Who Wants to Be a Millionaire? Okay, let's do this.
Or you could go like daytime.
Are
with,
they doing don't? Oh, here we go. Yeah.
We can go daytime.
Fastest Finger.
That's how you start. We go daytime with like Meredith Vieira.
I remember those. Yeah.
She did. I think Kimmel did it for a while.
Kimmel did it. He did the celebrity version. They did also like Weakest Link on like
they've brought that back
daytime
too.
TV. But
all right, let's get into it. Dirty Works, Dirty Laundry. Let's air it out.
All right.
And it starts right here, Derek. Who between Tim and I?
Okay.
Is a meter maid considered a peace officer? Who searched that?
Is a meter maid considered a peace officer? Okay. See, the thing is, Tim searches like a lot of random crap up because he has to do trivia.
I like that Derek's doing this like he's on Who Wants to Be a Millionaire talking through.
You have to do it like this. Although Fastest Finger, you have to go really fast.
Okay.
With Copes, he could have got a ticket this week, and maybe he just wants to know about that information. The easy answer would be Tim. I'm going to go Copes. I'm going to go Copes for the first question.
Well, you're wrong.
Oh, damn it.
It's interesting that Derek went me, the one guy between the three of us who doesn't have a car. And you thought I was Googling a meter maid question?
Why would you have a ticket?
Not to mention, I did ask you about my bull crap ticket, too.
He just got a ticket.
That was a softball. Damn it. All right, next one.
He lost on the $100 question? If we did a ladder, the segment would be over.
Yeah.
Like, I guess it's a...
Well, those are usually toss-ups. Come on.
Maybe next time.
There's been people that have lost the first question, the $100 question on Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. Of course, it's always been embarrassing.
That's pretty good. Okay, all right. Next question here. Question 2 for Derek. Airing out some dirty laundry.
All right.
What's the worst start for the San Francisco Giants in history?
I got to believe you looked that up because that's something we probably did during the show where we acknowledged that an 0-4 starts never happened in Giants history. So I'm going to go with Adam Copeland.
Interesting. It was me.
There you go.
It's interesting you said in Giants history because I did look up when they were 0-3. I was like, I don't remember them starting 0-3 really. So and then 2012, of course, was the year. They have never started 0-4, and it was San Francisco Giants history. That's kind of the benchmarker for me. 58. You know what I mean? I'm like, it's a pretty good marker considering the modern game has changed and whatnot. But since moving to San Francisco, never started 0-4. 1950, the year before Willie Mays debuts, is the last time that happened.
All right.
Pretty incredible. All right, moving on.
1 for 2.
Moving on. You feeling good about that?
Yeah, I'm feeling good.
Do you feel like you're going to get most of these?
I hope so. And then I'll be selected to actually go sit with Regis and actually do Who Wants to Be a Millionaire because we're in the Fastest Finger stage, apparently.
Okay, next one here. Question number 3.
All right.
What is the real name of Epstein Island?
Okay. Now, some might say that Tim looked this up because he might use an Epstein question in trivia.
I mean, maybe.
Copes is fascinated by Epstein. He actually
hold on.
No, you are. And you brought up a Marlins man, too, asking him, is he a part of the Epstein files? And you probably have this in conversation, be like, hey, we're referring to this as Epstein Island, but what is the actual island's name? I'm going with Copes once again.
Yeah, you nailed it, dude. I got it right. I actually looked it up in relation to Marlins Man after the fact.
There you go.
Because I was looking up the reason I asked Marlins Man, Tim, you weren't even here for this, were you?
No, I was not.
Dude, yeah, do you know
I
about
heard
this?
about this conversation.
Yeah, we hung with Marlins Man.
I heard the story at the Hotel Via. It's incredible.
Once he told me that he, like, what his job was, when he said that he like represents like Walmart against their own like employees who file claims against Walmart. He's telling me he's that happy. I'm like, dude, you're a super high up person. Like you're rubbing shoulders with people. And I know this guy's got money. He owns over 100 thoroughbred horses. This dude is loaded.
Oh
right?
yeah.
And he didn't deny it. He himself claimed after telling us he represented Walmart, I'm Darth Vader, and all my other lawyers are my stormtroopers.
That's a hell of a line.
Which is when I followed up, are you in the files? Like, that's why. And then afterwards, anyway, I think it's called like St. Thomas or something.
St. Thomas?
Yeah, Tim, write that down. You want to remember that.
Of course, Marlins Man responded by saying,
trivia
no,
question.
I'm not in the Epstein files, but a lot of my friends are.
Yeah, dude, he was very serious about it, too.
Amazing line.
That's a hell of a response.
He was very serious about it. All right, here we go. Next question. Do you pronounce it Mikey or Mickey Madison?
This, of course, is the Oscar-winning star of
Honora.
Honora, yes.
Is it Mikey or Mickey Madison?
Okay. This sounds like a Tim trivia question, and he'd have to pronounce this while he's doing trivia. So I'm going to go with Tim Webb here.
That is correct.
Hey!
Dude, 916 very upset that I'm not locking you in for final answer.
Oh, I have to say final answer, of course. sorry.
440 checks in at 808 KNBR and says, does Derek there's got to be a little chance Derek actually has a hamper for
I
his
do have
dirty
a
laundry.
hamper. I do have a hamper.
Yeah, what kind do you have?
Like a...
Is it a tall one? Like a tall boy?
No, yeah, it's a tall one.
With the plastic?
Najee Davenport over.
Yeah,
hamper.
exactly. It's a nice one.
Google it.
What do you mean, Najee Davenport the hamper?
Google it.
Yeah, Google
This
it.
would be great for dirty laundry, actually.
What's the whole story there, Tim? Just for the
He might
audience.
have drunkenly broke into an old girlfriend's apartment and took a dump in a hamper.
Yeah.
It happened.
Who among us haven't done that?
All right, next question. Aaron,
I'm
more
guilty of that, too.
Aaron, more dirty laundry. I think this could be revealing also of like things that we don't know or would Google or why we'd Google something.
Right.
All right, next one here.
Am I 3 for 4 right now?
I think you're 3 for 4. Yeah.
Okay, here we go.
What is someone from Ghana called?
I'm curious the answer.
Well, what do you think? First of all, do you know?
No, I don't know. I'm not even going to attempt it. I'll go with Ghana. Again, I think it may be a trivia question that Tim wants to get right when he's saying it out loud, everybody. So for my final answer, I'm going with Tim Webb.
Mama's wrong again.
Damn it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. You got to take into account, dude, whatever I'm doing, like 11:30.
Yeah.
And this is also the real beauty of trivia night. Anything could be a trivia question. You can talk yourself into it. Whatever.
Ghanaians, I believe.
Ghanaians.
Because there was a debate going on with a buddy of mine. We're like, no, dude, it's not Ghanaians. What do you think it is? God's like, it's not
Yeah,
Ghanaians.
I mean, that's the tricky part where Tim's looking up trivia and you're just stoned on your couch.
Oh, well, hold on. Allegedly.
Well, no, that's, come on.
Allegedly.
All right, so I'm 3 for 5?
3 for 5.
Okay.
Next prompt here. All right. Simply, all-time leaders, 49ers receiving yards.
All-time leaders, 49ers receiving yards. Okay. I think that Copes maybe looked this up recently, like during the show today, because we were talking about all-time Bay Area single seasons. So maybe he was looking up Jerry Rice and how many receiving yards he had in a single season. I'm going to go with final answer, Adam Copeland.
Yeah,
That is correct.
you're right. That was me, but I wasn't doing it today. This was I was looking up because I was talking to somebody about, I think maybe it was a few weeks ago, we were discussing the number one, it was when Mike Evans signed, about him being the best receiver the Niners have had since we're like Terrell Owens, maybe.
Yeah.
Like talent-wise or skill set. And I was like, what's crazy is the number 3 receiver in reception or in yards in Niner history is George Kittle. And he's going to pass T.O. like within the next, he's probably going to do it next season.
Yeah.
I think he's like within 500 or 600 yards. Like he's pretty close.
There you go.
So I'm like, it's Kittle.
So I'm 4 for 6?
Yeah. You really, how long you want to go?
Until, let's do 10.
Okay, you want to 10? All right, well, here we go. Next one. When freezing big ice cubes for whiskey, how do you make it so it's clear and not cloudy?
Okay, Tim loves his drinks. So do you, Copes. Say it again. The whole whiskey thing?
When freezing big ice cubes for whiskey, how do you freeze them to make them clear and not cloudy?
You know what? This might throw me off here. I'm going to go with Copes again because this seems like something you would do with like a buddy and you're arguing about like how you get the cubes right for whiskey. I'm going to go with Adam Copeland. Final answer.
Wow,
correct.
dude, you're absolutely right. And the reason,
Nice job.
there's a way to do it, but I guess I was looking it up, and the reason that I couldn't get it done at home or do it at home is like when you go to restaurants, they've got different types of, their freezers are built different, but the way the air is sent through to make the ice cubes, you can freeze them differently. And it's something about the way the air gets inside of the water when it freezes into the cube.
Good to know.
So you have to have there's different ways to do it and try to get clever and creative at home.
See, we're teaching the filth here
but
too.
apparently it's like a whole thing. Yeah,
I like it.
I didn't know. I was just wondering because I'm like, dude, every time you go to a restaurant, you can get them like it's like nice and see-through, but at home it's just get that big foggy rock.
No, it's
you
good to
what I mean?
know.
That foggy
All
rock.
right, 3 more.
All right, 3 more. All right, next one. Are sharp-tailored snakes safe for your garden?
Say again?
Are sharp-tailed snakes safe for your garden?
Garden. I don't think either of you have a garden.
Garden variety a-hole.
Yeah. That's a tough one. Pillared snakes.
50-50. Just
yeah, I know. Pick. I'm going to go with, I'm just going to, shot in the dark here. I'm going to go final answer, Tim Webb.
Mama's wrong again.
No. I was talking to somebody.
Yeah, see, this is you just having conversations with people.
See, dude, I know. Dude, this guy I know was telling me a story about how he found this snake in his garden, in his backyard, and it was like a little green snake. It's tiny.
Little garden
it's like
snake.
small, yeah. But he was like, I don't know if it was
AKA
good.
Brody Brazil.
Takes it over, grabs it by its like head or whatever. He's just holding it. Brings his young daughters out. They pet it.
Yeah.
And then his daughter's like, well, what did you do with it after? And he was like, well, I chopped its head off. And I was like, what? I was like, was it bad for the garden? He's like, well, see, that was the problem, dude. I cut its head off, and then I went and I Googled it. And it's apparently not a very bad
for confirmation,
snake. So I was like, what is this snake? And I looked it up. Dude, apparently they like keep pests off of like you said, I rolled over to my lavender later that day that was covered in snails.
I should know, like, if the most obscure things is probably you.
Dude, you cut first and ask questions later.
Exactly.
Obscure? You think all the obscure things are me?
Possibly. Okay.
Interesting.
5 for 8.
All right. So we're at 2 more here?
Yeah, 2 more.
Was George Steinbrenner banned from baseball?
Ooh, okay. Was George Steinbrenner banned from baseball? I'm going to say that may be like a recent thing that we asked a interview recently on the show. I'm going to go with Adam Copeland on that one. Final answer.
Yeah, I did look that up.
That is correct.
George Steinbrenner was banned from baseball at one point, dude, I remember I told you he tried to get illegal information.
He used that information on me during a break, yeah.
Who was it? It was a player he had beef with, a Hall of Famer. I'm blanking on who it was.
I know, yeah.
Winfield, maybe?
Yeah, Winfield.
He had like beef with him, and dude, he tried to pay somebody $400,000, a gambler, to like get information on him.
That's insane.
To smear him. That's wild, dude. Then they were like,
how long was he banned?
I think it was supposed to be for life, and he was reinstated later on. I don't know. Who knows?
Good for George.
He was allowed to own the team, but not operate it. It was bizarre.
That's a little weird.
Some weird stuff. All right, last one here. When's the next leap year?
Ooh, when is the next leap year? It's every 4 years, right?
Yep.
Okay. When is the next leap year? So that's the key. Like, who wants to know that information?
That's the key.
That's the key.
Go ahead, dude.
I'm going to go with, just for trivia information, I'm going to go with Tim Webb. Final answer.
Mama's wrong again.
Damn it.
I didn't know, bro.
Yeah.
I didn't know.
I should say all the obscure stuff is probably you.
I was like, is that this year or is that next year?
And all the stuff that's like phrasing a question is probably you too. So, damn, 50%, 5 for 10. Damn it.
One more bonus question for Derek on the way out here. How do you sanitize a bed, couch, and an entire apartment?
That's Tim.
That's going to do it for
Did
Dirty
you
Works.
look that up?
Dirty Works, Dirty Laundry.
That is correct.
It's a light a match, dude.
How do I burn my place to the ground? Okay.
Light a match. That's Dirty Works, Dirty Laundry. Nice airing some of that out, dude. Feels good to get some of that. Some of that off my chest, dude.
That's a pretty good
I
segment.
can't wait
like
till
that.
we get to some of yours.
Oh, just wait.
I can't wait till we find out what Derek's searching.
209 said this is pretty funny. The next question should just be Pornhub.
That's pretty good, dude. I like that. Copes is probably, it's like, how do you set booby traps outside of a barbecue?
Yeah.
Like I'm setting it up for the dude in the back, Brendan.
Oh, yeah, that's
at my
right.
house.
Yeah, there you go.
All right, we got to take a quick break. When we come on back, Tony Vitello joined the morning show. Giants back in action tonight. Pregame in just about an hour at 5:45, 6:45 first pitch. But Vitello talked to the morning show about his first major league win. Giants climbing out of that 0-3 hole. Again, have not started 0-4 in San Francisco. And how Schmidt's playing at first base. We'll do more of that with Tony Vitello. He joins us next. That was Dirty Works, Dirty Laundry. This is Dirty Work, the greatest show in America on The Sports Leader.
Now, back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Dirty work on a Thursday. We are going to catch up with Rich Aurelia coming up at 4:50 in about 10 minutes. Former Giants shortstop. We'll talk to him about the first 6 games and the next 7 between the Mets and the Giants, and then the Giants and the Phillies, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday of next week. Pregame at 5:45, first pitch 6:45. New Giants manager Tony Vitello joined the morning show. Was this yesterday?
This was this morning.
This was this morning he was on with them. Okay, so.
He was awoken by the earthquake. Did you feel that at all this morning?
Dude, I did. I did feel the earthquake. I actually was still up, and I heard it.
Oh, really?
I heard it before I felt it. I've had this happen twice to me. The other time I was in Northridge, like in college at a buddy's apartment.
Yeah.
And it was weird because my building kind of shook a little bit, and I was like, that was kind of a weird rumble, but I could like hear a little rumble outside, and then it kind of got louder, and then it felt like it like did the whip thing, like it's like rolling towards you.
Yep.
No, it was pretty big. Shook for a minute.
I heard it too, and then I felt it with my building where I did kind of the wave thing. I was like, oh, we're going down, and then went back to sleep. But yeah, that was a big one. 4.6 last night.
I thought it was a 5.
Was it?
Yeah, I read 5. By the way, I slept right through it.
You always hope she rounds up. All right, so Tony Vitello was on the morning show. Vitello's on the morning show. We're going to get to Richie, but I want you to pick out, because I haven't heard this, so I was going to have you pick what you think we need to hear.
We can just go in order.
Why don't we go to the 03 hole? I want to start there.
Okay.
With number 2 there, Tim. I'm getting into an 0-3 hole for the Giants, because really it was like, I think there's this perception that like we were panicking or Giants fans were freaking out. Like we were riffing.
Come on.
Because why not be
it's 4 hours a day, guy. Come on.
No, but not even just us. I mean, like Giants fans in general. They're like, people don't have to be, you don't have to see it as anger when you're coping. You know what I mean?
Coping with copes.
We're literally just kind of coping. Let's cope here and make fun of our pain so that we don't have to actually deal with the emotions of it, you know? Which is what you do. So we made fun of it. It was the Yankees. In perspective, of course. It's all fine. It's 3 games of the season. And I don't want to blow it out of proportion. But it did feel like, and again, I'm going to stand by this, that Tony's emotions and attitude around it were maybe a little bit in excess from what we were used to for sure. And maybe we're just getting used to him. And I think there's probably some truth to both of that. Anyway, here he is on the morning show talking about the 0-3 hole, last year's record, and says that this group is seemingly starting to gel.
You get in a 0-3 hole, and we know what last year's record was. It was, even Steven. And that's the mark that I think everyone has targeted. I know Giants fans may have other numbers in their head, and I'd like to feel I got as high as standards as anybody. But you get in that hole, and your first thought is, how do we, get 3 wins as quickly as possible, so we're at least at a mark that we want to be. And I get it; it is early in the season. Although I also get, the first 10 games are always overreacted, is what John Smoltz's quote was to me, and. I said, well, I'm one of those overreactors. We want to win as quickly as possible and kind of get this train rolling. But yeah, it was a great feeling to, more than anything, to see what we know we have in that locker room kind of come together.
I mean, when it was as bad as it was with the offense, yes, I understand that some people could perceive it where we're like thinking the sky is falling, but it was just an 0-3 start. Now for him, he's trying to get his first win as a major league, manager. And if you come out the gate and you're like, oh my God, this is just a disaster offensively, then you start to wonder in your mind, like, when am I get the first one? And he even said that with the morning show today. So I get it. I think that maybe some people were overreacting a little bit, but honestly, like, again, it's 4 hours a day. We're doing radio. We have to have fun with it a little bit. I don't think everybody was overreacting. I think we were analyzing how the offense was putrid and how Tony Vitello had some, colorful comments in the postgame.
What's interesting too is I feel more confident in my initial assessment just of his reaction to the first 2 games. And again, it doesn't mean anything, and I wasn't giving a take on it. I just thought, pace yourself, man. Like, it's going to be a long season, and I think that's what he's saying. And John Smoltz had said that to him, like, you can't overreact. And he said, but I'm an overreactor. And I was like, okay, so I think maybe our thoughts and our assessment of, or perception is a better way. Assessment's not the right word. Perception of how he handled or met with the media after those games. Again, we're also just seeing a snippet of him.
Yeah.
You're not seeing him in hours after the game. And it's like, he's not necessarily walking around thinking, I got to get my first one. His reaction to that was, I am an overreactor. I want to get this thing going. I know what happened last year. He mentioned what we just said. He knows that there's not rope in the fans' minds to not make the playoffs. That's what that just said to me. And that's awareness. And I do think there's something to getting the monkey off your back. You know what I mean? You come up from the minors and you go 0 for 8 before your first big league hit. Like, there's a stress. Willie Mays sat in his locker and cried starting 0 for 12.
Right.
Until he was told by DeRocher, you're my center fielder as long as I'm here. Next day hits a bomb off a Warren Spahn. You know what I mean? And then he went like another 0 for 8 or whatever. But rest is history. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not saying that's going to happen for the Giants. I'm saying he's admitting I'm an overreactor. I think part of that is going, if you got the motor for that for the season, then more power to you. I don't know that you will, and I think that's something you're going to learn over the course of 162. But I'm again, this is going to all be evaluation and assessment from a fan's perspective without much knowledge really until we have the body of work of one season, and even then it'll be light in sample size.
I think it's going to be measured as the season goes on to be like not overreacting in every loss because you have to be that way.
I don't think you will. Yeah, I don't think it was as much even the Padres lost yesterday.
But I'll say like after the 0-2 start, this is new to him, so he doesn't really know what to say. Like this is like brand new. Where yes, in college he can get away with the line of just put it on me, guys. This I'm blame me for this loss. Where that sounds ridiculous at the major league level, but again, like 0-2 start, he's the new guy. Of course, people are looking at him. He sees this. He has all this pressure on him. I think that's a normal thing to say after that, and it may not be the normal thing in baseball, but just as a person, when you're the new person on the block, you're the new guy that everybody's looking at you. Then yeah, I totally understand where he's going with that.
You ever been the new guy?
Yeah, of course.
Oh yeah, I forgot this show, huh?
This show,
yeah, not me. Yeah, I have to.
I know
everybody's been the new guy. Tim, when were you the new? Who was here when you were the new guy?
Oh, back in the 40s, what? No.
Yeah, no, I mean we were.
You know the story. I showed up my first day in a suit and I got laughed out of here.
You pulled the John Curley?
I did, and I'm still here.
I think young Tony wore a suit to his interview.
Yes, he did.
Yeah, we can spot our own.
Dress for the job you want.
Looked like he was going to get whacked. You know what I mean?
He was Joe Pesci going into that room.
He was on his way to the funeral home next door.
Yeah, did he walk?
Oh no!
Walked in. Oh no! Young Tony. He walks in, he's like, oh, boy, oh. All right, we got to take a quick break. Before we do, real quick, somebody checked in on the Dirty Works Dirty Laundry. 530 said, Tim, does Tim Google almost anything or nothing?
Yeah, it was all you.
Well, Tim sent me a few, and I did get a couple of his in.
Okay.
But there was one that I was really mad that I missed.
Which was?
Because I actually wrote more than Tim gave me. And once you said 10, I was like, okay, then I got to.
Yeah, it's a work in progress, people.
Once you went to 10, I was like, okay, I got to go more heavy on mine because I had more.
Gotcha, okay.
But Tim, my favorite one, besides the Mickey and Mikey Madison, that was pretty funny. He had one where he said, who's that guy for the Warriors yesterday who shot left-handed? Mullavy Leons?
Yeah. Malavai.
Malavai?
Yeah.
It simply says, what hand is Malavai Leons? Who is Malavai Leons?
We're all saying that, right? We're all saying that during Warriors games now.
I mean, the point of it was I have no idea if he went to college here in the United States. I have no idea his background at all. So that's the key word. Yeah.
The funnier part of it is asking the handedness before asking who he is.
No, I can see it now. That's like Tim, like on his phone while he's watching the Sharks game and a Warriors game in a bar, just being like, "Oh, Warriors are on. Who's that? Malavai Leons? Who the hell's that?"
Anybody that saw him shoot free throws yesterday is asking the same damn question.
Yeah.
Okay,
Malavai Leons. What handed is Malavai Leons? Who is Malavai Leons? All right, we got to take a quick break.
LJ Cryer to you too.
Former Giant shortstop.
Was it the same search?
It's one bar. Yeah.
It's one bar.
Yeah, former Giant shortstop Rich Aurelia, number 35, joins us talking Giants baseball pregame in about an hour. Right here on the greatest show in America on the Sports Leader.
The Giants return to action tonight at Oracle as Robbie Ray is set to make his second start of the season. He faces off against tough lefty David Peterson of the Mets, who went 5 1/3 scoreless in his season debut versus the Pirates. Catch all the action, including award-winning Diamond Notes, right here on the Sports Leader.
sound right, boys. Sound right, boys. It sound right, boy.
Was the original number 35 at third and king.
Kipper swings, rolls one to short, and a bad hop. Aurelia somehow comes up with it, races to the bank with a putout, and the side is retired.
And now he joins dirty work every week.
Here's the 2-2 pitch. Aurelia hits one deep to left field, and this baby is out of here. A grand slam home run for Rich Aurelia, and it's his second home run of the season. And his first grand slam of his career. It is 4-0.
Forever Giant Rich Aurelia on the Sports Leader.
Dirty work on a Thursday. We do it every Thursday with former Giants shortstop Rich Aurelia. He's a part of NBC Sports Bay Area's pre- and post-game Giants coverage, and he's sponsored by Ayala, Morgan, and Bazard. When you've been injured in an auto accident, you don't just need an attorney, you need a heavy hitter. Contact Ayala, Morgan, and Bazard. And by Surfside, it's not a seltzer, it's Surfside, proud partner of the Giants. Richie, what's going on, man? How are you?
What up, Rich?
I'm good, guys. Can I start by asking you guys a question today?
Sure.
Yeah.
So I was listening earlier in the week while I was driving, probably into the studio to do my job. And I just want to know, and if you know, I don't even know if you have an answer. How was that one dude who shot the guy in the car. How is he a cornhole champion if he didn't have any arms and legs?
Dude, okay, so
Same
Richie,
question I asked.
Richie, it's incredible. That's what I mean is when I saw the headline, that's really what caught my eye. I was like, dude, this headline is like, it had all the facts and you didn't have to, it said like U.S. cornhole champion, quad amputee accused of murder. And I was like, I have a million questions. So I did some research on the guy. I really did. They're like ESPN did like an E60, like one of those like, and you get Jeremy Schaap out there being like, and he's a quad amputee. Like, I don't know, Schaap's talking about him.
ESPN.
They did a whole thing on him and he does use prosthetics like when he walks, but I've seen video of him. He uses both because he's got his arms amputated like right near the elbow. So he like kind of pushes them together because he can like push those together and write and sign stuff. And he pushes those together and he can also like, I guess he tosses the beanbag with both parts of his arm. So like, that's how he tosses it. What I was tripping about, Rich, I was like, dude, it's wild to me because it's not like it's an amputee league. Like it's a normal league, and he's winning. Like he's beating guys with arms and hands. Like
he's the best.
If I lost him, I'd be like, I think it's time to find something else.
But the best part, Rich, is like he was driving the car in which he murdered the guy.
He was driving a car
and there's
he
two
fired the gun.
passengers, and they run away from him. It's like how come they couldn't drive?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't. Well, there's a lot to uncover in this story.
Yeah.
I don't know if I want to dive that.
We don't have to go.
We'll give you updates every week.
Also, he's just it's only we'll update you weekly, dude, because there's been some stuff. We know there's a motive now too. Where they found his ex-girlfriend.
There's a love triangle.
His ex-girlfriend said, "I didn't think he'd ever do anything like this, but quote, I'm not surprised." We were like, "Geez, dude." It's it's only alleged. It's a suspect because there's no prints at the scene, Rich. So.
Well, the story kept me no print. It kept me entertained on my drive-in.
I appreciate you.
Thank you, Rich.
Well, dude, it was such a slow day for ESPN. It was like one of their headline stories too, because he was a cornhole champion. I was like, man, even ESPN's running with this. So
top story.
Yeah. Well, now we got baseball to talk about. 7-game homestand starts tonight. 6:45 first pitch. First, we'll just go big picture. I mean, baseball's funny because it's such a big buildup to opening day, and then there's so much emotion around it, and you want to get started hot. The Giants did not, but I think we've seen some signs of some stuff. And just what's your initial thought as to who they are 6 games in?
I got to be honest. I don't know if I know who they are yet. I really don't, because again, I've said this before. You can't really, when they come out of spring training and everybody's saying that the offense is going to be the strength of this team. Oh, okay, I see that on paper, but you can't really judge what your offensive production is out of spring training and transfer that, into the regular season. I mean, I guess basically stating that in Arizona, the ball flies. I mean, it's a great place to hit. Pitchers aren't quite ready yet. And half the time you're facing some guy with number 105 on his back, you don't know. So I don't really know who they are yet, but I have seen some good things. I mean, I kind of like what I've seen out of some of the guys out of the bullpen so far that have been a little surprising. I like, it was the big question coming in on Luis Arraez' defense. I think he's playing great defense so far this season. I think Bader has already made a difference in center field on defense, covering some ground out there. So there are some positives to lean on. But again, I think they're a team that, and I don't want to say has to play perfect baseball to win ball games, but they're going to have to play cleaner games than they did yesterday to win ball games.
Talking to Rich Aurelia on the UMA guest line. Rich, I don't know if you saw what Matt Chapman mouthed to Casey Schmidt after those 2 errors, but has a teammate ever told you to catch the effing ball?
No, not in so many words. No. But I saw it after the fact yesterday. Yeah. After we were off the air, and I also saw that Chappie said he apologized to him, whatever. Listen, stuff like that happens all the time. Yeah. I mean, it's not a big deal. I think it's being blown up a little bit by people making it a bigger deal than it is. Listen, should those balls have been caught? Yeah. But at the same time, I mean, you got a guy over at first that The first play you can't really emulate until you're in a game situation because, I changed positions. I had played first base late in my career, and I had to learn on the fly also. I mean, that's a play where you got to, especially with the guy, I think the runner from first was running on that play and just kept going. I think it was Merrill, and he just kept going. And so you have to know as first baseman, the main priority is keep that ball in front of you so, a run does not score on a ball that gets by. And that's a play that you have to come off the bag and try and, swipe the runner with the tag once you catch the ball. I don't think you can stay on the base right there with the runner and the ball coming at the same time and make that play effectively. And then the second one, I think we could all just see what happened. It looked like he just, he probably stretched because he was trying to get out there and get the ball quicker when he really didn't need to stretch.
Yeah, a little too early.
Yeah, he stood up tall. He probably would have caught the ball and, play would have been made. So, I feel for him. I know it's hard learning new positions. But hey, you're out there, you're getting paid, and you're going to have to take the brunt of it when it comes back to you if you make some mistakes.
It sort of raised a question for me. I was thinking about this last night and I don't totally think that's what it was. I think that was a bit of frustration, and the fact that he said he apologized. I don't think it's like in that moment holding him accountable, but I do wonder about that. Like in a situation now where, of course, there is leadership that has been a manager. Jace Tingler's there and Ron Washington's there. It's not just Tony Vitello, and it's not a little league team where you got one dad out there or whatever running the team.
Mm-hmm.
But like, how important is player accountability to each other? And I know there's a line for that, but Matt Chapman's a leader. He's a young player. Just in general, with a new face at the helm, how important is it for the players to also be in charge of making sure each other are doing what they do, and how does that operate?
Well, I think that, I think we saw some of that or conversation of that late in the, Gabe Kapler years here, right? I mean, the conversation was, there needs to be accountability. And I think, I don't care who you are as a player, you have to be accountable for what you do out there. And, I think we've seen, I guess the biggest example here right now with this team is probably Logan Webb, right? I mean, he's pretty honest when he gets out there or on his interviews after a bad outing or a performance he's not happy with. And he, basically said, yeah, I need to be better. And I remember times playing where, I specifically remember a game where I made 2 errors, I think, on the same play. It was like a ground ball, and then I tried to throw it, and I threw it away, and a couple runs scored, and I was asked about it after the game. I'm like, yeah. I'm like, I suck today. And I know it. Well, guess what? I get to come out tomorrow and try it again and try and not make the same mistake twice. So I think if your players are accountable and you can learn from the mistakes that you're making, then you're just going to make yourself and the team a lot better in the long run. And that goes also for, I'd have to say that has to go for Tony too, right? I mean, he's in a new position that he's never had before. And I think he's the type of guy that'll take accountability for any, mistakes or moves that he doesn't make. I mean, I think he knows he's in a position that, he's not accustomed to quite yet. So I think it goes from top to bottom in the organization as far as accountability goes. You just got to be, responsible and take account for what you do.
Talking to Rich Aurelia on the Uma guest line. I think we were all puzzled by Tony Vitello's lineup on Monday. And despite yesterday, it's been effective. And they're going with it again today with Willie Adames leading off. He went 4 for 5 on Tuesday. Do you think they found something with Willie's spot in the lineup, or should we not read too much into this, where it's just going to be something where it fluctuates throughout the year?
I would assume it's going to be something that fluctates. I mean, listen, if Willie gets hot and he's swinging at strikes and not striking out, a lot, he's a middle of the bat order. I mean, the guy hit 30 homers last year. I mean, no, the average wasn't high, but he hit 30 homers, drove in some runs. So I just feel like at some points they're a little limited, and I was just, catching. I think I caught a clip today of part of Tony's interview about their bench, and about the guys that they have on their bench. And I think his quote that I remembered was, they have to be kind of creative when it comes to like Encarnacion and cost, because those guys play positions that they have guys that are, in a good year are going to play 150 games a year. like in a Chapman or, with Cost with the infield, and then Encarnacion, whether it's in right or at first base or whatever they're going to do with him. So I think they're building this mode or this team around a mode of like they're going to have their everyday guys, and it's a throwback. I mean, it's a throwback to the 80s, 90s where guys would play 150 games a year, 155 games a year, and not skip a beat. So, do I think the lineup will stay the same? I don't know. I think it's a matter of who gets hot, who's getting on base more at a certain time. And the reason I think they won those first two games in San Diego is because the bottom of the order came through for them, right? And I think I said this to you guys before that I don't worry about the guys, and I don't worry about Devers or Chapman or Adames, at least, not yet. But you need those other guys to contribute, like Bader and Bailey and Jung-Hoo, and guys like that are going to have to contribute for this team to consistently win some ball games.
Talking to Rich Aureli, a few more minutes here on the UMA guest line. Pregame Giants and the Mets, game one coming up at 5:45 for a 6:45 first pitch. Sort of on that tip with guys, because I hear what you're saying. Like if Adames is going to play every day and Chapman's going to play every day and Arraez is going to play every day, like where do the at-bats or chances for Cost to even fill in and find success come in? You didn't spend a lot of time on the bench in big stretches, certainly not as a Giant, maybe more later in your career, but how long on the bench before rust felt real, before you're actually in a game facing live pitching as a hitter? Because I know coming off the IL or DL or something is one thing where you get some reps somewhere, but I mean, 8 games is a long time.
8 games is a long time. And, in this day and age in the big leagues, if you don't have an at-bat for, 7-8 days, and now all of a sudden, hey, you're hitting this inning, go hit against Mason Miller or something like that. You know what I mean? It's very hard to do. And I was always of the thought process of or at least when I played, and it was mostly Dusty, I guess, and probably a little bit of Boch, but in spring training, all your guys play, right? So everybody kind of has at bats, and especially the bench guys that come in late in the game in spring training. I mean, they're getting a good amount of at bats. So when you start the season, those guys are ready to go, and that's when I think you mostly need your bench guys. And I know the couple days off really had something to do with them not getting in there, but they're fresh when spring's over. They're having at-bats every day. And the thinking or the theory behind it is hey, if we get down late in the year and we're in a pennant race, then we're going to need our horses, our 8 guys who play every day to play every day. So I was kind of, surprised that we haven't seen any of those other guys in there yet. At the same time, I don't know the theory behind what, Tony's trying to do. I mean, I think he's going to try and play these guys as much as he can on an everyday basis. So it remains to be seen. I mean, I'm pretty sure Susac will be in there today.
Yeah.
And I haven't seen a lineup yet, but, we'll see as they move forward. I mean, they only have 4 bench guys, so it's not like there's a ton of them to get in there.
It's effectively the same lineup, by the way. The lineup is out. It's Adames, Devers, Ramos, Arraez, Chapman, Lee, Bader, Susac, and Schmidt. So effectively the same lineup, but just Susac swap for Bailey. Another minute here with Rich Aureli. So I was going to follow up on that. Did you play with anybody, or who do you remember as the best that just – I've read stories about guys like that who just can hit cold, who can just stand up and not just a pinch hitter, but I can sit on the bench for a week and it didn't really matter. Just roll out of bed and hit. Did you ever play with anyone like that?
I mean, the one guy that comes to mind is Mark Sweeney.
Yeah, pinch hitter.
Pinch hitter. I mean, that was his job, right? I mean, and he did it for a number of teams and a number of really good teams over the years. And, I guess certain guys, again, that's another thing. When you know your role and you know what it's – and that was also the time, too, where, you had pitchers in the lineup. So that whole dynamic has changed.
It's easier to get in.
Really use pinch hitters a lot. But if you know your role and you know what's going to be expected of you, you have a greater, chance of being successful at it. And I think these guys are still just trying to find the right mix of when we can get these guys in there. You always want your manager to find the spot to make you, to give you the chance to have the most success. And whether that's, putting righties in there against lefties or whatever it is. They have all the numbers to look at. I think that's going to be key because you're going to need these guys at some point in the year, whether there's somebody struggling and needs a couple days off or somebody gets injured. So you're going to need these guys. So, we're going to have to see how he handles this moving forward.
Rich Aurelia is a part of NBC Sports Bay Area's pre- and post-game coverage. He joins us every Thursday right here on Dirty Work. Richie, great catching up, man. And, dude, we'll keep you abreast of any news around the quad amputee murder situation.
Dude, I'll be listening. Yeah. If I'm in town, I'm listening. So I'll be on waiting for the news.
All right, appreciate you, Rich. We'll talk to you soon, man.
Thanks, Richie.
Good deal there. Great Rich Aurelia.
Rich is part of the filth, man.
Dude, it's so funny that he said that. Like the other day, so we were talking about something, and I know he listens. I know Steve Young listens.
Yeah.
And sometimes I catch myself being like,
Steve,
wouldn't it be funny if this guy, if Rich really heard that or Steve Young heard that? And I thought about Richie for some reason during a segment that we were talking about something wonky because I know he listens because he's told me before and he's mentioned it before. But the fact that he's like, I want to ask you a question. I thought he was going to like come down the dirty laundry road or something like that. I didn't know.
I thought that too.
I had no idea where he was going.
Because it just happened this last hour, so I wonder if Rich was listening to the show. But yeah, Rich listens all the time, and I just think all the time, like what Steve thinks when he's listening. He's like, "Oh, come on, D-Pop, come on. If it's not broke, don't fix it. Like, come on, it's a saying. Come on, bro, come on."
Steve Young's like, "Tim, that guy really hit a session in your apartment, Tim."
What?
You gotta sanitize, man. You gotta sanitize.
Oh, no, you gotta burn it down. You gotta burn it down, bro.
Think about poor oatmeal. God,
you gotta start over completely. You gotta move. It's over.
You gotta move, man.
By the way, we have to remind you that for some reason, this show is sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. For community for 75 years, join RCU today at redwoodcu.org. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb with you. Dirty Work on a Thursday. Giants baseball coming up at 6:45 first pitch, 5:45 pregame. Of course, your award-winning Diamond Notes, all a part of that pregame in this state in Giants history, as produced by our own Dan Dunn. And that mug I love so much.
Oh, yeah.
The Giants lineup, as I mentioned to Rich Aurelia there, Adames, Devers, Ramos, Luis Arraez in there again hitting cleanup, Chapman, Lee, Bader, Susak, and Schmidt. And Richie just said, when you know your role, there's something about it. And he goes, it's going to be few and far between for the bench, considering how many everyday guys they have. Mets are going Lindor, Soto, Bichette, Polanco, Luis Robert Jr., Vientos, Semien, Alvarez, and Taylor. We'll take a quick break. When we come on back, some of the best sounds from across the sports world you might have missed in today's Sound Soiree. We'll get some Matt Chapman. We'll get some Celebrini. We're also going on to Mike LaFleur and Kyle Shanahan and their Rams discussion about going to Australia.
Shanahan not happy.
Shanahan's pissed. We'll do it next on the Sports Leader.
Time for your Bay Area Chevy dealers traffic update. Hey, y'all, it's the cue to call. If you want tickets to Pro Bull Riding, call right now. Now, back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Dirty work on a Thursday afternoon. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb with you. Giants pregame coming up in under a half hour now. 5:45 pregame, 6:45 first pitch. Mets come in at 3-3. Giants, of course, at 2-4. Robbie Ray, 0-1 in his 5 1/3 innings pitched. And then you've got David Peterson, another lefty. He went 5 1/3 in his only start. He does not have a record or a run allowed to this point. We will get into some Giants pregame, to award-winning Diamond Notes and all that good stuff after we get into some of the best sounds from across the sports world you might have missed with today's Sound Soiree.
This is
Dirty Works.
Sound Soiree.
No, I've whipped up this nasty little soiree.
The best sounds you might have missed.
Soiree, what? Soiree, honey. I think that means party.
On the sports leader.
Your Sound Soiree for Thursday, April 2nd, 2026. Just I thought I was telling my buddy, my best friend Jason during the break, because my buddy Jason and I were texting about the no-armed man, the quad amputee.
Yeah.
The murder, the accused murder. Cornhole champion. Don't you know?
Yeah, I know.
You got to add that. And he's a diehard Giants fan, and we're the same age, grew up.
Right.
I said, bro, you know how Richie's on with us every Thursday? He said, yeah. And I said, dude, he came on. I told him about how he said, I got to ask you guys a question first. Richie, and I love that Richie's question was, how does he throw the bags? Like,
I was asking the same question, Rich.
It's an honest question. Like, there's so many things.
How does he shoot the gun? I still got to see the video of that.
Yeah. He has it appears there's an easier time shooting the gun than firing
throwing the bags?
Yeah, when you watch him. I mean, like, it's pretty incredible. The whole story is incredible.
Incredible,
not like anyway.
Well, we don't condone murder, but at the same time, this is a fascinating story.
I'm wowed by it, is what I'm getting at.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
No, and I can't wait to get to the bottom of it, and we'll follow it every week.
No clones. He was not the beanbag. What a line.
It's just the fact that, yes, okay, sometimes, there's murder and, someone shoots somebody, but the fact that he's a cornhole champion, an amputee, it adds to it.
The quote from his ex is incredible, too.
Never
thought he'd do something like this, but I'm not surprised.
Can't say I'm surprised.
Quote from him in jail is incredible. I don't need damn legs.
I don't need no stinking legs.
That was the thing. We had an update this week. Is he's in prison and he's like
Badges.
He's being held like an infirmary, and he does not have his prosthetic legs, but he hadn't been using them, and he doesn't want them. He can like walk on his nubs of his legs, but he said
that's impressive in itself.
They tried to get him the prosthetics, and he said, "quote I don't need no stinking legs." I was like, okay.
All right, fine, Mr. Cornhole.
All right, back off. Back off.
Calm down. Don't murder me.
I sort of think about it. Like, remember when OJ got out when he was in prison?
I'm gonna find the killer.
No, when he got out and he was previously, like, as part of his parole hearing, they were like, "How are you an upstanding citizen in prison?" He's like, "Well, dude, I ran all of the softball. I was commissioner of the softball leagues." This guy starts running like cornhole leagues in prison, dude.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I can see that.
It's incredible. All right, let's get into the sound soiree. Dude, I thought of another one, but I'll tell you off air.
Okay.
Actually, it's not even that bad.
Let's say it now.
Which bunk does he get? Does he get top bunk or bottom?
That's
not bad. He could climb the ladder. We saw it.
They could throw him on top.
Stop.
What's wrong with that?
Matt Chapman, Giants third baseman.
Yeah, Chappie.
He's in there today, hitting fifth.
Yeah.
The guy's an accused murder. Okay, and it's pretty
not
convincing
Matt Chapman,
that he
right?
did it. No, not him. The guy. The other guy.
Yeah.
The quad amputee.
Yeah, no, I got it.
You know what I mean? That's why we're riffing.
Yeah, of course.
Doesn't seem like a nice guy.
He's not a good person.
He's not a good person.
He's snapping at people, saying, "I don't need no stinking legs." That's rude.
I was going to go even meaner, but I won't go that far. You sent me. We got to stop talking because you keep setting me up.
Matt Chapman.
You guys keep setting me up with more in my head. I'm a sick freak. You know what I mean?
I know.
Right, let's go to it, Tim. Matt Chapman.
All the stuff you look up on your phone. Sorry,
you mean in the dirty laundry?
Yeah.
So Matt Chapman, we just talked about it with Rich Aurelia. He gets on Casey Schmidt yesterday. The more I thought about it, the less I liked it, and the more rare I thought it was.
Really?
Like, you see guys get into it, but like I was just like, I said to you yesterday, nobody feels worse than Casey Schmidt. I know Chapman probably doesn't want that to be out there.
You that Chap did that?
A little bit, because you brought up a great point. You said, is he doing that to Devers?
No, he's not doing that to Devers. He's not doing that to Devers.
Maybe not for his own safety. You know what I mean? So anyway, here's Matt Chapman. They asked him about his interaction on the mound.
Yeah, I mean, we're all brothers here. Heat of the moment. I mean, I've already talked to Casey. It's all good. I figured that people would try to make that a big deal, but, it's baseball. Stuff happens, and, we all learn from it. We'll move on. I already told him that, it's kind of heat of the moment. I was just wanted to get those outs, and, it happens.
Yeah, I don't think it's that big of a deal. I know that we saw that, and yeah, it's, not the greatest thing to do to another teammate, but at the same time, Casey Schmidt needs to get those outs.
He's a big boy.
He's a big boy. Also, he's not, yes, he does know how to play first base, but it's not his natural position, so I get it. I understand that it looks bad, and yes, at the same time, Matt Chapman would not do that to Rafael Devers, but I don't think it's that big of a deal.
Would it be bad if Casey was like, F you back? You know what I mean?
No, I don't think that's a bad thing either.
That doesn't strike me as Casey's personality.
I feel like athletes talk to each other all the time because they hold each other accountable. And at the end of the day, they're in the wars together. They're brothers. We can lip read all we want.
Yeah.
Him even coming out and saying something, I don't think it was necessary whatsoever.
I don't know. 925 says Chapman's not a superstar. So he's a 230 hitter. That's my thing's loading. Sorry.
Is it fair to say that he is a defensive superstar?
Absolutely.
Oh, he's one of the best third basemen in all of baseball.
Sort of the point.
Without question. Chapman is no superstar. He's a 230 hitter. He ain't even Scott Rowland. He needs to shut up and play, says the 925.
No, he's one of the leaders on the team.
Yeah, he's a team leader.
Matt Chapman's been there, done that.
By the way, the guy sent
every place he's been to.
By the way, the guy sent the same text exactly today, word for word, at 9:25 a.m. So don't you be copying the text.
No, come on.
Except he changed the average from this morning. He wrote 250, and this time he wrote 230.
Oh, he did some research?
Didn't know I could see it all, did you?
Did you hear Crew today when he was bringing up, he was like, I kind of wanted Casey Schmidt to go back at Matt Chapman and be like, oh, yeah, because you're a great hitter, huh? Hitting 230 all the time.
He's like, why don't you hit the ball, huh? Yeah. I kind of like to see that. I like to see Casey. Kind of like to see Casey do it.
That's pretty good there.
My Krug laugh. All right, Macklin Celebrini. Let's get to some positive stuff here. Okay. Macklin Celebrini postgame on TNT. So he hits the game winner. Well, excuse me. He hits the game tire last night, and then they win it. Assists on the game winner, 31 seconds. Sharks roar back, sitting right outside of a playoff spot. Another big win tonight against Toronto. And then the Preds come in. Watch out for my Predators. But Macklin Celebrini is doing the TNT postgame with the studio guys. And while he's doing the postgame hit, Ryan Reeves walks by. They call it the first ever double interview in TNT postgame history. Here's Ryan Reeves taking the headset from Macklin.
We talked in the pregame about you living with Joe Thornton and some of the quirks potentially that go into that. Joe Thornton's team record is 114 points in a regular season for the San Jose Sharks. You were on pace for 117. If you pass Joe Thornton, is he going to kick you out of the house?
No, I mean, he's been great. Just being able to talk to him about the games and talk through it. He's just one of the smartest players to ever play the game, and it's awesome to just be able to relay that stuff off him.
Great stuff, Mac.
Oh, who's that? Is that Revo?
That's Revo.
Hey, tell Revo to put the headset on.
Pass the headset over.
Tell Revo to put the headset on.
Hey, Revo, they want to talk to you. They want to talk to you.
Yeah, we got to ask him one question.
Oh, my God.
Hey, one question.
One question.
Oh, the big fella's on. Okay,
Revo.
Okay,
Revo. Revo, first of all, give Macklin a hug for us. What a performance.
No, he's too sweaty right now. I gave him a hug after the game. He's too sweaty right now. I got to go home.
Revo, I got to ask you, because he's too humble, what's it like watching this kid and what he's done so far this season?
It's like watching a god on ice. It's fun to watch. It's crazy the stuff he can do at 19. It's I'll be honest though. Half of my interviews this year has been about him, so it's kind of starting to wear me out a little bit.
It's pretty funny. I was watching it yesterday. It was a good interview. Macklin was on with him for like 5 or 6 minutes. It went on for a while, and he was giving him his time. And I mean, he was sort of brief at times, but then he started kind of jabbing back afterwards. He started messing with one of the dudes on the panel. It was pretty fun. But Ryan Reeves came up immediately, and you could see how he kind of gave him the big brother sort of attitude. When Macklin
bumped into him,
Macklin hadn't changed yet. Reeves was showered and like ready to leave. And Macklin's still standing there doing all these post-game things, still in his like sweater and everything, and he's sweating. And he takes the headset off, and Reeves like wipes it off on his sweater.
It's all sweaty.
Yeah. He's like a god on ice, and he looked right at Macklin, like messing with him.
No, that's a great response, and I always feel guilty about that when we have our Sharks weekly guests on, when I'm like, I don't want to talk about Macklin the whole time, but the man is amazing.
Yeah, well, when you start, watch what happens when the success starts coming and you get the accolades, and the team starts feeling the real success of what Macklin's brought. Not that they don't already, but like when everybody starts getting their their endorsements, and everybody starts ending up getting their coverage, and everybody starts getting their national interviews, and everybody starts getting their attention and their flowers, that's when you start to feel the Steph Curry effect, right? Where you're like, everybody's getting their piece of the pie because of what this guy's doing for them, right?
Yeah.
Scottie Pippen rose to the level of prominence and notoriety because of Michael Jordan, as did Rodman, right? Rodman was insane before that as a rebounder, but the prominence around Michael Jordan does that. So when you've got a player of that level of greatness, all that other stuff starts to shine.
It's Kevon Looney getting chocolate milk ads, you know?
No, exactly. And I think you see the personality of Macklin Celebrini. We have some great laughs in the Bay Area. Guy Santos, Mac Jones. I think Macklin Celebrini's in the same category here. Kind of sounds like Kyle Haar a little bit. If you know Kyle Haar on Dubs OT with John Dickinson, he laughs the same way.
That's pretty good. I like that laugh. Kyle Haar's dad laughs the same as him as well. All right, moving down the sound swell right here. Farhan, good
laugh too.
Where do we want to go? We want to go Bowden, or we want to go to LaFleur?
Let's do Bowden because this caused a lot of controversy this week.
All right, here's Jim Bowden on foul territory, and he's talking about how the Giants brass maybe needs to why don't we phrase it this way? He's talking about how he views the Vitello situation and what he thinks the Giants should do about it. There you go.
You know, I think that when you're coaching college kids, you could say whatever you want and they're going to respect whatever you say and there's not going to be pushback. And if the media is covering you in college, they're going to write what the coach says. They're not going to write what the players say, right? And the players aren't going to contradict the manager. When you get to the big leagues, there's not a player in that dugout that doesn't have more professional experience than Tony Vitello. Most of them are getting paid more than Tony Vitello. So if Tony wants to sit there and say college stuff to major league players, they're going to push back. It's not going to play well. So he's got to figure that out. Look, you got to give him time. I like the man. I think he's a good communicator. I think he's got great energy. I think he's a lot of fun. I think he's over his head. So what do? We fixed it. So how do we fix it? Well, if I am sitting there and I'm Buster Posey or I'm Zach Manassian, this is what I'm going to do. I've got two guys on my payroll that are both going to be in the Hall of Fame someday. One named Bruce Bochy and one named Dusty Baker. I'm going to let them split the duties, okay? But what we're going to do after every single game and after every single press conference of every single game, one of them is going to sit down and go through the game with Tony Vitello. Going to talk about all the moves, what he did, what he didn't do, what he could do, what he should do. Talk about what he's going to do tomorrow and the next day, what his thoughts on that. And then we're going to break down what he said to the media and what works and doesn't work. We want him to be himself, but we also want him to be professional and not embarrass us, which right now he's embarrassing us, is my take.
Whoa.
Look,
what has been what?
I like Jim Bowden, but I don't agree with him at all. He's making it out to be like Tony Vitello's an idiot.
I like how he set it up to where he's like, I like the man. He's a good communicator. He's
embarrassing us.
But, by the way, how about his?
Sorry, go ahead.
How about his thought is every game afterwards he has to go sit down with Boch and Dusty. Like, hey, mom and dad, tell me how this thing went down and what I did wrong and what needs to change.
I don't think you should have said
First of all, if that's how you feel about him, then you shouldn't have hired him.
Right.
Well, that's a terrible thought.
Absolutely.
Like, if that's how you really felt about the manager 6 games in, then you could never have hired this guy. You would have known that before the season actually got off the ground. Like, there's no way you do anything like that. And what's he talking about? He's embarrassed us because they got off to an 0-3 start?
No,
I hate that take.
Some of the things he said, I guess in the postgame show, he thought was embarrassing, or the postgame press conference. But like, it's not like Tony Vitello's out there like crapping his pants and being like, "Oh, I don't know what we can do to fix this." Like, what are you talking about? What are you talking about?
Tim, I don't understand I don't get his thought that they would need to step why hire him if you'd step in?
We want him to be himself, but we don't want him to do what
we don't want him to embarrass.
I hate that take.
We don't want him to embarrass us. How is anything he did embarrassing? Like, yes, maybe it's unconventional because he's new at this, but at the same time, like, what is embarrassing about anything he said so far?
Like, I understand, like, and I think it's sort of lost on him that, like, this isn't one guy. They have Ron Washington there. They have Jace Tingler there, who's got managerial experience. Buster is involved in the day-to-day of the team. Manassian's involved in the day-to-day of the team. So it's not like they just dumped it on him. And to say he's in over his head, like anybody doing this job without experience would be. But why is that different? I mean, it's different because he's never been a manager at this level or played professional baseball. So all of that is different.
Right.
But there hasn't been anything alarming to make you go, oh, boy. Like Gabe Kapler not warming up a reliever in his first game as manager of the Phillies
is far more egregious than anything we've seen because there hasn't been much tinkering. At this point, it very much seems like he's setting it and just kind of seeing if guys can get comfortable in certain spots and saying we got to get a sample size before we know what needs to be fixed and tinkered with. Yeah. That's what I've grasped and barely through a week. I don't even know how you can have a take about how they need to handle what. 2-4.
It doesn't make any sense to me. Like, yes, to your point, Copes, if Dusty Baker and Bruce Bochy need to sit down with Tony Vitello after every game,
he should have been your guy.
He should not have been your guy. And also, like, to make it seem like we have to go over what you said in a press conference, please. He's not an idiot, okay? No. He may say some things that like we're not used to as baseball fans, but I don't think Tony Vitello has embarrassed the organization in any aspect since he's been the manager.
No, I don't know what Jim Bowden's really talking about there.
Yeah, I don't know.
All right, moving on here. Let's drop down to, you want to go to LaFleur?
Yeah, let's do it.
So Mike LaFleur, he's egging on Kyle Shanahan because we heard Kyle was like, I guess there was a thought that the Rams, or there's a report that the Rams were lobbying to play this game against.
It's confirmed.
It's confirmed to play that game in Australia against the 49ers.
Cram it up your cram hole.
There's a reason. They say it's because the Rams wanted to play it there because so many 49er fans take over the Rams stadium. Here's Mike LaFleur. He's egging on Kyle Shanahan about the Rams lobbying to play against the 49ers.
I'm pretty sure the Rams lobbied for that game.
What?
For a fact they did.
Yeah.
Because
so
bothersome.
Yeah.
So hopefully the league will do right and let us play the Rams in Mexico, since we got to go out of the country twice, and they requested us. I'm requesting them in Mexico.
Oh,
not that gives us an advantage. It's just fair to make them go out of the country.
That would be great to have the two games between the Rams and the 49ers. Neither played
I like it.
I mean,
I knew he might go this way when he brought it up. I knew it. I knew it.
So he's waiting for the right moment. Sorry.
So I have brought this up a little bit. So you think the Rams have lobbied because they're sick of seeing the 49ers dominate the crowd at SoFi?
And I get that.
Yeah.
Like, that would suck to
Yeah.
have to do silent cadence and have our home game at their stadium.
Yeah.
So I get their ambitions, but
Sure.
they were rewarded that. So I'm just hoping we can get our request too. I'd love them to come to Mexico.
That's awesome.
Our Mexican fan base is awesome.
It is. It's like bang, bang. 49ers gang. They are. They're amazing.
All right, Sims. Yeah, I mean, that's not surprising whatsoever because we've been talking about this for a long time. Since the 49ers and Rams have been, have this renewed rivalry in Los Angeles, the 49ers take over. Absolutely. And that doesn't surprise me. And I will say, I know that Kyle Shanahan's sarcastic in these interviews when asked about going to Australia, but I think he has a good attitude about it, being like, I definitely wanted to start our season off going to Australia, traveling 19 hours to do all that crap. So good on him. Yes, they're not going to do it where both teams play internationally this year, so that's not going to happen. And by the way, I asked Matt Mayoko on Monday if there's going to be a doubleheader week 2 for the Rams and 49ers coming off of that game in Australia. Not going to be the case because there's no longer doubleheaders on ESPN anymore going forward.
On, like, for Monday Night Football.
No more. So the best case scenario would be week 2, the Niners get a home Sunday night game. We'll see if that happens.
I welcome it. I say, we'll go to Mexico. We'll get a little chip, some dip, maybe some guac.
Kyle's just playing. Kyle's just playing.
That's where I met my quarterback. Me and Matt, we go way back to Mexico, Cabo. Tough place for Kyle, but we love to go to Mexico City, and we love to meet all those Niner fans. A lot of good fans come to L.A., too. We love the city of L.A., but, no salted rim for me, but otherwise should be good.
All right, you know what? I'm coming around to the impression.
Are you?
Because
salted rim.
Before you were screaming like you were Patrick Mahomes. Now it's like more measured.
Yeah.
And we'll definitely we're trying to get Frank Caliendo on next week because he's coming to the Bay Area. So we'll test out to your impression as it's improved through the months.
Yeah, dude, McVay on Mexican food. I like a taquito. You ever had one of those, dude? Jose Olay. You get them in the frozen section. They're pretty good, man.
It's not bad.
I like a taquito and a totino. That's a pizza roll, though, bro.
I live Moss sometimes, too.
Talking snacks, dude. Not as much of a DiGiorno guy. I do like a Red Baron, though, Derek.
No.
Still be positive, though.
No, Sean.
Nobody more positive than Otis Bird on the YouTube chat
Always positive.
Sean McVay.
Yes, he loves your McVay.
We got hosed on that last second, but, it's a tough job for those refs. He, gave him credit for screwing him, dude.
Well, not only that, but remember that 2-point conversion where Zach Charbonnet picks up the football? He's like, you got to give it to those refs. I mean, they're doing their job out there, but damn it.
Yeah, I know, damn it all. What are you supposed to do?
Yeah.
They're doing their job. That's why they didn't blow the whistle.
Yeah.
All right, last one here. So we are, I don't know, I brought this up to you actually a couple of months, maybe a month ago. I mentioned that we were going back to the moon.
We landed on the moon.
We're not landing on the moon, but it's the first manned mission to the moon in however long.
So wait, hold on. We're not landing on the moon, but what are we doing? Okay.
Artemis 2 is going, I believe, to orbit.
Okay.
And then I think next year or the year after, we send Artemis 3, and one of those is actually another manned mission to land on the moon. But we do, there's a couple other manned missions, but first manned mission to the moon with a woman or a black person.
Okay.
First manned mission to the moon with someone from Canada.
Nice.
Is Artemis 2. I think it's going to go orbit. Dude, they're going to be, I saw they're going to be in a space like the size of 2 minivans for 10 to 11 days. They got to share.
Wow, okay.
And dude, the food they get is it was beef brisket, some broccoli cheddar something. And I was like, damn, dude, this is going to be a little gassy, right? For that space. I was like, geez.
Yeah. You got to space that out a little bit.
Tough, dude. Space it out. Nice. Anyway, so Artemis 2 is, did it already launch or it's about to launch? Did it happen yesterday?
It happened yesterday. I don't know if it launched, but they caught this kid on CNN and he was really into it.
This kid was stoked. It already launched.
Oh, launched? Okay.
So Artemis 2 is already launched. This kid is on CNN yesterday. He's standing at the launch site.
Yeah.
And they interview him. They're like, kid, what are you doing here? Wasn't he wearing something funny? Something on a hat, right?
Yeah, I forget. I got to look up the image.
How old is he? He's probably 10.
Yeah, 10 or 11.
10 or 11. This kid's there and he's stoked for this launch. Here's what he said.
Why do you want to be here? Why do you love space? Why do you love being a part of history?
We're going back to the frickin' moon, that's why.
At first, I actually thought he dropped the F-bomb there, but
it's pretty incredible.
It's a great response.
It's akin to, we used to have a soundbite on the morning show. I'm sure they still play it. There was a kid it was during COVID, and it was in Buffalo, and they were opening we're probably going to go, huh, Tim? I'm probably up against it. How long is this break? I got a sec for this? This kid's in Buffalo. He's in line for the opening of a Chick-fil-A.
Yeah.
And there's hundreds of people in line. And it's a blizzard, dude. There's snow everywhere. And he's decked out in Buffalo Bills gear.
Yeah.
And they go up to him and they're like, why are you here today? Why are you so excited about Chick-fil-A? And he goes, it's chicken. It's fried chicken.
Oh, that's
that
a
kid,
drop?
the fried chicken kid.
It's chicken, yeah.
It's fried chicken. It's akin to that, dude.
Yeah.
We're going back to the frickin' moon.
We're going back to the frickin' moon.
Yeah. As Jacob, who sometimes fills in for Tim, would tell you, if we ever went once. You know what I mean?
Oh, that's true.
He claims we didn't go. He's like, we couldn't. How do we tape it? I was like, you think that we could go to the moon but not videotape it?
It's all a conspiracy thing, man.
That's going to do it for your sound soiree.
I like fried chicken.
We're getting back to the frickin' Giants at 5:45. Quick break. Then we'll put the show to bed before Giants pregame at 5:45 on the Sports Leader.
It's chicken. It's fried chicken.
Time for dirty work to put the show to bed.
Are you crazy? I don't need a bed.
On the sports leader.
Now you will go to sleep, or I will put you to sleep.
Dirty work putting the show to bed on a Thursday evening, and we got to get out quick because Giants pregame is coming up at 5:45, just about a minute and a half away. So why don't we put the show to bed with a little note to self, and we'll get you out to third and king for the Giants and the Mets. Tim, note to self?
Note to self.
Yeah, a note to self. It ain't broke, don't break it.
If it ain't broke, don't break it.
There you go.
That's it. Right.
Note to self. Shout out to our guy Beak on the text line here. He's going wishing Kyle Shanahan a great birthday. Happy birthday, Derek. Sunday is your birthday.
Yeah, that's right. Just like
your birthday to you. This Sunday is your birthday.
For when Derek told Kyle Shanahan it was his birthday.
Oh, thank you, Derek.
We did get a good story from Kyle out of that, though.
Yeah, we did.
I got a couple here I can hit you with.
Okay. Note to self.
Note to self. Rich Aurelia loves turning a 6-4-3 double play and quad amputee murder mystery stories.
There you go.
Also, note to self.
Note to self.
People from Ghana are called Ghanaians.
There you go.
And note to self.
Note to self.
Jesus Christ.
We're getting up against it. Come on.
Whatever. That's going to do it for
Note
Dirty
to
Work.
self.
Note to self.
No.
Derek's,
one more.
Derek's coming around to the McVay.
There you go.
All
Coming
right.
around.
That's going to do it. We'll be back tomorrow for a full episode of Dirty Work. Thanks to our guests today. Check them out online. I don't have time. For anybody who needs to hear it, it gets easier every day. It gets a little easier. You just got to do it every day. That's the Dirty Work, but it does get easier. Giants and the Mets, game 1 of this 4-game series starts now.
I like fried chicken.
I'm a fool to do your dirt.